Chapter 3359. Intermediate Mutation System Whoosh.
The sound of the air being torn rang out as the soul-entangling rope revealed its true form.
The rope was 300 meters long and was only a finger thick. It was like a slender green spirit serpent as it rapidly coiled towards Yi Xian. It was said that this chain was created after the death of a spiritual beast, so if one could fully unleash the power of this chain, even a god wouldn't be able to escape. Flying in the sky and escaping in the earth would be bound by the chain. At this moment, when it was used, it immediately caused Yi Xian's heart to jump as he felt a strong sense of danger. As expected of a primordial treasure, its power was indeed extraordinary. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but be a little tempted. However, as Fairy Xia had said, this treasure had already been refined by her. If he wanted to seize it, he would have to kill Fairy Xia. That was something Yi Xian didn't want. It was rare for the human race to have several people who could be called peerless geniuses. They were all young people with great room for development in the future. Perhaps they could lead the entire human race to glory. If he caused them to die early for his own selfish desires, this was something that Yi Xian couldn't do. The rope has a spirit. Since it has already recognized you as its master, this young master naturally can't seize your beauty. However, I don't want the rope, but there's no need to be polite with the person. Yi Xian sneered, and his tone was incomparably domineering. It's the same if I take you as my servant. At that time you'll be mine, let alone this rope. That's right, let's do that. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the soul-entangling rope that shot over like a slender spirit serpent had already descended and directly tied up the mecha giant that was like a small mountain. It was unknown how many rounds it had wrapped around the mecha giant countless times. The surface of the mecha giant was densely wrapped all over. In the end, young Master Linghu was still no match. He was suppressed in just one exchange. The difference in cultivation is too great. Young Master Linghu's Shenong treasured cauldron has already been used. Now that he's inside the cauldron, he won't be able to use it as he pleases. His invincible legend has been shattered. On the ground below, Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, and the other prisoners of war let out sighs. The 8 great guardian deities were even more absent-minded. Yi Xian had been suppressed as soon as they met face to face. This was somewhat unacceptable to them. After all, this was an existence that had once completely suppressed all of them, yet he was unable to withstand a single blow. It was somewhat disappointing. Everyone felt a sense of loss in their hearts. Outside the cauldron, in the void around the space trap formation, there were also a lot of exclamations. The Starry Sky Masters were also very disappointed. Was a peerless genius going to die? It was rare for the human race to have 2 peerless geniuses, but now, only the invincible war god was left. Young Master Linghu had already been suppressed. As the exclamations sounded, everyone was even more prepared to make a move, especially on the side of the allied forces of the various races of the second universe that occupied a corner of the void trap formation. Some of the more powerful elders of the various races were about to take out their own magical treasures. Fairy Xia had the soul-entangling treasure chain, which could even ignore the rules of the Star Cauldron. They had no choice but to use all of their strength to deal with it. Otherwise, they would most likely be able to escape. At the same time, Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-entangling treasure chain, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He wasn't shocked by the power of the soul-entangling treasure chain, but because the familiar notification sound of the devouring system suddenly sounded in his head. The content was too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A system carrier has been discovered. Host: Fairy Xia. Peak Mystic Light Realm Level 9. System Evolution Level Intermediate. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system competition mission has been activated. Mission requirement: subdue Fairy Xia. Mission success reward: 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. Punishment for mission failure: 1 treasure to be exchanged from the system store of the other party. A system carrier? A system carrier like himself? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Ever since he had obtained the devouring system, this was the first time he had encountered a system carrier like himself. Before this, Yi Xian already knew that the devouring system was the invention of the human race's technological pioneer, Xing Bo. After Xing Bo's death, the second intelligent robot he created, which was the current imperial advisor of the Eternal Dynasty, D. Heir, had spread the system seeds out to select geniuses from the human race. Even until now, Yi Xian still didn't know what Xing Bo's or Dier's ultimate goal was after the devouring system had evolved to its final stage. However, one thing was for sure, and that was that the number of system seeds that Dier had spread out back then was definitely huge. However, no matter how many system seeds there were, they were scattered throughout the entire third universe that was occupied by the human race and even the other universes. The chances of those who obtained the system seeds and became the system carriers meeting each other was still very low. After all, the territory was too vast. And now, Yi Xian had encountered one and had even triggered a system competition mission. He had to fight with the other party, and the other party would be subdued. Moreover, the loser would also be allowed to choose a treasure from the system exchange store. This was no joke, because the system exchange store was not a place where one could take things for free. Once the other party chose a treasure, the loser would definitely have to foot the bill. If the other party chose a treasure of great value, he would instantly be in debt and would have to work for the system in the future to find devouring source crystals to repay his debts. At the same time, this was also an opportunity, because as long as he succeeded in subduing the other party, he would be able to obtain a system exchange treasure that he had taken a fancy to but did not have the ability to exchange for. After thinking this through, Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. He couldn't miss this opportunity. It would be a waste if he didn't take it. This was an item from the system exchange store, so it was very difficult to find it outside. While these thoughts were running through his mind, Fairy Inxia's face was full of shock and she fell into a daze. In her mind, the familiar sound of the system beep rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Linghu Cheng, Grotto Heaven Rank 1. System Evolution Level. Intermediate Mutation. The authenticity of the basic information cannot be confirmed. The other party's identity is suspected to be fake. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the system competition mission. Mission requirement. Subdue Linghu Cheng. Mission reward. 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. Punishment for mission failure. 1 treasure to be redeemed from the other party's system store. You're also, as the system notification sounded in her mind, Fairy Inxia was completely shocked. Like Yi Xian, this was the first time she had encountered a system carrier of the same kind as her. Moreover, although Yi Xian's devouring system was the same as hers and had only evolved to the intermediate level, Yi Xian's devouring system was an intermediate mutation. Since it was a mutation, it meant that it had unlimited possibilities, which made Fairy Inxia feel threatened. For example, although the system notification clearly indicated that this young master Linghu Cheng's identity might be fake, it was unable to find out his true identity. Even basic information was blocked, which showed how strange the other party's system's mutation was. Chapter 3360. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Suppression. I have to say, you've really made me look at you in a new light. Although you're only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, you're a mid-level mutation. Even the Island Master can't see through you. That alone is enough to be proud of. Killing intent flashed in Fairy Inxia's eyes as she stared fixedly at Yi Xian. She sneered and continued, Unfortunately, in front of absolute strength, all treachery is just an illusion. It's meaningless. I don't care what your true identity is, nor do I care what you've experienced to make it enter the path of mutation and evolution. In short, today, you're destined to fall here. Or, surrender to me. You don't have much time. I will give you 10 breaths. After 10 breaths of time, everything will be settled. Even if you hide in this quasi-starry sky-grade combat armor, you won't be able to escape the fate of being dismembered. Don't ever doubt the sharpness of the soul-entangling rope, it is indestructible. As she spoke until here, the light in Fairy Inxia's eyes shone once again. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up into a smug expression, as if she was certain that this battle had already been decided by her in advance. Everything had already been decided the moment she seized the initiative and tied up Yi Xian, who was caught off guard, with the soul-twining chain. The so-called system competition war had ended before it even started. Puff! I say, girl, do you think this is fun? However, what surprised Fairy Inxia was that just as she finished speaking, not only did Yi Xian, who was tightly bound by the soul-binding chain in the air like a gigantic human-shaped dumpling, not only didn't panic, he even seemed to be unable to hold back his laughter. He even rolled his eyes. We are the same kind of people. Who doesn't know who is who? Since you are acting like this, why don't you change your name? Don't call yourself Island Master of Jade Dragon Island. In my opinion, Big Tail Wolf suits you very well. It is perfect. As he spoke, Yi Xian didn't wait for Fairy Xia to react. Before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly trembled as he abruptly shouted, "Isn't it just a lousy rope? At most, it is a desolate-era treasure weapon. Who are you trying to scare?" Following these words, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly blazed. Two indistinct cyan lights flashed as they shot out at an extremely fast speed and landed on the soul-binding chain that bound his body. These two green lights were precisely the power of the demon soul pupil that was like a divine eye in the depths of Yi Xian's brows. Once this pupil was activated, there was a certain chance of triggering the mysterious effect of peering into one's origin. Previously, in the desolate era prison in the demon domain of the first universe, Yi Xian had triggered the demon soul pupils peering into one's origin. That was how he could clearly see the primal chaos spiritual qi contained in the endless corpse pool. Then, he immersed himself in it and performed the first divine dragon body tempering technique, successfully awakening the golden divine dragon bloodline that originated from the drop of immortal ancestral dragon blood. And now, as Yi Xian activated the demon soul pupil again, the peering into one's origin effect was triggered again. In an instant, the soul-entangling chain that tied Yi Xian up like a big dumpling suddenly became different in Yi Xian's eyes. With the help of the demon soul pupils peering into one's origin, Yi Xian clearly saw the key node of the chain's power field. Like the 7 inches of a snake, it was the weak point of the chain. Soul-entangling chain? In this young master's opinion, it's just a... Don't look at how you tied it up just now. If this young master wanted to break the binding effect of this chain, it would be a piece of cake, ha ha ha. As he raised his head and laughed, Yi Xian immediately activated the mental source core in his brain. A wisp of invisible mental power shot out from between his eyebrows and accurately landed on a section of the soul-entangling chain on the right side of his chest. Hiss! In the next moment, a faint sound like silk tearing was heard. The cyan soul-entangling chain that had wrapped around Yi Xian's mecha like a big dumpling loosened on its own. Before Xia Fairy, who was holding the end of the chain, could react, Yi Xian's body suddenly struggled and rushed into the sky. Now it's this young master's turn. Girl, I hope you can withstand this punch. Boom! Yi Xian's figure soared into the sky. While he was still on the way, Yi Xian shouted out explosively once again. His momentum suddenly came to a halt, and he swung his right fist. His entire body explosively fell down like a dark purple meteor, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Fairy Xia. His enormous purple fist, which was even thicker than his body, brazenly smashed down. The latter's expression instantly changed, and shock was written all over her face. Obviously, she never thought that Yi Xian would be able to break free from the binding of the soul-entangling chain so easily. It was as if he had already understood the profundity of the chain's power and directly dispelled it. Fleeting beauty. Wave afterimage. Boundless illusion. Movie slaughter. While her mind was in shock, Xia Fairy's figure did not retreat but moved forward instead. Her right wrist suddenly shook, and the 1,000 feet long cyan treasure chain changed again. With a dazzling cyan brilliance, it circled and intertwined in front of her body, forming a huge net shield. At the same time, from the gaps of this huge net shield, countless cyan sharp needles shot out. They were extremely sharp, and they fiercely pierced towards Yi Xian, who was already close to her and was about to punch her. In the end, I still underestimated you. You can force this island master to have no choice but to face this battle with all my strength. Ling Hucheng, you should be proud of yourself. Seeing that Yi Xian's entire body was once again enveloped by the green net shield that covered the sky and the earth, the right fist that he raised his arm to punch out had no choice but to withdraw under the countless arrows of the treasure chains. Fairy Xia calmed down slightly, and the corner of her mouth curled up into a cold smile that could make people laugh. Her tone was still confident and proud as she said, "Unfortunately, no matter how heaven-defying your methods are, you won't be able to escape the fate of being suppressed today. Do you really think that this island master's soul-binding treasure chain only has these changes? You are not qualified to experience its true power. Just these few conventional derivative attacks are enough to suppress you." Yi Xian curled his lips and was calm and fearless. He rudely replied, "Don't be too confident. Be careful not to cut your tongue. You will be struck by lightning if you are pretentious." Crack! Cha-cha-cha-cha. Before he finished his words,
A few abrupt and clear sounds of explosions suddenly came from the void above the two people who were fighting.
At this moment, Yi Xian quietly activated the spiritual thunder technique. 5 or 6 invisible spiritual thunderbolts struck down from the sky, locking on Wuxia Fairy and accurately falling on her head.
A woo! In the next moment, a familiar howl of a wolf entered her ears.
Fairy Wuxia was caught off guard and was struck by the 5 or 6 bolts of spiritual lightning. Her whole face turned black in an instant, and her fine black hair turned into electric curls and stood on their ends. Chapter 3361. Chapter 3361. Chapter 336 specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. A woo! Caught off guard, Fairy Wuxia was suddenly blasted by Yi Xian's spiritual lightning technique. The formless spiritual lightning technique covered her head and accurately struck her head. Currently, Yi Xian had already stepped into the 10th level of the heavenly passage. He was far more powerful than before, and the power of his spiritual lightning technique had greatly increased. Even though Fairy Wuxia's cultivation was much higher than his, reaching the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, she was only one step away from reaching the 12th level and becoming a void realm old monster. Even so, she was still struck miserably by Yi Xian's spiritual lightning bolts that were condensed from level 7 spiritual energy. Her entire person went crazy. This scene shocked Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other prisoners of war who were watching the battle on the ground. Even the little princess of the colored python clan, Medusa, and the other 8 young clan leaders from various clans of the Second Universe Federation were stunned. Fairy Wuxia's strength was obvious to all. Previously, when she descended from the sky on that 1,000-jong long green dragon, her aura was like a rainbow, as if she was a real immortal. Her radiance was too dazzling, making people not dare to look straight at her. But at this moment, not only did Yi Xian, who was clearly bound, easily escape, he even counterattacked in an instant. Before the spectators could recover from their shock, he had already launched a counterattack. A few invisible bolts of lightning shot out, and in the blink of an eye, Fairy Wuxia was turned into a madwoman who was on the verge of going crazy. Everything happened too quickly, and the degree of the reversal was too shocking. For a moment, no one could accept it. Dan Fan, who saw it with his own eyes, was stunned. Spiritual reversal. Before Fairy Wuxia could finish screaming, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he activated the spiritual ability he had just mastered not long ago. As the spirit source core hovering above his sea of consciousness began to revolve crazily, a vast and boundless spirit power instantly burst out. It was invisible and formless, but it instantly spread out on the net formed by the spirit entangling chain in front of Fairy Wuxia. Even the countless sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield were not missed. They were all covered by the invisible mental power and instantly affected the internal field, forming a mysterious reversal effect. Rumble! Swish! Swish swish! Rumbles of energy surged like a tide, accompanied by ear-piercing sounds of air being torn apart. The huge net shield had just opened up in front of Fairy Wuxia, but sharp blades suddenly shot out from the gaps. But at this moment, under the power of Yi Xian's mind reversal divine ability, everything was replayed. The sharp spikes that shot out from the gaps of the net shield suddenly retracted and stabbed back. The huge net shield that had just spread out also instantly shrunk inwards. In the blink of an eye, it completely covered Fairy Wuxia's body. All of this happened too quickly and strangely. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others, who were watching the battle from below, only saw a blur in front of their eyes. Fairy Wuxia, who was about to go crazy with hatred and howling, was completely trapped by the green net shield formed by the spirit entangling chain like a fish in a net. It was a perfect translation, and everyone was dumbfounded. Heavens, that kind of divine ability again. The power is simply too strange. All the attacks were reversed. They were originally aimed at young Master Linghu, but in the end, they backfired on themselves. This is simply too frustrating. It seems that we still underestimated him. That's right. Young Master Linghu not only possesses great treasures, but he also possesses powerful and strange abilities. This battle has already shown the problem. He is only at the first level of the Grotto Heaven realm, but he is able to suppress Fairy Wuxia, who is at the peak of the 9th level of the Profound Sky realm. This is not just a gap of 1 level, but almost 2. It is like a gap between heaven and earth, but he ignored it. This is unbelievable. Young Master Linghu is indeed worthy of being one of the 2 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. He captured Fairy Wuxia alive.
Most of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race are no match for him. Even the invincible war god, who is still causing trouble in the cultivation camp, has never achieved such a feat.
What are you waiting for? Did you forget what boss said before?
He is in charge of suppressing the enemy, and we are in charge of collecting the spoils and taking over the prisoners. This is one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the younger generation of the human race. This is too rare. If we miss this chance, we won't have another chance to experience it again. Amidst the shock, the group of people on the ground discussed animatedly. The 8 great guardian deities were even more excited. In the end, they shouted as they swarmed forward and soared into the air above Yi Xian. When they got close, without waiting for Yi Xian's order, they skillfully lifted the cyan net and brought Fairy Xia to the ground below. Along the way, they threatened her. Yi Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Too cruel. Ah! Ling Hu Chong, I swear I won't be a man if I don't kill you.
At this time, Fairy Xia was in a mess. Her body was trapped in the cyan net transformed by the soul-twining chain. She struggled with all her might, but to no avail. She could only sullenly let one of the 8 great guardian warriors grab a corner of the net and lift her to the ground below. This was too humiliating. Fairy Xia was about to explode. She glared fiercely at Yi Xian through the gaps of the net and screamed. She was done. The soul-twining chain that had transformed into a cyan net was originally her personal treasure. She had long refined it and could control it at will. However, at this moment for some reason, it suddenly backfired. After tightly wrapping Fairy Xia's body, it was completely out of her control. Otherwise, she would have broken free at the first moment and gone berserk, charging toward Yi Xian again. Yi Xian was well aware that the soul-entangling chain was still Fairy Xia's, and Yi Xian hadn't tried to refine it. The reason why he had temporarily lost control was entirely because of the mysterious effect of the spirit reversal divine ability that Yi Xian had just used. In a short period of time, it had messed up the power field of the treasure chain, and it wouldn't be long before it recovered. At that time, Fairy Xia would be able to retract the soul-twining chain that was trapping her and regain her freedom. Time was of the essence. Yi Xian had to finalize the result of this battle before his opponent regained her freedom. At that time, the system's mission would have been completed and handed in. No matter how unwilling Fairy Xia was, it would be useless. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian's figure flashed and landed on the ground below. The mecha giant stood in front of Fairy Xia, who was lying on the ground. He lowered his head and shouted in a deep voice. "Do you admit defeat?" Fairy Xia sneered and sneered. "What a joke. What do you mean by admitting defeat? Do you really think you've suppressed this island master? You're just using a sinister method to ambush me. This island master was careless and fell. Otherwise, I would have tortured you until you cried. You're quite stubborn. Unfortunately, this young master specializes in dealing with all kinds of unwillingness." Pa. Pa pa pa. Chapter 3362. Chapter 3362. Chapter 332 Crystal Mother, Pa. Pa pa pa. After landing, Yi Xian immediately put away the glazed indestructible armor. Originally, he thought that the system's competitive task was completed, but who would have thought that Fairy Xia would be so stubborn and unconvinced? Frowning, Yi Xian did not say a word. He raised his hand and slapped her a few times without hesitation. Then, as if he felt that it was not convenient, he simply grabbed her along with the blue net, flipped over her body, and pressed her down on the ground. Then, he began to whip her again and again. Although this girl's temper was not very good, her figure was hard to find. Needless to say, her beautiful buttocks were plump and elastic. It felt quite good to the touch. Just by listening to the sound, one could tell that it was extremely crisp and clear. There was not a single bit of fat, and it was very tight. While slapping, Yi Xian scolded endlessly. "You call yourself the island master, but you are easily suppressed by this young master. You don't even have the courage to admit it. You really need to be taught a lesson. Today, this young master must teach your unruly and unreasonable temper a lesson. Either admit defeat and admit defeat, or I will whip your buttocks until they bloom. Choose one of the two, you decide for yourself." Pa pa. Pa pa pa. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else, but his hands did not stop. He was still ruthlessly slapping Fairy Xia's beautiful buttocks. "Ah! Ling Hu Chong, you bastard. This island master will fight with you. When the first few slaps landed, Fairy Wuxia did not react. Her entire body was stunned, and she fell into a daze for a few breaths of time. Then, before Yi Xian could finish his reprimand, a scream came from her throat, and her body struggled violently. This was completely the rhythm of a complete rampage. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. The blue net transformed by the soul-entangling chain did not simply wrap her body. Before escaping, Fairy Wuxia could not mobilize the power of her cultivation at all. Now, she was simply powerless in the hands of Yi Xian. The latter pressed her tightly to the ground with one hand, and she could not move. As for Yi Xian's other hand, it didn't stop at all. The more Fairy Wuxia howled, the more ruthlessly he whipped her. For a moment, the crisp sounds that entered his ears became even louder and louder. This scene was too unusual. Whether it was the experts of the top families and sects in the void around the space trap array, or Wuchen Zi Gong Wuxin, and the other heavens prides of the human race captives in the space inside the cauldron, all of them were dumbfounded without exception. All of them were petrified by the thunderbolt. Fairy Wuxia, one of the 4 peerless heavens prides of the human race, was pressed to the ground by a man, and her beautiful buttocks were whipped continuously in front of everyone. Not only was the sound crisp and pleasing to the ear, but it also seemed to be quite rhythmic. Such a scene, even if they saw it with their own eyes, was really hard to believe. Young Master Linghu was indeed extraordinarily cruel. His methods were too frightening. Even the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were completely speechless at this moment. Although they did not say anything, they rolled their eyes and secretly muttered to themselves that they would definitely settle the score with Yi Xian later. How dare he flirt with a female cultivator in front of them? He was simply too arrogant. However, although this method was not very particular, the effect was very good. Given Fairy Wuxia's temperament, she would not have lowered her head and compromised easily. However, at this moment, facing Yi Xian's extremely unusual method of teaching her a lesson, after screaming and roaring for a while, she finally gave in, gnashing her teeth, and admitted defeat. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the opponent's system exchange store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive task is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the opponent's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. When the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind, Fairy Wuxia, who was pressed to the ground by him, was obviously the same. At this moment, her face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. She was not even in the mood to scream or scold Yi Xian. She just stared fiercely at him, gnashing her teeth. This time, Fairy Wuxia could be said to have suffered a heavy loss. Putting aside the fact that she was publicly suppressed and almost humiliated by Yi Xian, just the exchange item that Yi Xian was about to choose from her system exchange store was enough to make her suffer. Yi Xian naturally would not be polite, and it was Fairy Wuxia's responsibility to pay the bill afterwards. In addition, because of the failure of the system competition, the devouring system in her body would also be branded as a subordinate and would forever be under Yi Xian. There was basically no chance for her to make a comeback. Yi Xian was also well aware of all this. He also understood that the enmity between him and Fairy Wuxia would be difficult to resolve, so he did not intend to be polite at all. Taking advantage of the system to connect to the system in Fairy Wuxia's body and copy all the information and data in her database, and at the same time, leaving behind the system's source code imprint to confirm his affiliation. Yi Xian also excitedly browsed through the system's exchange shop, specifically choosing high-priced treasures to browse. Basically, all of them required a large amount of origin crystals to exchange for. Not long after, a type of crystal called the Mother Life Crystal attracted Yi Xian's attention. After checking the attributes and effects of this Mother Life Crystal, he was immediately overjoyed. He directly ignored the astronomical exchange price and directly decided that this was it. The reason why he was interested in this Mother Life Crystal was because it had a miraculous effect of greatly increasing the level of life of the evil spirit slimes. In this way, the quality of the fairy crystal that Yi Xian needed would also be greatly increased. This was one of the important issues that had been troubling him for a long time. The fairy crystal came from a creature called the evil spirit slimes. It was the crystallization of the energy within the evil spirit slimes.
This kind of crystal was also one of the natural life energy that could be absorbed by the world's insects. The evil spirit slimes were an alien race in the first universe. They were very ugly, and the surface of their bodies secreted a dark green poisonous liquid. Even among the hundreds of slave races of the Tianji clan in the first universe, this race was an extremely unpopular existence. In the first universe, Yi Xian had robbed one of the evil spirit slime space fortresses, which was later known as the Saint. There was an insect nest at the bottom of the ship, which was like a beehive. It was densely packed with evil spirit slime's insect eggs. This race was really enough to make people speechless. They actually built their nest on a space fortress. Chapter 3363. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Inside the crazy fortress, as the world bugs in the life fortress required the elven crystals and the evil spirit slimes to grow, Yi Xian had moved the slime's nest in the Holy Sun's lower hold to the life fortress, Long Yi Xian. He had specially opened up a space there for the bug eggs to reproduce, providing a steady supply of energy for the world bugs to grow. Unfortunately, although there was no problem with the supply of elven crystals, the world bugs' growth rate was still too slow. Only now did they grow from a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters to a huge fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. As for the various facilities inside the fortress, they were far from perfect. Because of this, Yi Xian had been searching for a type of pure life energy that could allow the world bugs in the Long Yi Xian to grow quickly, but to no avail. But today, this problem was finally about to be completely solved. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Master Life Crystal. Quality: pure and flawless. Effect: Life Evolution Energy Crystal. Can rapidly and continuously increase the life level of the evil spirit slimes. Do you want to use it immediately? After Yi Xian made his decision, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Then, a golden irregular crystal the size of a baby's fist appeared in Yi Xian's body. The devouring system was very mysterious. Even with Yi Xian's current level, he was still far from being able to see through it. To him, many of the functions of the devouring system were still covered in a mysterious veil, revealing its mysteries. For example, this golden master life crystal was clearly obtained from the binding system in Fairy Inxia's body. But Yi Xian didn't even have to do anything, and it automatically appeared in Fairy Inxia's body as if it was teleported. The exchange shop had a wide variety of exchange items. There were cultivation techniques, bloodlines, all kinds of natural treasures, rare minerals, and even completed magic treasures. Pills and so on. Some of these exchange items were stored in the form of information. Once exchanged, they would appear in the mind directly. For example, cultivation techniques, bloodlines, and abilities that could be exchanged were basically the same. Some were physical objects, such as natural treasures, rare minerals, magic treasures, and pills. These things were divided into two types. The first type was created by the system through energy conversion, such as pills, treasures, minerals, herbs, and so on. Because the system already had a clear understanding of the nature of these things, as long as there was enough energy, it could transform them into physical objects. The other type was something that even the system could not create out of thin air through energy conversion. This type of physical object was basically collected by the system and placed in the exchange shop. The golden essence crystal that Yi Xian had chosen belonged to this category. It was extremely rare, and even the devouring system that was bound to Yi Xian's body didn't have this item in the exchange shop. Use it now! After obtaining this Mother of Life crystal with great difficulty, Yi Xian couldn't wait any longer and immediately gave an affirmative reply to the system. Then, he turned to look at the 8 great guardian deities and the rest. This young master still needs to go into seclusion. You guys just need to look after these guys. As for this fierce woman, don't bother about her. If she wants to leave, let her go. This young master doesn't want such a fierce servant girl. After that, Yi Xian glanced at Fairy Yin Xia, who was glaring at him, and quickly left with the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the rest of the captives were dumbfounded as they watched him leave. They were already numb to Yi Xian's freakishness. He had just ended his seclusion and had broken through a great realm, okay? In the blink of an eye. He actually did it again. How could he let others live? After a short while, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler arrived at the central region's furnace volcano and returned to the plains at the bottom of the volcano. Yi Xian did not waste any time as he waved his hand and brought out the life fortress within his undying world, wild dragon roar. The plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano were vast enough. The wild dragon roar had just grown to the size of a giant fortress, so this place could easily accommodate it. Seeing Yi Xian mysteriously bring them back to the plains at the bottom of the furnace volcano, without saying a word, he waved his hand and summoned a giant space fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters.
It seemed to be rather shabby. Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were completely confused. After looking at each other, they all asked, "What are you doing now? Why bring out a space fortress for no reason? And it's at the bottom of the volcano? It's obvious that it's not something good. But isn't this space fortress a little too shabby? It should be sent back to the furnace to be reforged. How can it travel in space with such a shabby state?" "Yes, yes, yes. Don't you have a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters? I think it's called Thunderbolt or something. The name is so domineering. Then why keep such a shabby 10,000-meter fortress? If it were me, I would have thrown it away long ago. I feel bad just looking at it. If I really use it to travel in space, I'm afraid I'll be laughed at to death. Don't look down on this space fortress. It's a space treasure. It's one of a kind in the 3 dimensions of the universe." Seeing how the 3 girls described the wild dragon roar, Yi Xian immediately rolled his eyes and replied in annoyance, "Don't even mention a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Even if you give me 10 space fortresses in exchange for it, I definitely won't agree. This is such a huge loss." As soon as he finished speaking, the wild dragon roar, which was floating at the bottom of the furnace volcano, suddenly shook violently. Then, a jaw-dropping change happened without warning. It was like a raging fire. Almost crazy. In an instant, Yi Xian and the purplish warbler were dumbfounded. Sha sha sha. Boom! Low and continuous muffled sounds continued to ring out, accompanied by a dense and weak rustling sound. It gave people the feeling that countless silkworms were nibbling away at the mulberry leaves in a sea of mulberry. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the wild dragon roar, which was floating at a low altitude not far in front of them, was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only was its size expanding, the appearance of the ship was also changing. It did look quite shabby before, like a giant fortress that was about to explode. But now, as its size expanded rapidly, the appearance of the giant fortress was also changing rapidly, as if it was being refurbished. No, the wild dragon roar could no longer be called a giant fortress. The so-called giant fortress was only 10,000 meters in diameter, and the giant fortress was only 20,000 meters in diameter. But the wild dragon roar had clearly surpassed this value. Chapter 3364. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Xiao Yao Jie Jie. The Long Yi battleship was formed from the world's insects that the human pioneer, Xing Bo, had obtained. Initially, it was only a tiny bit. Later on, as the world's insects multiplied and grew, it slowly grew. It was like a coral reef at the bottom of the sea. The principle was basically the same. When Yi Xian obtained the Long Yi battleship, although it had already grown for tens of thousands of years, its diameter was only 5,000 meters. In just a few short months, the reason why the Long Yi battleship could grow into a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters was all because of the evil spirit slimes. If it weren't for the fact that new evil spirit slimes were born every second in the insect nest that was moved to the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, and the elven crystals in their bodies provided life energy, the Long Yi battleship wouldn't have been able to grow to such a size. However, compared to the changes in front of them, all of that was too insignificant. Once the mother life crystal was thrown into the insect nest at the bottom of the Long Yi battleship, all of the evil spirit slimes would immediately benefit. Their life level would rapidly increase, and the quality of the elven crystals in their bodies would also increase. In this way, the rate of reproduction of the world's insects would definitely increase rapidly. Furthermore, the number of the countless tiny molecules in the entire world's insects would increase tremendously. The most direct change to the Wild Dragon battleship would be that its growth rate would instantly skyrocket. Yi Xian had already mentally prepared himself for this. Even so, the terrifying expansion speed of the Long Yi battleship still gave him a big fright. He was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until the 3 purplish warbler girls cried out in shock that Yi Xian's body shook and he regained his senses. Heavens, what's going on? Has this broken fortress gone crazy? Look at this situation, it's clearly going to self-destruct. Am I dreaming? This is too scary. I've never heard of a space fortress being able to expand like a steamed bun. Could it be that it's alive?
This is too unbelievable.
Bastard, how many more secrets are you hiding from me? Was this bastion a living thing? Was it a living thing? A fortress of life? The bulge in front of her was clearly a sign of its rapid growth. Heavens, I'm actually seeing a bastion that can evolve and grow on its own? That's crazy.
Sha sha sha, accompanied by the three women's exclamations. The tiny noises that sounded like billions of silkworms eating echoed incessantly. It was exactly the reaction of the tiny population that made up the insect community of the entire world. They were multiplying rapidly, and their numbers were increasing exponentially every second.
That mother life crystal is indeed a good thing.
With such a rapid reproduction rate, I'm afraid that in less than a day, a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters will grow into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters.
Terrifying, truly terrifying. Yi Xian stared blankly at the life fortress of the Wild Dragon battleship, which was still expanding. However, its speed was slowly decreasing compared to its initial speed. Yi Xian sighed. Today was an eye-opener for him.
In just one day, a small starry sky fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had appeared out of nowhere. Even in the star-casting dock, the largest battleship in the Eternal Dynasty, this speed was absolutely impossible. No one would believe it even if it was said to be true.
However, there were also drawbacks to being too fast.
After all, for a space fortress, although the size was a hard index, the internal structure and the performance of the various equipment were the most important.
If the performance could not keep up, it would be useless no matter how big it was. It would be nothing more than a useless vase for decoration.
Therefore, while Yi Xian sighed, he quickly connected to the Artificial Intelligence Center of Wild Star with his consciousness and gave an order to limit the growth of the spaceship to a diameter of 50,000 meters.
After reaching this standard, the growth of the spaceship would stop immediately.
All the micromolecules that were multiplying in the future would be invested in the consolidation of the details of the battleship's performance and internal and external structure.
They would strive for perfection and perfection. Yi Xian had refined the insect core crystal, which was the center of the insect community in the entire world. After his order was transmitted through his consciousness, it would be strictly carried out immediately and unconditionally. Therefore, Yi Xian was soon relieved.
He did not need to pay attention to the rest of the matters.
The only thing he needed to do was to wait.
After Wild Star completed its unprecedented comprehensive evolution, he immediately brought the three ladies of the purplish warbler into the cabin to check the delightful results of the evolution.
Half a day later, outside the Shenong cauldron,
in a certain direction of the void outside the screen of the Great Space Trap Array, a figure was rapidly approaching like an immortal.
This young man was slightly thin, but he looked tall and slender. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his temperament was lively and unruly.
He was one of the four peerless heavenly talents of the human race, the pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyao Zi.
Not long ago, Xiaoyao Zi had set off from Kunling planet of the Heavenly Wind Empire.
He had been crossing the void with his physical body, and his speed was not slower than the battleships and fortresses that were constantly jumping through wormholes. All of this was thanks to a primordial treasure that he controlled. This primordial treasure was called the Barrier Breaker Boots, and it was said that it belonged to the ancestor of the primordial era, Qua Fu.
Legend had it that Qua Fu relied on this boots to chase after the sun.
It was a rare treasure that could be used to travel billions of miles in a day.
With this boots, one could cross wormholes in the universe with their physical body. Even if they had wings on their back, they would not be able to do it.
Moreover, there was another deeper meaning behind the words break through barriers.
It meant that it could break through barriers and move unhindered.
Facing all kinds of killing formations and ancient formations, one would not feel any pressure at all and would be able to leave as one wished without fear of being trapped by formations. However, he was different from the other three peerless heavenly talents of the human race. Among the other three, no matter if it was the fallen demon prince, the demon dust woman, or the fairy Yin Xia, they had all displayed their powerful combat strength in front of others.
However, Xiaoyao Zi had never fought with anyone before.
The reason why he was listed as one of the four peerless heavenly talents of the human race was not only because his cultivation was the same as the fallen demon prince and the other two, which was the peak of the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, but also because he could come and go freely with the barrier breaker boots.
At this moment, as Xiaoyao Zi arrived, exclamations could be heard from the surrounding void. It's him?
The pavilion master of Xiaoyao Pavilion, Xiaoyao Zi.
He actually came to join in the fun.
Half of the 4 peerless heavenly talents of the human race have come.
What a fast speed.
He was so far away a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, he is already here. Look, what is he trying to do?
He is going straight for the space trap array. Chapter 3365.
I came to offer my sword with the sudden arrival of unfettered Z. The surrounding void was in an uproar. The eyes of all the starry sky masters seemed to be faintly fixed on unfettered Z's leisurely walking legs.
What they saw was a pair of green leather boots. They were simple, but they were not shocking, and even seemed a little too low-key. These boots were the ancient treasure, the barrier breaker boots. Unfettered Z's speed in crossing the void was so fast that even a warship's wormhole jump could not compare to him. He was relying on these boots to traverse the void. However, although the barrier breaker boots were famous and respected as an ancient treasure, the starry sky masters present did not think that unfettered Z could ignore the void trap formation that had been completely sealed and walk in easily. After all, this formation was extremely extraordinary as well. It could completely cut off space, and was something that the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had painstakingly spent a large amount of precious materials to set up. If it couldn't even stop the unfettered one's pair of small leather boots, then it would really be too embarrassing. It would make others speechless.
It was precisely because of this that the moment Xiao Yaozi arrived, Jianghu, the clan elder of the war clan, who was guarding outside the formation and in charge of external affairs, immediately sneered and let out a light snort from his nose.
The corners of his mouth also outlined a hint of ridicule. He was clearly ready to see a joke.
Even Fairy Yin Xia, who had the soul-entangling chain and could turn it into a green dragon with a flick of her wrist, had entered through the reserved passage that had not been completely sealed by the void trap formation. Jianghu did not believe that unfettered Z could ignore the obstruction of the void trap formation and walk in. The next moment, the hint of ridicule at the corners of Jianghu's mouth had just appeared, but it instantly froze.
All the starry sky masters in the surrounding void were basically the same. They saw an unbelievable scene with their own eyes. It was too challenging for their nerves.
After unfettered Z, who had broken through the void, reached the edge of the void trap formation, he did not stop at all.
He lifted his foot and easily put his right foot into the void trap formation.
At that moment, the pair of green leather boots on his feet flashed with a cold and obscure brilliance, shrouding unfettered Z and making his figure illusory in an instant, as if he did not exist. Immediately afterwards, before the starry sky masters in the surrounding void could recover from their shock, the unfettered one had already caught up. His entire figure passed through the space trap array, entered it, and shot towards the giant star cauldron in the central domain of the array at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the enormous cauldron that was enshrouded in dense 9-colored mist and vanished completely.
First, it was the void trap formation's trap formation. Then, it was the star cauldron's field.
In less than 2 breaths of time, the unfettered one had already passed through them as if he had completely ignored them. It was not until his figure disappeared that gasps could be heard in the void outside the void trap formation like a tide. At the same time, in the space inside the Shennon cauldron, Yi Xian, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru had been away for more than half a day and had just returned.
To his surprise, Fairy Yin Xia did not leave.
However, she did not stay with the 8 great Vajras, Wu Chenzi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives of the human clan. At this moment, she was standing alone on a mountain peak in the distance. Her snow-white clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Her hair, which had been messed up by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder and lightning technique, had already been fixed, and her dark cheeks were as delicate as jade again, but the light in her eyes seemed to be colder than before, without a trace of the breath of a living person, as if she was looking at a dead person. Since Yi Xian was still far away, she had already locked onto him and had not moved away for a moment. Seeing Yi Xian and the other 3 return, the 8 great guardian deities and the others immediately came to greet them. At the same time, they subconsciously turned their heads to look at Yinxia Fairy on the mountain peak in the distance. They all shrunk their necks, looking aggrieved and resentful. Some of their movements were a little stiff, which clearly showed that they were injured. Looking at the sullen expressions of these fellows, Yi Xian almost instantly understood. It was obvious that not long after he left, when Yi Xian used the spirit reversal divine ability, the mental energy left behind on the soul-binding chain gradually dissipated. After the power of the chain was restored, the moment Fairy Silver Cloud escaped, she immediately poured all of her evil fire onto the 8 great Vajra and the others. No wonder she could be so calm when she saw Yi Xian at this moment. She was not like the fierce girl before at all.
It turned out that she had already been through a lot. Yi Xian frowned. When he was about to say something, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the 9-colored sky curtain above his head. The 8 great guardian deities and the other human clan prisoners were stunned for a moment and also looked up. On the mountain peak in the distance, Wuxia Fairy looked thoughtful. She glanced at the 9-colored sky curtain above her head and curled her lips. Her expression was full of disapproval. The next moment, a slightly thin figure came into everyone's sight. He walked through the 9-colored sky curtain as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. He glanced at the ground below and paused slightly on Wuxia Fairy, but soon locked on Yi Xian. Sizing him up from head to toe, with a flip of his hand, a long, narrow, and sharp blood-red long blade appeared in his palm. The blade was ferocious and unrestrained, emitting a dense evil aura, as if there was an invisible blood mist flowing and coiling around the blade from beginning to end. This was definitely a powerful and fierce blade that drank endless blood. You should be Ling Huchong, right? I'm Xiaoyao Zi, and I came here specially to offer a sacrifice to the blade. Glancing at Yi Xian, Xiaoyao Zi's figure stopped and stood in the void. As he spoke, he lowered his head and gently wiped the blood-red blade in his hand. His eyes burst out a blazing light as if he was caressing his lover. With an almost infatuated expression and tone, he spoke tirelessly as if he was muttering to himself. From his words, it could be seen that the exquisite blood blade in Xiaoyao Zi's hand with an astonishing evil aura was called Red Blood Chop. It was said that it was a piece of chaotic iron essence buried deep in the ground in order to avoid all the creatures in the world. It was formed after hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation. Unfortunately, the place where this iron essence was buried was a fierce and cold place. During this period, the chaotic iron essence absorbed a lot of blood in the fierce and cold place, emitting a threatening bloody demonic aura. After it turned into the shape of a chop because the blood aura was too strong, there was actually a bloody light coming out from the blade. Therefore, it was called Red Blood Chop. There was even a rumor that no matter who held this blood chop, their mind would be invaded by evil spirits and turned into a bloodthirsty demon that killed creatures. It was also said that once it was pulled out, it couldn't be sheathed without killing people. It would be stained with blood when it was drawn out, so it was called Red Blood Chop. The world only knows that I have the barrier breaker boots, but they don't know that apart from the boots, I also have another ancient treasure. Chapter 3366. Withered Demon vs. Scarlet Blood. You want to kill me as a sacrifice? Yi Xian was so angry that he was amused. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He actually came to the space inside the farmer god cauldron and shouted that he wanted to kill him as a sacrifice for the blood-red blade in his hand? One had to know that even without relying on the headless infant corpse, the Thunder Emperor seal, and the heavenly fallen bow, Yi Xian was only able to activate the power of the Shunnong Cauldron's domain within this cauldron. In an instant, he was able to surge out an orange flame that was as vast as the ocean. It was boundless and filled the entire cauldron space, and he could easily kill him and turn him into ashes. However, he did not intend to reveal this method yet. He planned to lure some powerful and troublesome enemies into the space inside the farmer god cauldron for a decisive battle in the future. Then, he would wait for an opportunity to launch an overwhelming ocean of orange-red flames when his enemies were unprepared. As for the fellow in front of him, although he was one of the 4 peerless geniuses that had recently appeared in the human clan and his reputation was extremely resounding, Yi Xian didn't place him in his eyes. Not long ago, he had suppressed an existence of the same level. Even his but had been whipped, so he didn't think much of it. In Yi Xian's opinion, this guy was not worthy of him revealing the fact that the space inside the cauldron could be ignited at any time at his will. This was a trump card that could only be used on a real powerhouse. Scarlet Blood Chop? Once it is drawn, it cannot be returned to the sheath without killing someone. It must be stained with blood when it is drawn, right? Yi Xian glanced at Xiaoyao Zi, curled his lips and mocked. It sounds quite scary. However, in front of this young master, whether it's you or this broken blade, neither of you have the qualifications to say anything about killing and sacrificing the blade. These words should be said by this young master. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already raised his hand and waved it. A blood-black light shot out from between his eyebrows and expanded, instantly turning into a ferocious demon blade with black and red demonic patterns intertwined all over its body. Perhaps its evil aura was slightly inferior to that of Xiaoyao Zi's Scarlet Blood Chop, but its demonic aura was 30% more ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. Screech!
Although the withered demon Bloodblade's blade spirit was still asleep, this blade was already extraordinary. At this moment, as soon as Yi Xian took it out, it immediately sensed the aura of the scarlet bloodchop in the air in front of it. This was clearly the provocation of the withered demon Bloodblade. It was impossible for a mountain to contain two tigers. Two unparalleled blades with overflowing evil auras appeared in the air at the same time. Before Yi Xian could even make a move, the withered demon Bloodblade was already unable to hold itself back. Of these two supreme blades, one is a primordial treasure, the other a quasi-starry sky treasure. They are of similar grades. However, your scarlet bloodchop is from the primordial era, while my withered demon Bloodblade is from the present age, personally refined by this young master. Seeing the battle intent of the withered demon Bloodblade that was hovering in front of his head, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism. He smiled and said, "Today, let's see if it's your desolate ancient scarlet blood flames that stretch for 1,000 miles, or this young master's withered demon flames that overflow into the heavens." In other words, he clearly wanted to let the withered demon Bloodblade and Xiao Zi's scarlet bloodchop fight a battle of supremacy between the two supreme blades. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Yin Xia, who was dressed in white and looked like a fairy, had a flash of light in her eyes. Even she looked fascinated. As for the 8 great guardian deities, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the rest of the human prisoners, they were all excited and looked forward to the battle after being stunned for a moment. Primordial precious treasures or weapons at the quasi-starry sky treasure level were rare to begin with, and it was already rather rare to see one on a normal day. Today, not only had two appeared together, it just so happened that both of them were supreme blades of slaughter that emanated monstrous devilish intent. Such a situation was truly something that could only be chanced upon by luck, and no matter who it was, they would want to witness the battle between these two supreme blades of slaughter. In fact, in addition to the people in the space inside the cauldron, even the powerhouses of the great families outside the cauldron who were guarding the void around the great space trap array were also looking forward to this battle. Countless people had already gathered their gazes on the silver light curtain hanging above the mouth of the Shenong cauldron inside the great space trap array. However, Xiao Zi didn't seem to be satisfied with this suggestion. He glanced at Yi Xian with a sneer and said sarcastically, "Just let these two blades fight? What about you and me? Ling Hu Chong, are you avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial? You don't dare to fight me, so you came up with this idea. It's really hard for you. Don't worry, I'm not interested in bullying ants." Speaking of this, the unfettered one sneered again and continued proudly, "Since your cultivation is only at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm, then I will seal my cultivation at the same level, so as to avoid you from being dissatisfied with your defeat and sullying my reputation. In addition, I have said before that I am here to sacrifice my blade. If you don't fight me, how can I sheathe my crimson blood beheader? If that's really the case, then I can only bear the humiliation of bullying the weak and take the initiative to challenge you to a battle." The meaning behind his words was that he had to cut Yi Xian down from the sky today. He had to fight, but if he didn't, then he could only wait to be hunted down. This was not an ordinary confidence. It was simply shocking. There's no need for you to ask for a fight. This young master also has the same intention. I only hope that you won't turn around and run for your life after you've been beaten badly. Otherwise, this young master will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with those lousy boots on your feet." Yi Xian was so angry that he laughed instead. He raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Zi. He was arrogant, but Yi Xian was even more arrogant. At this moment, he was in high spirits and the battle intent in his chest surged. As for suppressing his cultivation, there's no need. Isn't it just the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm? I am also at the level 1 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Compared to you, we are 2 realms apart and 1 level apart. It is enough to suppress you." Hearing this, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other human prodigies all opened their mouths wide. Their faces were full of shock, as if they had just been struck by lightning. Even the white-robed figure on the mountain peak in the distance couldn't help but have a touch of admiration on his face at this moment. As for the starry sky masters from the top families and sects outside the space trap formation, they were in an uproar. They had thought that Xiao Zi was too arrogant before. After Fairy Yin Xia was suppressed, he still dared to treat young Master Linghu so arrogantly. Who would have thought that there was even more arrogance in the arrogance? The latter didn't give in at all and said that he was only 2 realms apart and could suppress such a person. This was crazy. Whoosh! Screech! Boom! Chapter 3367.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Spinning Top Pavilion Fool, Whoosh. Screech. Rumble. While all the experts in and out of the Shennon Cauldron were in an uproar because of Yi Xian's earth-shattering words, the battle between the latter and the Unfettered One finally began. This battle was unavoidable no matter what. Although Yi Xian and the Unfettered One did not say it out loud, they both knew what was going on. This was because the Unfettered One was also a host of the devouring system. In fact, the so-called four peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan who suddenly appeared not long ago were also carriers of the system, just like Yi Xian. These four competitors of Yi Xian were the cream of the crop among a large number of hosts of the system. Two of them were even like Yi Xian, from a sealed planet that was completely isolated from the rest of the universe. Back then, DR had spread out a vast number of system seeds. They were not only limited to the third universe, which was ruled by the human race, but also the second universe, the first universe, which was occupied by the Tianji race, and even some mysterious universe planes that had not been explored yet. DR had even spread them out. Many of the system seeds had never encountered a life form that could activate them and thus obtained a host to attach to. They were still drifting in the boundless void, endlessly drifting. However, a large portion of the system seeds had met a host and successfully completed the contract. However, among these lucky ones, more than 99% had died prematurely, or had never achieved anything at all. They were silently wasting their time in the corners of some planets in the three universes. Apart from Yi Xian, the only system hosts that had been born were the four peerless heavenly legends of the younger generation of the human clan. They had never met each other before, so whether it was Fairy Yin Xia or the Unfettered One, they had only met Yi Xian formally and had a certain degree of interaction with him before they were unexpectedly alerted by the system and suddenly realized the truth. Previously, when Yi Xian and the Unfettered One were arguing back and forth, the familiar system notifications rang in their minds. The content was basically the same as before. As the two system hosts met each other, the competition between the different system hosts and the system hosts instantly began. Fairy Yin Xia, who was at the peak of the distant mountain, was also surprised by the fact that Carefree was also a system carrier. Although she had already failed in the competition between system hosts, the devouring system had already been branded with a subordinate source code by the system controlled by Yi Xian. She no longer had the qualifications to compete with the other system hosts. Because of this reason, when the system hosts of the Unfettered One system host in translation, when the other system hosts were about to start an internal competition, Fairy Yin Xiao's translation, the system in her body, the Unfettered One could only in Fairy Yin Xiao's translation when the other system hosts of the Unfettered translation is translation is translation? Translation is translation is translation is translation is translation on translations is translation is translation. Translation at the same time, Fairy Yin Xia was very nervous about the final result of this battle. She couldn't tell who she hoped would win in the end. Maybe she didn't want either one of them. But that was obviously impossible. At this moment, a series of ear-piercing sounds rang out, accompanied by the fierce roars of the two peerless murderous weapons, the withered demon bloodblade and the crimson bloodchop. Yi Xian and the Unfettered One soared into the air at the same time. Boundless pressure surged around them, and they collided with each other with a loud bang. A huge rumble shook the heavens. Even the mountains not far away in this vast space within the cauldron seemed to be shaken by this invisible and terrifying impact, and they began to sway slightly. Both of them were peerless geniuses of the current human race. They were absolutely stunning. In terms of battle weapons and magic treasures, they were evenly matched. Of course, this was the general assessment made without taking into account Yi Xian's powerful skills and divine abilities, such as the headless infant corpse, the Rai Di seal, the fallen sky bow, and so on. Yi Xian had the withered demon bloodblade and the indestructible glass armor that could activate the second mecha state. As for the Unfettered One, apart from the crimson bloodchop, he also had a pair of barrier breaker boots on his feet, which gave him terrifying speed and other advantages. In a situation where both of them had equal battle weapons, one of them had a great advantage in terms of defense and strength due to the indestructible glass armor. Apart from the battle weapons, the other one had superior speed and terrifying ability to deal with attacks. However, while the advantage of the battle weapon and the magic treasure was equally matched, the difference in cultivation between the two was simply too great. One of them was at the peak of the Mystic Light Realm 9th stage, and was only one step away from the Void Realm 1st stage. The other was only at the Grotto Heaven 1st stage, which was the 9th stage. He had just broken through and entered this stage not long ago. The gap between their cultivation realms was simply too great. This was clearly a gap that was almost 2 whole realms apart. As such, there weren't many people who thought that Yi Xian would win this battle. Even the 3 women from the purplish warbler had a worried expression on their faces. The barrier breaker boots were indeed extraordinary. As a support-type primordial treasure, once its power was fully unleashed, its effects were truly shocking. The barrier breaker boots started to move around Yi Xian, constantly circling around Yi Xian, who was tightly protected by the glass armor. His speed was so fast that his entire body turned into an undetectable dark light. Even Yi Xian's bewitching soul eyes couldn't keep up with the barrier breaker boots, and he almost couldn't capture the unfettered one's figure. During this period of time, Xiaoyao Zi, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, would occasionally wait for an opportunity to attack. Although the scarlet blood slash didn't leave a single mark on Yi Xian's mecha, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th stage of the profound light realm. He was 2 whole realms higher than Yi Xian, so his strength was extremely terrifying. After 7 or 8 slashes, although the glass armor wasn't damaged, Yi Xian was shaken to the point of dizziness. Even his blood flow was a bit unstable. This reminded him of the Heaven's Legacy race's upper echelon that had been killed by his Rai D seal in the dark purple mecha before the fusion. He definitely couldn't continue like this. He was too passive. The opponent was using a strategy of moving around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. He was using his advantage to the extreme, and Yi Xian was completely suppressed. He had great strength, but he couldn't hit his target at all. Although the glass armor's defense was equally shocking, Yi Xian, who was inside the glass armor and had already fused perfectly with it, couldn't continuously resist this terrifying shockwave. If he were to be killed inside the glass armor as time went on, he would become a laughingstock. What happened to the sacrificial blade? Shouldn't you be very domineering? Why do I feel like you only know how to rely on the speed of those lousy boots on your feet to run circles around this young master? Yi Xian felt quite sullen in this battle. His opponent was too fast, and his footwork was too unpredictable. It made him feel like he was punching a pile of cotton. Chapter 3368. It's hard to not be famous spinning top pavilion clown? When this laughable name reached his ears, Unfettered One was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. Although he was arrogant, he was not reckless, especially in battle. Even when facing an opponent who was much weaker than him, Unfettered One would never underestimate them. If he did not have the mentality of an eagle hunting a rabbit, he might not have been able to grow all the way and live to this day. Therefore, in the face of Yi Xian, whose entire body was wrapped in a quasi-starry sky treasure-level battle armor, not only was his defense shockingly terrifying, but his strength was also increased by several times due to the support of the battle armor. Unfettered One didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his strategy of constantly wandering around and waiting for an opportunity to attack. Only in this way would he be able to bring out his advantage to the fullest. At the same time, he would be able to subtly remove his opponent's reliance on defense and strength. However, although Unfettered One's battle strategy was clear, he did not expect Yi Xian's poisonous mouth at all. The pavilion master of Unfettered Pavilion, with such an elegant and transcendent title, was actually called a clown from Spinning Top Pavilion. It was a simple sentence of ridicule, but its lethality was too shocking. Obviously, after this battle, the name of Spinning Top Pavilion Clown would be thoroughly spread throughout the world, and Unfettered One would become famous overnight, once again stirring up a storm and leading the world. This was really too insidious. With Unfettered One's cold arrogance, how could he endure such a large-scale and comprehensive ridicule on the level of a universe plane? At this moment, as the insulting words of the Spinning Top Pavilion entered his ears, he could no longer remain calm. He roared with a thunderous roar. "You want to provoke me? Ling Huchong, you did it!" Roar. Screech! With a roar, Unfettered One's figure finally stopped, and the crimson blood slash that had been hovering around him instantly shot out, chopping down on the mech giant's head. Above Yi Xian's head, the withered demon blood blade had been hovering around him, locking onto the crimson blood slash around Unfettered One, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the opportunity finally came. The moment the crimson blood slash was shot out and chopped down, the withered demon blood blade trembled slightly, letting out a cheerful roar, and immediately met the attack. Blood-black demon flames instantly surged, covering a small area of the void with this faintly discernible and frightening demon flames. Clang! The two fierce demon blood blades, like a needle against an wheat, bombarded one's demon blood blade, let out a shocking sound of metal clashing.
At this moment, whether it was Wuchen, Gong Wuxin and the other heavens pridelings captives of the human race who were looking up from the ground below, or the starry sky masters of the various top aristocratic families and forces who were watching the battle in the void around the void trap formation, all of them had their hearts in their mouths.
Their eyes were fixed on the area where the two fierce flames were clashing.
One was from the primordial era while the other was from the current era.
Both of them were supremely ferocious blades.
Gotcha.
It was also at this moment that Yi Xian took advantage of the unfettered one's body finally coming to a stop, no longer transforming into a streak of light, to activate the spiritual thunder technique without hesitation.
A few crackling sounds of lightning could be heard from the battlefield in mid-air, but it was impossible to see what was happening.
On the ground below, Wuchen, Gong Wuxin, and the other demon blood spears subconsciously shrank their necks. They had a conditioned reaction to this kind of crackling sound. They had seen Yi Xian use it several times before, so it was really impossible to guard against it. The speed of lightning was originally fast, and Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was condensed from spiritual energy, so its speed was even faster than lightning in nature. Coupled with the fact that it was shapeless and intangible, it was simply maddening.
Basically, by the time the crackling sound of lightning could be heard, it had already struck the top of the head.
And so it was. A woo! Almost at the same time, a mournful howl suddenly came from the battlefield in mid-air. Gong Wuxin and the other demon blood spears all had the same expression on their faces. On the mountain peak in the distance, Fairy Yin Xia subconsciously clenched her small fists at this moment, and her face instantly darkened. Although she had now regained the appearance of a banished fairy, the scene of her hair turning into a bird's nest and her face turning into the bottom of a pot by Yi Xian's spiritual thunder technique was too tragic. It was an eternal pain in her memory. And now, this kind of pain was replicating itself, appearing in the unfettered one's body. As the mournful howl sounded, his figure suddenly staggered and almost fell from the void. However, in the next moment, his figure disappeared as he took a step forward.
When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 miles away from the battlefield in the void.
His face was black, his hair was standing up, and faint black smoke was coming out of his nose. It was obvious that he was almost charred on the outside and separated on the inside. He had just stopped moving when he was suddenly attacked.
Unprepared, his whole body trembled with fear. He directly avoided the battle and used the power of the heavenly feet divine ability of the obstacle-breaking boots on his feet.
In an instant, he was 100 miles away from the battlefield. It should be known that this was the internal space of the Shenong Cauldron.
Even the atmosphere of some administrative planets could not be used for teleportation due to the suppression of the star defense array, let alone here.
But he had successfully teleported and moved 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. This scene fell into the eyes of Yi Xian, and he immediately rolled his eyes. He sighed in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. He curled his lips and shouted in the direction where the unfettered one appeared. "I'm sorry, big brother, I was wrong just now. You are not a fool from the top pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a fool from the tortoise pavilion. You are a coward."
Puff. A fool from the tortoise pavilion?
Hearing this, the unfettered one felt his chest tighten. The internal injuries that he had suffered from 3 spiritual thunderbolts finally broke out.
He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood.
At this moment, he was really furious. First, it was the fool from the top pavilion. Now, it was the fool from the tortoise pavilion. It would be difficult for him not to become famous now. He would definitely become famous in the 3 main planes.
Ah! In extreme anger, the unfettered one raised his head and roared. The aura around his body surged and surged. However, at this moment, his appearance was too horrible to look at. Although the injuries he suffered were not painful at all, his hair stood up, and his face was as black as a ghost. He suddenly raised his arms and roared to the sky. Anyone who saw him would think that there must be something wrong with his brain.
Alas! Another peerless genius has been suppressed. Even his brain has been damaged by the lightning. How sad! How lamentable! On the ground below, Gong Wuxin and the other human heavenly legends looked at each other and sighed. On the top of the mountain in the distance, Fairy Yin Xia frowned slightly. Although she had vaguely guessed this result, when it really happened, she was still a little disappointed. This guy is really so freakish. Is no one strong enough to suppress him? Chapter 3369.
Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. A wolf-like weapon.
God, what did I just see? Another peerless genius of the human race has been suppressed?
In just one day, more than half of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race have been killed by one person.
Who can stop the rise of young Master Linghu?
The reputation of the Carefree Pavilion has been ruined. Even worse than that of Fairy Wuxia. The reputation of the idiot of the Spinning Top Pavilion and the idiot of the Tortoise Pavilion is destined to spread throughout the 3 universes.
Nobody can stop him. Yes. He is going to be famous.
I want to be struck by lightning.
Sigh, I didn't lose unjustly. Young Master Linghu's shapeless thunderbolt divine ability is too abnormal.
With the speed of lightning, it strikes down invisibly.
Even heavenly gods can't avoid it. That's right. This technique is the best for sneaky people. It's perfect for someone as thick-skinned as young Master Linghu. It's tailor-made for him.
Not to mention those at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm. Even those in the universe would be struck a few times.
Although it wouldn't hurt them, their hair would be blown up and their image would be ruined.
So, this young Master Linghu has to be careful of those in the 15th level of the universe, right?
My brother is so powerful.
As Unfettered Z was struck by several invisible spiritual thunderbolts, he used his Heavenly Feet magical ability and instantly dodged far away. Outside the space trap Great Array, the Masters of Starry Sky from various top families and forces were in an uproar. For a moment, there was a lot of discussion, and the entire void was noisy. It was also at this moment that the devilish flame aura that had enveloped a small space where the 2 peerless blades had clashed finally dissipated slightly, and the situation inside could be vaguely seen.
On the other side, the battle had already been decided.
Apart from relying on the barrier breaker boots to move around, the Unfettered One could only stretch out his neck and let the lightning strike him.
There was no suspense. Even if he won in the end, it would be an unfair victory. There was nothing worth seeing. However, the result of the 2 peerless blades' collision was more exciting.
The masters in the universe were nervous again, and they all looked over. At the same time, in the space inside the Shengnong Cauldron, where the battle was taking place in the sky. Clang! Screech! The second sound of metal clashing rang out, followed closely by the howl of the withered demon blood blade.
However, the Unfettered One's scarlet blood beheader remained silent from beginning to end.
In the next moment, the monstrous demonic flames that had already enveloped this small area of the void suddenly surged again. From within it, a blood-red light shot out and shot towards the direction where the Unfettered One stood.
It was the red blood slash.
What was strange was that in just a few seconds, the originally fierce and boundless crimson blood beheader, at this moment, even the blood-red demonic flames that endlessly wrapped around the blade had dimmed by half.
Although the blade was not damaged, its aura had declined too much.
Clearly, in this battle of the unrivaled fierce blade crown, it had lost a lot of its power. Screech read translation. Subsequently, within the monstrous devil flames that enveloped a small area of space, the ferocious withered devil blood blade chased after him with a bang. Its aura surged, and it was even more powerful than before. The black and red devil flames that poured out from the ferocious blade were actually like a large river that hung in the sky, and its vast and majestic aura was dazzling.
Buzz!
The crimson blood slash instantly shot out violently and returned to the Unfettered One, and it circled above the Unfettered One while emitting a weak droning sound. It seemed to be telling something, and it was completely different from its boundlessly ferocious aura from before. It was like a naughty child had finally encountered an even more ferocious little demon king, and it was beaten into fear.
What? A small half of his slaughter origin energy was sucked away? In the air 50 kilometers away, Carefree's roar sounded out. His entire body went berserk.
He actually jumped in the air, raised his hand, and pointed towards Yixian as he cursed.
Linghu Chong, what the hell is your battle weapon? What happened to the fair battle? What happened to the battle between weapons? Why did you play dirty?
You are actually eating while fighting. You have absorbed almost half of the origin of slaughter that I have accumulated with great difficulty.
This. You are really jackals of the same tribe.
Both the master and the weapon are like this.
Why did you play dirty?
Ah! At the end of his speech, the Unfettered One raised his head and roared madly again. On the ground below, Wuchen Zi, Gong Wuxin, and the other human heavenly talents looked at each other speechlessly. They shook their heads and sighed.
Sigh, if this continues, I'm afraid we will really be driven crazy. There was an uproar in the void around the void trap formation. They were more or less mentally prepared for Yi Xian suppressing the unfettered one. After all, there was the precedent of Fairy Yin Xia, and this was not the first time that Yi Xian had used his spiritual thunder technique. Its effect was obvious to all. Therefore, the experts of the starry sky were not surprised that the unfettered one was almost suppressed.
However, the fact that the Scarlet Bloodslash was so thoroughly defeated and was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled left them dumbstruck.
I'm really speechless. The unfettered pavilion's master was completely defeated. He was beaten to the point of running away, and so was his weapon.
How could he have the nerve to say that young Master Ling Hu and his weapon were the same?
His side is clearly the same, okay? Ha ha ha. That's right. The only difference is that the idiot of the spinning top pavilion and his weapon are both idiots. They ran away after a fight. What a perfect match. The withered demon Bloodblade? It's so powerful.
A divine weapon of the same level, and one that originated from the primordial era, was actually beaten to the point where it turned around and fled.
Young Master Ling Hu is truly amazing, to be able to personally refine such a demonic blade in the present age. While fighting, it's able to absorb the origin of slaughter accumulated in the opponent's divine weapon. Who dares to use a magic weapon to fight against such an invincible weapon? Every collision will suck a small amount of the slaughter origin. If this happens a few more times, the magic weapon will be destroyed. Too shameless, too despicable. But why do I like it so much? If only I could have such a vicious weapon. It would be invincible. Once it is used, the opponent will not dare to throw their magic weapons. They will immediately put them away, like guarding against a wolf. Just looking at it is addicting. That's right. Isn't this invincible vicious weapon the nature of a wolf? Greedy and vicious. Too amazing. The outside world was in an uproar, but the battlefield in the Shennon Cauldron was quiet at this moment. The unfettered master was still standing in the void 100 miles away. His image was terrible. He gritted his teeth and stared fiercely at Yi Xian, but he did not continue to rush forward. There was no way to continue this battle. The opponent's method was too shameless. On the human side, there was an invisible lightning that struck him. On the other side, the divine weapon was even worse. It had only been 2 attacks, but it had absorbed half of the slaughter origin of the Scarlet Bloodslash. Before a solution was found, it was clear that the more they fought, the more they would die. How about it? Do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat, immediately admit defeat. You know what I mean. Chapter 3370. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The bet no one knew what Yi Xian meant by asking him to admit defeat, but Unfettered One understood. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who was standing at the peak of the mountain in the distance, understood. Once one admitted defeat, it meant that one admitted defeat in this competitive mission and was willing to accept the consequences. At that time, what he would lose was not only the exchange item that he had paid for in the system exchange shop, but also some kind of opportunity and good fortune in the future. Whether it was Yi Xian, Fairy Yin Xia, or even Unfettered One, none of them knew what the final goal of the devouring system in their bodies was. But no one wanted to reach that step before the system in their body was branded with the source code of another system that represented a subordinate relationship. That would be too passive. No matter what kind of situation they would face in the future, this kind of subordinate brand would become a restriction, a hidden danger. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, Unfettered One would never admit defeat so easily. If Fairy Yin Xia could not bear the torture of being slapped by Yi Xian in public, she would not have let go so easily. However, this trick was obviously useless against Unfettered One. He was a man. Not to mention being slapped, even if one took off his pants and used a knife to stab him, it might not be enough to make him yield. Moreover, he had a pair of primordial treasure-level barrier breaker boots on his feet. The mighty god was indeed extraordinary. It could actually perform teleportation in the internal space of the Shennon Cauldron and ignore the restrictions of the internal field of the cauldron. It was not an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to leave, Yi Xian would not be able to stop him at all. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly had a big headache. If the other party did not admit defeat, not to mention temporarily not having any means, even if he did, would he be able to capture him alive? This guy was simply a loach. Even if he could not beat him, he could still escape. He was too difficult to deal with. Depressed, Yi Xian frowned and could not help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, Unfettered One, who was hundreds of miles away in the void, sneered, "Admit defeat? You actually have the nerve to say such words. Ling Huchong, you should raise your hand and touch it to see if your face is still there. In my opinion, the one who should admit defeat is clearly you." At this point, Ling Huchong sneered arrogantly and continued, "Although this battle ended in a hurry, did you really defeat me? My battle prowess is not damaged at all. It's just that your methods are too sinister, and even your divine weapon is the same. I haven't thought of a way to deal with you yet, so I'm temporarily calling a truce. Once I think of a countermeasure, I will definitely suppress you. My only worry is that you won't be able to wait until then. Once the Heaven Battle Emperor clan's old ancestor Jianghu returns, you will definitely be suppressed. Although your Shennon cauldron is also a precious treasure from the primordial era, it is not a treasure that focuses on the power of formations but on the refining of medicines. Since Fairy Inxia and I can enter, do you think that the so-called old friend that Jianghu personally invited can't enter? Even if we took advantage of the opportunity to escape in advance before they returned, we have no chance now. The space trapping formation outside the cauldron has been completely sealed. Apart from me, no one can leave easily. Even Fairy Inxia, although she can easily enter your Shennon cauldron, it is absolutely not easy for her to rush out of the space trapping formation. She will have to pay a great price. Don't forget that there are still a large number of starry sky masters outside the Void Trap Grand Array, eyeing you covetously like a tiger watching its prey. By the time you exhausted all your strength to rush out of the Void Trap Grand Array with great difficulty, before you could catch your breath, endless attacks had already enveloped you. So this time, no matter what, you have no hope of surviving. In that case, it's better to just admit defeat. In the end, Xia Yozi finally said the core meaning of his words. His expression softened a little, and his tone softened a little. Anyway, you can't escape the fate of death or being suppressed in the end. Today, you and I can meet and fight, which is a kind of fate. Just admit defeat and end this good karma with me before you die. What do you think? Fate, your sister. Who said I'm going to be suppressed and die? Yi Xian finally understood. After all this time, this brat was just trying to take advantage of the situation. He wanted to persuade Yi Xian to accept his fate and give him good luck for free. Yi Xian didn't like this kind of scheming, Smiling Tiger the most. He immediately became angry and pointed his finger at Xiaoyao, who was 50 kilometers away, and scolded, "You're so shameless, you actually want to take advantage of me for nothing. You even said such good words, and even said such *T words like meeting a battle is fate. This young master is extremely suspicious that you are a bald donkey that escaped from some broken temple. Otherwise, why would you swindle me under the banner of good karma?" Pooh! In the distance, Xia Yozi's face turned purple. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. However, before Yi Xian could finish his words, he suddenly thought of something. He raised his head and glanced at the silver light curtain in the sky. With a flash of light in his eyes, he looked at Gong Wuxin on the ground below and shouted, "Hey, Gong Wuxin, remove that damn light curtain. Those old bastards outside have been peeping for so long. It's time for them to take a break. I don't want to see needles in their eyes." As soon as he said that, the people outside the Void Trap formation were cursing like a tide. Everyone was called bastards by him. The big ones were bastards, the small ones were little bastards, and the old ones were old bastards. His mouth was too vicious. It was supposed to be a grand gathering of experts, but what had become of it now? A meeting of bastards? This was intolerable. In the midst of the cursing, all the experts in the starry sky were eager to enter the Void Trap formation. As soon as the people inside came out, they would immediately vent their anger. After all, young Master Ling Hu suddenly asked Gong Wuxin to remove the crystal ball mirage technique. He would definitely take action. If there was no accident, he would most likely escape. Yi Xian was unaware of all this. At this moment, after seeing Gong Wuxin remove the silver light curtain in the sky as he said, he continued, "Isn't it just a void trap formation outside? I don't care about it at all. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. Do you really think that those lousy boots on your feet can ignore the sealing power of the formation? I have a similar method, and I don't need to rely on magical weapons. It's my own magical power, which is more magical and faster. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet? You want to take advantage of a ready-made opportunity. Why can't I? However, I am open and aboveboard, unlike you who play tricks. I will use an open scheme. Let's see if you dare to accept it. Speaking of this, Yi Xian grinned and glanced at Xiao Yaozi from the corner of his eyes. Then he continued, there will be a winner between you and me. Since this battle can't continue, why don't we make a bet? Aren't you confident that you can enter and exit the formation outside with ease with those lousy boots on your feet? Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. Chapter 3371. A bunch of tigers blocking the door. Hearing Yi Xian's suggestion, the unfettered one frowned and began to think quickly. He now had a deep understanding of how difficult it was to deal with Yi Xian. However, this bet was indeed an open scheme. The unfettered one pondered for a while but did not find anything wrong with it. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, he immediately nodded and agreed. Immediately, the notifications of their respective systems rang in their minds at the same time. Although this bet was between Yi Xian and the unfettered one, it was related to the outcome of the devouring systems in their bodies. Therefore, all of this was done under the witness of the two systems and even formed a system contract. There was no possibility of any tricks at all. Because of this, the unfettered one was completely relieved. When the system confirmed that the bet was established, a cold smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Yi Xian and said proudly, "You're courting death, so don't blame me. The bet has been established. When shall we begin?" "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. When the time comes, I'll walk out of this cauldron with you. This is only fair. Unfortunately, you're destined to have no chance of winning. Even if I let you leave first, you won't win. Keep bragging. Keep bragging, there's no hurry. Anyway, this young master has plenty of time. Since I'm going to leave, I have to deal with the affairs in this cauldron." Yi Xian curled his lips and glanced at the unfettered one. As he spoke, he pressed his body down and landed on the ground. This young master still has to put away this cauldron after leaving this place. I also have to deal with the interference and attacks of the various forces and aristocratic families outside. Speaking of which, there are quite a lot of things to do before breaking the formation and escaping. You have nothing to do and can leave as soon as you go out. You've taken advantage of this bet. The unfettered one frowned. Although he did not say anything, he vaguely felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Everything Yi Xian said was true. This bet seemed to be fair, but in fact, it was not. Once the unfettered one and Yi Xian walked out of the Shenong cauldron and appeared in the void trap formation outside the cauldron, the two of them would face a different situation instantly. Yi Xian was encumbered by many firms and his movements were restricted. He could not immediately use his means to escape from the void trap formation. In fact, he was indeed at a disadvantage. But since Yi Xian had already realized all of this, why did he still take the initiative to propose this bet as if nothing had happened? Even though the carefree master was unable to come to a conclusion after pondering for a while, the uneasy feeling in his heart became even stronger because of this. He had already been secretly paying attention to this matter, and had increased his vigilance in order to guard against any trickery. "Are you all ready?" Yi Xian did not pay attention to the unfettered one. After landing, he immediately looked at Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other prisoners of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other prisoners of the alien race. He spread his hands and said, "Originally, I wanted to use you as a protective talisman in my hand so that those old bastards outside would not dare to attack me. I could use this to buy time. After I get out of here, I can put away the cauldron and break through by force." But now, this young master suddenly changed his mind, "So you are free. Later, everyone can leave. Remember, everyone, including this young master and that idiot in the distance, rush out of the 9-colored sky curtain at the same time. I will say it directly. The reason for this is that this young master just hopes that you can at least play a role in disrupting the situation, so that I can fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Of course, if you don't want to leave, you can stay in this cauldron. After this young master escapes, I will let you out. As for the 8 great Vajras, don't even think about leaving. The families behind you did not pay the ransom. For the next 100 years, you will be my men. As for you..." At the end of his words, Yi Xian seemed to suddenly think of something. He turned his head and looked at the peak of a mountain in a certain direction in the distance. He rolled his eyes and said, "Fierce girl, in a moment, you will also rush out with us. This young master does not keep idle people in this young master's territory.
This young master does not have the luck to enjoy such a fierce style of yours.
The previous title of servant girl is cancelled. Fairy Wuxia was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth, but she did not reply with a cold snort. She had already decided in her heart that she would not be affected by Yi Xian's words. She could see that this guy was a bastard.
If she was easily angered, she would not survive more than 3 days by his side.
She would definitely be angered to death.
100 miles away, Xiaoyaozi, who was standing in the void for a long time, showed a look of understanding on his face, but a trace of contempt slowly outlined at the corner of his mouth.
After listening to Yi Xian's words, he finally understood his plan. It turned out that he wanted to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. How naive and childish.
At the same time, in the void around the Shunnong cauldron, the experts of the various top families, forces, and sects in the human clan camp were quickly rushing toward the space-trapping formation, including the alien allied forces from various clans in the second universe. More than a dozen elders of various clans in the second universe had all appeared. With ferocious expressions on their faces, they rushed toward a temporarily opened passage of the formation. The silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique suddenly disappeared, which made all the forces in the outside world instantly pay attention to it. They felt that young Master Linghu had started to take action and was preparing to escape. After all, the Heaven and Earth ancestor Jianghu, who was in the 15th realm of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, had left for some time and was most likely going to return. At that time, the two powerful figures of the Heaven and Earth ancestor would be together, and they would most likely be able to directly enter the giant star cauldron.
Even if young Master Linghu had 10 conditions, it was not enough to play with. If he wanted to live, he had to escape before that. However, it was obviously impossible for him to rush out of the giant star cauldron at will. He would most likely break through the formation directly. Some people thought that he would take the captured Heaven's prides of the human clan and the 8 alien young masters, such as Medusa, as hostages and leave with them. Some people also thought that he might reach some kind of agreement with Fairy Wuxia or even Xiaoyaozi, and let these two people take him to break out of the encirclement. After all, before the silver light curtain formed by the crystal ball mirage technique disappeared, young Master Linghu was talking to Xiaoyaozi across the void. Now that the silver light curtain was temporarily removed, what he was going to say next, which was not convenient for the outside world to know, would most likely be related to Xiaoyaozi. It was precisely because of this that a large number of experts of the starry sky, who had entered the space-trapping formation at this moment, had basically listed Xiaoyaozi as the most important target in their hearts. As soon as he rushed out of the giant star cauldron, he would immediately become the focus of attention. The reason why Zhang Yi agreed to temporarily open a formation passage for all the experts of the starry sky who wanted to enter was because the elders from the Federation of the Second Universe strongly requested it. They were worried that young Master Linghu or Xiaoyaozi would quickly escape after rushing out of the giant star cauldron. At that time, they would not be able to determine which direction the other party would choose to break through. It would be too passive, so it was better to enter the formation first and surround the mouth of the giant star cauldron. Then, there would be no need to worry. That was why there was such a request. They wanted to be the tiger in the door, and it was a group of them. Chapter 3372.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Time Limit. 3 breaths. With the opening of this temporary passage, a large number of strong men of the starry sky entered the space-trapping formation. Basically, all the big forces, powerful families, and sects present were included. Every force sent some strong men to enter, all of whom were above the Tao Insight realm.
The total number of people was close to 1,000.
Among them, there were even existences of the 12th realm, the Void realm, and the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. For example, the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation were basically all Void realm and Genesis realm cultivators. However, Zhang Yi of the Void clan of the Heavenly War Empire did not enter the array. After nearly 1,000 strong men of the starry sky entered, he immediately ordered the temporary passage that had just been opened to be closed again.
The entire space trap array was completely sealed again. This was a double insurance.
If the nearly 1,000 strong men who entered the array could not stop young Master Linghu, at least there was another space trap array that had been completely sealed. Even if he cooperated with Xiaoyaozi, who had the barrier-breaking boots, this array and the strong men in the array could delay their escape to a certain extent. During this time, more strong men of the starry sky and a large number of battleships outside the array would be ready. Once someone broke through the array and rushed out, they would suppress him immediately. In the meantime, on a certain remote star path that was only 10 minutes away from the space where the space trapping array was located, a small fortress 50,000 meters in diameter that had been activated with a stealth array was approaching quickly without a sound. This was the small fortress that came from the demon star area of the first universe. It was guarded by Mo Qigong, the uncle of the demon tribe. In addition, there was a high-level leader from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. Zhua Fengtai, the demon slave of Yi Xian and the former commander of the demon mosquito tribe, was also in the fortress. However, his identity had not been exposed yet. Although Zhang Wuji was Prince Xian of the human clan's immortal dynasty, which was no longer a secret in the first universe, Zhua Fengtai's identity as a demon slave had never been exposed. In another direction, in an even more distant part of the galaxy, two figures were moving side by side, crossing the void with their physical bodies. Their speed was not the slightest bit slower than the starry sky fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. These two figures had powerful auras and were both universe realm experts of the 15th level. One of them was the Heaven Battle Emperor race's ancestor Zhan Tu. The other person was also a man, around 60 or so, with a white face and no facial hair, not even eyebrows. He had triangular eyes, and his pupils flickered with a ruthless and feminine light. This person was called Ancestor Eyebrowless. He was a super void loose cultivator, but because he was proficient in studying arrays, he was one of the few remaining array masters of the human race's science and technology faction, so he was highly valued. Although he was a rogue cultivator, even Zhan Tu, the ancestor of the Heaven Battle Emperor tribe, had to pay him a visit personally to show his respect. At this moment, Zhan Tu and ancestor Wu Mei were also rushing toward the void where the void trap formation was located. However, because they were still too far away, it would take them at least half a day to get there, no matter how fast they were. Shenong Cauldron, the space within the cauldron. Yi Xian was ready to take action at any time. In fact, he had nothing to prepare at all. Basically, he was waiting for Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the other heavenly talents of the human race, as well as Medusa and the other alien race young masters. Except for the 8 great Vajras, these guys all decided to leave, including the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru. As they were about to part ways again, Yi Xian secretly sent a sound transmission to the 3 girls and had a brief conversation. As for Fairy Inxia, she had also made it clear that as long as Yi Xian and Zaya Yozi left, she would also leave. Although she had been eliminated, the result of the bet between Yi Xian and Zaya Yozi was closely related to her. Fairy Inxia had to witness the whole process before she could rest assured and be satisfied. You all came here together and entered the space inside the cauldron, but the 8 of you are really extraordinarily lucky. Everyone jumped into the sky and waited for Yi Xian to open the field of field inside the Shenong cauldron. Then, they immediately rushed out of the cauldron. Yi Xian also jumped up. Before he left, he looked down at the 8 great Vajras on the ground and nodded. Remember what I said just now. Years later, you will feel lucky and proud because of this. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with these 8 guys. In the beginning, they were no different from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. They only came to hunt. Even when they were captured by Yi Xian and were casually appointed as the captive camp supervisors and given the title of 8 great Vajras, these 8 guys were reluctant at that time. They had no choice but to accept this job. But after that, at some point in time, Yi Xian gradually couldn't see that unwillingness in their expressions and eyes. He had used his impressive battle achievements to shock all of the human clan's younger generation geniuses that had entered the cauldron. However, because of this, only the 8 great guardian deities respected him and thought highly of him. Yi Xian happened to feel that he indeed needed a few followers like them to deal with trivial matters behind the scenes, so he made the decision to serve them for 100 years. Of course, this was only a superficial statement. The 8 great Vajras were sincerely attached to him. Not to mention 100 years, even if it was 1,000 years or 10,000 years, they might not necessarily leave. Because Yi Xian's words at this moment were equivalent to a tactful hint. Be at ease and do your job diligently. Because in the future, you will be bestowed with good fortune. Are you all ready? After 10 breaths, the power field of this cauldron will be opened. However, it will only last for 3 breaths. Everyone must rush out within these 3 breaths. Retracting his gaze from the 8 great Vajras, Yi Xian expressionlessly glanced at Xiaoyao Zi, Inxia Fairy, Gong Wuxin, Medusa, and the others who were standing in the sky like him. Finally, his gaze fell on Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong,
and the other 4 outstanding cultivators. He warned them, "You'd better not play any tricks. I just want to take advantage of the chaos when everyone rushes out at the same time to escape. It won't do you any harm. But if anyone wants to spoil this young master's good fortune and deliberately delay, after 3 breaths, not only will the power field of this cauldron be sealed again, but the 9-colored dense atmosphere above the cauldron will also turn into a sea of fire. At that time, whether it is staying in the 9-colored atmosphere or in the vicinity of the atmosphere, it will be instantly burned into ashes. Do as you see fit. Take care." After he finished speaking, the 10 breaths time was up.
Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly shouted, "Now!
Go!" Chapter 3373. What a big hole! In the void of the space trap Great Array. In the Central Territory, the Shenong treasure cauldron, which was like a giant star, was quietly suspended in the void.
Above the cauldron that was spewing out a large amount of 9-colored mist, there were nearly 1,000 figures of starry sky powerhouses standing in a circle, surrounding the cauldron. Among them were more than a dozen Void Realm Masters and even Genesis Realm Old Monsters from the Federation of the Second Universe.
Everyone was focused, not daring to relax in the slightest. They stared closely at the huge cauldron where the 9-colored mist was rolling, ready to attack at any time. Xiao!
Xiao xiao. It was also at this moment, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a large number of figures rushed out from the rolling 9-colored mist at the mouth of the cauldron.
In just 2 seconds, more than 200 figures appeared. Among them was young Master Linghu. All the starry sky powerhouses around the cauldron were shocked, and their eyes flashed. The dozen powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe all sneered coldly. However, before they could do anything, Yi Xian, who had just appeared, waved his hand and took the Shenong treasure cauldron into his body.
Then, his figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of light that shot toward Xiao Yaozi, who was not far away. He shouted loudly, "Old friend, it's all up to you now. As long as you can take this young master out of here, I'll fulfill all my promises." At this time, Xiao Yaozi had just rushed out of the cauldron, and his figure just appeared. After seeing the situation outside, his shoulders shook slightly, and he was about to run in a direction and rush out of the range of this array as soon as possible.
In this way, the bet was considered a win. Suddenly hearing Yi Xian say such words, Xiao Yaozi's heart skipped a beat, and his whole person was not good in an instant. His figure suddenly stagnated like a conditioned reflex, and he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. At the same time, Yi Xian, who had turned into a beam of light, just happened to be close to Xiao Yaozi. He was only a few dozen meters away.
However, at this moment, the stream of brilliance that his body had transformed into unexpectedly disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had been absorbed into a space magic treasure that could accommodate living things. All the aura related to it had completely disappeared in the void of this array domain. Xiao Yaozi's mind suddenly exploded, and his face changed instantly. Vaguely, he had roughly guessed the truth. Although he didn't know how Yi Xian did it, he was sure that this guy was still nearby, but he dug a big hole to bury him. This was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone, because in this way, the 1,000 or so starry sky powerhouses that were eyeing him covetously would completely lock onto him, while young Master Linghu would be able to quietly and calmly leave.
Not only would he be able to escape safely, but he would also win the bet.
Although he had the barrier breaker boots, if he was besieged and trapped by nearly 1,000 powerful starry sky masters, he would be delayed for a while even if his means were heaven-defying. Since young Master Linghu had such a plan, how could he not have a plan to break out of the array after this period of time?
Everything had been planned out long ago. He had followed the order step by step. In the end, he still jumped into the huge sinkhole that he had dug.
As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Unfettered One's face instantly darkened, and then it instantly turned green, because nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who were eyeing him covetously in the void around him had already moved at the same time, swarming towards him like a swarm of bees. Among them, there were even more than a dozen elders from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, all of whom were Void and Genesis realm existences. At this moment, their eyes were red because of the monstrous resentment in their chests. They gritted their teeth and rushed over with a grin. "Sure enough, as expected, I knew that the moth must have come from you, brat. Humph humph, just because you have a pair of broken leather boots on your feet, you really ignored this old man and the others? Today, I will definitely blow your stupid hat off. That's right, you dare to join forces with that little bastard Linghu Chong and become enemies with us. Today you have angered everyone. If you don't hand over the person immediately, you will definitely become a real fool of the spinning top pavilion. Don't talk nonsense with him, suppress him immediately. This boy is a tortoise, and a tortoise at that. Everyone, watch him closely, don't let him take advantage of any loopholes. Xiao! Xiao xiao! Rumble! With a series of furious roars, the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters all rushed toward Xiao Yaozi, and at the same time, they summoned all kinds of magic weapons. The sound of breaking through the air was endless, and in the blink of an eye, they submerged Xiao Yaozi, whose face was green. Ah! Puff! F***ck your sister, what a big trap! Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasure, the unfettered one's furious and miserable howl could be heard. It was accompanied by a puffing sound as if he was coughing up blood. It was unknown whether he was injured by the attack or spat it out in anger. These guys were too unscrupulous. The truth of the matter had not been figured out yet, but they directly attacked him without any reason. Not only that, but they even said such sensitive words as dumb head and top head in public. It should be known that in the surrounding void outside the space trap array, there were still more starry sky masters and battleships watching from the sidelines. This scene and these words must have spread through the starry sky network. Xiao Yaozi would never be able to get rid of the stigma of tortoise and fool of the spinning top pavilion in this life. His name had already spread throughout the 3 main planes, and his name had become famous both inside and outside the universe. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it all happened in a short period of time. From the time they rushed out of the space inside the Shenong giant cauldron until now, it had only been less than 10 breaths. The change was too fast, and the reversal was too shocking. Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, and the other Heaven's Pride's prisoners of the human race, as well as the little princess of the colorful Python clan, Medusa, and the other alien race masters, were all dumbfounded at this moment. They stood in the void with their mouths wide open, as if they had encountered a living ghost. Gong Wuxin, Wuchenzi, Chou Doufu, Yu Xianlong, and the other 4 outstanding cultivators looked at each other in horror. They did have a plan before. As soon as they rushed out of the Shenong giant cauldron, they immediately shouted that Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But now, they realized how ridiculous they were. Although this young master Ling Hu's methods were shameless, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He played everyone in the palm of his hand. Xiao Yaozi was the best example. He was probably going to explode from anger. Even Fairy Yin Xia, who was caught off guard, was shocked by this change. Xiao Yaozi didn't even have a chance to explain before his whole body was enveloped by the overwhelming brilliance of the magical treasures. He was completely trapped. After being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly sighed faintly. Then, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. His innate talent is amazing, and he has a fortuitous encounter that even I am envious of. Inside his body, not only did it evolve to the intermediate level, it even evolved to the intermediate level. In addition, he has unpredictable schemes and methods that are impossible to guard against. Is this young Master Ling Hu really going to defy the heavens? Chapter 3374. This venerable's hatred, ah! You bunch of old bastards, you're even stupider than pigs. This venerable hates. Ah! Amidst the dazzling brilliance of the magic treasures that covered the heavens and the earth, the unfettered one was on the verge of going mad with rage, and he was on the verge of exploding from rage. Curses frequently sounded out, and there were even more meaningless howls and howls mixed in with them. It was obvious how bad his mood was at this moment. Carefree Z had the barrier breaker boots, which could even ignore the field of the space trap great array. He could come and go as he pleased as if he was taking a stroll in the park. However, at this moment, there were too many starry sky masters around him. There were almost 1,000 of them. The lowest realm among them was the 10th great realm, the Grotto Heaven realm. Among them, there were more than a dozen existences in the 12th and 13th great realms. There were also countless magical treasures that were shining with all kinds of brilliance. The dazzling light was so bright that it almost blinded the unfettered one's eyes. Under such circumstances, even if unfettered Z stimulated the power of the barrier breaker boots on his feet to the extreme, or even overloaded it, he could no longer calmly leave. His entire body was firmly trapped, and he could only constantly wander around this small area of space formed by nearly 1,000 starry sky masters to avoid the attacks that shot towards him again and again. He'd even activated the crimson blood slash that he'd absorbed into his body, and it transformed into a blood-colored rainbow that spiraled endlessly around his body to form a layer of defense. Even so,
He was still injured in a short time. He was severely wounded, spitting blood, and his head was smashed into a pig's head. In fact, not all of the nearly 1,000 Starry Sky Masters had taken action. Most of the powerhouses just surrounded the area to prevent Unfettered One from escaping. Even if there were a few other powerhouses who took action, they basically used their own offensive magic treasures to bombard him from a certain distance. Only the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, due to the deep resentment in their hearts, did not care about their identities and personally rushed into this place, which was surrounded by more than 1,000 powerhouses of the starry sky, where not even a drop of water could pass through. In the eyes of these dozen or so old men of foreign races, young Master Linghu was already unable to escape. Since he couldn't leave, then young Master Linghu, who had been put into a storage magic treasure that could accommodate life forms, was naturally a turtle in a jar. After suppressing young Master Linghu, they would have plenty of time to slowly train him. It was precisely because of this that all the Xeno race elders relaxed. At this moment, instead of saying that they were suppressing the Unfettered One, it could be said that they were teasing him. It was completely like a game of cat and mouse, and they frequently emanated sounds of ridicule and ridicule. Little bastard, who were you scolding just now? Why did he stop scolding? Is your mouth swollen and you can't make a sound? Ha ha ha. Aren't you the little idiot from Wangbage? Don't you know how to retreat? Don't say that this group of old men bullied you. If you have the ability, then pull back your idiot hat. Immediately hand over the storage magic treasure that little bastard Linghu Chong is hiding in, and we can consider letting you go. It's just a light punishment. Seeing that you're a peerless genius of the human race, we won't take your life. Don't make a mistake. This is not a joke. We are all elders of the various races, not clowns from the top pavilion. We have no interest in playing with you. Hand over the person immediately. The dozen or so old men were all old void monsters above the 12th level. At this moment, with a large number of magic treasures attacking young Master Linghu together, the result was obvious. Although young Master Linghu was known as one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, the difference in cultivation was too great. He was only at the peak of the 9th level of the mystic light realm, so he was destined to be crushed. In the face of all this, no matter how angry young Master Linghu was, it was useless. His heart was like a mirror. At this time, no one would believe him. Unless he stopped resisting and opened up his spiritual sea for others to search. But that was tantamount to destroying his reputation. In fact, even if he explained, it was unacceptable to young Master Linghu. This group of old men was not a good thing. Why should he show weakness to them and beg for mercy? It was also not beneficial to the reputation of young Master Linghu. He would be laughed at afterwards, and would never be able to walk in the galaxy again. Because of this, although young Master Linghu was furious, he did not say a word of surrender. He either roared at the sky or scolded loudly without any explanation. At the same time, he also divided his attention to secretly observe the development of the situation, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, this reaction fell into the eyes of all the starry sky powerhouses inside and outside the space trap array, which was no different from tacit consent. It further confirmed the guess that he and young Master Linghu had joined forces. Therefore, even if the starry sky powerhouses had some other guesses in their hearts at this moment, they all put aside the doubts in their hearts and no longer paid attention to other areas. All their attention was locked on young Master Linghu, who was shrouded in the brilliance of a large number of magic treasures. In this way, it was even more advantageous for Yi Xian to escape. At this moment, Yi Xian had already retreated to a distance, but because the array had been completely sealed, there was no way in or out. So, he was still within the array, but he was at the edge, far away from the right and wrong. All of this was part of Yi Xian's plan. Now that his spirit source core had reached level 7, with the support of his level 7 mind power, his perfect oscillation spirit skill was far superior to before. Previously, when Yi Xian had used the perfect oscillation spirit skill to hide his body and hide all of his aura, it was very likely that he would be seen through by someone with a cultivation level above the heavenly passage realm. But now, unless a universe realm expert from the 15th Great Passage realm came, Yi Xian was 100% confident that he could hide from anyone. Because of this, as soon as he had put the Shunknown Cauldron into his body, he had immediately rushed over to Unfettered Z and shouted those suggestive words. His goal had been to mislead and draw the attention of everyone inside and outside the array to Unfettered Z. This way, on the one hand,
It would reduce the chances of unfettered Z coming out of the array and winning the bet. On the other hand, it would also increase the chances of Yi Xian calmly waiting on one side and waiting for an opportunity to calmly walk out of the array. Right now, he was waiting at the edge of the void inside the array. Once the passage opened, he would be able to leave immediately. Of course, if he really wanted to leave, Yi Xian had a faster and more direct method. He could activate his universal bit jump ability and escape in an instant. However, Yi Xian didn't want to make this choice. On one hand, he wanted to avoid exposing this method. On the other hand, he didn't want to leave immediately. After his bet with unfettered Z was over, Yi Xian would still have a free exchange item in the system exchange store for him to choose from. This was a rare opportunity, so how could Yi Xian miss it? At the same time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru shouted at the top of their lungs. Zhang Yi, who was outside the space trapping array, finally opened a temporary passage to the array at a location far away from the void where unfettered Z was trapped.
Chapter 3375.
Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was heartbreaking how stupid they were. The purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha were secretly helping Yi Xian. They shouted and asked Zhang Yi, who was in charge of the operation of the formation, to open a temporary passage and let them out. As for Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and the other 200 or so human heavenly legends, although they all looked like they were constipated, none of them uttered a single word. The 8 young masters from the Federation of the Second Universe immediately rolled their eyes. Medusa, the little princess of the colored python clan, was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and muttered in a low voice. Sure enough, they are all in this together. What happened today was a trap from beginning to end. Unfortunately, no matter how unwilling they were, the 8 of them did not dare to make a sound.
Young Master Linghu was lying in ambush nearby, so they did not dare to provoke him. Soon, a space tunnel opened on a formation screen far away from the place where unfettered Z was trapped. More than 200 young geniuses from the 2 universes, including Fairy Yin Xia, dashed into the tunnel. However, in reality, the first person to enter this temporary passageway was Yi Xian. He immediately approached at an extremely fast speed, and with a flash of his body, he charged in. After that, he left the void-trapping formation and appeared in the void of the galaxy outside. Almost at the same time, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the other party's system exchange store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission is completed. The host's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the other party's system database. At the same time, imprint the system source code and establish a subordinate relationship. At this point, Yi Xian's tight heartstrings were finally completely relaxed. Everything was settled, and there were no more changes. Just as the system notification rang in his mind, Xiaoyao Zi, who was inside the formation, was being brutally tortured by the dozen or so clan elders of the Second Universe's Federation of the Second Universe and a large number of magic treasures that almost blotted out the sky and covered the earth. His face was visibly gloomy, and it was so dark that it was almost dripping water. He didn't even have the mood to scream or angrily rebuke. He could only fiercely gnash his teeth, and his face was filled with unwillingness. The system's notification sounded, which meant that young Master Linghu had walked out of the Great Void Trap formation and lost the bet. Since that was the case, there was no need to explain anymore. Carefree Z's heart was bleeding, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He believed that with young Master Linghu's character, since he had successfully escaped, it was impossible for him to leave quietly. He would definitely show up and ridicule this group of idiots and old bastards who were madly beating him. At that time he would be free. Unknowingly, he was actually looking forward to that moment. This kind of feeling made the unfettered one's heart feel bitter. He didn't know what to feel, but he was truly enraged enough by this group of old bastards. It almost suppressed the hatred he felt for the main character, young Master Linghu. At the same time, outside the void trap array. As soon as the purplish warbler and the others rushed out of the space trap array, Gong Wuxin, Wuchen Zi, and Cho Dofu immediately shouted, "Close the array channel immediately, quickly!" Yes, yes, yes. Linghu Chong didn't cooperate with Carefree Z at all. That guy has mastered a powerful concealment secret technique. He is now dormant in the array and can slip out at any time.
He hit the wrong person, he hit the wrong person.
Xiao Yaozi is innocent.
He dug a hole and buried him. Hearing this, the faces of all the starry sky masters in the surrounding void instantly changed wildly. Zhang Yi, who was sitting cross-legged in the void in the distance and presiding over the operation of the array, was even more livid.
He gritted his teeth and roared endlessly. Ah! This is so infuriating. You bunch of good-for-nothings. Why didn't you say such important information in the array just now? What's the use of mentioning it now? Maybe that boy has already come out. A bunch of trash.
While roaring, Zhang Yi didn't dare to delay in the slightest. He immediately activated the array and sealed the temporary channel that had just been opened again. Unfortunately, before he could finish all this, Yi Xian's mocking laughter sounded. Ha ha ha! Old bastard, you are so right. This young master deeply agrees. These guys are basically all good-for-nothings. As the word sounded, Yi Xian also quickly withdrew from the perfect state of spiritual power, and his figure appeared. He was only a few hundred meters away from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others. He had already expected that these guys would not be honest, and was waiting for them to walk into the trap so that he could show up and teach them a lesson.
Ah! Ghost! Oh my god, it's so scary! Run!
As soon as they walked out of the portal, the faces of the few guys who complained to Jianghu immediately turned pale. Trembling, they each let out a shrill howl and turned around to run.
How could they still look like the heavens chosen of the human race?
They had already been scared to death by Yi Xian, and had a psychological shadow. As soon as they saw him, they immediately reacted and only wanted to run away.
How dare you call this young master a ghost? You guys really need to be taught a lesson.
Yi Xian sneered, and immediately summoned the indestructible glass armor, and directly activated the second form of the mech. As he spoke, he had already stepped into it, and with a flash of his body, he had already punched the few guys who were screaming and running away. In that case, this young master will beat all of you until you are even worse than ghosts.
Boom! Boom!
Ka-cha-cha! Explosions of energy rang out one after another as the 10 zhong tall glazed battle armor transformed into a streak of dark purple light and chased after Gong Wuxian, Wu Chenzi and the others at an extreme speed. In just a little more than a breath of time, it had already circled behind Gong Wuxian, Wu Chenzi and the others. He did not hesitate to reward each of them with a heavy punch, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard incessantly. This time, Yi Xian's attack was even more ruthless, and at this moment, he was even more different from when he was fighting these guys before. His cultivation had already entered the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, and Gong Wuxin and the others could not fight back at all. They could not even resist. They screamed and fainted on the spot, and their bodies fell down to the void below. This scene frightened the others, including the 8 young masters from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe. The 200 or so prisoners of war who had just walked out of the space trap array immediately turned around and scattered as if they were avoiding a ghost. They immediately distanced themselves from Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, and the others who had been miserably suppressed again. The purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also mixed in. In the blink of an eye, they had already gone far away, running toward the void where the fleets of their respective clans were located. It was also at this time that the nearly 1,000 starry sky masters who had stayed in the space trap array finally realized that the situation was not right. When they turned their heads and saw Yi Xian, who was showing off his invincible power outside the array, the expressions on the faces of these old bastards were extremely interesting. The various magical weapons in the sky were also stagnant because of their sudden panic. Their brilliance dimmed, and Xiao Yaozi, who was originally shrouded in the brilliance of the magical weapons, was revealed.
Ha ha! Chapter 3376. Come here, you fool. I'll cover you.
With the sudden appearance of Yi Xian, the entire void was in an uproar, both inside and outside the array. Inside the space trap array, the faces of nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses were all black, especially the dozen or so powerful elders from the Federation of the Second Universe who had been laughing strangely and tormenting Unfettered Z just a second ago. Looking at the mental expressions of these guys, Unfettered Z felt comfortable all over, as if all the pain from before had disappeared in the blink of an eye. His head, which was almost swollen like a pig's head, was no longer painful. He raised his head and laughed, and even let out a mocking sound. This was clearly exposing the scars and then sprinkling salt on the wound. The nearly 1,000 starry sky powerhouses in the array were all angry from embarrassment and glared at him. On the contrary, the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe, whose faces were even uglier, immediately abandoned unfettered Z, turned around, and rushed toward the void where Yixian was. At the same time they were shouting and roaring endlessly. Ah! Old guys from the war clan, immediately withdraw the array, at least open a few passages and let us out.
That's right, immediately, we can't let this boy escape. This old man must skin him alive. Open the array passage, quick.
Ah! This old man is so angry.
In fact, there was no need for them to remind him.
Before these furious roars and shouts could fade away, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Jianghu, had already controlled the array and opened a few space passages. At this time, Jianghu's face was so black that it was almost dripping water, but his heart was really bleeding, dripping non-stop.
It was too painful.
This space trap array had consumed a lot of strategic resources and materials of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, but in the end, it had such a result. It didn't have the slightest effect, and in the end, it was still easy for the other party to slip out without anyone noticing.
Could it be that the other party deliberately appeared?
They were afraid that the other party was still messing around after he had gone far away.
Although this kind of void trap array was powerful, it was a one-time use. All the materials and treasures used to set up the array were consumables. Once the array was removed, it would be completely wasted. There was no possibility of even retrieving it. In short, the Heaven Battle Emperor clan had suffered great losses this time. Moreover, they would be ridiculed afterwards.
They had mobilized so many people to come up with a great formation, yet in the end, it was completely useless, becoming a laughingstock. In addition, the ancestor of heaven and earth, Jianghu, who could return at any time, would definitely not give up.
No matter what the result was, this matter would be settled.
Jianghu was the first to bear the brunt, and the punishment he would bear was simply unavoidable.
He could not even think of an excuse to get out of it. When he thought of this, he even had the urge to kill Gong Wuxin and Wu Chenzi on the spot.
Unfortunately, even though his Heaven Battle Emperor clan had also sent their young geniuses into the giant star cauldron, none of them had come out yet. They had already died in the cauldron, slapped to death by Yixian. Otherwise, those fellows would definitely be reduced to punching bags at this time, and would be beaten up badly by Jianghu. Now, as Yixian took the initiative to appear, and after Jianghu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan opened several passages of the array, he also issued an order to the experts of the Heaven Battle Empire, who were guarding all the nodes of the array to withdraw the array and attack.
The entire void enveloped by the void trap array instantly flashed with a large amount of brilliance.
The nodes of the array that had been hidden before appeared one after another. A large number of experts of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan were originally sitting cross-legged in various parts of the void, guarding the nodes, ignoring everything in the outside world.
But now, all of them stood up with gloomy faces. They all took out their magic weapons, and the crowd rushed toward Yixian in an overwhelming manner. In addition, a large number of experts from the top sects and forces in the surrounding void also rushed over, including the position occupied by the Second Universe's allied forces. A large number of warships, space fortresses, and small fortresses around directly turned their cannon muzzles and locked onto the corner of the void where Yixian appeared, ready to bombard at any time if necessary. As for the nearly 1,000 experts of the starry sky inside the void trap array, at this moment, when they saw that the entire array had been withdrawn, they naturally did not stay any longer. They followed closely behind the more than a dozen elders from the Second Universe's Federation, spread out their formation with great tacit understanding, and also surrounded Yixian. For a time, the entire void seemed to move. Thousands of experts of the starry sky all took out their magic weapons and rushed over in an overwhelming manner. A little further away, fleets from different forces, sects, and top families of all kinds of warships and fortresses, as many as thousands of them, all locked onto Yixian. Such a battle array was too amazing, and it was rare to see such a scene in many years. Many young experts had already been shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, and their legs were a little weak. However, some of the experts of the older generation sighed with emotion. Young Master Linghu was really heaven-defying. Even if he fell here today, his name would be known throughout the universe. He should be proud of himself for being able to stir up such a degree of wind and cloud with his own strength. Only the person involved, the core focus of the entire void, Yixian, completely ignored all of this. He turned his head and swept his gaze over the void that was previously shrouded and sealed by the void trap array as if nothing had happened. He grinned at Xiaoyao Zi, whose head was swollen like a pig's head. He said jokingly, "Buddy, you're still alive? That's good. Come to my bowl. This young master will protect you." "Bah! Do I need you to protect me? Aren't you just coveting my treasures?" Looking at Yi Xian's infuriating look, Xiaoyaozi suddenly became angry.
He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't worry, this venerable is a man of his word."
"I'm not the kind of person who goes back on his word. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. What do you want? Pick it yourself." These words were said clearly, but Yi Xian didn't care. He curled his lips and immediately issued a command to the system to determine what the spoils of war were. This guy was just putting on an act. With the system in both of their bodies, even if he didn't want to admit it, how could it be possible? Soon, the familiar system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind. He had already chosen the exchange item in advance. It immediately appeared in Yi Xian's body and was directly thrown into his undying world.
Then, the angry roars of the dozen or so elders from the Federation of the Second Universe resounded. "Little bastard, you actually dare to bet with others.
What do you take us for? Too arrogant. You make people's hair stand on end. Today we must kill you. All warships, immediately activate the space oscillators and operate them at full capacity." This kid's small private warship is also quite extraordinary. It's a quasi-starry sky treasure, so its speed must be astonishing.
We can't let him take out his warship and escape. Following these angry roars, a large number of warships, fortresses, and small fortresses that were eyeing the void covetously activated their space oscillators. In an instant, the void that was surrounded by thousands of large and small warships buzzed and was trapped.
Chapter 3377.
Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The first battle in the Fortress of Life. Wang. Soon, as the large number of battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all activated their space oscillators, the large void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships of various sizes hummed and was trapped.
Yi Xian's figure suddenly staggered as his extreme speed was restricted. It was as if he had fallen into an extremely stagnant quagmire.
Yi Xian was very familiar with the space oscillators, but he had never seen such a scene where thousands of battleships and fortresses of various types had activated their space oscillators at the same time.
This was definitely a big deal.
Under such a terrifying vibration, the void that was surrounded by thousands of battleships and fortresses was on the verge of collapsing. For example, teleportation, and the like could no longer be carried out. Not only were individual actions restricted, but the same was true for the battleships and fortresses. Even navigation became extremely difficult, like a small boat bobbing up and down on the raging waves, which could capsize at any time. Not only that, but even the Starry Sky Masters were greatly hindered in this extremely vibrating void and could no longer use their extreme speed. But Yi Xian did not panic at all, because if he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. The devouring system was indeed powerful enough. Even in this environment, the universal coordinate jump ability was still not affected. He could leave this place with just a thought and go to the black hole of life in the first universe or the Death Star vortex in the third universe. After consulting the system and confirming this, Yi Xian immediately felt confident. Facing the thousands of battleships and fortresses in the void, as well as the Starry Sky Masters of various forces and sects, who were roaring towards him, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he sneered. "Do you think you can trap this young master like this?" Even the space trapping array that those idiots of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan spent so much effort to set up did not work. Just the space oscillators activated by thousands of battleships and fortresses. How effective do you think they can be? Coldly glancing at the large number of Starry Sky Masters roaring towards him, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand as he spoke. "You all know very well why today's matter has come to this. This young master is not a persimmon that anyone can bully. I took the initiative to appear here for revenge. I must beat all of you until you're scared, otherwise, won't the same thing happen again? This young master does not have that much time for you all. Are you ready? Let's begin the magnificent show. Kacha! Kacha! Kacha Kacha, as Kacha Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio, Kacha Studio Studio Kacha Studio Studio Studio. In such an environment where the entire void was affected by a large number of space oscillators, even the concealment arrays of the battleships and fortresses could not function normally and would reveal themselves. Even some of the concealment secret techniques of Starry Sky powerhouses would be affected in this environment, But there was no need to worry about Yi Xian's perfect oscillation secret technique. The so-called perfect oscillation was only the name of the secret technique, and it was enough to explain the problem. What it pursued was a perfect mental power oscillation effect. Whether the effect was strong or weak was only related to one's mental power level, and it would not be restricted by any external factors. In the past, when Yi Xian's mental power was only at level 6, he would have been exposed when facing a Grotto Heaven Realm powerhouse who was in the 10th realm. But now, Yi Xian's mental power had reached level 7, and his cultivation was far from what it used to be. He had reached the 10th realm, the Grotto Heaven rank 1. In such a situation, once Yi Xian fully unleashed his perfect oscillation secret technique, only a universe realm expert of the 15th realm would be able to see through it. Even a cosmic realm expert of the 14th realm would find it difficult to do so. Among the large number of starry sky powerhouses roaring in from all around the void, the strongest were only a few elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation. Their cultivations were in the 13th realm, the Genesis realm. In the face of Yi Xian, who was in the Grotto Heaven realm and had level 7 mental power, even the strongest elders from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation present could not see through his traces. At this moment, as Yi Xian's figure completely disappeared, not even the slightest bit of his aura was revealed. Suddenly, the crisp sound of lightning crackling came from the air. Spiritual thunder technique. One could only hear the sound, but not see the form. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses roaring in from all around the void. Among them, the powerhouses from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were the fastest. Because they had moved first, they were the closest to Yi Xian at this moment. The tens of spiritual thunderbolts almost all landed on the bodies of these non-humankind elders and smashed right into their heads. "Awoo! Awoo! Little bastard, where is he? This old man will skin him alive. Ouch, my head. Come out. Come out immediately. Ah! Come out and die. Ah! Little bastard, you hit this old man's back. I'm going to kill you. Awoo!" The situation was in chaos in an instant. The 2,000 or 3,000 powerhouses swarmed in from all around, but Yi Xian's figure had completely disappeared. He had used his perfect oscillation secret technique to conceal all his aura. Perhaps at this moment, he was following behind some starry sky powerhouse and making a sneak attack, but no one could detect any trace of him. On the other hand, the spiritual thunder techniques rained down from the sky one after another. The crackling sounds never stopped, ringing in everyone's ears. Every time a crackling sound rang out, it would be followed by a shrill howl of agony. This was the reaction of some unlucky person who had been struck by the invisible spiritual lightning. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters from the various clans of the Second Universe Federation were not spared. They were even the focus of Yi Xian's attention. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, each of them had been struck by more than a dozen spiritual thunder techniques. Although they were not injured, they were tormented until they were battered and exhausted. The dozen or so old men had cursed the most fiercely and shouted the most fiercely. Now, they were also the ones who had been struck the most miserably by the spiritual thunder techniques. Their hair was all standing on end, and their faces were incomparably dark, as if they had just smeared some ash from the bottom of a pot. "Wah! Damn it! Little bastard, you deserve to die. Come out! Come out immediately for this old man. Little bastard, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve other than scheming and sneaking around? If you have the skills, come out and fight fair and square." The dozen or so old men roared like thunder, on the verge of going berserk. It was also at this moment that Yi Xian's voice suddenly sounded from the distance. "Who said that this young master only knows how to hide his head and reveal his tail? Humph, you dozen or so Void Realm and Genesis Realm old monsters are leading 2,000 or 3,000 starry sky powerhouses to besiege this father, and you still have the nerve to say something like fair and square. Don't you feel ashamed? But this young master doesn't care. Isn't it just a fair and square fight? We've already fought just now, so let's fight right now. I hope you don't run away." Chapter 3378. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Dragon War in the Starfield. 2,000 to 3,000 Starfield Masters were a dark mass. No matter how strong Yi Xian's mind was, it was impossible for him to attack all of them at once. If he did, his mind would be exhausted and his brain would explode. Therefore, after torturing one of the main targets, Yi Xian, who'd concealed his aura, immediately took advantage of the chaos to slip out of the crowd. He even arrived outside the encirclement of the 1,000+ battleships and fortresses that were circling in the air. Only then did he reveal himself and shout at the starry sky masters, who were still in a state of chaos from a certain distance away. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian waved his hand and activated the small life fortress, Long Yi Xian. This was the first battle of Long Yi Xian. Today, Dragon War in the Starfield. Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian was completely different from before. The diameter of the ship had reached 50,000 meters. Although it was not a real space fortress, it had reached the standard of a small fortress and could be considered a giant warship. This was the result of Yi Xian's explicit restriction. Otherwise, Long Yi Xian's current Long Yi Xian might have been even more terrifying. It was not impossible for it to reach the size of a 100,000-meter-long space fortress. The reason why he had limited Long Yi Xian's current diameter to 50,000 meters was that he wanted to use more of the worldworm's self-derived molecules to improve the warship's performance as much as possible. Yi Xian was quite satisfied with the result. It even exceeded his expectations. As for how powerful the warship was, this battle was the most direct test. Ha ha ha. Brat, are you looking for death? Since you sneaked out, why didn't you run away? Not only did you show yourself again, but you even summoned a small fortress? A small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. You want to challenge all the heroes alone? I advise you to count how many warships there are around you. 1 against 1,000, that's unheard of.
That's right. Now, this old man is extremely suspicious that this little bastard Linghu has gone too far in showing off. There must be something wrong with his head. A battleship is not a magic treasure. No matter how heaven-defying it is, it can't appear in a situation where it can fight against many people at once. Unless this is a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters. Unfortunately, there is only one such thing in the 3 universes, and it is the headquarters of the Tianji race. A gap of 1 million meters and 50,000 meters is probably nothing in the eyes of our young master Linghu. Since he's so confident, then we'll just have to wait and see. There's no need to rush to suppress him. Let's have a battlecraft battle first and blast him until he's dizzy. Don't fight. Human fleets, you just need to guard the surroundings. Many of our young clan leaders have been eaten by this kid. This space battle must be fought by the second universe's allied forces.
This is a rare opportunity to vent our anger.
We'll definitely blast that kid to pieces. As the dozen or so elders from the various races of the Second Universe Federation arrogantly clamored, many of the top clans and powers of the human clan were about to charge forward. They planned to once again form an encirclement and surround the small stronghold that Yi Xian had summoned with a wave of his hand. They even launched a barrage of attacks on the spot. But in the end, the warships and fortresses that had been activated stopped and separated, leaving the main battle position in the middle that was facing Starfield to the allied forces of the Second Universe's allied forces. Very soon, the two sides finished forming their battle lines. On one side, there was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. It was Yi Xian's life fortress, Starfield. On the other side, there was a defense line hundreds of kilometers long. In the middle was the coalition fleet of the various races in the Second Universe. On the two sides were the fleets of the top families and forces of human cultivators and technology. More than 1,000 warships and fortresses were lined up in a row. This was a battle of starships with a great disparity in numbers.
Although not all the starships of the enemy would attack, at least for the time being, there were still more than 10 starships in the allied fleet of the various races in the Second Universe that Starfield had to face. All of them were giant fortresses more than 10,000 meters tall, and there were 5 smaller fortresses more than 50,000 meters tall like Starfield. It was 1 against 13, and there were 5 smaller fortresses of the same level. One could imagine the pressure the Wild Dragon battleship was facing. Almost no one thought that the Wild Dragon battleship could win this battle. Even the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru thought so. Although the Wild Dragon battleship was unique and was the only life fortress in the 3 universes, it hadn't fully matured yet. In the future, when the Wild Dragon battleship grew into a super fortress with a diameter of 1 million meters like the headquarters of the Tianji race, not to mention 1 against 1,000, even 10,000 space fortresses wouldn't be able to do much damage to the Wild Dragon battleship. The Purplish Warbler trio believed in this point. But now, the Wild Dragon battleship with a diameter of 50,000 meters was going to challenge the entire allied fleet of the various races in the Second Universe. They didn't have much hope. However, they had a superstitious trust in Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian was confident enough to do this, The purplish warbler trio believed that he had his reasons and wouldn't make any mistakes. At this moment, after the two sides had gotten into their respective formations, this unprecedented star battle finally began. Little bastard, don't say that the allied fleet of the second universe is bullying you. You were the one who proposed this battle. You're too arrogant. We won't tolerate this kind of existence. We'll teach you a lesson. You won't remember until you're taught a lesson. At this time, among the 13 fortresses facing the Wild Dragon battleship, the voice of the Inji race elder came from one of the smaller fortresses. Remember, if you really can't handle it, we can still accept your surrender. Don't force yourself. If you're really scared, shout out your begging words. The more miserable you shout, the better. That way, this old man and the others will feel more comfortable and your chances of survival will be greater. Ha ha ha. At the end of his speech, the elder of the Inji clan laughed complacently. He seemed to have seen the Long Yi ship being bombarded by the 13 fortresses and fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. Then, there was the miserable howl of young Master Linghu like a pig being slaughtered. This was too wonderful. He couldn't wait. Old bastard, this young master originally wanted to comfort you with these words, but now it seems that you're all mentally prepared. You're all sensible people and know what to do. Since that's the case, this young master can save this effort. Without waiting for the Inji race elder to stop laughing, Yi Xian's casual voice came from the Wild Dragon battleship that was thousands of miles away. Although his voice was soft, it resounded through thousands of miles of the void. If that's the case, then let's begin. Are you ready to tremble? This young master's first volley is about to begin. These words were a little strange. A small stronghold, against 13 large and small strongholds, actually roared out such words first. There was only one fortress, so how could he say that they would all fire? Chapter 3379. Star space level technology. The Starfield ship fired, and it was indeed firing in unison. This concept was somewhat confusing. It was just a battleship. Even if it was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 m, the concept of firing in unison wasn't suitable under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, space battleships, no matter if it was a 1,000-meter-long planetary-class battleship, a 3,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 5,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 10,000-meter-long star-class battleship, a 50,000-meter-long star-class battleship, or a 100,000-meter-long star-class battleship. All of them only had one main cannon. It was just that the caliber and kinetic energy were completely different. For example, a 100,000 m long fortress, its main cannon had a caliber of 20,000 m to 30,000 m, and its kinetic energy was antimatter light. It could fire antimatter death ray cannons. The main cannons of a battleship were all focused on the caliber of the cannon. This was completely understandable. Think about it, two 100,000 m long fortresses. One of them had a main cannon with a diameter of 30,000 m. The other one had 10 main cannons with a diameter of 3,000 m. Once they clashed, would the 10 main cannons of 3,000 meters be more lethal, or would the single main cannon with a terrifying 30,000 meters be more lethal? Because of this, a battleship basically only had one main cannon. The higher the size of the battleship, the larger the caliber. There were also smaller secondary cannons, but these secondary cannons were basically useless against a battleship of the same level. The key was the main cannon. But even so, no matter how big the main cannon was, there was a limit. A fortress with a diameter of 30% was already the limit. A 100,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 30,000 m at most. A 10,000 m long fortress would have a diameter of 1,000 m to 2,000 m, which was only 20%. After all, the main cannon was only a part of the battleship's function. It wasn't the entire battleship. It couldn't be called a battleship. It would be more appropriate to call it an interstellar cannon. Its function was too simple, and it wasn't popular. Right now, the reason why the Starfield ship's cannon was able to stun all the space warriors from the opposing camp was actually very simple. The Starfield ship didn't only have one main cannon, it had four. What was more terrifying was that the caliber of these four main cannons were all over 20,000 m, and they were arranged in a square. One had to know that the Starfield ship was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Now, there were two main cannons with a caliber of more than 20,000 meters. Together they were more than 40,000 meters long, more than 45,000 meters long.
What did this mean? This meant that the entire diameter of Starfield was basically taken up by these 4 main cannons. But this didn't make sense. These cannons occupied at least 90% of the ship's hull, and couldn't be considered a starry sky battleship at all. Instead, it looked more like a fixed battery on the walls of a majestic starry sky city. More than 90% of the space on the ship was occupied by the muzzles, so how could the other functions be guaranteed? Under such circumstances, such a small fortress couldn't even guarantee basic interstellar navigation, let alone defensive capabilities, concealment arrays, space oscillators, wormhole jumping devices, and other basic facilities necessary for a space battleship. Heavens! 4 main cannons? Furthermore, while focusing on quantity, they didn't sacrifice the caliber of any of the main cannons. The caliber of all 4 cannons was more than 20,000 meters. How is this possible? Yes. Even for a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, its only main cannon is only 30,000 meters long. For a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the caliber of the main cannons would normally be around 10,000 meters. At most, 20,000 meters would be the limit. You are right. This is common sense. But what is this monster in front of us? Not only does it have 4 main cannons, each of them is more than 20,000 meters long. The limit of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is already broken, and the quantity is even more heaven-defying. Am I dreaming? Damn it, which idiot actually built such a small fortress? It is simply too terrifying. Even 4 Starfield fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't match it. That's because the diameter of a Starfield fortress's main cannons is less than that of a Starfield fortress. Therefore, even though it only has 4 main cannons, it can at least fight against 6 Starfield fortresses of the same level. Only 4? Fellow Taoist, don't you have to pant when you speak? Is 4 too little? The caliber of the 4 main cannons is more than 20,000 meters. This is simply a steel monster. The caliber of the 4 main cannons takes up more than 90% of the diameter of the entire ship. Apart from its terrifying lethality, what other functions does this small fortress have? That's right, this is too crazy. It has gone to the extreme. Although its lethality has reached the limit, and it can at least fight against 6 Starfield fortresses of the same level, this is more like a desperate gamble. If it can't win, it won't even have a chance to escape. Because there is no place to install the engine room, I am extremely doubtful that it can even be operated. Boom! Boom! 4 energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were fired at the same time, and they were aimed at one of the 13 Starfield fortresses of the Second Universe's allied forces. The concentrated firepower directly hit it with lightning speed. A huge explosion resounded through space, and this Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was directly annihilated. This was equivalent to being bombarded by 4 Starfield fortresses of the same level at the same time. Furthermore, the enemy used the antimatter death ray cannon that only Starfield fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters were equipped with. Therefore, this Starfield fortress had no choice but to be destroyed. That's right, it was the antimatter death ray cannon. 4 energy light pillars with a diameter of more than 20,000 meters were all black. Even an idiot could tell that they were antimatter energy light pillars. However, this was illogical, and all the Starfield fortresses around were completely petrified. After a long time, when the 4 main cannons of the Starfield ship's terrifying cannons once again flashed with a black light and finished charging, everyone trembled and regained their senses. Immediately after, shocked exclamations could be heard one after another. Death ray cannon? It's actually the antimatter death ray cannon? But how is this possible? An antimatter death ray cannon needs to be equipped with an antimatter light energy generator, and the size of the generator is even bigger than the death ray cannon. Because of this, even a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters can't be equipped with it. Only a Starfield fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters can be equipped with it, and there is only one. This huge monster in front of us has 4 antimatter death ray cannons. Then it needs to be equipped with 4 antimatter light energy generators that are no smaller than the death ray cannon. But just these 4 terrifying main cannons already take up more than 90% of the space of the ship. How are we going to arrange 4 antimatter light energy generators that are at least the same size? There's no space. Chapter 3380. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Space Demon King Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor.
Endless fantasy translation: the Allied forces of the Second Universe had a total of 13 battleships. 8 of them were large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, while the remaining 5 were small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters like Starfield. Each of the 5 small fortresses only had one main cannon, each with a diameter of 15,000 meters. Against such a huge monster like Starfield, for such a small fortress, they would need at least 6 to 8 of them to be able to fight to a draw. And this was just from the analysis of the data. In fact, they would need more than that. Right now, the battle had only just begun, and one of the 5 small fortresses on the side of the Allied forces of various races in the Second Universe had already been destroyed. They were already no match for the Starfield battleship, and now, one of their top combatants was gone in an instant. It was undoubtedly one disaster after another. There was no question of winning at all. As Starfield fired first and destroyed a small fortress, all the strong warriors of the universe, including the members of the Allied forces of the Second Universe, instantly understood a truth. That was, in this battle, the Allied forces of the Second Universe had no chance of winning at all.
They would be completely beaten up. This was simply too ironic. 13 against 1. This was the result. What was even more embarrassing was that just a few breaths ago, everyone still thought that Starfield would be the one to be beaten up. In the end, in less than 10 breaths of time, he used the truth to give everyone a resounding slap in the face.
However, at this moment, all the powerhouses in the 12 large fortresses and small fortresses of the Second Universe's Allied forces who were lucky enough to survive had no time to care about blushing or feeling ashamed.
The only feeling that occupied their hearts was fear. Even the dozen Void Realm and Genesis Realm elders were screaming in panic. Their voices were transmitted through the sound transmission system of the battleships under their feet, echoing throughout the entire space.
Ah! Who can tell this old man what happened?
This is not right. It shouldn't be like this. How can there be such a small fortress?
4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters were placed in the same small fortress.
Where is its antimatter light energy generator? Is there a place to put it? The elders of the Inji race are all dead. Even their small fortress, not a single person escaped. More than 10,000 elites of the Inji race were wiped out in an instant. The entire small fortress was wiped out in an instant. This is too tragic. How can this battle end like this? Activate the defense shield.
Activate the defense shield immediately. Unfortunately, before they could finish their shrieks, the 4 main cannons on Starfield, which had completed its secondary charge at an unbelievable speed, finally fired at the same time again.
Boom! Boom!
A low-energy roar sounded, and 4 black antimatter energy beams of light instantly shot out. This time, it was still concentrated fire, and it was aimed at one of the 4 small fortresses of the Allied forces of the Second Universe.
The result was obvious. Another 50,000 meters.
Another small fortress, and the 4 main cannons of Starfield, without any hesitation, started charging the 4 main cannons of the 4. According to the speed that had been tested before, in just a little more than a minute, Starfield would have the ability to fire 4 cannons for the 3rd time. At the thought of this, the countless starry sky masters in the surrounding void suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and a series of horrified and crazy screams resounded through the world.
Damn it, this guy is a freak, and his treasures are freaks as well. Even a small fort that he casually summoned is a freak. How is he going to let us live? We can't wait any longer. All warships, fire together. We have to kill him as soon as possible. This kind of monster can't be allowed to live. The threat is too great. That's right.
He even has this kind of star-sky black technology.
What else can young Master Ling Hu not do? This guy is not just a master of medicine, tools, and array. He is invincible in realms. Even star-sky black technology is a giant in the field. With him, the 3 universes will be in chaos. He is a disaster. Kill him immediately. Too terrifying.
In just a minute, 2 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were destroyed.
All of our fleets together won't be able to hold on for long. While we still have the ability, let's fire together.
We have to kill him.
They were scared. Really scared. At this rate, just the Wild Dragon battleship alone would be able to wipe out the 1,000+ battleships on their side.
After all, among the 1,000+ battleships, there were less than 100 small fortresses, and 2 of them had already been destroyed in the blink of an eye. Once all the small fortresses were destroyed, The remaining large fortresses and stellar-level warships would be useless no matter how many of them there were.
As these fearful screams rang out, the entire space was thrown into chaos. A large number of buzzing sounds rang out, densely covering the sky and earth. Some warships were charging at full power, wanting to gather 1,000 warships to fire together and destroy Starfield. Some warships were activating their defensive shields at full power. The commanders of these warships were obviously more conservative. Now that they were frightened by Starfield's terrifying performance, they were thinking of protecting their own safety first. Such a chaotic situation had already shocked Wuchen Zi, Gong Wuxin, and the other captives who had just been released from the giant star cauldron not long ago. Including the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the three women were in the same state at this moment. They were all dumbfounded. Although they had witnessed the growth of Starfield with their own eyes, they were not clear about the various devices and functions inside it. The strength displayed today was shocking to them.
However, compared to the other powerhouses who did not know the truth and thought that all this was caused by Star Sky Black technology, they at least vaguely understood the root of the problem.
The so-called Star Sky Black technology naturally did not exist. This was a small living fortress. It was alive.
What was 4 antimatter death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters compared to it?
If necessary, the countless world bugs that made up the fortress could even rearrange themselves in an instant and combine into one super death ray cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. Thinking of this, the three women of the purplish warbler shuddered. If that was really the case, a single blast from the cannon could destroy a small fortress. They finally understood why the powerhouses of the various factions in the surrounding void were so terrified. This terrifying small fortress was practically a star sky killing weapon, a demon king level existence. At the same time, the entire void was in complete chaos.
More than 1,000 warships, fortresses were all fully activating their defensive arrays, space oscillators, or charging to attack. Somewhere in the distant void, a small black fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was forced to appear because it was close to the edge of the void.
Chapter 3381. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ultimate secret technique of the Tianji clan. The demon battleship had just finished a space jump. Of course, it was a normal space jump, not a wormhole jump. There was no wormhole nearby. However, the moment the demon battleship appeared in this void, it unexpectedly landed on the edge of the area affected by a large number of space oscillators. The concealment array of the small fortress was deactivated, and the hull of the ship was revealed. This scene was a bit unexpected, and the Starry Sky experts in the fleets all noticed it. Then they all exclaimed, "That small fortress is so strange. It's completely black, and its appearance is quite ferocious. It doesn't look like something made by the human clan." Not only the human clan, but even the Wan Luo Federation has never seen such a small fortress. It looks a bit like the big fortress of the demon dwellers in the graveyard domain. Could it be? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! This is a small fortress of the Tianji clan in the first universe. It should be from the demon dwellers, a servant clan of the Tianji clan. To be able to own such a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters, the commander in charge of it must have an extraordinary status. At least, he must be an important member of the demon dwellers' royal family. We can't let it go. This small fortress of the demon dwellers has been hibernating nearby. It must have collected a lot of information. Once it returns to the first universe, it will be harmful to the human clan and the Federation. That's right. The higher-ups of the demon dwellers' royal family came to the third universe with ulterior motives. We must capture this person and interrogate him carefully to find out his intentions. We can't let young Master Linghu's Star Sky Black Tech get away either. All the warships, while we haven't lost much and we still have the ability to suppress them, immediately surround them and take them down together. At the very least, we must kill them. Not one of them can be left behind. Buzz! Wang! Along with the exclamations, more than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses in the surrounding void all fully activated their space oscillators and spread out. Soon, they formed a larger circle, surrounding the two small fortresses, the Starfield battleship and the Demon battleship, which were trapped in the space oscillator area, in the middle. The two small fortresses were separated by a distance of 10,000 kilometers, and they were on the left and right sides of the large circle of void space. Yi Xian, with a cold smile, waved his hand and gave a new order. For Art battleship.
battleship, with a diameter of 50,000 meters, attack. Baz! The Starfield battleship, battleships, the 4-cannon battleship, the battleship field battleship. Translation. This scene fell into the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding fleets. They thought that the Wild Star battleship was scared and gave up on attacking, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. However, they were wrong, because the 420,000-meter diameter black holes only disappeared for less than 10 seconds before the surface of the starfield changed again, and an even larger cannon appeared.
Was it?
Even an interstellar fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters would only have a diameter of 30,000 meters. But now, a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had a super cannon with a diameter of more than 40,000 meters. This scene was beyond common sense. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This was not just star-sky black technology. This was simply a dream. All right? Heavens, what the hell is this big guy? Just now, there were 4 main cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, there is a super main cannon with a diameter of 40,000 meters.
Is this a magic trick?
They've merged into one. This terrifying super main ship cannon is definitely a fusion of the previous 4 main ship cannons. But this doesn't make sense. Since when did ship cannons have this kind of fusion technology? Even Mo Qigong and Sha Baofeng, who were inside the Devil Battlehorn from the first universe, let out cries of surprise.
What?
This small fortress. Heavens, a main ship cannon with a 40,000-meter caliber, that's insane. What's even more terrifying is that it clearly had 4 main ship cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters not long ago.
How did it become like this in the blink of an eye?
Had the human race already mastered the technology to fuse naval cannons? I didn't come here in vain. This information is too important. That's not right. This small fortress looks familiar. It seems to be similar to the Long Yi fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters that Long Xian swindled away. But how is this possible? Could it be that a small fortress could inflate itself? It was only 5,000 meters in diameter before, but now it's 50,000 meters. This doesn't make sense.
Long Xian? You mean,
young Master Ling Hu is that Prince Xian? This is even more impossible.
Boom!
Right at this moment, the Long Yi fortress's super main ship cannon fired. A huge roar sounded, and a black energy beam with a diameter of about 40,000 meters shot out. It was still the antimatter death ray cannon. In the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded a small fortress in the Second Universe's allied forces and was directly annihilated. More than 80% of the small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters disappeared in an instant, leaving only a few remnants in the void. Some corpses of the aliens from the Second Universe fell out from it. Some of them had even revealed their bloodline and were members of the Golden Eagle race. This small fortress belonged to the Golden Eagle race. Even the powerful elder of the race, who was at the 13th realm of the Genesis realm, had been turned into ashes under the terrifying power of this cannon. In less than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 3 small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters had fallen on the Wild Star battleship. Such a battle prowess was simply too terrifying. All the experts in the surrounding space were so frightened that their hearts and minds were trembling. Cries of alarm rang out as all the battleships began to recharge. This time, they were serious. They couldn't let the Long Yi fortress continue to be so ferocious. They had to kill it as soon as possible. At the same time, the Devil battleship from the first universe was also locked onto by some warships. In the eyes of the commanders of the various large forces, the Devil battleship was as important as the Long Yi fortress. They had to keep it. More than 1,000 warships, fortresses, and small fortresses locked onto the Long Yi fortress and the Devil battleship at the same time. This was clearly the rhythm of 10,000 cannons firing at the same time to kill them all. On the Long Yi fortress, Yi Xian sneered, not afraid at all. On the Devil battleship, Mo Qigong frowned. He felt quite helpless that they had unexpectedly fallen into such a dangerous situation. The surrounding void had been sealed, and space was fluctuating. They couldn't use space jumps to escape. The Devil battleship wasn't as abnormal as the Long Yi fortress. It was very difficult to break out of this situation with thousands of warships surrounding it. It seems that the only thing we can do now is to let me merge with the Devil battleship completely. Perhaps there will be a chance to break out. At the very least, before we are killed,
we can drag a few down with us. The Void Realm core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, suddenly said with a sinister smile. Beside him, Mo Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He suddenly thought of a legend. It was said that the core members of the Heaven's Legacy race all had an ultimate secret technique that allowed them to completely merge with warships of the size of fortresses and above, turning them into invincible cosmic realm mechanical battle insects. Chapter 3382. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Fortress Class Mecha Battle Insect, Rumble. Boom! In the surrounding void, fleets from the top clans, sects and clans of the human race, as well as the remaining battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses of the allied forces of the Second Universe, numbering more than 1,000 in total, opened fire at the same time. A thunderous roar resounded through the world. This movement was too astonishing. Apart from the war between the Myriad Net Federation and the Tianji clan of the First Universe and their subordinate clans several hundred years ago, it was rare to see such a huge scene of interstellar warfare. Even the previous incident in the Death Star field was not comparable in scale. Although the number of battleships was about the same, those battleships did not open fire at that time. But now, more than 1,000 battleships had gathered around and opened fire at the encirclement at the same time. Their targets were the two small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters that were placed on the left and right sides of the encirclement. For a time, the entire void was dazzling. The dazzling light from the cannons intertwined in the void, forming a huge 7-colored net in the void. It was very beautiful to look at. However, what this type of beautiful scenery represented was an iron-blooded and merciless slaughter. This was truly a type of irony, making one sigh with emotion. At this moment, the Devil Battlecry Fortress from the First Universe had its energy shield fully activated. A layer of blood-red energy enveloped the entire massive battleship. Facing such a large-scale bombardment, Mo Qigong did not dare to be careless. He had already given up on resisting. All the kinetic energy of the Devil Battlecry was used to support the energy shield. Even the cannons were no longer charged. He was buying time for the core member of the Tianji race, Sha Baofeng, to fully fuse with the Devil Battlecry Fortress. Sha Baofeng had already disappeared. He had activated the ultimate secret technique of the Tianji race, battleship fusion. At this moment, Sha Baofeng's entire body had been decomposed into mechanical components. He had fused them into some important parts of the Devil Battlecry, such as the AI center and the power system. He was fully fusing them. Once the fusion was successful, the entire Devil Battle Fortress would be temporarily granted life, just like how a small fortress would gain self-awareness and intelligence, becoming a robot of the small fortress level. At that time, its speed and reaction speed would be greatly improved. These were not the key points. The key point was that the shape of the machine would also change. The mechanical parts in the various parts would seem to be endowed with life and could be shifted and reassembled. In this case, the shape of the small fortress would be different, making it more suitable for battle. Everything could be changed according to Sha Baofeng's wishes. To put it bluntly, Sha Baofeng was equivalent to a life form that had entered the main mech, and the entire magic battle fortress was a super mech with a diameter of 50,000 meters. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Heaven's Legacy race. Even in the First Universe, the ultimate secret technique of this mechanical life form was only a legend. The human race and the Myriad Net Federation had never seen it before. Several hundred years ago, when the Myriad Luo Federation and the Heaven's Legacy race were at war, the technology to fuse these mechanical life forms had yet to be born. It was only recently grasped by the Tianji clan's patriarch, De. Furthermore, not all of the Tianji clan's core upper echelons were able to grasp it. Only the Tianji clan's patriarch, De's direct subordinates were bestowed with this ability. A minute passed quickly. During this 1 minute, the magic battle fortress was bombarded by a large number of energy beams from the battleship cannons. Its energy shield began to flicker and was on the verge of collapsing. It was also at this moment that the mechanical fusion between Sha Baofeng and the magic battle fortress was finally completed. From this moment onwards, the magic battle fortress was no longer a small fortress. It had turned into a mini-fortress-level supermech. The one who entered and fused with this supermech was the core upper echelon of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng. Kacha! 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 A series of cracking sounds rang out, resounding through the void. This was not the sound of lightning striking, but the sound of mechanical operations coming from the interior of the magic battle fortress. The internal structure of the huge fortress was undergoing a complete transformation. All the components and mechanical devices were being rearranged. All of this was the result of Sha Baofeng's consciousness control. Now, it had perfectly fused with the magic battle fortress.
It was as if this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters had given birth to intelligence and had become a mini-fortress-level mechanical life form.
The entire transformation process was very fast. First, the internal structure was changed and rearranged. Then, this change extended to the exterior of the magic battle fortress. The shape of the entire magic battle fortress began to change rapidly. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The crisp and dense mechanical sounds became louder. The spherical shape of the magic battle fortress began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. More and more steel limbs extended out. There were horns, tentacles, and black blades that looked like giant mantis swords. In less than a minute, it had completely changed. The small fortress from before had completely disappeared, and the devil battle cry had turned into a mechanical warbug that looked similar to the blade mantis. Its body was terrifyingly huge. Just one of its mantis sword-like arms was 10,000 meters long. This was not just a change in appearance. Its internal structure was also developing toward the innate attributes of the blade mantis. It had a terrifying jumping ability. With a single leap, it could cross the endless void in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely fast. Even those giant blade-like arms of the blade mantis were extremely sharp. With one slash, a small fortress of the same grade would be cut in half. Other than that, the magic battle fortress's original main cannon was also retained. However, it was moved to the belly of the giant mechanical blade mantis. There was a giant cannon that could be opened and closed at will. When the mechanical blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap across the vast void, it could even launch long-range attacks in mid-air. This was definitely fatal.
When the mechanical blade mantis leaped and moved at high speed, ordinary small fortresses of the same grade would not be able to lock on and attack it.
However, the main cannon in the belly of the mechanical blade mantis could launch long-range attacks on enemy fortresses. With one blast, before the enemy could even react, the blade mantis was already in front of them. Its extremely sharp mantis sword-like blade slashed down. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spines. The mech fusion secret technique of the Tianji race's core upper echelons was indeed extraordinary. It was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, this newest innate ability of the mech race was only fully mastered by the Tianji race's clan leader, De.
Other than him, his trusted subordinates had more or less mastered a portion of the true essence of the profundity.
As De's trusted subordinate, Sha Baofeng was also given an incomplete mech fusion innate ability. Today, he was displaying it in front of the world for the first time. In an instant, all the space experts in the fleets of the various top-notch clans and forces were stunned. Chapter 3383. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Extrapolation. Heavens, did you see that? It's a giant mechanical battle bug, and it looks like a mechanical blade puppet. How is this possible? What the hell? The entire process was clearly visible. This giant mechanical blade puppet was actually transformed from that small fortress of the demon race. What kind of technology is this? The Tianji race's large and small fortresses can transform? What the hell is going on today? Our human race and the Federation's technology have fallen behind to such an extent. Whether it's the Tianji race or the peerless genius young master Linghu, they both have terrifying technology that is considered black technology to us humans. This is too shocking. That's right. The former's large and small fortresses can transform into mechanical battle bugs, while the latter has the technology to transform the main ship's cannons at will. The human race is facing an unprecedented crisis. Big news. This is definitely a big news. Young Master Linghu and the Tianji race have both mastered starry sky-level black technology that stupefies the human race. An unprecedented challenge and threat is coming. The human race's technology has entered a dark age and has been left far, far behind. Look, that giant mechanical blade puppet is moving. Such terrifying speed. It can cross tens of thousands of miles in one leap. Damn, it can actually attack the main ship's cannons at such extreme speed. It's located at the belly of the mechanical blade puppet, and a beam of light shot out. It's like a fart during the leap. What a terrifying blade puppet fart. It actually destroyed a small fortress. Rumble! Ka-cha-cha! Amidst a tidal wave of exclamations, the gigantic blade mantis used its terrifying jumping ability to leap into the air,
traversing the distant void, and actually launched a long-range bombardment midway through the air. This was indeed fatal. As the mechanical blade puppet leaped up, no one expected that the main cannon at its belly could launch a long-range attack in such a situation. As a result, when the giant energy beam of light with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters blasted out, the target it had locked onto could not react at all. There was no evasive action, and they did not even have an energy defense shield up. Immediately after, a huge explosion was heard. This small fortress of a certain top human race faction exploded into a giant fireball. In the next moment, the mechanical mantis made a terrifying leap and was right in front of him. Its extremely sharp mantis blade slashed down, and the giant fireball was cut in half. It was completely destroyed. At this moment, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering a new evolution direction suitable for the life fortress. Do you want to brand it and start exploring? A new evolutionary direction? Suitable for life fortress? Yi Xian was stunned. Then, he came to a realization and instantly came to a realization. The next moment, his gaze swept to the mechanical blade mantis on the other side of the encirclement. His breathing quickened, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. It was obvious that the new evolutionary direction that the devouring system was referring to was this mechanical blade mantis. To be more precise, it was the ability of the demon battle cry to transform into this mechanical battle bug. Although Yi Xian did not know how the demon battle cry did it, as it was too inconceivable and did not match the current level of battleship technology in the 3 dimensions of the universe, comparatively speaking, as long as he could figure out some key issues, Yi Xian's wild starship could definitely do it. After all, it was alive to begin with. If the main cannons inside could change at will, then why couldn't it change its outer appearance and even its combat form? It was just that he had not thought of it before. This concept was too futuristic and was beyond the times. But now, there was a living example in front of him. With the attributes of the wild starship and the devouring system's full analysis, Yi Xian was at least 70% confident that he could reproduce the enemy's ultimate technique on the wild starship itself. Of course, even though the wild star battleship had transformed into a mechanical war insect on the spot, the two were fundamentally different. The Devil battleship had only transformed temporarily because the core member of the Heaven's Legacy race, Sha Baofeng, had completely fused with it. In comparison, the wild starship's transformation was much easier and more durable. It could even maintain this form forever. After all, it was alive to begin with. Rumble! Boom! A large number of explosions rang out, and the wild starship's hull shook slightly. On the other side of the encirclement, the mechanical blades were slaughtering everything in their path. However, the surrounding battleships did not stop their bombardment of the wild starship. Facing the barrage of attacks from more than half of the battleships, Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He temporarily gave up on attacking and focused on maintaining the defensive barrier. However, this was not a long-term solution. Although he had other methods, there was a ready-made example right before his eyes. Moreover, it was not like the wild starship could not do the same, so why did he have to stay away? Excited, Yi Xian immediately gave the devouring system an order to fully analyze and realize the transformation of the stronghold as soon as possible. Following Yi Xian's orders, the devouring system immediately began to deduce with all its might. On the other hand, the small stronghold of the starfield continued to silently float in the air, fully supporting its energy barrier to resist the bombardment of the surrounding battleships. Generally speaking, even a normal small stronghold would be able to hold out for a period of time against the barrage of battleships of the same level after fully maintaining its energy barrier. However, the wild starship was even more abnormal. As such, it would take even longer. According to Yi Xian's estimation, if there were not more battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds joining in, the wild starship would be able to hold out for at least half a day. This amount of time was more than enough for the devouring system to fully analyze the key details of transforming the stronghold into a mechanical battle bug. Time slowly passed, and unknowingly, a meal's time had passed. During this entire process, the wild starship did not launch any counterattacks. It simply hovered in the void with its energy barrier fully activated, gritting its teeth as it endured the barrage of attacks from the numerous battleships, fortresses, and small strongholds. From the looks of it, the wild starship was no longer able to deal with this situation. It could only passively defend and silently wait for a miracle to happen. For example, if all the battleships around it ran out of energy. This was obviously impossible. It was too whimsical. As such, in the eyes of the Starry Sky experts in the surrounding battleships, the threat of the wild starship was basically gone.
Young Master Linghu would be finished soon.
He would either surrender or fall. It all depended on how long the energy barrier of his small stronghold could last. In the end, it was inevitable that it would run out of energy.
It was just a matter of time.
Under such circumstances, some of the battleships even began to shift the battlefield, rushing to the other side of the encirclement where the mechanical blade bugs were wreaking havoc.
Chapter 3384. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Demonic Bug, Kacha. Kacha.
Kachacha? Right at this moment, the wild star which had been floating in the void with its energy shield activated to defend against the bombardment of the cannons suddenly let out a series of crisp and concentrated cracking sounds.
This sound was exactly the same as when the demonic battleship transformed into a gigantic mechanical bug.
It was unknown whether it was because they were traumatized, but when the experts of the Starry Sky and the fleets of the top families and forces in the surrounding void heard the noise, they all widened their eyes and opened their mouths slightly. Their faces were filled with horror. Even the gigantic mechanical blade mantis, which was still engaged in a bloody battle with a large number of ships, fortresses, and small fortresses on the other side of the encirclement, also turned its head to look over.
The cracking sound continued for about a minute before it suddenly became louder. Right at this moment, the appearance of the wild star also began to change.
Long mechanical arms extended out and the shape of the ship rapidly changed.
From start to finish, it was completely transformed and no longer looked like a small fortress. Instead, it turned into a gigantic mechanical bug.
This gigantic mechanical battle bug had the terrifying sharp and long mouth part of a mosquito, as well as the sharp arms of a mantis, as well as the long legs of a spider covered in barbs, as well as the scissors-like tail of a scorpion.
There was even a pair of gigantic wings on its back, but they weren't used for flight. Instead, they were used as an energy shield. When the wings flapped, they could protect the mechanical battlebug's entire body. Right now, the gigantic wings had turned into a complete circular energy shield. Other than that, the blade mantis's entire body was covered with all kinds of barbs. There were also 4 long tentacle-like soft limbs with a shocking diameter of 20,000 meters. It could change directions at will. These were 4 energy cannons used for long-range attacks. This mechanical bug's appearance was extremely strange and was especially ferocious. It seemed to have the characteristics of various universe bugs, absorbing their strengths and merging them into one. Its ferocious body made people's hair stand on end. It was unexpectedly similar to a kind of demon insect that once wreaked havoc in the third universe ruled by the human race.
Following the appearance of this mechanical devil bug, the surrounding void was already filled with horrifying cries of shock.
Look, it's another mechanical battle insect. This time, it's transformed from young Master Linghu's small stronghold. I understand now. The rumors in the outside world are indeed true. Young Master Linghu is in cahoots with the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan, and they have a close relationship. Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying black technology? I see. That's what I was thinking. Young Master Linghu is already a genius with the 3 arts of medicine, craftsmanship, and array. How could he have such a terrifying talent for warship construction? So it all comes from the Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe. That makes sense. The test of the human race has arrived. The Tianji clan, the overlord of the first universe, has mastered such terrifying black technology. This is definitely a great turmoil that has never happened before in history. The Tianji clan is going to show its power, and the human race is going to be in turmoil. Leave it behind. We have to leave behind these 2 stronghold-level mechanical battle insects. The human race is too far behind in terms of black technology. With these 2 mechanical battle insects, we can reduce the distance between us and the Tianji clan. Otherwise, we will lose without a doubt. These people were prejudiced by first impressions, and they actually took it for granted that young Master Linghu was the scapegoat. Only the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, were clear-headed. They had personally witnessed the growth of the starfield and knew that none of this had anything to do with the Bulsh*T Tianji clan.
As for the fact that the starfield had transformed into a giant mechanical battle insect, although they were shocked at first, they quickly understood.
Although they didn't know how the Tianji clan's small stronghold did it, the starfield was a small stronghold with life. It was originally alive, formed from the countless micromolecules of a world insect. In this situation,
As long as the countless micromolecules of the world insect were rearranged, changing its appearance was too simple.
It was no wonder that the starfield didn't do anything before. It should be because its AI core had seen the ability of the Tianji clan's small stronghold and was imitating it. Who would have thought that in the time it took to eat a meal, it would actually succeed? This discovery was even more terrifying because it meant that the Yixian starfield would have limitless possibilities in the future. Its ability to imitate and deduce was too strong.
This ability to transform a battleship into a mechanical battle insect was definitely a top secret even for the #1 overlord of the universe, the Tianji clan.
But now, the starfield had yet to come into contact with the devil battle insect. It had only seen the entire transformation process from a distance of tens of thousands of li. It had actually easily copied the Tianji clan's technology and manifested it on its own body. If this continued, what kind of technology would the Tianji clan have that could stop the starfield? From this perspective, the starfield was simply an unparalleled treasure to the human race. This was because the Tianji clan had always surpassed the human race in terms of mechanical manufacturing and research. This was something that everyone knew, but they were powerless to change. After all, the members of the Tianji clan were all mechanical life forms. This was something that they were originally proficient in. It was precisely because of this that the various technologies of the Tianji clan had always been at the forefront of the human race. For example, the spatial folding technology had already been widely used in the Tianji clan's battleships and fortresses. But on the human race's side, it was basically only used in the military's large fortresses and above.
The military's large fortresses with a diameter of less than 10,000 meters had yet to be used, let alone the Federation's civilian battleships. But with the starfield, as long as the Tianji clan displayed an advanced technology in the future, it could immediately be copied and reproduced on the starfield. It would more or less be able to decipher some of the key secrets of the technology. Unfortunately, such a precious and strategic small fortress had now been branded as a spy of the Tianji clan. At this moment, Yi Xian was probably already fuming. This made the three purplish warbler ladies feel very helpless and speechless. At the same time, in the void on the other side of the encirclement,
the mechanical Dao Mantis was still engaged in a fierce battle with the large number of interstellar battleships, fortresses, and small fortresses surrounding it. In the time it took to eat a meal, the mechanical Dao Mantis had also suffered some injuries. 2 of its 8 giant mantis blades had been blasted away. However, in this period of time, it had already destroyed dozens of battleships, fortresses and small fortresses.
Chapter 3385.
Chapter 3385. Chapter 3385. The Legend of the Living Battleship, Impossible. This is impossible. The other side's mechanical battlebug form not only has mechanical blade arms and energy cannons, it even has defensive wings. This degree of fusion and transformation already surpasses the technology one have obtained. Could it be that there is a Heaven's Legacy race clansman even stronger than me in that small fort? Preposterous, this is preposterous. Following Mo Qigong's exclamation, Sha Baofeng, one of the core members of the Tianji clan, exclaimed in shock. The wild starship had suddenly transformed into a gigantic combat devil bug. He had witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and he was already shocked. This secret method of mechanical fusion was still a secret even in the core circle of the Heavenly Legacy clan. Only the confidants of the clan leader, DE, were given this method. Moreover, even the #1 confidant of DE hadn't been given the complete fusion Upanishad. As for Sha Baofeng, although he was one of DE's trusted subordinates, his ranking was out of the top 100. Therefore, the fused ultimacy given to him was even simpler. But now, he saw with his own eyes that after a small fortress had undergone a mechanical transformation, it showed a higher level of fusion ultimacy than he did. Although it was not as good as the top 10 subordinates of DE, its mastery of fusion ultimacy could at least be ranked in the top 50. But as far as Sha Baofeng knew, the top 50 most trusted clansmen under DE of the Tianji clan would never leave the first universe. They basically stayed in the headquarters of the Tianji clan and rarely went out. They wouldn't even leave the first universe, let alone appear in the third universe controlled by the human race. In other words, it was impossible for there to be a core member of the Tianji clan overseeing the small stronghold of young Master Linghu. However, the stronghold displayed a similar mechanical fusion ability, and it was even more profound than Sha Baofeng's. All of this was a mystery that he couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be? Sha Baofeng's voice was heard again. This time, his voice was trembling. Unless the opponent imitated it on the spot. Just now,
The opponent captured the entire process when I performed the machinery fusion ultimacy. Then, the opponent reproduced the scene through the deduction of the AI.
Impossible. Emo Qigong was shocked. He immediately denied it.
On the surface, the transformation of the mechanical battlebug doesn't seem to require too much technology. But in fact, it's the opposite. Without a core member of the Tianji clan who mastered the machinery fusion ultimacy as the AI, a battleship is a dead object.
How can it change its internal structure and appearance?
Under such circumstances, even if the other party can roughly deduce where the technical difficulties are, it won't be able to break through and solve the problem. Normal battleships can't do that, but according to legend, there is an exception. As soon as Mo Qigong finished speaking, Sha Baofeng took over and continued with a trembling voice. Legend has it that the creator of clan leader De Xingbo, who is also the technological pioneer of the human race, left behind a living battleship.
This is a mystery.
No one knows what the living battleship looks like or where it is, but according to legend, the entire battleship is alive and can grow on its own. This technology even surpasses the self-regeneration ability of the most advanced battleships of the Tianji clan by too much. If the opponent's battleship is that living battleship, it's alive, so there won't be any problems. As long as the key technical points are deduced, the opponent can reproduce the machinery fusion ultimacy immediately. After all, the core technical parameter of the mechanical fusion ability is to use a core member of the Heaven's Legacy race to fuse with a battleship, temporarily giving it life. But a living battleship can omit this step, as it was originally alive and possessed life. Thus, once the transformation begins, it will be even more thorough and easier to control. This can also explain why the degree of the other party's transformation is actually greater than mine. At this point, Sha Baofeng fell silent. He knew that compared to having a core member of the top 50 of the Tianji clan come to the third universe, the possibility of the opponent's small fortress being a living battleship left behind by the legendary Xingbo was even slimmer and more unrealistic. He just suddenly thought of this possibility and said it out loud. In fact, he didn't believe it himself. But the speaker didn't mean it, so Mo Qigong's expression changed greatly as soon as Sha Baofeng finished speaking. A light flashed through his mind as he recalled the small fortress Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away from the Demon Guard 1-star fortress. That small fortress was indeed very old. Roughly calculating, it was indeed in existence before the technological pioneer of the human race, Xingbo, and before the Tianji clan betrayed the human race. Later, Xingbo fell and the human race was driven to the third universe. That small fortress experienced many years of war in the hands of the Tianji clan before it was finally decommissioned and thrown to the demon race like garbage. When Mo Qigong first arrived in the star field and saw this small fortress, he had a feeling that he had seen this small fortress somewhere before. It was vaguely similar to the Xingbo that Zhang Wuji took away. But that was obviously impossible. How could a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters suddenly transform into a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters in less than a year? Therefore, Mo Qigong only thought about it for a moment before throwing this idea away. Now that he heard the legend of the living battleship, his breathing became rapid and he was somewhat certain.
It seems that Brat really is Long Xian, and now he's called Young Master Linghu.
As expected of one of the two peerless geniuses of the human race. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Mo Qigong muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Whether it's Zhang Wuji, Prince Xian, or young Master Linghu, all three of them stirred up a storm as soon as they appeared. Now that I've compared them with each other, it's indeed that kid's style of doing things. This shocking secret was actually discovered by this old man. Also, that brat really wasn't honest back then. I thought he was going to take away a piece of trash, but who would have thought that it was the one and only supreme treasure of the three planes, the living battleship.
Our demon race suffered a great loss this time. That brat must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this old man will definitely not agree.
Sha Baofeng's voice sounded again as he muttered. In any case, a small fortress similar to our Tianji clan's mechanical fusion technology has appeared in the human camp.
This matter is of great importance and must be investigated thoroughly. Chapter 3386. Blade Mantis vs. Demon Bug, Success.
Ha ha ha! As the mechanical demon insect was successfully transformed, its appearance seemed to be even more sinister and complicated. At the very least, it looked more powerful than the mechanical blade puppet that the Heavenly Legacy clan had transformed into.
Yi Xian was overjoyed.
He raised his head and laughed loudly from within the fortress. To him,
This success wasn't as simple as the starfield gaining the ability to transform into a Tianji race battleship. It was as if he had opened a new window in front of Yi Xian, the starfield, and even the devouring system. A new window opened up, allowing them to broaden their horizons. This was how the creation of science and technology was. A new idea represented a new domain. And today's success had given Yi Xian and the devouring system this kind of awareness. In the future, whenever they encountered something that they could learn from, they wouldn't even need to think about it. They would immediately come up with similar ideas and begin to deduce, recreating everything on the starfield. The future of this living battleship was definitely limitless. With this harvest, it had taken another solid step towards Xingbo's dream of a perfect battleship. Perhaps in the future, this living battleship would grow into a perfect battleship that surpassed Xingbo's expectations. This wasn't completely impossible. At the very least, Xingbo hadn't thought of this type of mechanical transformation ability. Although he was a technological pioneer of the human race, he had already fallen tens of thousands of years ago. The vision of science and technology at that time was different from now. It was very normal that Xingbo hadn't thought of this domain back then. If it was said that the starfield only had the ability to escape when facing this huge fleet of more than 1,000 battleships, Yi Xian had never thought of being able to wipe out the entire army and suppress this huge fleet by himself. Then now that the starfield had fully grasped this new ability, Yi Xian was extremely confident in this point. The mechanical demon bug transformed from the starfield not only had the bloodline attribute abilities of the starfield battle bug, for example, terrifying jumping ability, sharp blade walls, terrifying pincers, etc. There were even 4 universal cannon barrels, each with a diameter of 20,000 meters, shooting out antimatter death ray cannons. There was also a pair of energy wings that could be used as an energy shield and could also be transformed into a massive blade of light energy. The Tianji race's mechanical blade mantis did not possess any of these abilities. Even the mechanical blade mantis was able to keep hundreds of battleships in check, and it was still in a stalemate even after fighting for a while. Needless to say, the mechanical demon bug that the starfield had transformed into was even more so. It was definitely enough to sweep away 1,000 soldiers. It was time to let these people have a taste of their own power. Before this, they had always wanted to suppress young Master Linghu. But now, everything had been reversed. Young Master Linghu was alone, and now, he was going to suppress all of them. Screech! You bunch of shameless bastards! You're just grabbing the chance to slander this young master. A long, mournful, and angry roar rang out from the mechanical devilbug's long mouthpiece. Immediately after, young Master Linghu's slightly angry voice rang out. Today, this young master began a simulation on the battlefield, allowing the treasure ship to obtain a new ability to transform into a mechanical devilbug. Just nice. I'll use you as a sacrifice. Each and every one of you is too shameless. I'll definitely beat you all to death. Shill. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge mechanical devilbug's thick legs shook, and it suddenly jumped up. It directly crossed a distance of 10,000 miles, rushed out of the encirclement of hundreds of battleships, and landed in the group of battleships that were continuously firing at it. The merciless slaughter of iron and blood had begun. Rumble! Boom! For consecutive loud explosions rang out. While the mechanical demon insect was still halfway there, the 4 soft tube-like barrels on its body had already turned and aimed at one of the small fortresses of the 3 battleships. Moreover, it instantly bombarded. 4 black antimatter death ray energy beams with a diameter of 20,000 meters whistled out. Just as the mechanical devilbug's body landed, 4 demonic black flame flowers exploded around it. The 4 battleships of different levels were completely annihilated. This was only the beginning. Chila! Chila! Boom! Rumble! 2 loud sounds like tearing silk rang out, followed by 2 equally loud explosions. Another 2 10,000-meter large fortresses turned into 2 huge fireballs. As the mechanical demon bug's body was about to fall, the 2 enormous energy beams on its back directly turned into energy blades, cutting the bodies of the 2 10,000-meter tall fortresses into 2 halves. Moreover, it also cut into the kinetic energy cabin, causing a huge explosion. This was very useful for the energy light beam. It was originally a form of energy and could be retracted and released at will. If it was retracted, it would disappear in an instant. Once it was released, it could stretch out for 50,000 meters. It was like 2 stretched-out energy blades. As it was formed by the black antimatter energy, it was simply indestructible. Just as it came into contact with the body of the large fortress,
It was like boiling oil splashed on ice, directly melting into it, easily cutting it in half.
Even cutting tofu was not as easy as this. This was only its offensive ability. In fact, its main strength was its defensive ability.
It was just that right now, the mechanical devil bug was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, so it did not need to display this ability at all. If it was really used, this pair of energy beams that were as sharp as blades could instantly turn into arcs and wrap around the mechanical devil bug's entire body, turning into an energy shield for protection. Such an ability made even Sha Baofeng and Mo Qigong envious. Now that they had seen the offensive ability of this pair of energy wings, they could not remain calm. Moreover, other than this pair of energy wings, the mechanical devil bug that Starfield had transformed into had even more external structures that the mechanical devil bug did not have.
Ling Huchong, you really did steal my Tianji clan's mechanical fusion ability. This is too much.
Enraged, Sha Baofeng, who had completely fused with the devil battlehorn and turned it into a giant mechanical blade, suddenly said, I don't care how you did it, but you must give my Tianji clan an explanation.
Well, let's do it this way.
You will return to the first universe with me, and my clan leader will deal with you personally.
Boom.
Following Sha Baofeng's words, the giant mechanical devil bug leaped from the void in the distance, instantly crossing thousands of kilometers and landing in the void 100 kilometers away from the mechanical devil bug. It actually directly crushed 3,000 meters long stellar-level warships into a giant metal pancake.
Who do you think you are?
Even your Tianji clan leader, D.E., may not be qualified to speak to this young master like this.
Do I need to talk to you?
Chapter 733. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong stared at the soup and did not eat the dishes at all. Li Dongzhu, give us more soup. Yang Huanjin did not stand on ceremony. He finished the soup and asked for more soup. Okay. Huang Xianrong said as he swallowed a mouthful of soup. Can the two of you still eat anything else? Li Yi expressed his admiration. The palace maid Chui Lu had already stood up and returned with a tray. A ladle was placed on top of the tray. It was filled with chili oil. Li Dongzhu, this is better than Sichuan pepper, dogwood, ginger, and mustard. Huang Xianrong, who had eaten chili for the first time, gave it a high evaluation. There are a few varieties of Sichuan pepper in it. The mustard zhuangzi that you sent was also made into pickled vegetables. Li Yi mentioned that he wanted to keep it a secret. He did not want to tell the people of Shu that he made the pickled vegetables. Now that he had decided to announce it, the people of Shu could do it if they wanted. He did not want to earn money from this secret recipe. Yang Huanjin thought of another situation. Li Dongzhu, what is it called? Is it for sale? Chili for sale. 1 tael for 1 bushel, 15 bushels for 1 caddy. I will give you 20 caddies for a discount of 1 bushel. Li Yi had already thought of the price. 1 tael for 40 grams, he would sell it for 1,000 yuan. Bai Gu frowned. Your tea eggs were sold for 500 yuan each. Food was also expensive at that time, 300 yuan per bushel. Later on the food prices were low, so I stopped selling. I even announced the recipe for soy sauce. Li Yi emphasized the change in prices, not because he was unscrupulous. At least 2 bushels for 1 tael. Shall we listen to me? Bai Gu raised the price. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were speechless. They looked at each other and realized that the officials of the Ministry of Revenue were all learning from the Minister of Finance. Old Bai, are you waiting to collect 80% tax from me? Li Yi turned to look at Bai Gu. Luxury goods are 80% tax. Bai Gu looked serious. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong looked at each other again. God, 80% tax? The Ministry of Revenue was charging him 1/10 of the taxes, which didn't seem like much. What was the relationship between Li Dongzhu and the Prime Minister? One of them called the other Old Bai while the other called the other Xiao Yi. They ate together. For the sake of Li Yi, the Prime Minister was easy to talk to. Why did the old man want to collect 80% of the young man's tax in the blink of an eye? You, fine 80%. I want a tax refund. I want to check the cost of the property. The money and things donated must be deducted. When Li Yi made a request, he couldn't directly say that he wanted to collect 80% tax from the chili powder. Chili noodles are one of Zhuangzi's products. My Zhuangzi's production costs are high, but other places are losing money. What cost? Bai Gu seemed a little nervous. Old Bai, look. The research and development costs of the blowtorch, the assembling costs of the hot air balloon, the research and development costs of the new smelting furnace, the manufacturing costs, the labor costs of the farmers, the cost of buying land, the cost of the free soup. Li Yi blabbered on and on about all kinds of costs. When people heard it, Zhuangzi was losing money. The profits from selling other things were not enough to cover the whole. The more things Zhuangzi sold, the more losses they suffered. They were about to collapse. How can it be calculated like this? Baigu asked. This was the first time he encountered the problem of cost accounting. Why not? My Zhuangzi has military research and development and production. The imperial court didn't give me a single cent. Look, I'll calculate for you. Don't calculate. This old man doesn't want to listen. If I listen, I'll lose your money. Baigu stopped him. Yang Huanjin and Xiao Yi didn't even bother to drink the soup. They were stunned. At the same time, they wondered if they could use the same method to avoid taxes. There was no need to this time. They had already agreed to a refund. But what about in the future? It sold for 1 liter. This year we planted a lot of chili in the greenhouse. It's difficult to expect the capital to digest it. It's a luxury accessory, but it's too expensive. Merchants in other places are worried that they can't sell it, so they don't buy it. I want to save some money. Don't 80%, 50%. If it's not enough, I won't sell it. I'll think of other ways to make money. Li Yi determined the price after analyzing the market saturation and the high-end consumption level of other places. Okay, 50% it is. Baigu thought about it and agreed. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were at a loss. So they could bargain when collecting taxes? Li Dongzhu, do you still have this soup? Huang Xianrong thought of something and asked while pointing at the chili oil in the casserole. Yes, but you two drink more. I'll ask someone to send some chili oil to my brothers. There's no need for soup. Li Yi was about to say that the two of them were full from the soup when he suddenly realized that there were more than 2 people on the other side. They're in Ni Lane next to the East Market. If they can eat chili at night, it's probably a dream. Yang Huanjin told him the address. Ni Lane was under the East Market. There was a temple inside and no other government offices. A small amount of goods would be placed in Ni Lane. If there were more goods, they would rent warehouses at the docks outside the city. The Salt Gang had a lot of goods and a lot of people. Okay, send it over. Tomorrow let the brothers live in the building in front. When they reach Chang, and they'll be home. There's no need to spend money on accommodation. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, Qing Song ran out. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong found that the palace maids and eunuchs were too clever. Brother Yang, Brother Huang, make a list and advertise it in the newspaper, Li Yi said. The transportation fee in Shu County was paid by the Salt Gang. Not to mention the cost. Just by looking at the speed, one could tell how much effort the Salt Gang had put in. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The two of them thanked him together. They knew about the advertisements, but they were too embarrassed to ask Zhuangzi to do it. It felt like asking Zhuangzi to do it for free. Are there more salt wells over there? Baigu remembered that the Emperor and Li Yi had cooperated to drill wells. Replying to the Prime Minister, Yang Huanjin replied, yes, there are many new brine wells and gas wells. We'll also look for gas wells to help boil salt. Huang Xianrong lowered his voice. I heard that behind those good places are. As he spoke, he pointed upwards. Li Yi nodded. Yes, it's the Emperor's. I still have half of the shares. Have you learned how to drill wells? Ah. The two of them exclaimed in unison. The Emperor's business, Li Dongzhu had half of the shares? This was not a question of how much shares he had, the question was how to get a share. After recovering from his shock, Yang Huanjin sighed, AI. Although we've drilled, it takes a lot of time and money to drill a well. I'm afraid that we won't be able to produce any more brine. Li Yi nodded. Yes, a well can make a family, but a well can also ruin a wealthy businessman. It's just that he had no choice. If you don't have enough capital, it's best not to gamble. You still have to drill. You have a lot of money. If you drill a few wells at the same time, the chances of success will be higher. Li Yi knew that the other party had money, so he persuaded them. Li Dongzhu were drilling. We've already drilled a brine well, Yang Huanjin said happily. They just had to drill 6 wells at the same time. If one well produced brine, they would earn back the money for the other 5 wells. If they continued to drill for the wells that had not produced any brine, they would not have to worry about it anymore if a gas well appeared. The Emperor's wells have to be paid to the local government. You use the technology, so you have to take the money, Baigu suddenly interrupted. Chapter 734. After the meal, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were arranged to stay in a small courtyard. Baigu had his own courtyard, so he didn't go back today. He went home. It was farther from home to Xingqing Palace than from Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace tomorrow morning. He lived in Huaizhen Lane, which was about 16 miles away from Xingqing Palace. It was about 8 miles from Li family Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace, including the bridge and the oblique road. Bai Gu wanted to move to Li family Zhuangzi if he didn't know His Majesty didn't allow it. Besides, he didn't want to trouble his family to make breakfast for him. He needed to get up early and eat outside. Or he would eat in the car if he met someone who was carrying a load or pushing a cart. How could the food sold outside compare with the food in Li family Zhuangzi's canteen? Bai Gu came with the memorials and read them in the study. He sorted out what he needed to show to Li Longji and wrote down his own opinions. He didn't finish his work until it was almost midnight. He cleaned up and went to the bathroom. There was a pipe in the courtyard that connected to the bathtub on Zhuangzi. Then there was a shower. There was no bathtub. He was afraid that he couldn't save someone in the bathtub. He adjusted the hot and cold water, washed himself, wiped himself with a bath towel, went back to the bedroom, changed into pajamas and lay on the bed. What a fairy-like life. Bai Gu murmured and fell asleep. On October 6th, it snowed lightly again but the wind was not strong. The Salt Gang members moved their luggage out of an lane and into the residential building. There was a flue and a honeycomb coal stove in the residential building. There was no place to cook, toilet, or bathroom. After the stove was lit and the flue was connected, the temperature in the room could be maintained at 16 or 17 degrees Celsius. For people from Shu County, this temperature was good. It was warmer than in Izhou. Winter in Izhou was not very cold. The temperature in the room was higher than outside. It was usually 6 or 7 degrees Celsius to 10 degrees Celsius. It was relatively humid. There was no charcoal brazier. Everyone lived in this temperature all year round. Chang, and was actually the same as other places in the Tang dynasty. The common people could survive, while the rich people had copper hand stoves and charcoal braziers. When the members of the Salt clan lived in an lane, they had heated Kong beds and the temperature was high. But they had to spend money to buy coal. She moved to the building in front of the Li family Zhuangzi. It was free of charge, including food. Most importantly, give me a bowl, I'll have some. Don't fight with me, Hisha. Spicy, awesome. Feels good to sweat all over. After moving over, they ate in the settlement. There were many shops in the settlement as well as a large canteen. They ate steamed buns and drank cucumber and egg soup. There was little salt in the steamed buns, so they dipped them in soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil. Now they were fighting for the bowls of chili oil, putting it in the dishes and also in the soup. It was clearly a light cucumber and egg soup with a layer of chili oil. They had already finished their meal when the food was delivered to them last night. He only tasted it, but today he didn't hold back. As he shouted that it was spicy, he ate with all his might, sweating profusely. She poured the cucumber soup into the empty bowl and drank it clean. This was what they liked the most. In fact, they were not the only ones who liked it. The people in the north liked it and some people in the south liked it. As for the people in Dongting Lake, needless to say they liked it. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xinrong ate with their brothers. The taxes we paid will be refunded. Brothers, don't worry. Yang Huanjin was the leader of the Salt clan. He said loudly to the other leaders of the Salt clan. Boss Yang, what do you mean? Refunded? Did Li Dongzhu help us? A salt merchant asked curiously. You can't imagine who Li Dongzhu is eating with. It's Minister Bai, the minister in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Yang Huanjin looked around and gave the answer. Oh. Everyone was surprised. Huang Xinrong said, Brothers, we helped the soldiers of the Tang dynasty deliver things. Bai Zaifu said that it was a great merit, so we can't take the taxes from the Salt clan of Shu. Oh. Everyone was excited. The imperial court was still thinking about them. It was worth it to put in so much effort. I've already given the list of goods to Li Dongzhu. There will be an advertisement in the newspaper tomorrow. Brothers, when you live in Chang, and you will have chili oil every day. Yang Huanjin said 2 more pieces of good news. Oh. Everyone was happy. Chili oil? What a good day. After 3, someone came from outside. Is the salt merchant of Shu here? The person who walked in front of the group asked with a smile. Yes, you are, from the Qingyi Alliance? And the Qingyi Alliance and the Rongyi Alliance? A salt merchant asked. Just as he was about to ask about the other party's identity, he recognized the other party from his clothes. He was from the Yi Alliance. The 3 Yi Alliances in Chang, and we're all here. Yes, I'm here to take your measurements so that we can make thin cotton padded clothes. At the same time, I'll compare the sizes and give you military coats. The people from the Qing-Yi Alliance nodded with a smile and said the purpose of their visit. We didn't order any clothes. The salt merchant was puzzled. Our Yi Alliance only knows about your identities. You are helping to transport military supplies in Shu, so we can live a stable life in Chang'an. We will discuss with the imperial court and buy cotton cloth and military coats. We will give you a set. The people from the Qingyi alliance explained that it was because they had helped the army before. The people from the Salt clan were embarrassed. They had helped them once because of Li Dongzhu. Why did everyone come to give them benefits? Don't eat first. Come and let us take your measurements. We will take this favor from the Salt clan. When the war starts again, we will send the supplies to the soldiers at the front line. Yang Huanjin yelled. Okay. The others agreed. Brother Yi, you are playing the 1,000 gold market. In the future, if the merchants from other places encounter the same situation, they will naturally help. Li Qingxi and the Yi alliance came. He followed them. Shouldn't we get benefits for contributing to the Tang dynasty? Li Yi did not deny. But in this way, the people from the Salt clan might bring weapons to escort the provisions and fight with the enemy. Li Qingxi was worried about this. The Salt clan of Shu was righteous. They would fight if they got benefits. Li Yi nodded. That's about right. If they need me to fight, I will fight too. Will the soldiers at the front line not fight? If the Salt clan fights, they will get more benefits. Big brother, do you think that the Salt clan only knows how to cook salt and not kill people? Li Qingxi smiled. Yes, everyone was fighting with their lives. Moreover, the Salt clan was very good at fighting. Baigu did well. He took the initiative to waive the tax. Li Qingxi praised Baigu. Baigu was a money grubber. It was not easy for him to take the initiative to ask for a tax refund. How can old Bai not understand this? Shu has always been providing provisions. If the Salt clan is disappointed today, who will be willing to help tomorrow? Li Yi said with a smile. He actually knew that old Bai was trying to support him. When he sent a letter, the Salt clan tried their best to help. The Salt clan went to Chang and asked for help. How much face he had depended on the result. The result was good. He directly exempted the tax and returned the goods. Therefore he had to repay this favor. He had to repay it with old Bai. This old man, thinking of this, Li Yi laughed. Li Qingxi seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What good things do you have to pay the tax?" There are several. I don't know which one he will be satisfied with. Li Yi shook his head. Chapter 735. Hello. 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 A pair of red-breasted parrots were moved to a separate room. The cage was moved in. It was a big cage with a nest inside. A 5-year-old girl on Zhuangzi was holding a box in one hand and mixed feed in the other. She put the mixed feed into the food trough next to the cage. She said, "Hello," every time she put a little bit of food in the trough. The 2 red-breasted parrots hid behind the pole and looked at her, but they were not hungry. The little girl put a few grains of millet in the trough and stood there and continued to say, "Hello." The male parrot was probably too hungry, or maybe he had something to do first, so he went over and ate a grain of millet from the trough. Then he ate another one and another one, no more. The little girl put a total of 5 grains of millet in the trough. The male parrot touched its beak in the trough again, tilted its head and looked with one eye. It was sure that there were no more grains. It raised its head and turned its head slightly to look at the box in the little girl's hand. The female parrot jumped over and looked at the trough first. Then she went in and looked at the little girl and the box with the male parrot. The little girl pinched 2 grains of millet and put them in the trough. When she put the millet, the 2 big parrots moved their heads back. When she finished, the parrots were not in a hurry to eat, but continued to look at her. "Hello, hello." The little girl stood still and still repeated her words. The male parrot waited for a while and put his beak into the trough again. As soon as he ate one, the other one was snatched by the female parrot. The 2 parrots looked around and found that there were no more grains. They touched each other's heads and leaned against each other. "Hello." The little girl put something in the trough. After a quarter of an hour, the red-breasted parrots did not hide any more. They ate whatever the little girl put in the trough. The little girl put a pine nut. The male parrot ate it and the female parrot snatched it. The male parrot moved aside and did not stop eating. The male parrot bit the shell and broke the pine nut into 2 pieces. The female parrot quickly ate the fallen one. The little girl was very patient. She fed the parrots slowly and kept saying hello. After another quarter of an hour, the little girl pinched the pine nut with her fingers and the red-breasted parrot would eat it. The other parrots enjoyed the same treatment. The 8 little girls were responsible for feeding and talking to them. Li Yi went into the rooms one by one. All the parrots would eat from the little girl's hands. Li Qingxi looked at it as well. It's much simpler than eagle training. The eagle trainers will also follow suit. Only those who don't have the means to raise an eagle. Those who do have the means to raise it slowly. After a long time, the eagle will naturally become close to you. The most difficult thing is to raise the sparrows caught in the wild. You have to raise them until they can fly in the wild and come back to you with a whistle. Li Yi didn't think that there was anything amazing about the way to cook an eagle. It was a quick method. The eagle needed to be raised slowly and needed to eat meat. It was cooked quickly, and the eagle could help catch wild animals. The rich kids only wanted to experience the thrill of the eagle's submission. Sparrows were different. They had big tempers and their wild nature was hard to change. Only when a sparrow was raised to the point where it could fly back to its nest would it show its ability. Li Yi had never raised one before, but he had fed the parrots raised by his friend. It took Li Yi 2 days to directly receive food from people like now. He fed the parrots sunflower seeds. The little girl was amazing. She fed wild parrots to this extent in half an hour. Li Yi couldn't do it. You can raise sparrows? Didn't you say that they have big tempers and would rather starve to death than eat? Li Qingqi felt that he had heard something amazing. Li Yi nodded. Yes, that's why those who can fly back to their nest are all experts. It's not difficult to let sparrows fall into your hands and eat, but it's difficult to be obedient. Brother Yi, can you make the sparrows not afraid of people? Li Qingqi suddenly thought of an idea. Brother, if I make the sparrows not afraid of people, people will scold me. Li Yi shook his head and refused such a bad idea. Oh, tell me. Li Qingqi's foppish character was revealed. Thinking about it, he could do things that others couldn't. Wasn't he amazing? Feed them with food. It's winter now, and it's not easy for the sparrows to find food. You can process a group of wooden boxes into bird nests. Put the boxes around the square and then clean the square. Sprinkle food on the square every day. Tell others not to chase and catch the sparrows. After a long time, the sparrows will not be afraid of people. Li Yi's idea was that simple. Forget it. Li Qingqi also refused. What would others think if they knew that he was sprinkling food to feed the sparrows? Then he thought of a problem. If you let them go in the future, won't you be sprinkling food? Pigeons are different. Pigeons will return to their cages. When people call them, they will return to their nests. Unless the sparrows can reach that level. Li Yi waved his hand. Pigeons and sparrows can't be compared together. What's the difference? Li Qingqi didn't understand for a moment. If the pigeons are obedient, others will know that the pigeons are yours. If you feed the pigeons, it's because you're rich. If others think that the sparrows are not yours, if you feed them food, others will say that you're a wastrel. When you can command a group of sparrows to fly around, others will think of you as an immortal. What Li Yi said was a truth. People's point of view could change when it came to the same thing. Then I won't raise sparrows. Li Qingqi thought for a moment and decided not to be an immortal. Spicy. It's too spicy. Do you have any more? In heavenly earth, some people became immortals because of the spiciness. On the second floor there was a buffet with water and boats. Each customer was given a small plate of pepper oil and chili oil dipping sauce. The waitress told them in advance that it was spicy. The result was indeed spicy. More importantly, it was numbing. The customers who ate the mixture of pepper oil and chili oil for the first time felt that they were floating. The problem was that the more they ate, the more they wanted to eat. They couldn't stop at all. I'm sorry. Only one serving is free. The waitress looked apologetic. Yes, I'll pay for it. Those who could eat on the second floor had to pay at least 100 renminbi for membership. 100 renminbi per plate. The waitress quoted, 100 renminbi? Is it more expensive than the previous soy sauce? The customer compared and found it outrageous. Yes, the waitress admitted. In heavenly earth they also spent money to buy chili powder and then made it into chili oil. A handful of chili powder could be made into dozens of plates of chili oil and provided to the customers. The part with chili powder could be sold again. Give me 1 plate. The customer smacked his lips and accepted the offer. The third floor was the same as the second floor. A small plate of chili powder was given for free. It was 200 renminbi per plate, twice as expensive. Customers were allowed to take it away. The news that there was a particularly spicy chili oil in heavenly earth spread out before the evening arrived. Other restaurants sent people to inquire about it one after another. Under the publicity of some intentional people, everyone knew that the chili powder was sold in Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time they also knew the price. A handful of chili powder was 15 grams per kilo. In the drunken immortal house of Lantian County, Zhang Sun Xn picked up a cucumber, dipped it in chili sauce and ate it while talking to the 4 assistants about the past. Everybody, do you see it? I found it the year before last. I thought it was a little poisonous, so I put some in the free soup. While speaking, Zhang Sun Xn looked calm as if she were talking about other people's affairs. The 4 assistants showed an expression of understanding and sighed at the same time. Chapter 736. Inspector Zhang Sun, according to this, Ordinary people will have diarrhea after eating chili? Luo Aoqing thought of an important thing when he was sad for Zhang Sun Xen. The people drank the chili on an empty stomach. Of course, some had diarrhea and some were fine. You ate it with me for so long and you didn't have any problems. Zhang Sun Xen now understood. The only thing that made him feel better was that he could eat chili sauce for free. He had been eating it for more than a year. Today, the Li family Zhuangzi finally started to sell it, which made him feel emotional. Then he thought of the price. 1 picket, 1 tail. If I make a fortune? Luo Aoqing followed. I don't know how to grow it. If it's not good, I can't make money. If it's good, I can't make money. If it's good, I can't make money. I don't have the luck to keep it a secret and make a lot of money. Zhang Sun Xen shook his head. He thought it through. He was not the Li family Zhuangzi. How could he keep the chili sauce for 1 picket? Not to mention the chili sauce, any of the Li family Zhuangzi's profitable things would be robbed in his hands. Li was lucky. Bai Gu found that his luck was also good. He invited a group of people to eat at his house, not in earthly paradise. A few days had passed since the Li family Zhuangzi started to sell chili sauce. Today was October 10th. Bai Gu bought 2 lamb legs and tore the meat to dip in the sauce. Together with the sauce, there were cucumber strips, eggplant strips, radish, lettuce, chrysanthemum flower, cabbage, shallot, dandelion, garlic and other vegetables in the greenhouse. This was the typical northeastern pickled vegetables of Li Yi's time. Otherwise, many places didn't eat raw eggplant. The sauce was beef sauce. The Li family Zhuangzi occasionally bought beef. Yesterday he bought it and made a lot of beef chili sauce. It was fermented bean sauce. Where are the spinach and cowpeas? Lu Huaishan looked at the pickled vegetables and didn't find the 2 things he was talking about. It's going to take a lot of effort to blanch them. I've taken out a portion of my family's sauce. Bai Gu emphasized his own sauce. After the Li family Zhuangzi finished making the sauce, Li Yi gave it to the people he was familiar with and gave it to Li Longji for Li Longji to give it to. Of course, those with lower grades could forget about it. They were not qualified. On the other hand, the vegetables in the greenhouse were given to low-grade officials, such as 4th grade and 5th grade officials. As for the 6th grade, what the hell was that? Rank SIXS and rank 7s could look for Songda. Songda would give them face and give them a basket of vegetables. The Li family Zhuangzi was the 2nd steward of the Li family, and he was responsible for finding Sun letters below the 7th rank. It was useless to look for those that had leaked out. Good wine. Yao Chong smelled the wine. It smelled familiar. It was the best-selling wine in Chang'an. This was not a wine that cost 10,000 RMB per bucket. Many poets had drunk the kind that cost 10,000 RMB per bucket. This wine was grape wine, and the bucket was not a bucket that weighed dozens of caddies. Otherwise, how could each person drink 10 caddies of grape wine in a gathering? Why does it smell wrong? Wei Zhigu took a sip. It's mixed with Li family Zhuangzi's white wine. It's all white wine. Everyone can't drink much. It's intoxicating. It's all this kind of wine. We can only drink water. Bai Gu said that it was because of the food. Everyone expressed their understanding. After drinking Li family Zhuangzi's white wine, they felt that other wines were bland. However, Li family Zhuangzi's wine was too strong. Did something good happen to Long Zhe? He specifically asked us to drink. Song Jing tried to make himself less serious. It must be because Li family Zhuangzi's chili noodles are selling well. Long Zhe is waiting for the tax at the end of the month. Yao Chong thought of the chili noodles. No, I didn't invite him. It was King Song who asked me to. My family has the benefit of Li family Zhuangzi selling pencils. We have money. As for the other things, Xiao Yi originally wanted to give them to the ministers of the various ministries. However, she didn't manage to do so. Huai Xin has a bonus issue, so he doesn't lack anything. Others can't. Bai Gu revealed the matter behind the scenes. Li Yi selling chili noodles was nothing to be happy about. The money was there and couldn't run away. Sending weapons and supplies to the front lines to scare Tubo wasn't worth paying attention to either. Now, 3 out of the 6 ministers were still alive, and only one of them had extra income. King Song will make arrangements for the other 3. Ting Shua Yuanji Guangping Zhigu. You all should have an additional income. Bai Gu explained the situation. Ting Shua Yuanji Guangping and Zhigu were Su Yi Yao Chong Song Jing and Wei Zhigu. Why should we have an additional income? Song Jing wasn't happy. He had been schemed against by Li Yi once and won a membership card for Earthly Paradise. At that time he was still excited and thought that he was lucky. Only when he arrived at the royal court did he realize that everything had been planned. There is extra money to prevent everyone or your family from taking money that you shouldn't take. Bai Gu looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong pursed his lips and didn't say a word. He didn't accept any bribes, but his son did. How do we get an additional income? Sui wanted money. Invest. Take out your money and invest it. King Song wants to build a warehouse, a lot of warehouses. Once the warehouse is built, other people will store their goods and collect rent. We will share the profits. The idea came from Li Yi, so you all don't have to worry about not earning money. If Li Yi wants you to earn money, you have to earn it. Bai Gu explained the benefits that King Song was offering. He didn't know how to make a lot of money, and he didn't need to know either. I agree. Yao Chong was the first to express his stance. This money was relatively clean. I don't want it. Lu Huaishan waved his hand. His salary was still given to his clan members. His share of the profits was still given to his clan members. Earthly Paradise didn't give him money, only things. You should at least get some. Your clan members aren't going to Pyongkong Square with money. Wei Zhigu persuaded. Persuading Lu Huaishan meant that he agreed. I'll invest. Su Yi, who wanted to earn money, didn't want to miss this opportunity. Other than earning money, he also wanted to blend in. Everyone looked at Song Jing and waited for Song Jing to speak. Sigh. Song Jing nodded his head. He couldn't refuse. Of the 6 ministers, the other 3 would obviously agree. Including the Prime Minister, he was the only one who was aloof. In the future, if anyone in his family took a little benefit from others, he could resign on his own. If you don't want the money, then you'll use other methods to earn money? After the matter was settled, everyone started to eat and drink. The topic couldn't be separated from the imperial court. Occasionally they would mention Li Yi. Li Yi, who was occasionally mentioned, was eating with Li Longji's family. The topic was about the officials investing. All the officials in Chang and should have shares. It doesn't have to be in the warehouse. It can be in other aspects. When they are officials, the shares are still there. When they are no longer officials, the shares will be bought back and they will be given a sum of money. If the officials take the money and still make mistakes, they can still buy back the shares. The imperial court can punish them severely. Li Yi talked about another way to subsidize the officials. It was different from the imperial court's high salary. Li Longji listened and thought that it made sense. The officials had been given money, but they still embezzled and accepted bribes. This showed that the officials were too bad. When dealing with them, they had to be ruthless. But, Brother Yi, are there so many profitable businesses? Li Longji was worried about this. There were many officials in Chang'an. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Chapter 737. Third brother, you don't have to make money from a business. You just have to pay the officials how much you want to pay. Li Yi said as he took a sip of the wine. Li Longji didn't drink. He was thinking hard about what Yi Tianyi meant. What did he mean by not making money from a business? How much to pay the officials? He had to figure it out himself. Otherwise he would be too stupid. Li Yi ignored him and ate slowly. There was beef, so he made marinated beef, which went well with the wine. After thinking for a while, Li Longji still couldn't figure it out. Brother Yi, tell me. Li Longji took a sip of wine. Third brother, you are an official. I want you to invest. You tell me how much you want to invest, which business you want to do, and when you want to make money. Li Yi gave a very generous choice. I can tell you how much I want to invest in the business. There is still time. Can you let me make money? Li Longji found that the situation was not right. Yes. Li Yi nodded with a smile. Okay, I will invest 100 coins. I want to raise sheep and make money in 5 days. Li Longji didn't believe it. 100 coins to raise sheep in 5 days. Come brother Yi, you are amazing. Help me make money. Third brother, what rank are you? Do you have any real power? How much do you want to earn? It is impossible for a 7th rank official to earn 10 coins. Li Yi asked for the conditions again. The Minister of War wants to earn 100 coins. Li Longji gave 2 conditions. Li Yi shook his head. The Minister of War can't do that. 100 coins is too much. The Minister of War can't afford to invest 100 coins in 5 days. I am the current emperor. Okay, you 3 are the current emperor. You didn't hear it? Li Yi continued. This is delicious. The mushrooms absorb the flavor of the broth. It is chewy. The broth is delicious. You don't know how to eat it. The most delicious is the chili sauce. It is made with beef. Did Dongzhu say something just now? No, you must be hallucinating. Otherwise, why didn't we hear it? Yes. The eunuchs and maids suddenly spoke loudly. Empress Wang wanted to laugh when she heard that. The little fellow said, I didn't hear it. Third brother, that's enough. The status you mentioned is good. 100 coins, raise sheep and earn 100 coins in 5 days. Li Yi was satisfied. Alright, let me see how you can earn it. Li Longji glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. Alright, let's see how your younger brother earns it for you. Li Yi drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. The surroundings quieted down. Everyone wanted to know what methods could be used to achieve these goals. The emperor will pay 100 coins, I will pay 100 coins to raise sheep and go to the East Market to buy lambs. When they arrived at the East Market, they found a 3-month-old lamb. It was dispirited. No one else wanted to buy it. I could tell at a glance that there was a problem. I bargained and bought it for 180 yuan. Then I killed the lamb and took out the sheep's oats, which were sheep stones. Just like the bezoar, they could be used to replace the bezoar. The people around wanted to buy it, but I failed. Coincidentally, there was a big businessman whose family was sick and needed the bezoar but couldn't buy it. So he bought the sheep oats at a high price of 500 coins. I took the money and went to buy more lambs. I found 2 lambs that were dispirited. Brother E, don't say any more. I know. Can you find another businessman and the businessman will admit it? And pay taxes when you buy and sell? Li Longji was enlightened. What kind of business was this? It was clearly using money to make a reasonable income, and then dividends would be distributed. Not to mention 100 coins, as long as one was willing, even 1,000 coins would not be a problem. Li Yi poured the wine. He was familiar with this kind of thing. Businessmen who were less capable would bribe officials by buying shares of the company. Under normal circumstances, no one would investigate. If they wanted to investigate, they could still find out. This small businessman was not really small. And the big businessmen with ability would ask officials to buy funds. Those small funds would then use other people's money to compensate the officials. This could not be found out. It was a normal investment income for the officials. Middle-class methods were to ask officials to buy antiques or even jade. Gold had a price, but jade was priceless. When the officials bought the antiques, there would be people who said that the antiques were good and wanted to buy them. Another method was to go to the casinos outside. As long as the money won from gambling was taxed legally, it would be the officials' normal income. But later the casinos banned the officials from going there, and this method was closed. Brother E, the officials make money like this? It's better not to make money. Li Longji drank a mouthful of wine and said, just buy and sell normally. But the officials with different ranks and real power would be slightly biased in the process of buying and selling. Li Yi shook his head. He was just giving an example. He did not really follow the way he bought the sheep. Chang, and in the Tang dynasty, was full of opportunities. It was too easy to find a way to make money. This is also good. If the officials make enough money for their family's expenses, there would be no reason for them to interfere. Li Longji talked about the situation of the officials. Some of them did not have much money and were still working as officials in Chang'an. They could only live outside the city and occasionally make some money. He really wanted to punish them, but he could not bear to. If the officials were trusted to do business normally, they would have a stable income. There was no need to consider the other party's difficulties. Uncle, some of the officials rent houses outside the city. In fact, their lives are not good. Some of them even live in the temple. Empress Wang also knew the situation. She meant to arrange for the officials to buy shares quickly. Li Yi frowned and thought for a while. He said, actually there is a way. The officials' houses are the easiest to solve. Oh. Li Longji was the most concerned about this. The residential area. Li Yi pointed to the place where the outsiders lived. Build the same building? And then arrange for the officials to live there? Li Longji suddenly figured it out. Yes, the imperial court learned to build houses outside the city. The area was small and there were many rooms. For the officials who lived in the temple and rented houses, if they were willing to live there, they could arrange for them. Even if it was a 5th-grade official, it would not be a problem if he needed to appear in the imperial court. Chang'an City Gate would not be closed at night. They could just wake up early. Li Yi nodded. The officials' temporary houses. He once had one at that time. The low-ranking officials were also given a house to live in. Later on there were still high-ranking officials. As for the rest, he would have to think of other ways. Building houses in winter. Li Longji wanted to achieve his goal as soon as possible, but he was worried that it would not be easy to build houses in winter. How would he lay the foundation? We can build simple houses first. There are linoleum papers. It is impossible to make money and dividends immediately after buying shares. Li Yi thought of the situation after Yao Chang's resignation in history and sighed in his heart. There were still many officials in Chang'an who needed help, especially those at the bottom. He could not let the officials work hard without considering the actual situation of the officials. Brother E, drink up. Let the imperial court handle this matter. It is enough for us to come up with an idea. Li Longji held his wine cup. He had already made a decision. He would give the order to build houses tomorrow. The one-story houses belonged to the officials. This way the officials would look decent when they lived in them. They would also need to put the Kong bed on the coals. Chapter 738. 5 kilometers south of Chang, a group of people were digging the ground with tools. 5 kilometers south of the city, there were many houses on the road leading to the city gate. Just like in the early days of Li Yi's time, there were many bungalows in the capital when there were not so many roads. The people living in these places did not have fields. For them, they were not even comparable to the people in the surrounding villages. There were no buildings in Chang'an. There were no tiles on the square and the sewage was flowing everywhere. The prosperity of Chang seemed to have nothing to do with the people living here. In fact, they would go to the city to work during the day. 5 kilometers was a little far. It seemed that it was not very convenient to get to Chang'an. However, a cement road was also being built from the place 10 miles away to the roads that connected to the southern city wall. It included the location of the 5 kilometers. The people working were the captives of the southwest barbarians. The left guard of the 16 guards was in charge of guarding them today. Such a big movement soon spread all over Chang'an. The people did not know the situation, so they asked about it. Today was October 11th. Some of the officials of the imperial court asked for leave yesterday, and some of them asked for leave today. Lu Tan was a registrar of the agriculture temple. Normally there were 2 registrars in the agriculture temple. Because a large number of people were needed to participate in the cultivation of hybrid crops, the number of registrars was increased to 4. Lu Tan's hometown was in a village in Jianghu. He was selected to be an official in Chang'an. He was a 7th grade official. For many people this was a good official. They envied Lu Tan's parents. Lu Tan was filial. When he came to Chang'an 2 years ago, he brought his family with him, including his wife, a son, a daughter, and his parents. When he came to Chang'an, he found that life was not easy. With his salary, he could not rent a house in the city. He had to take his family to live in a shack outside the city. Fortunately, his parents and his wife could do some work. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi kept finding work for them. Their life gradually got better. His 8-year-old son went to school. He could get a reward during the exam every 10 days. His 5-year-old daughter was also learning pinyin. Before the winter came, she helped to gather coal. The family planned to save more money to repair their shabby house. As for living in the city, they did not dare to think about it for the time being. As the standard of living of the people improved, the housing prices also rose. Husband, there's quite a commotion over there. The Li family Zhuangzi's captives are working. I've asked around and they say that the roads here need to be repaired. Fang Shi was helping her husband wash his hair. She said that she was on break and she really was on break. Men's hair is long and if there are family members they usually wash it for them. Lu Tan sat on a stool. In front of him was a small stool. There was a wooden basin on the stool and he was making soap. Of course he didn't buy the soap. His wife went to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask Songda for it. When she needed it, she would report her husband's official position, rank 7. Songda would be in charge. There were 6 people in the family and they received 2 bars of soap per month. In the future there was no need to be so detailed. She just had to say her name, take a bunch of things including the soap and leave her fingerprint. At first, some people didn't want to go because they felt embarrassed. Later on he found out that even the minister was there. What's more, the winged knights were there and the families of other officials were there too. So why didn't his own family go? There were some officials who thought that they wouldn't be able to get more than a few times. The Li family Zhuangzi became an official of the imperial court? They would be punished. In the end, the entire imperial court didn't seem to know about this. Even the imperial censorate didn't say anything. It was amazing. Lu Tan lowered his head. It was inconvenient for him to speak, so he just nodded. Madame Fang said, "After you finish washing, I will apply some skincare cream on your face." When I went out to ask about the situation, I met the people from the Li family Zhuangzi. They gave you skincare cream? Lu Tan asked. His eyes were closed and he felt very uncomfortable. How is it for me? You are an official. Of course it's for you. All the officials of the imperial court who live here have it. They happened to see me and when they gave it to me they thanked you for your hard work for the country and the people. Madame Fang had a proud look on her face. Although her family could only live in a shack outside the city, her husband was still an official of Chang'an. He was a rank 7 official, and he would at least be a county magistrate. There's also a basket of vegetables. After you finish washing your hair, I will fry some cucumber and eggs. You can drink a bowl of wine. Madame Fang said happily. Her husband was her sky. Many officials in the southern part of the city received things from their families. According to the rank, the amount of things given was also different. The captives from the southwest dug up the layer of soil that was not frozen solid and thick. They filled it with crushed stones and sand. In theory, after filling it with sand, they had to water it. At the same time, they used an iron drill to push and shake it back and forth to let the water wash the sand down, leaving no gaps. Because it was winter, this step was skipped. They spread soil on top and used stone to press it down. When spring came, they dug up the soil, laid a new foundation, and built a new building. Nearly 12,000 captives went to work. On the first day, they finished digging up the soil and transported the stones and sand. On the second day, the soil was filled and ready to be covered. On the third day, the main board and wooden boards were put together with asbestos to be used as a wall. Asbestos, which was also known as fire cloth, was already available. There were too many of these things in Lantian County, and it was not good for health. Li did not want to use it at first, but it was required to be used in a short period of time. It had to be kept warm and fireproof, so he had to take it out. On the fourth day, they started to build the Kong bed and heat it. This kind of Kong bed was not strong enough, but it could be used for one winter. The next day they put it on top. It was also made of asbestos, but it was thinner, and the top was covered with linoleum paper. On the 16th day of the 10th month, the Kong mats were laid out and they could move in. At this time, if the Kong mats were lifted up, they would find that the Kong mats were smeared with mud, and there were fine cracks. It needed to be burned again and then smeared with mud again. However, there was a chimney and a flue. Under normal weather, the Kong bed would not emit smoke. When the weather was bad, the Kong bed would burn and the smoke would be poured out. They needed to go outside and light a fire under the chimney. There was a hole there and the firewood was thrown in. The smoke rose up and the air moved. The smoke from the Kong bed was drawn over. As long as it was drawn, the wind path would be opened. In the past, Li Yi's northeast chimney was like this. There was a hole and it was usually blocked with bricks. Horse carriages and ox carts came running over. When Lu Tan reached home at night, his wife, Fang Shi, immediately went up to him. Looking around and seeing that there was no one, she opened her arms and hugged Lu Tan's neck. Lu Tan was shocked. What was she doing? After he pretended to be serious and asked his wife to let go, he found a situation. Where were the things at home? Where were the parents and children? At this moment, the shack was empty. The honeycomb coal stove was gone. Where is everyone? Where are our belongings? Lu Tan stared at his wife with wide eyes. Husband, we moved. The house 10 li away was built for us. Our house has 3 rooms. I want to take a look at the place. Behind the main house is the kitchen, and there are side rooms on the left and right. There are 2 stoves in the kitchen, and the left and right side rooms are directly connected. The fire path in the east side room is also connected to the main house, and the fire path in the west side room is connected to the small study in front of the main house. Go underground and take a turn to get out. Fang Shi said excitedly. Lu Tan's eyes widened even more. Chapter 739. Lu Tan was holding his wife's arm as they walked on the newly paved gravel road. The sky was getting dark. There were poles on both sides of the road. The people of the 16th Guard lit up diesel lamps and hung them on the poles. There was one every 100 steps. The lamps were not bright, but when they were hung there, they gave people an inexplicable sense of security. In order to prevent them from being stolen, the people of the 16th Guard guarded them. The reason why they used diesel lamps and not kerosene lamps was because kerosene was to be sold. When petroleum was distilled, diesel was the most abundant, followed by gasoline. Gasoline could be used to make weapons, so it had to be kept. Diesel could be used not only in the south of the city but also in the east and west of the city. This was called a lighting project. Petroleum was obtained for free, kerosene was to be sold, and diesel was to be used for lighting at night. The sky was obviously gloomy and Lu Tan could not see the stars, but he suddenly felt that his surroundings were bright and his breathing was smooth. Husband, our house is here. There is no yard or fence. All of us are officials of the imperial court. There are also foreign officials. When Fang Shi talked about foreign officials, she was proud again. Her husband was a 7th-rank official. Although they lived in the same environment, he was far from being a foreign official. The toilets are further away. There are people who clean them. Men and women are separated. Fang Shi continued to explain. There was a diesel lamp every 50 steps so they could barely see the house and the road. As they spoke, the 2 of them arrived at the door. The door suddenly opened and the 2 children stood at the door. Father is back. Mother is back. When Lu Tan saw his children, he smiled. The tiredness of the Si Nong temple disappeared instantly. Everything was worth it. When he entered, he looked around the 3 rooms and the study. The place to eat was behind the main room in the kitchen. An old man and an old woman sat at the dining table and waited. When Lu Tan entered, the old woman stood up and the old man continued to sit. Little Tan is back. Sit down. The old woman smiled. Mother, sit down. I'll wash my hands. Today, smells good. Lu Tan smelled the aroma of food. Fang Shi went to get some water for him to wash his hands. The old man spoke. The palace's Huang men came to deliver food and a handful of money. They said they were here to congratulate you on your move. The old man said where the food came from. Lu Tan immediately cupped his hands in the direction of Xingqing Palace. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old man continued. The little yellow sect left behind His Majesty's verbal instructions, saying, Minister Lu, this is all I can give you right now. If you feel that it's not enough, you can tell me. This is to raise honest people with high salaries. I hope you understand. Lu Tan was stunned. Then he cupped his hands in the direction of Xingqing Palace and said, I know. If I am dishonest, I will die without regrets. He understood that His Majesty had given him benefits first. If there were still problems, His Majesty would not be soft-hearted. He was the registrar of the Western Agricultural Temple. The Western Agricultural Temple was in charge of grain planting technology. He had also secretly brought seeds home to eat. In the future you can't take it anymore. You can't eat enough at home. I forgive you for taking the seeds. He had already given her what she wanted, and it didn't involve the issue of not having enough to eat, so why would she take it? After washing his hands, the lids on the table were lifted one by one, revealing the dishes underneath. The rice was plain rice, while the dishes were braised pork, stewed tofu with oil, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune sprouts, stir-fried pork with garlic, pickled eggplant strips, and stewed chicken with mushrooms. The 2 children couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. There are still 6 salted goose eggs left. There are enough dishes on the table, but they weren't served. His Majesty sent these dishes from the palace. The old lady's eyes were a little red. Lu Tan looked at the dishes and said, Mother, the palace can't make these dishes. These are dishes from the Li family Zhuangzi. Don't try to fool me. They are from the palace. The old lady emphasized. Yes, Mother is right. These are dishes from the palace's imperial kitchen. Lu Tan readily agreed. He could tell that the mushrooms used in the stewed chicken with mushrooms were sticky mushrooms. How could the palace use such mushrooms? It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi loved to eat this kind of mushroom. It didn't look good, but it tasted good. It was better than hazel mushrooms, pine mushrooms, and monkey's head. I sent you a bamboo tube of wine. It's the wine from the Li family Zhuangzi. He said that it can't be kept. The bamboo tube has just been filled and the wine will seep out. The old man took a bamboo tube from the side. There was a small hole in the bamboo tube that was blocked by a wooden plug. Lu Tan was once again sure that the dishes were from the Li family Zhuangzi. Otherwise, how could it be the wine from the Li family Zhuangzi? The bamboo tube was half a liter of wine. The father and son drank until they were dizzy. The dishes on the table were all finished. Although the 2 children were small, they could eat a lot. They stuffed pieces of braised pork into their mouths. After the meal, Lu Tan sat in the study room and thought about something. The old lady and Fang Shi had finished tidying up. Husband, let's rest. Fang Shi came over and said with a red face. Tonight, in a house that was 10 miles away from Chang and city, many people were drunk. This included the 5th-rank officials. The 5th-rank officials received more things and money. The next day, before the sun rose, a 4-wheeled carriage arrived at the destination. The coachman shouted, Morning court is starting, get on the carriage. Lu Tan was woken up by the coachman. His head did not hurt, but his waist was sore. He turned and looked at his wife who was also sitting up. What is this? Husband, I don't know. Fang Shi had a lazy look on her face. In the past, when they lived in a shack, the whole family lived in one room. There were many things that were inconvenient. Yesterday, when they moved to a new house, the 2 children shared a room and the parents shared a room. Fang Shi got up, put on her clothes and went out. After a while, she came back. The imperial court has arranged a carriage for you. In the future, you will take the carriage to the imperial city and back. 15 minutes later, the carriage loaded the officials and headed towards Chang'an city. This was the first time the officials who lived here took the carriage to court. They were curious and did not cooperate well. There is a bamboo basket in the carriage. There is a small quilt covering the basket. There is a lot of salt, so there is no need to dip it in soy sauce. There is also no vinegar. The coachman of Lu Tan's carriage said loudly. There were 5 other people with Lu Tan. Everyone looked at each other and found the basket in the most conspicuous position. They first lifted the quilt and then opened the lid, revealing the buns inside. One of the officials took a bun and took a bite. The fragrance of the meat bun spread. I don't know if the emperor will pursue what happened in the past. The second official who took a bun was worried. No, from now on. The third official said no, but the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. Lu Tan took a bite of the bun and felt the same. The better the treatment given by the emperor, the more ruthless the punishment. He hoped that the emperor would not pursue what happened in the past and would not do it in the future. The carriages entered the city one after another. Some went directly to the imperial city, and some went to the offices of the square. When they arrived, there were still some people who did not finish the buns. They were too delicious to eat, so they took small bites. Li Longji finished the small super meeting in Xingqing Palace and asked the 3 prime ministers to stay. Is this method good? Li Longji asked the 3 of them about the treatment he gave the officials. Good. Bai Gu was the first to respond. Was indeed good. They did not spend the Ministry of Revenue's money. The emperor paid for the carriages and other things. I asked that the other officials in Chang, and who do not have carriages, be provided with the same carriage. Song Jing did not say anything good. He felt that the officials who lived far away had benefits. The officials who rented houses in Chang, and had their own houses should not be left behind. I second that. Su Yi did not have any personal opinion. He agreed with Song Jing. Chapter 740. On October 20th, in the morning and evening of Chang, many government cars began to pick up and drop off officials. Officials of the 3rd rank and above had their own cars, and some officials of the 4th rank who held important positions did not take the government cars. Officials of the Marble Chamber, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice did not take the same car with others. They were worried that someone would intercede or inquire about information. Their status was high. As for the people of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty, no one knew when they came out and where they were going. Even some of the people of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty kept their identities secret. No one knew except for themselves. These people were working for the inspection group. Their identities were kept secret, and they would investigate secretly when they caught something. Those who were reasonable, had high EQ and IQ, understood that they should not do things that should not be done. However, there were always some people who were stupid. Under the high-pressure policy, they enjoyed the benefits and still thought about how to get benefits. It was not clear whether they were really stupid or they were just wishful thinking, or they were reluctant to give up the benefits. The government runners of Wanyan County and Chang County in Chang, and also got benefits. They were officials who were not in the government. Some of them lived outside the city and now lived in new houses with heated Kong beds and free coal slurry. They were more sensible and cherished the good life now. The people who lived at the bottom of the hierarchy knew the consequences of taking benefits from His Majesty but not doing anything. They took the same bus, but they consciously didn't take the same bus as the other officials and sat with their own people. Old Su, I plan to be on duty tonight. A government runner named Milan had a good night with his good wife last night. When he got on the government car today, he told his colleague Su Hongho that he wanted to work overtime, but he was afraid of patrolling alone. Su Hongho understood. I'll stay with you too? 3 chickens have been lost in the Qingdao mill in 5 days. A chicken is not a small matter for the people. Whoever loses it will feel bad. What I'm more afraid of is that if we lose the chickens now, people will die in the future. The thieves are bold and don't care so much about robberies. Chang has lifted the curfew and the city gate is not closed. The people are counting on us. Milan spoke slowly and in a heavy tone. We are not enough. If there is danger and we don't want to die, the main reason is that we can't run fast enough. If there is someone with nimble legs, I'll stay for the night, said a man in his 20s who was sitting next to him with a steamed bun in his hand. Old Su, you're too insidious. I'll stay too. Another young man agreed. What if he didn't agree? 2 people who were older than them took the initiative to work overtime to find the bad guys. What if he found it, got injured, or died before he could defeat the other party? Of the 8 people in the carriage, the coachman and the remaining 6 all heard it. Those who could run and fight actually didn't make a sound at the critical moment. Everyone is working overtime. I hope we can catch the culprit tonight. That way we won't have to worry anymore. We probably won't be able to get the stolen chicken back. Or capture them and make them work. For example, work for the Li family Zhuangzi. When they earn money, compensate the families who were robbed. That's right. Li family Zhuangzi has something to do. He's taking over Li family Zhuangzi's job. Everyone decided to participate. They wanted to help the people. He could not take the benefits for free. he had to give His Majesty an explanation. At the same time, he also thought of how to compensate the people who were robbed. This was the beginning of reform through labor. After today's court session, Baigu skipped work. He ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was thinking about the taxes on luxury goods other than chili noodles. The chili noodles had agreed to a 50% tax. At that time, there were other people who could testify. For example, Songda. It seemed impossible. Songda promised to side with Zhuangzi. For example, the palace maids and eunuchs. It seemed impossible too. They also sided with Zhuangzi. For example, okay, the people of the Shu Salt gang were of the same mind as Li Yi, but he couldn't go back on what he said face to face. When Baigu arrived, Li Yi was in a daze. He was staring blankly at the big cage. Xiao hello. A child's voice sounded. Hello. Baigu recalled politely. Hello. Another little girl's voice sounded. Okay, go and play, Baigu replied. Hello. A third different girl's voice sounded. Hello. Baigu was about to continue to respond, but suddenly he realized something. Xiao parrots? Baigu stared at the parrots and asked Li Yi. They are big red-breasted parrots. One of the little girls on Zhuangzi's bed taught a parrot how to say hello. 2 days later, all the parrots learned how to say hello. Li Yi was surprised. How many days had it been? The big red-breasted parrots had grown up and learned how to speak. When one parrot spoke, the others followed, and what they learned was the voice of the little girl who fed them. The farmers fed the parrots with long bamboo poles. In front of the bamboo poles was a bamboo tube like a wine cup, very shallow. Every time the farmer put a pine nut in, whichever parrot called, it would be handed to that parrot. The parrot ate it and called hello while eating. Baigu listened for a while. It's so easy for a parrot to learn. Easy? Yes, how can it be so fast? Li Yi said, but in his heart he was crazy about those little girls. At that time he had many parrots. How many of them could teach them how to speak? The little girls on Zhuangzi's bed were simply unreasonable. The first girl who could make a parrot talk. With her ability in another era, her monthly salary would be less than 100,000 yuan. A grown parrot that couldn't speak could be bought by rich people. As long as the little girl took care of it for half a month, the parrot could speak. How much value did she have? Li Yi thought of a girl who could hypnotize all kinds of small animals. She had been on a program. At first, she was on a domestic program. Her hypnosis was successful, but the domestic judges didn't approve. Then she went to a foreign program. Her hypnosis was successful. The foreign judges approved and there was a lot of publicity. The domestic program group that didn't approve hurriedly invited her back. She repeated it again. She was approved. This time, it exposed how weak the knees and waists of some people in the domestic entertainment circle were. It also proved how unfair and boring that program was, and how bad the level of the judges was and how thick-skinned they were. Li Yi thought that the little girl on Zhuangzi was good. He didn't need the foreign people to approve before he did. Old Bai, I'm going to find a few more kinds of parrots and let the children teach them how to speak. What do you think? Li Yi had a new idea. Okay, yes, teach them more. Have some birds that can talk and then learn a few more words. It's better to be festive. Baigu followed. When he looked at the parrots, he had a desire to own them. If you raise a parrot or a myna that can speak 10 kinds of words, how much can you accept? Li Yi asked Baigu with a smile. If it's me. Yes, Xiao Yi, raise them and then sell them. I'll help you publicize. When Baigu looked at the parrots again, his eyes were full of large exchange coupons. Chapter 741. Old Bai, are you done with the Ministry of Revenue and the Political Affairs Hall? Li Yi just realized that today was not a rest day. There was still half an hour before noon. What is Baigu doing here? Ah. Baigu also woke up. Now is not the time to raise parrots and sell them for money. There are government officials living 10 miles away in the south of the city. Xiao Yi, do you want to invest? Baigu even knows the vocabulary of investment. Investment. Li Yi was puzzled. You invest money and turn the shacks into buildings. The people living in the shacks will move upstairs. You can build more houses in the same place. Baigu told Rinpoche his idea. He thought for a long time and asked his men to help him think. Alright, this is the idea that his men thought of and he will use it. Li Yi laughed. Old Bai, are you talking about the transformation of the shacks? Give me the land in the shacks and I will be responsible for the transformation. Let the people in the shacks have better houses to live in? Yes, this is what I am talking about. Xiao Yi, you know me well. Baigu felt that the transformation of the shacks was a good idea. Then what kind of power or benefits do I have? What obligations or responsibilities do I have to fulfill? Li Yi nodded and asked the businessman about the transformation of the shacks. You build the buildings and let the people live in them. You get more land. That's it. Baigu did not think that it was too complicated. Li Yi took the pine nuts from the box beside him and gave some to Baigu. Baigu threw one into his mouth and ate it. Baigu hesitated. My teeth are not good enough. Don't worry. I can help you with the nuts. Who is going to get 2 pine nut pliers? Li Yi joked and Guyen ran out. Old Bai, I'm telling you this. Luckily you asked me first, or else I will impeach you for selling state-owned assets at a low price. Li Yi changed the topic back to the transformation of the shacks. What? Baigu was not convinced. How expensive are the houses in Chang'an? How close was Chang, and from eating 5 li south of the city? If we build a large area of slums, the usable area will increase. What do you think? Yes. Since that's the case, the merchants paid less and received higher returns. The imperial court suffered a loss. What loss? Baigu did a comparison and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In the past, the commoners lived in shacks and were given a place to live. The commoners lived in buildings. The imperial court did not have to pay anything, and the commoners benefited. Li Yi shook his head. There's no need to look back. As officials of the imperial court, we should look at the situation from the perspective of development. You don't have a real position, Xiao Yi. You're just an unofficial official. Baigu corrected Li Yi's mistake. Li Yi took a deep breath and said, Old Bai, I want this place. Isn't it just giving the people a better house? Not only did I give them a new house, but I also built the sewers and ditches there. While I'm at it, I'll also build a garden and rockery. There's water next to it. The road will be paved with cement. I'll raise fish in the ditches and ponds. I'll plant some apricot trees and cherry trees. I'll also guarantee that the people living in the slums will find jobs and arrange. Xiao Yi, do you think this parrot is sick? Baigu interrupted Li Yi's words, and pointed to a lively parrot and said, The transformation of the slums, in addition to what I just said. Xiao Yi, I don't need you to transform it. I need to go back and study it. Baigu interrupted Li Yi again and refused. The more Li Yi said, the more scared he was. What? Why did he give so many benefits? Obviously, the more benefits he gave, the more benefits he would get from the transformation of the slums. What about building open ditches, underground ditches, ponds, fish farming, trees, cement roads, and arranging jobs? How much benefits would there be from the transformation of the slums? It was too scary. Although he couldn't figure it out yet, he could go back and find someone to study it. He, Li Yi laughed. What, Old Bai, are you scared? Li Yi deliberately made arrangements. It was like saying to someone, I'll give you 50 yuan to sell that pair of slippers you bought from a street stall. The other party would agree. If he told the other party, sell that pair of slippers to me, I'll give you 100 yuan. No, 1,000 yuan. No, a building. If that's not enough, I'll add a supercar. The person who had slippers would definitely not sell them. He would wonder if there was any secret in his slippers. The value was far beyond the price offered by the person who wanted to buy the slippers. Baigu was in such a situation and began to doubt. Shall we tell me? I won't go back and ask someone. Baigu had no choice but to ask directly. Old Bai, the real value of that place is its geographical location. Even the Li family Zhuangzi can't compare. That place is close to the city, and you can go to the east and west of the city. How far do the people from the west have to go to the Li family Zhuangzi? If I get that piece of land, I can let many officials invest in it. Li Yi began to explain to Baigu how he would operate. He would build a house about 5 miles away and the people in the slums would move further away. He would build a handmade factory behind the new house. It was a labor-intensive industry. The empty space in front would be like what he said. He would build all kinds of things and the infrastructure would be built. Next, he would set up a business district similar to the east and west of the city. To be precise, it would be bigger than the 2 cities combined. At the same time, he would set up a fleet of cars to travel around Chang'an. He would bring people there for free shopping, entertainment, and accommodation. There were 108 lanes and he didn't need to travel that much. Cars would come one after another. Even if he didn't buy anything, he could still sit there. In Wanyan County, if he wanted to go to the east of the city, he would have to walk. He could go to the nearest city, but what about the further city? It was the same for the west of the city. If he walked to the east of the city, he would have to walk 4 miles. If he took a car, he would have to walk 14 miles outside of the city. Which one should he choose? Not to mention 4 miles, he wouldn't even have to walk 2 miles. He would have to take a car to go out of the city, and he could even take a car back. If he operated it well, the consumption of the area outside of the city could exceed the total consumption of the 2 cities. Old Bai, When do you think we should sign the contract? I will be in charge of renovating the slums, and the land will belong to me. After Li Yi finished speaking, he asked Bai Gu again with a smile. Crunch. Bai Gu opened another pine nut. He heard Li Yi say that he started to crack the pine nuts, one after another. He didn't know if his teeth hurt, but he was numb. Old Bai, are you okay? Li Yi said as he wanted to check Bai Gu's pulse. I'm fine. Xiao Yi, fortunately I asked you to tell me. Otherwise I would be a sinner of the Tang dynasty. I will teach them a lesson when I go back. Bai Gu woke up and there was sweat on his forehead. It was probably because of the hot weather. Teach you a lesson? Li Yi asked. Someone who said that we can't rely on no one. It's the Ministry of Revenue. Bai Gu suddenly stopped talking. Li Yi nodded. It doesn't matter if we rely on them or not, but I will impeach anyone who makes a mistake. After impeaching the officials, I promise to teach the businessmen who get benefits a lesson. The same operation method I just mentioned, if another businessman wants to do it without paying a certain price, I will make him bankrupt. Chapter 742. Xiao Yi, it's good to have you. Bai Gu suddenly said something that gave Li Yi goosebumps. He had already decided to have lunch in Zhuangzi at noon and go back to deal with people in the afternoon. Someone actually suggested bypassing the Li family Zhuangzi and not counting on the Li family Zhuangzi for everything. How could this kind of thing be bypassed? Even if the Ministry of Revenue was bypassed, Her Majesty would still ask. If he asked and got the development idea, he would have to do it himself. If he did not ask and did something wrong, how much responsibility would he have to bear when Her Majesty asked? If another businessman had the same idea, he would promise not to say it out loud. He would even show a troubled expression and reluctantly agree in the end. Xiao Yi was also good. She disdained taking advantage of others. If the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to make money, there were countless ways. She would never take advantage of anything that was not good for the imperial court or the people. Today he came here to make Xiao Yi agree. Could Xiao Yi not say so much? Xiao Yi, I gave you the place. Are you sure you want to do that? Bai Gu took a pair of pliers and clamped the pine nuts. Now he could feel it. His teeth hurt. Li Yi bit the pine nuts himself. Of course, it's a waste not to use good resources. What price are you prepared to pay? Bai Gu was embarrassed when he asked. First, money. How much money do you give to the imperial court? You don't have to give it once. You can give it slowly in the future. Second, employment. How many people's livelihood will be solved, how many jobs will be arranged, and how to set the wages. Third, security, including fire prevention, theft prevention, robbery, and so on. Fourth, investment in education and public works such as infrastructure. Fifth, how to coordinate the East and the West. We can't attack the original business places. Sixth, how to ensure the relationship between the supply and the sale of products, stabilize the market, and maintain the price system. Li Yi spoke slowly and taught Bai Gu a lesson. There was a large piece of land outside Chang'an. It was absolutely impossible to use it without paying a price. It was not a simple transformation of the shanty town. If they wanted to transform the shanty town, there were many places in other states that were waiting to be transformed. What Li Yi said was equivalent to the free use of the land within 5 miles of the south of the capital after the demolition. There was no second ring road or third ring road. It was just the beginning of the capital district. How many crimes would be involved in exchanging a building for a bungalow without any additional conditions? For example, who was the governor of the capital and had tens of billions of savings in the Japanese Empire? Later, make a copy for this old man. Bai Gu said to the palace maids and eunuchs who were taking turns to write one sentence after another. The palace maids and eunuchs acted as if they were compiling daily records. As soon as Li Yi started talking about business, they would take out small notebooks and lead notes. Since they didn't know how to take shorthand notes, they cooperated well. Each of them spoke one sentence at a time, and they definitely wouldn't make a mistake. When Bai Gu came over to talk to Li Yi, she had to remember what he said so that she could show it to Her Majesty later. Old Bai, do you understand now? If you want to get that piece of land, you need a lot of capital as well as a lot of responsibilities and obligations. You can divide it into pieces and bid on it piece by piece. You don't have to ask my Li family Zhuangzi to do it. If there are enough merchants, ask them to participate so that they can set an example for other states in the future. Li did not plan to take it all for himself. He wanted to cultivate merchants. I'll give you a piece of land first. Right now. You have to make it quickly so that others can learn. Bai Gu's idea was not bad. You want me to do it in the middle of winter? The price I have to pay to build a building in the winter is too high. Li Yi shook his head vigorously. So you can build it? You can. Xiaoyi, I have high hopes for you. Bai Gu insisted. Of course he knew how difficult it would be. If ordinary people built a house in the winter, they would be scolded for the rest of their lives for being stupid. Who would say that building a brick house in the winter was possible in the south, but impossible in the north? If it was the Li family Zhuangzi, it would be a different matter. Whether he wanted to or not, it would not be a problem. No, it's too expensive. It's not worth it. Old Bai, I gave you an idea but you're cheating me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li still refused. If you build it in the winter, it will be tax-free for a year. Bai Gu gritted his teeth and gave him a special offer. Thank you, old Bai. Shouldn't it be tax-free for 3 years and half for 2 years? Where's the superiority of our Tang dynasty? Li Yi looked at Bai Gu with a strange expression when he heard that it was tax-free for a year. Bai Gu raised 2 fingers. 2 years, no more? You're so poor that you're crazy. Li Yi said and laughed. Can you give me an answer? Other people can't build a house in the winter, but you can't? Bai Gu insisted. Even if it was tax-free for 2 years, his heart would still ache. Li Yi nodded. Okay, I'll choose a place, 1 square to the left and 1 square to the right of the illustrious Virtue Gate, 5 miles south. Li Yi had other plans, so he agreed. In the winter they would lay the foundation, build buildings, repair roads, build canals and build markets. Okay, I'll send someone to write a contract for you. Bai Gu was satisfied. Let's eat. What do you want to eat? Li Yi looked at the big parrots as he spoke. The big parrots were already full and they were probably tired of greeting him. Some went back to their wooden nests and some went into their cages. There were also some that stayed outside on the wooden poles of the big cages and closed their eyes to sleep. Bai Gu smacked his lips. I've been having trouble eating recently. I want to eat something cold and salty. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu and pulled him back to his courtyard hospital to draw some blood. Then they had fried noodles for lunch. It was a cold dish with garlic, cucumber, eggplant and spinach. Old Bai, you can eat this. You can add more vinegar. Go back and see the imperial physician. Li ate with him. He wanted to eat hot pot for lunch, but seeing Bai Gu's expression, he cancelled it. Why do I need to see the imperial physician? You can just take a look at me. Bai Gu stared at him. I'm here and you're telling me to find another doctor? You have to go back in the afternoon. If you don't go back, I'll take a look at you. Li Yi was helpless. All right, I have to go back and pack up. Okay, I'll find the imperial physician first. I'll eat less tonight and come back tomorrow morning without any food or water. Bai Gu was familiar with the process. Some of the examinations required him to not eat or drink. There were also various things to collect, so he had to prepare himself. He added more vinegar to the fried noodles. Bai Gu did not mention eating cold food. The side dishes were cold, but there was more garlic in them, including spinach. After finishing the last mouthful of carrot soup, Bai Gu bid farewell. Sitting in his own car, Bai Gu burped a few times and smacked his lips. I suddenly don't want to eat cold food. What's wrong with Xiaoyi? He knew that once he mentioned what he wanted to eat, Li Yi would consider the situation and specially prepare a meal for him. It was indeed magical. He had always wanted to eat cold food, but when he ate the fried noodles he felt that it was delicious. Now he did not want to eat cold food. There must be something wrong. He was sick. When he returned to his office, Bai Gu did not have time to pack up. He ordered, help me get the imperial physician. Tell him that I want to eat cold food. I feel hot. Not long after, the imperial physician and Li Longji arrived. Chapter 743. How is it? The 3 imperial physicians each took Bai Gu's pulse before they gathered together to discuss. After they were done, Li Longji asked. Bai Gu didn't care. He would look for Li Yi tomorrow morning and have a good checkup. Your Majesty, it's nothing serious. Bai Zaifu has worked hard for the country and hasn't had a good rest. As a result, his spleen and stomach are weak, so he wants to eat something cold. The answers given by the imperial physicians were the same as the 3 imperial physicians. What medicine should he take? Li Longji asked. Take both the spleen-returning pill and the spleen-strengthening pill. Li Yi and Li Dongzhu gave him these 2 medical books. Taking both pills can strengthen the spleen and stomach. It can also help Bai Zaifu fall asleep more easily. When the imperial physicians talked about Li Yi and Li Dongzhu, they showed a look of admiration. These 2 medicines didn't exist before. They were only recorded in the books given by Li Yi. In the past, different medicines were prescribed for the same symptoms. Xiaoyi gave me fried noodles and vinegar. There were also a few side dishes with a lot of garlic. After eating them, I don't want to eat cold food anymore. When Bai Gu heard that he wanted to take 2 medicines, he quickly told them about Li Yi's method. The 3 imperial physicians looked at each other. One of them hesitated and said, This, maybe it's the method of nourishing the body? The other two nodded. They didn't dare to say that Li Yi was wrong. Bai Gu was in a good state now, not to mention that he was the one who wrote the medical books. Won't you be more thirsty after eating garlic and fried noodles? Li Longji was puzzled. I drank a big bowl of shredded radish soup. I don't want to eat cold food anymore. When Bai Gu mentioned the shredded radish soup, he felt a little thirsty. When he was eating, he felt that the soup was very delicious. The three imperial physicians showed a look of realization. Brilliant, really brilliant. Li Dongzhu's medical skills are amazing. I see. I admire him. Using food as medicine. Li Dongzhu is really a divine doctor. The three imperial physicians said one sentence after another and understood. In fact, Li Yi couldn't tell that Bai Gu had a deficiency of yin in his spleen and stomach. Li Yi only knew that he couldn't let Bai Gu eat cold food. Eat hot fried noodles, then use aged vinegar and garlic to stimulate the appetite. Finally, drink shredded radish soup to replenish the water. Eat radishes in winter and ginger in summer. If Li Yi did an examination, he would do a urine and feces test to see the bacterial flora and then prescribe targeted medicine. If Bai Gu said that his stomach was uncomfortable or painful, Li Yi would probably go for a gastroscopy. If the gastroscopy didn't show anything, then the colonoscopy was used. Of course, Li Yi had also learned some pulse reading skills. I can't fall asleep at night and I wake up easily. Can I take those two medicines? Bai Gu thought of the medicine that the imperial physician had prescribed. The three imperial physicians nodded at the same time, indicating that there was no problem. I will go to the Li family Zhuangzi again tomorrow morning and ask Xiao Yi. Bai Gu said to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded and didn't object. The minister wasn't feeling well and he wasn't allowed to see a doctor? The imperial physicians left. There was nothing else for them to do. On the way back, they pondered over Li Yi's method of eating food. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that they had learned something. Today I went to discuss some matters with Li Yi. Li Yi said to me. Bai Gu began to report the situation to Li Longji. He explained the problems of the shanty town and the methods behind it. As he spoke, he handed the extra transcript to Li Longji. He didn't need to look at it. He had already memorized it. The impression was too deep. It was clearly to give the people a better house, but it actually involved a large amount of money. If it was given to other merchants, the imperial court would suffer a great loss. Fortunately, I asked Li Yi. Bai Gu was still afraid. Li Longji didn't have any surprised expression. Li Yi's method was normal. If another minister came up with the same strategy, Li Longji would look at them differently. What a talent. If that's the case, why don't the imperial court follow this method? Li Longji felt that this matter didn't need Li Yi's help. No, it sounds easy, but there are too many problems. Let Li Yi do an example first, then we can learn. Bai Gu chose to be cautious. Just listening wasn't enough. If he sent someone to do it, he would get into trouble and still have to ask Li Yi. It was better to directly use Li Yi as a test subject. When Li Yi did it, he would copy it in other places. Li Longji nodded helplessly. He couldn't expect everyone to be like his brother Yi. Fine, let the Li family Zhuangzi do it. Li Longji agreed. He asked me to give him 3 years of tax exemption and 2 years of 50% tax reduction. I only gave him 2 years of tax exemption and asked him to start construction in winter. I didn't lose out this time. Bai Gu looked as if he had taken advantage of him. Li Longji, good as long as you think it's good. Li Longji said as he stood up. He didn't want to see Bai Gu's smug look. Otherwise, when Bai Gu realized that he had taken advantage of him, it would be awkward. Bai Gu sent Li Longji to the door. When he returned, he asked someone to write the contract between the imperial court and the Li family Zhuangzi. He sent someone to deliver it to the Li family Zhuangzi. When Li Yi received the contract, he was arranging people. The location he chose was the illustrious Virtue Gate. Zhuke Avenue was through the gate. This location was good and convenient. Zhuke Avenue was wide enough. Chapter 744. Selling newspapers. The Bathing Pool Alliance launches a new service, delivering hot water to your home. Selling newspapers, selling hot water at a cheap price. You don't have to boil hot water at home in winter. The day after Bai Gu took the 2 kinds of medicine from the Li family Zhuangzi, the hot water advertisement for the bathing pool was published in the newspaper. Some of the people bought a copy to read, while others listened to others read the newspaper. Before the bathing pool came out, it was troublesome for many people to take a bath. In winter it was cold in the house. Many people didn't open the fire and only ate outside. There was no bathing service outside except for Pyongkang Square. If you went to Pyongkang Square to find someone, you could take a bath there. Women couldn't go to Pyongkang Square, so you could only wash your hair. It was normal not to wash your body once in winter. After the bathing pool came out, the people had a place to take a bath in winter. The key was that the price of the bathing pool was affordable. People with less money could take a bath once for 2 yuan. They could soak in a big pool. People with more money could enjoy all kinds of services such as a bath, a massage, a pedicure, a haircut, and ear cleaning. When the bathing pool first opened, the people who boiled the water were exhausted and had to change the water constantly. After some time, everyone's clothes wouldn't be so dirty anymore. Now, a new service was launched. As long as you prepared a big bucket or even an empty tub, you could find the bathing pool and ask, and the bathing pool would send hot water to your home. The capital office is really changing day by day. The base of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty was actually in the southwest corner of the imperial city. It was a big organization. When the emperor wanted to hold a ceremony such as praying for rain, etc., it was held here. It was close to the people and the people could watch from outside the city. Now, it was given to the office of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty. It meant that the people in the world were watching them. All of them had been prime ministers, so they knew what Li Longji meant. Li Longji learned from Li Yi, the people are easy to bully but the heavens can't bully them. Wealth is meritorious service, and the military is the country's capital. My title will be rewarded at the right time. Your salary will be paid and the people will be nourished. At the very least, the officials of the capital office would receive additional rewards. At the same time, those who didn't have houses to live in were also moved into new houses. At this moment, Lu Yochio stood on the city wall and watched as a wooden bucket cart carrying hot water set off from a nearby workshop and soon arrived at a house. Compared to the past, it was only then that he felt so emotional. Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan, Li Riji and one other person. She was not the prime minister but a former minister, Yin Xijin. He resigned when Li Longji was the emperor. After the inspection team finished dealing with the matters in Huazhou, Li Longji remembered him and rehired him into the regiment. He was 77 years old this year and should have died, but he still looked very healthy. It was probably because he had joined the group and had something to do. He felt that he could still live. Some people had lived to the age of 90. For example, Wang Yozhen, who had passed away 2 months ago at the age of 99, was not very sad at her last moments. During the funeral, everyone was chatting and laughing. It was 99, what was there to be sad about? Everyone was watching and feeling the changes in Chang, and little by little. The Li family Zhuangzi has started digging again. This time the people know what is going on. The people within 5 miles of the southern part of the city will be able to live in the new houses if they wait a little longer. Lu Huaishan explained the actions of the Li family Zhuangzi. They signed the contract, checked the situation and started construction immediately. At this rate, all the people in the slums would be living in the slums before November. They had more people than the officials and built more houses. Naturally, it would take more time. Why don't we go take a look? Take my car. Yao Chang's car was big. He had resigned as the prime minister, but his place of residence was not taken back. The 5 of them left the imperial city, got into the car, and headed south along Vermilion Bird Avenue. I remember there were about 100 houses in the west of the city. Lu Yochio pointed to the west. There were also houses in the north of the Forbidden Garden. The winged knights needed to train, so the people moved to the south of the city. There were no houses in the east of the city. Some people went to the west of the city to build sheds for convenience during the shaking of briquettes. The rest of the people had all run to the migrant worker area of the Li family's farmstead. Li Yi built more than 100 houses and moved them to the west of the city. Yao Chong was not worried about the west of the city. There were not many people. Li Yi's Zhuangzi had to do it at least once. Li Yi would consider it even if others did not mention it. The car drove out of the illustrious Virtue Gate and continued south. They arrived at the construction site after a while. The captives worked hard at digging. There was a big pot every few meters. In the pot, there were stewed vegetables, big white meat slices, pickled vegetables, blood sausage, and big bones. When the wind blew, the aroma spread. The captives worked harder when they smelled the aroma. They were treated well. There were no longer chicken racks and there were no more staple foods. The scallion pancakes were baked one by one. When one was done, it was placed in a bamboo basin, covered with a lid and covered with a quilt. Not to mention the captives, even the commoners who came to watch the show and were waiting to move were drooling. Everyone, let's help. This is a house we're building for ourselves. Some commoners were anxious. They hoped that the houses would be built quickly so that they could move in the next day. When the others heard this, they were also anxious, but they did not have the tools. Everyone go home and do your own work. Making money is the most important thing. Don't watch. The Li family Zhuangzi supervisors saw that the commoners wanted to help and quickly stopped them. The captives had a tacit understanding. If outsiders joined, it would delay the progress. These people lived in shacks, but they still worked for the Li family Zhuangzi. They were paid for their work, so they just watched the show for a while. Let's go, let's go. Don't make trouble. An older person shouted. The others left, looking back every 3 steps. A few days ago they saw the new houses built 10 miles behind them. Then the officials moved in. They were envious. They heard that the emperor gave the officials benefits because he wanted them to be honest. They could not be jealous. They did not expect that after a few days, it would be their turn to live in a new house. It was also said that the emperor could not bear to see the commoners living in shacks, so he asked the Li family Zhuangzi to work. The captives that Li Yi bought are really useful. He did not spend money in vain. Li Riji watched the captives work through the window. Except for his willingness to donate, he has never done a business that loses money. The captives do not have family members. They are full of strength. As long as they eat and drink, they can work quickly. Yao Chong smelled the fragrance of the stew and was a little hungry. He was also amazed by Li Yi's means. Whether it was business, management, or even captives, he was willing to work hard. There were nearly 30,000 surrendered households in Huazhou. Before winter, the mountains to be farmed were cleared. The trees and shrubs that were cleared were firewood for the surrendered households in winter. In addition to learning to understand and speak the Tang dynasty's language, the surrendered households also learned weaving and breeding techniques. The breeding techniques were taught in the past, but they did not really raise them. The weaving techniques were given to them and they were slowly weaving. Lu Huaishan smiled. Li Yi has done too many things for the Tang dynasty. What will happen in the future? Chapter 745. On October 25th, it began to snow heavily. The houses in the south of Chang and could be moved in today. The people living in shacks didn't care if it was snowing or not. They moved. Looking at the situation, they would die in their new houses even if they were to be stabbed. They can't even wait a day. Li Yi came to see the moving in person. Li Longji was in Li Yi's ambulance. He wanted to see the last place where the people were settled in. When the people in the south and west of the city moved into their new houses, there wouldn't be a single person in the entire capital who couldn't live in a house. The houses of the people in the 20 counties were all refurbished. The Ministry of Revenue paid for new houses in the villages with poor economic conditions. Li Longji knew that outside the capital, there were still people who didn't have a good life. But he wasn't afraid. He had been working hard. One day he could let the people of the entire Tang dynasty live a comfortable life. With the help of the 16 guards, there won't be any delays. Li Longji had a smile on his face. He wasn't smiling because the 16 guards were helping the people, but because he had more control over the army. 2 years ago, if he wanted the 16 guards to sweep the snow, the soldiers of the 16 guards would resist, and the ministers would persuade them with all kinds of reasons. Many times, right or wrong wasn't important. What was important was the struggle and compromise. Now he could do whatever he wanted. The 16 guards could do anything and were very active. There was no other way. There was a 30,000-strong winged knights next to him. If any guard didn't listen to him, they would probably be dismissed. Outside, each of the 16 guards sent out some people to do the work. It wasn't hard to be sent out. Everyone fought to be sent out. In the end, it had to be decided by drawing lots. The reason for this was because of Li Yi's idea. When the 16 guards worked, each of them had a file. On it was written who participated in what in a certain year, month, day, and situation. For example, right now, it was about who participated in sweeping the snow and helping the people move. This was called public welfare. In the future, when they were going to be evaluated for a title, no, they were going to be tested and prepared to be promoted, everything was the basis for consideration. Who was promoted needed to be announced and told everyone why the person was promoted. Whoever wanted to get in through the back door would be opposed when it was announced. He was not there when they were sweeping the snow. He was not there when they were moving. He was not there when they were patrolling the Li family Zhuangzi. What right did he have? The superiors also had to remember who performed well when they were working, and then everyone would look at them. There's someone slacking off beside me. I'll take note of his excellent performance. If this doesn't work, I'll report him. In order to be promoted, in order to receive more gifts from His Majesty during the new year. Wrong again. It was for their mother's smile, for the harvest of the earth. The people of the 16 guards exploded with absolute passion. Old men and old women who had trouble walking were directly carried by the 16th Guard. The furniture was in a mess, tied together, and the two of them walked quickly with poles in their hands. "Put me down. You don't have to carry me," an old lady shouted. "Annie, it's okay. I have the strength." His face was full of smiles. "I want to take the Li family Zhuangzi's car. Put down my bathtub and don't carry it around. What if it falls? Put it in the car." The old lady became anxious and shouted loudly. "Okay, put it down. Andy, actually, it's better to carry it." The person of the right golden guard had no choice but to squat down. He wanted to show off, but how could the Li family Zhuangzi not consider the transportation problem when moving? The Li family Zhuangzi sent a large group of cars. The things were put in the cars, and those who had trouble walking also took the cars. The young man followed them for 5 miles, and they arrived at their destination. It wasn't far. Li's car drove slowly. It was a long distance from the east to the west of the city. Other than Guizi, who was in charge of driving the car, there were no other guards around. "We still need to find a coal mine. Now everyone likes to burn coal." Li Longji felt that there was not enough coal in mines. Since the invention of the heated Kong bed and the indigenous method of coking appeared, the people and smelting needed coal. Fortunately, the people used coal to save face. However, without water washing, the quality of the coal was a bit worse, and the coal slurry was big when it was transported. "I'll give you a few more locations. Open pit mines. Sometimes they're covered with a layer of soil. They're even used for farming." Li was not worried about coal. There were many open pit mines in Shaanxi, and there were even more in Shaanxi. Li was not prepared to take out coal mines that were less than 500 meters deep. Coal mines that were 500 meters deep and shallower were also deep. Even coal mines that were 100 meters deep were difficult to dig, and they needed to dig a mine. Digging a mine was dangerous, so it was better to dig a little bit from the ground and spiral down irregularly. Everyone was always at the top, so there was less danger. Li Longji was still so calm. "But, Brother Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi can use whatever you want." Li Longji could not give Li Yi any other benefits, but Li Yi could give Li Yi priority to use the mine for free. The coal slurry in the coal mine was not valuable, so the people had to transport it themselves. The coal needed to be bought, but the Li family Zhuangzi could still use it for free. Third brother, use the firefighting vehicles and dig a well next to the coal mine. Then we can wash the coal manually. Li Yi wanted to improve the quality of the reef and use it to smelt good steel, so he could only wash the coal. Put the coal in a big pot and stir it. Then, with a scoop, you can distinguish the good coal, the coal slurry, and the rest of the coal slurry. The coal that the Li family Zhuangzi transported back had a lot of coal slurry, so it could not be seen if it was not washed. The Li family Zhuangzi had to wash it himself, but it was not worth it. Other people would waste time washing it, but the villagers would do it and delay things. "Do you need manpower?" Li Longji did not consider the difficulty of washing the coal. What kind of work would not be tiring? He was thinking about the problem of employment. Washing the coal obviously required manpower. A lot of manpower. It is hot in the summer and cold in the winter. The texture of the palms is full of coal and there are cracks. However, normal places do not need it, only Zhuangzi uses it, so the wages are higher and the benefits are better. It is too wasteful for the villagers to wash the coal. Let other people do it. Zhuangzi will pay for it. If there is a smelting place that needs good coal, I will also pay for it. Li Yi knew that for the common people, coal slurry did not matter. If it could not be burned, then it was not burned. Once it was burned, it could be taken out from the stove. Zhuangzi could not do it because Zhuangzi was smelting steel. Good, recruit people from further away. They will go to the coal mines to wash the coal. Bring their families to wash the coal and send their children to Chang and government school. Li Longji knew where to recruit people. The living standards were low, especially those who did not have land. No matter how hard it was to wash the coal, their livelihood was guaranteed and their children were taken care of. Li Yi nodded. Third brother's idea is good. The capital government can no longer find people to wash the coal. We will get them from outside. In the future there will be fewer people shaking the coal and making the coal. Brother Yi, you always give us some work to do. Li Longji seemed to be complaining, but in reality he was happy. If there were fewer people working, it meant that there was more work to do. If there was no one in the local area, people from outside would come over. As long as there was a food supply, the number of people living a good life would increase. Brother Yi, if there is a place where everyone earns more money, will the people around it also earn more money? Li Longji began to think about economic issues. Third brother, are you talking about the relationship between economic radiation and regional influence? Li Yi gave a noun. Chapter 746. Hello, I'm Dongzhu. Time to eat. Li Longji asked someone to find someone to wash coal in the governor's office. Li Yi continued to copy medical books. He found that people in the Imperial Medical Department of the Tang dynasty learned medical books very fast. Last time, when they diagnosed and prescribed medicine for Baigu, they used the medicine in the new medical book. One was the medicine in the Ming dynasty, and the other was the medicine in the Qing dynasty. Since they could learn and apply it so accurately, he continued to copy. When he was tired of copying, Li Yi came to see the big red-breasted parrots. He was shocked again. When other parrots said hello, these two parrots said 3 sentences. Okay, learn more. Li Qingqi, who came to deliver frozen seafood, stood next to Li Yi. The seafood from Dengzhou began to freeze because of the cold weather. The big ice cubes required well water. The Navy took the ice cubes to the sea to catch fish. They put them in a cold storage made of ice cubes and sprinkled crushed ice. When the seafood was brought to the shore, the people on the shore prepared a mixture of ice and water. They threw the seafood in and left it outside to freeze. Lumps of seafood were separated by straw curtains and loaded into cars to be transported to Jianghu. The first batch had just arrived. Li Qingqi was not ready to sell, so everyone could have a taste first. Brother, I heard that Wu Zetian raised a parrot that could recite scriptures? Li Yi remembered something and wanted to know the truth. How is that possible? If parrots could recite scriptures, Buddhism would treat parrots as holy objects. Li Qingqi shook his head. I have a good idea to teach parrots. Li Qingqi denied that Wu Zetian's parrots could recite scriptures. He suddenly had an idea. What is it? Li Yi wanted the parrots to say a few more words. Loudspeaker, you're recording loudspeaker. It's hard to teach them sentence by sentence. That little girl is good. Record her voice. Li Qingqi pointed at the pair of parrots that could recite 3 words. Li Yi, he didn't think about it at all. Yes, he had a loudspeaker. I know you want to sell parrots, not these. Later you can catch parrots and mina from other places. Li Qingqi guessed that the price of a talking bird would be heaven-defying. There were no birds in his mansion. In the whole city of Chang, and there were less than 20 birds that could talk. He couldn't take it by force or trickery. She had a precious bird. Now that he had the opportunity, Brother Yi would raise a lot of them. The big parrots would lay eggs and hatch in the spring. I want to open a chain of stores and put a pair of parrots or mina in each store. As soon as the guests enter, they will greet them with welcome and hello. Li Yi finally revealed his plan. There were other countries that did this. Li Qingqi fell. Cold. It was cold outside and there was no heat to breathe in. That's right. If you open a restaurant and let the parrots out, people will go in and eat. If they hear that, the price of a dish will be doubled. Li Qingqi had to admit that the talking bird was very attractive. In Chang, and there would be people who would eat in the restaurant just to listen to the parrot talk. Big brother, did you ask the people in Tang province to dig a cellar to store ice? Li Yi talked about other things. It was still early to talk about parrots. There was no hurry now. I said that I will dig a lot of ice cellars. I always want to eat sea crabs. They are big and satisfying. In winter we can catch crabs, but there is no yellow or cream. We can only eat the shells. When we are a few months old and a few years old, the swimming crabs in Bohai Sea are said to be the best. If they are sent over without ice, they will all be smelly. The dried crab meat is far worse. Li Qingqi swallowed his saliva as he spoke. He couldn't go to the seaside to eat crabs. He could only store ice. Big brother, I have thought of something. A reciprocating steam engine sealed with a copper gasket. I will only dare to touch the fuel engine after I build it. Li Yi wanted to eat seafood, the very fresh kind, not frozen to death in ice. It was sent to the place with ice, but the crab was the kind that was alive. There was only one requirement for it: speed. From Shandong to Luoyang, then from Luoyang to Chang, and the straight line distance was more than 1,000 kilometers. The actual distance was more than 1,400 kilometers. If the steam engine could run 3 stone kilometers in 1 hour, it could definitely reach the place in 50 hours. The crab would not die in 50 hours. Why did they have to go to Shandong? Shandong was next to the sea, and the Jinghang Grand Canal passed through that line. Shandong belonged to the Hunan province of the Tang dynasty, and Hunan province had always been the most important. What is it for? Li Qingqi didn't doubt whether it could be built. He was thinking about the purpose. I will try to make a small one. The propeller boat will be launched tomorrow. Big brother, remember to come and watch. There was a problem with the weight ratio that I made before, so I made a new one. If it works, the Jing Prefecture's water network will not use ships next year. It will be faster. Li Yi frowned. He was very worried about the steam engine. Even if the steam engine was built, what about the railway? How much iron was needed to lay 1,400 kilometers of railway? How much iron was needed to make guns and cannons? There was still a shortage of kitchen knives in the homes of the commoners. Could they build a small one with a small carrying capacity? Could they use wood to cover the railway? Li Qingqi rarely saw Li Yi distressed, so he asked, "Brother Yi, is there a problem?" "It will use too much iron. Wait a few months. I will try to build a children's train in Zhuangzi. It will be steam-powered. You will know when you see it." Li Yi thought of the small train in the park. It was actually electric, but it could be made into steam. The weight of the steam engine head and the weight of the load could be used to see if a small track could work. The next day, Li Qingqi and Li Longji's family all came. When the little guy saw Li Yi, he showed a puzzled look. Obviously, he hadn't seen him for many days and had forgotten about him. Li Yi didn't talk nonsense. He put on life jackets for everyone and went to the river. The boat had been lowered from the pier in Zhuangzi. Empress Wang held her son and the four of them sat on the pedals. The rudder was in the middle, controlled by Li Yi. Everyone was familiar with the pedals. Without the wheels on both sides, they were not used to it. "Get ready. Start." Li Yi was in charge of temporary command. With his order, the four of them pedaled together. The propeller at the rear rotated and the water splashed at the stern. Its initial speed was faster than any other boat. Even a ship was far inferior to a propeller boat. Because there were wheels on the left and right sides of a ship, it had to bear the resistance of the water. The propeller of a propeller boat was underwater. The front of the boat was designed with a sharp point. The shape of the bottom of the boat was also different. There were grooves to separate the water. The four of them pedaled quickly and the speed of the boat gradually increased. The center rudder controlled by Li Yi began to become unstable. It was not that the boat could immediately change direction no matter how the rudder was moved. There was a process. Dragon boat, this is the speed of a dragon boat. Empress Wang felt it. During the dragon boat race, the dragon boat moved forward quickly. The speed of the boat now was about the same as the dragon boat. The dragon boat was narrow and needed many people, and it could not maintain the speed for a long time. Pedaling the boat would obviously allow it to last longer. "Good boat, good oars," Li Longji said. Chapter 747. A propeller is a propeller. Li Yi did not take any detours when designing it. He also calculated the propeller bit by bit and provided the data at the same time. When the craftsmen were making the mold, they would dig bit by bit and finally understand the mold. If there was no problem with the transmission, the propeller's rotation would produce a thrust that other propellers could not compare with. "My craftsmen in Zhuangzi are the best. What 5-axis linkage? What printing? Do I need to be so precise?" Li Yi was excited. This speed could scare the enemy to death in a naval battle. Li Qingqi, and a child could not understand what Li Yi was talking about. "Brother, I have thought it through. Let's not build a steam engine train first. We should build a steam engine ship first." Li Yi was inspired and stopped thinking about the tracks. Transportation requires speed and going against the current requires power. Paddle steamers can provide power and have a large surface area. The power conversion ratio is lower than that of a propeller ship. If a 1,000-ton ship is equipped with a propeller and a steam engine, the journey from the Yellow River to Huku Waterfall can be shortened by dozens of times. The Yangtze River is even better. Trackers need to change their profession. Seafood could be avoided, but when it came to water transportation, any river that could pass through steamships would become an important channel of transportation. Everyone still does not understand what a steam engine train and a steam engine ship is. The only thing they know is that Li Yi can always come up with technology that no one dares to imagine. A ship that does not care about the direction of the wind can sail against the current. Now, there is a faster ship that can go against the current. "Brother Yi, build a bigger ship. The merchants will pay the taxes." Li Longji thought of a good idea. The merchants pay the taxes and use the receipt to use the ship. If they don't pay, they can pull the ship slowly. Pulling the ship is not free. They have to pay the trackers. If one ship arrives first and the other ship arrives a few days later, the difference in the price should be enough to cover the tax. "Sanlang, can we eat fresh lychees from Sichuan if we use this ship to transport lychees? We can use the Han River and use horses to relay the lychees." Empress Wang has not eaten fresh lychees until now. She thought of the lychees from Sichuan. In history, Yang Guifei ate lychees from Shu, not from Lingnan. The lychees of Lingnan would not make it in time even if they sped up to 800 miles. Lychees from Shu could be delivered by winged cavalry in 2 days. "Sister-in-law, eating lychees is easy. I have a way to keep them fresh for 20 to 30 days. Li Yi thought of something important. Previously they had used candles to consume oxygen, but there was carbon dioxide and ethylene. However, there was still a way to preserve the lychee, which was to control its growth and make it hibernate. What good idea? Empress Wang widened her eyes, and the little fellow also widened her eyes in tacit understanding. If someone else dared to say that they could keep lychees fresh for 20 to 30 days, Empress Wang would kick them into the water. Flute film and refrigeration. First, wrap the lychee tightly with the flute film, then put it in a jar with ice cubes on the outside. Li Yi listed out the methods he could think of. The cost was high, but it was less expensive than using fast horses. Flute membranes were peeled from reeds, so how expensive could ice cubes be? Empress Wang blinked. Wrap the flute film with ice? Li Yi nodded. Yes, you can use this method for many fruits such as bananas. Li Yi swallowed his saliva as he spoke. Of course, he wanted to eat more than just bananas. He did not have plastic film, so he could put on a few more layers of reed film. If he felt that the reed film would be breathable, he could brush a layer of glycerin after a few layers of reed film, and then stick the reed film. In order to eat, he could do anything. Otherwise, how could he deliver something like bananas? Put the green bananas in a backpack and ride a horse all the way? The four of them, no, not counting the little fellow, the three of them had never heard of this method of preserving food. Brother Yi, is it useful? Li Longji was tempted. He also liked to eat good food. First, use a cucumber to test it. Pick it, wrap it, and put it in a place with ice cubes around it. Don't stick it on it and keep it about 4 degrees above zero. Li was not very sure, but he had to try it. In the past, he used plastic film to wrap the cucumber and put it in the refrigerator, and it could last for half a month. If he could change it to plastic film, he would be able to eat many fruits. With the new boat, he could try to ship most of the fruits from the south to Chang'an. The premise was that no one was allowed to stop him, and the journey would be smooth. Li Qingqi showed an excited look. He found a profitable business. Generally, Brother Yi was not in a hurry to operate in places that were too far away. Brother Yi's view of money was that when he needed money, he would take something out and make a lot of money. When he did not need money, he would sell things slowly. He did not seem to have a lot of money, but he was never short of money. Brother Yi, let's put the preservation of food aside and find a boat. Why do you say that the propeller is faster in the water? Li Qingqi wanted to learn this. Li Yi was speechless. Brother, you want to learn this? The difference between work and pressure? Where should I start? Do you want to learn the principle of the propeller blade curved surface? Do you want to learn the distance ratio? I don't know. It is not a field that I can learn. After thinking for a while, Li Yi decided to explain it in a simple way. Brother, look, when the wheel is rotating, half of it will be above the water. When it is above the water, it is like swimming. Can you paddle with your arms above the water? A person paddles under the water all the time, and a person spends half of their time above the water. The time they paddle is different. When the wheel is sinking into the water, it will stabilize the water when the wheel is rotating. As for the propeller, it will be retreating all the time. There is only a small part of the propeller that blocks the water. In other words, the same amount of strength is used to push the propeller, and half of the wheel is idling. Li Yi could only explain it this way. Otherwise, it would be too profound for others to understand. Li Qingqi listened and nodded with a smile. What he meant was, I will think about it when I go back. I really don't understand. Li Yi controlled the rudder and slowly made a big turn. The boat returned to the dock next to the Li family Zhuangzi. The thin layer of ice on the river surface was removed, and everyone got off the boat. The little guy was held by Empress Wang, and his 2 little legs imitated the way the adults kicked just now. Brother Yi, when the river above Huku waterfall is cleared in spring, we can put such a boat on it to transport troops and baggage. It can be transported directly to Tubo. Li Longji no longer thought about the problem of transporting the fruit preservation boxes. He realized that the propeller boat was fast. Going with the current was easy, but going against the current was difficult. Originally, they were going to use a paddle wheel. Now things have changed. Brother Yi was bored and actually took out a new thing. The test of the boat track at Huku waterfall was successful, and the upstream and downstream could be connected. The propeller boat below did not need to follow the track. The 2 sections were separated and other boats could be used. When the time comes, they could change the equipment. Chapter 748. Dongzhu, Hu Feng and the others are back. There's a dead bear and a group of live animals. While Li Yi and Li Longji were eating, Songda stood outside the single room and shouted. Oh. The little guy who was eating with a spoon tilted his head and looked out through the frosted glass door. Big brother, 3 sister-in-law Shang, or you guys eat first. I'll go take a look. The big scarlet-chested parrot was caught by Hu Feng and the others. Li got up and greeted everyone. The 3 adults nodded and so did the little guy. Yes, I'll go. Li Yi went out and went to the bungalow in front. There was a temporary place to receive guests. When he arrived, a group of dogs each guarded a pot filled with raw meat and bones. The dogs tore at them and ate. After eating 2 bites, they turned their heads and licked the water in the pot. When they saw Li Yi, they glanced at him and ignored him. A dead and frozen big black bear was placed on the ground outside. A group of forest musk deer were tied up and eating the alfalfa on the ground. Next to it were 2 large bamboo cages. In each cage there were 5 red pandas eating watermelon. The watermelon was small and the red pandas had small mouths, so they ate slowly. Li Yi was stunned. He counted the forest musk deer. There were 15 of them. Alive? Red pandas? Forest musk deer? Li Yi muttered. The door was opened from the inside. Hu Feng took a look and saw Li Yi. He walked out and said with a smile, "Li Dongzhu, are you eating?" "I just ate. These are not easy to bring back." Li Yi pointed at the 2 animals. 9-joint wolves are not easy to bring back. Put them in cages and carry them. Forest musk deer are easy to bring back. Tie a rope around their necks. The hunting dogs watch from the side and they will follow you back. While Hu Feng was talking, 7 more people came out of the room. Guan Xiaotan was among them. Dongzhu, Brother Hu and the others brought live animals to the drunken immortal residence. "I'll arrange a car to send them back," Guan Xiaotan reported. "Luckily the Li family Zhuangzi has a place in Lantian County. Otherwise we would have to travel for a day," Hu Feng said with a smile. Then he turned around and said, "I know Li Dongzhu, you like to keep them alive. I'll give you 10 9-joint wolves. Lin musk deer, give me a price. Kill the living forest musk on the spot and take the sachet. You people who are doctors can handle it better. The meat can also be eaten." "Kill him for the musk?" Li Yi was still at a loss, and the words he said were also at a loss. "Li Dongzhu doesn't know? I'll help you kill it." Hu Feng looked at his disciples, indicating that they could handle it. "Kill." "Yes, taking the musk now is killing it. I need a place to raise the forest musk deer and at the same time buy live ones." Li Yi smiled as he looked at the lin musk who was eating grass with its head lowered. If they were killed, they could only take the musk once. If they were alive, they could take it for many years. "Take 1,000 kennels and give it to Master Hu." Li Yi made a decision and ordered Songda. "Li Dongzhu, how could it be worth so much money? 50 kennels is enough. We also have a bear. The bear's gallbladder has been removed. The breast meat is not delicious, but the bear's skin and paws can be sold for money." Hu Feng was shocked when he heard the price. Li Dongzhu was always so generous. Last time he gave 10,000 kennels. "Master Hu, I want the bear too. Count it together. 1,000 kennels." "Sigh." Li Yi said inside. Hu Feng's disciples showed a happy expression. 1,000 kennels. After going out for more than a month, each person could get a lot. Hu Feng shook his head. "Li Dongzhu, you can't give so much. 200 kennels, at most 200 kennels." Hu Feng knew that the money Li Yi gave included parrots and 9-joint wolves, but it was still a lot. Parrots could not speak, so they were not worth much. 9-joint wolves had little meat. Only their skin could be used to make things, but it was still not worth much. There were many forest musk deer. Many people directly took the sachet back from the mountain. The only thing that was not easy to hunt was the bear. The complete skin of the bear was valuable. Like this one, the crossbow arrow shot into the eye. "Master Hu, in your eyes, 9-joint wolves should eat and drink for their skin and fur. In my eyes, they are more fun than pandas. They can be close to people. As for the forest musk deer, it's okay to tell you. Others kill musk deer for their fragrance, but I can let the forest musk deer live to take out the musk. Oh, I can't do it now. They're going to breed. After breeding, I will take them once. After that, I will take them once a year." Li Yi looked at the red panda eating watermelon and smiled. Pandas are cute, but they can't get close to people. Even though it was a panda that had been raised since it was young, it still didn't know how to control its strength and would hurt people. Red pandas can be raised in Zhuangzi or in the panda park. When people feed them, they will stand there and eat. They are cleaned and disinfected. The tourists also wash their hands. The 2 sides interact. As for the forest musk deer, they use a spoon to take out the musk. It is like picking ears and picking nose. The other way is to take out the musk. To put it bluntly, it is to have acne on the face. Then use the small tool to prick first, or not prick, directly press around the acne with the back circle. The acne that is about to mature or shallow sprays out, and the deep ones must be pricked. There is no need to prick the musk. With the pressure of the circle, the musk will come out. Equal pressure is the same pressure given by the surroundings. Because the musk is not liquid, if it is liquid, it can be extracted with negative pressure. It is like the small tube used to draw blood now. There is a vacuum inside and it will be sucked. It is absolutely impossible to say that the forest musk deer does not feel uncomfortable when taking out the musk. But it will be uncomfortable for a while and soon it will be fine. Hu Feng looked at the forest musk deer. Can it be taken out alive? Otherwise, Zhuangzi is going to buy a large number of live musk deer and live bears. If Master Hu is willing, I can give you a tranquilizer gun. Li Yi mentioned the things he used before. Hu Feng and the others knew. The Chidan people were shot and fell down in a few breaths. Hu Feng was shocked by the method of extracting the musk without killing it. When he heard about the tranquilizer gun, he guessed and asked, "Can a bear's gall be taken out alive?" Gall is not good but bile is good. It can still grow after taking it out. It can be replenished by eating good food. Actually, the bile of the giant panda. Before he finished speaking, Li Yi shook his head. No, the giant panda is special. It cannot be taken out alive. The key is that it is expensive. If it dies, how much will the bile be worth? Li Dongzhu's medical skills are heaven-defying, his medical ethics are unparalleled, and he is benevolent and righteous. Hu Feng said solemnly. In his view, if the forest musk deer and bear can be alive, it is already good enough. It is just taking something to feel pain. After the new year, if Master Hu is willing, I can give you winged knights to go into the mountains to find hibernating bears and bring them back to raise. The bear's gall is medicine for people. Li Yi does not have the ability to make a substitute for the bear's gall. He can only use the bear's bile to make a powder and add it to other herbs. Hu Feng's eyes lit up. Good idea. It will take a long time to catch a bear like this. If the bear does not die, it will be very difficult for the hunter to kill it. He knows that killing a bear and catching a bear will not find much. Digging a trap to catch a bear or using many people to use a net, one layer of net after another. If you want to use a bow to kill a bear, your accuracy will not be good. Moreover, a bear's nose is sensitive and can smell the smell of people. If they catch all the bears and let Li Yi raise them, the people who need the bear's gall will have more medicine to treat their illness. Hunters not killing bears is considered to have done a good thing and accumulated merit. Master Hu, do you agree? Li Yi asked. He can't go out of Zhuangzi. A group of people is watching. After the new year, I will lead a team to find bears and bring them back alive. Hu Feng nodded vigorously. Chapter 749. Hu Feng and the others were arranged to take a bath. Li Yi changed his clothes, washed his hands and face, and then returned to the single room in the canteen. He was afraid that if he came into contact with animals, there would be bacteria on him and he would infect the little fellow. He had to treat it as the little fellow was still uncomfortable. As soon as he entered the single room, Li Yi found that everyone had stopped eating. Even the little fellow who was drooling was not allowed to eat. They were waiting for him. Li Yi sat down, picked up a cucumber strip, and cut it into pieces with a spoon. He pushed the chopsticks into the spoon and put it in the little fellow's bowl. The little fellow opened her eyes wide, looked at her spoon and smacked the cucumber cubes in the bowl, giggling. Hu Feng and the others who helped catch the chitin soldiers last time came back and killed a black bear with a crossbow arrow through its eyes. I caught 10 nine-joint wolves and 15 forest musk deer alive. I call the nine-joint wolves small pandas. They are very cute. I have a way to take the musk out of the forest musk deer alive. I take it once a year. The forest musk deer is fine. Li Yi explained the situation, mainly emphasizing on taking the musk out of the forest musk alive. The biggest consumption of musk in the Tang dynasty was not medical use, but the incense used to make incense. The poor could not afford to buy musk when they were sick, but the rich could buy it to make incense. The three of them suddenly thought of the pharmacy. Now they did not like to burn incense and preferred to spray perfume in the house. Li Qingxi took a sip of wine. Brother Yi, do you have a way to take the sachet out of the forest musk deer alive? It's not a sachet, it's a spice. When it's just taken out, it doesn't smell good. It needs to be processed later. It's like digging out earwax. Very soon, in a few breaths. In addition, I can also take the bile of the bear alive and make it into powder. I plan to buy live bears to raise. In the future, I think all the medicine related to bear gall should be provided by me. Li Yi meant to ask the imperial court to help spread the news, mainly about the purchase of bear gall medicine. Uncle, does it hurt to take bile from a live bear? Empress Wang suddenly asked. It hurts and it's easy to get infected, so I plan to use herbs instead. I'll raise dozens of bears for tourists to see. Li Yi found that his current hardware condition was not enough to put a drainage tube in the bear. The main difficulty was in preventing infection. He could use this as a gimmick. The patient asked for treatment, not to extract the gallbladder. His substitute at that time was made from the bile of other poultry and pigs, cows and sheep. If it really wasn't useful, why bother to refine it? Herbs could replace bear gall to treat some diseases. Li Yi decided that other than the bear gall, he would use other herbs. Then, every once in a while, the bile would be taken instead of the usual drainage tube. It was like burying a needle. It was very painful to accidentally touch it. Of course, if the hunters were willing to kill, Li Yi wouldn't care. There were too many bears. At that time it was a grade 2 protected animal. That was not the case in the Tang dynasty. Coercion was not allowed. Li Longji and the others understood. It was mainly the forest musk deer. As for the bear, it was for takeout. One couldn't kill a bear just for its gallbladder. If a hunter wanted the bear's skin, he wouldn't care. He would also get the bear's gallbladder. Also, you can try to catch some poisonous snakes and make them into snake venom. I need to use horses or rabbits to make it. I've already used the corresponding equipment for the smallpox vaccine, so I don't need to buy it again. Actually, it can be reduced, but since you have the equipment, why not use it? Li Yi wanted to make snake venom. Usually he made one type of snake for each type of snake. Sometimes it was not easy to use. When he made the smallpox vaccine, he had the equipment so he could make snake venom serum. The main thing was inactivation. Inactivation was also possible. He just needed to inject a very small amount of snake venom into horses and rabbits. If the snake venom carried germs and viruses, then the horses and rabbits would be infected. After testing and finding that there were germs and viruses, there was no need to inject them. If there were no viruses and germs, then they could be used again. It saved the step of inactivation. It was like the people who had smallpox in the past. They took the powder from the smallpox site and blew it into the nose of normal people. There was no inactivation in the process. If that person had other diseases, it was likely to be contagious. Brother Yi, can you treat smallpox? Li Qingqi didn't think about the snake venom serum at all. I can't treat it. I can only support the treatment. It depends on fate, but it can be prevented. However, there has been no smallpox in the Tang dynasty in recent years. Li Yi had already asked. No one in the Tang dynasty had smallpox at the moment, so he didn't promote the vaccine. He had the virus, so he could make a lot of vaccines at any time. If no one had smallpox, he couldn't immediately release the vaccine for others to use. First, it was inconvenient for transportation. Second, why would others use it? You said that you could prevent smallpox, but there was a certain risk. No one would do it. Only when smallpox appeared in a place, the people in the surrounding places would be willing to be vaccinated. So, if you give the medicine to people in advance, they won't get smallpox? Li Longji guessed. Yes, it will leave a small scar, usually on the arm. Li Yi nodded. What about snake venom? Li Longji asked again. Not snake venom. Snake venom is given to me first. I use snake venom to make medicine. When others are bitten by the same snake, they will be injected with this medicine. Li Yi introduced. The two things were different. One was a serum and the other was a vaccine. Yes. Hearing the adults talking, the little girl interrupted. Yes. Li Yi immediately responded. The little girl showed a happy smile and continued to eat with the spoon. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were absent-minded while eating. The two of them thought of the same thing. Brother Yi could prevent smallpox. If he gave it to people in advance, it would be terrible. Then their own people would use it and then, yes, the two of them thought of the virus war. Li Yi actually also thought about it, but he rejected it. That kind of method couldn't be used outside. Otherwise, it would be one kind of virus today. If someone survived, it would be another kind of virus tomorrow. People would lose themselves. If a person was used to using despicable means to target others, this person would eventually become a devil. If a country was like this, it would be the same. After they finished eating, the little girl was sleepy and was arranged to sleep in the bedroom in the courtyard by the palace maids and eunuchs. Empress Wang didn't care about it. It was safer in Zhuangzi than in her palace. Even after moving to Xingqing Palace, Empress Wang still didn't let down her guard. Brother Yi, can you show us how to take the musk alive? Li Qingqi tried to think of specific things. No, the male forest musk deer now needs to rely on the fragrance to attract the female forest musk deer. If its musk is taken away, it will become a failure. Li Yi knew that the musk was the best at this time. It was also the time when hunters were most willing to hunt forest musk deer. In summer, hunters would only wander around in the nearby areas. They would only go to places far away in winter. With snow, there would be traces of oneself and animals. It was easy to find animals and one wouldn't get lost. I'll take you to see the red pandas. Red pandas are interesting. They like to play all day long. They are more lively than giant pandas. At the same time, they are willing to be with many of them. Li Yi changed the topic. The red pandas should be arranged to go to places with snow. Chapter 750. The four of them arrived at the bungalow. Wu Feng and the others were not there. They were probably still taking a bath. After staying on the mountain for so long, they were physically and mentally exhausted. They took a hot bath and a steam bath to relax. The Li family Zhuangzi had a massage service, but not a scrubbing service. Scrubbing required them to rub against each other. Massaging depended on whether the nurses had time. If they had time, the women would go to the women's pool and the men would go to the men's pool. The process of massage was a process that the nurses learned. Massage was a special department that existed many years ago. Many years later, Westerners discovered that they could massage. This was invented by me. The Westerners actually admitted that they invented it. It was just that when they first pressed on muscles and joints, they finally understood that the acupuncture points in China were the correct ones. They attacked and suppressed China's medical skills while researching crazily. At first, they said that there were no acupuncture points. Later, they published a paper and found that the acupuncture points in China were the places with the lowest electrical resistance. Was it magical? Was it fun? How could it be like this? Li knew these things. He was unwilling to talk about it in the past because it was meaningless. There were too many people in the country who worshipped foreign things. Now he didn't need to say anything. Where was the West? What were those people doing? He wanted to live happily just like the red pandas. The 10 red pandas were no longer in the cage. The villagers knew that Dongzhu liked to raise animals and gave them more space. Therefore, they temporarily put together a large cage in the square. It was 30 meters long and wide and 10 meters tall. They even put in a frame for the red pandas to climb. After the red pandas were full, they found a place to curl up and sleep. Their big tails covered their bodies like a blanket. They were even more interesting than squirrels. They're sleeping? They're really 9-joint wolves? The color of their tails is circled. Empress Wang looked at the sleeping red pandas and felt regretful. Let's go see the pandas. Li Longji also felt that the sleeping red pandas were boring. Build a large cage next to the panda garden. Arrange the slide and other things according to the panda garden. It will be fine when it snows. Li Yi told the palace maids and eunuchs that they would note it down and find Songda to make arrangements. On the 1st of November, the panda park was completed. After the 10 red pandas moved in, the news that the Li family Zhuangzi was purchasing forest musk deer and bears at a high price also spread throughout the capital government. The price of a live forest musk deer was the same as that of a sheep. The hunters looked at the time and realized that there was still a month before the new year. Of course, the news of the live bear had also spread, but for the time being, no hunter wanted to catch it. It was a bear. On the evening of November 2nd, it began to snow. Li Yi found the printing workshop and made some arrangements. Early the next morning, the newly printed newspaper introduced the red panda. It was also a free tour and free food for the red panda. As soon as the advertisement was released, rich people in Chang and came over with their children. Li was also there. He came over early in the morning to see the little pandas. Red pandas were the most interesting when it was snowing. They also knew that it was not easy to get injured in the snow. When they wake up in the morning, they eat bamboo just like pandas. Biscuits were prepared for the tourists. The red pandas also ate biscuits and so did the giant pandas. The 10 little pandas finished their meal and couldn't stay idle anymore. Some of the red pandas were rolling in the snow by themselves. Just as they were rolling happily, another one came over. The other one came up and pounced on the one rolling in the snow. The one rolling stopped and stood up with its 2 hind legs. It raised its 2 front paws high and slapped down at the one behind it. The one behind it was playing around. Its foot slipped and it fell down. The red panda that had raised its front paws missed and rolled out by itself. The one that was lucky enough to avoid it before found an opportunity. It quickly stood up, raised its front paws high, and smashed down at the one that missed it. Then it slipped and slapped itself on the snow. The other one didn't seem to want to play anymore. It turned around and ran. This one chased after it. Just as it turned a corner, it was knocked down by a red panda that jumped out from the side. Ha ha, the tourists laughed after seeing it. It was too stupid. The most interesting thing was that when the red pandas wanted to fight, they would stand up and slap it. Then they would hug each other and wrestle. The fur of the red pandas was clean. No one washed it for them, so they licked it themselves. When it snowed, they rolled in the snow and the dirt on their fur was cleaned up by the snow. The door of the cage opened and the 10 people who received the free biscuits were put in. They ran to find the red pandas they liked and reached out to hand them the biscuits. The red panda just started to run. As it ran, it seemed that it couldn't outrun them. It stood up and raised its front paws high. When the people handed it the biscuits, the red panda raised its paws to look and smell it. It reached out a hand to take it and stood there to eat. It was a wild one. It had only been here for a few days, but it wasn't afraid of people at all. It's so familiar, just like a koala. Li didn't feed it. He ate the Chinese crepe. Dongzhu, actually it's okay to sell food. The tourists are willing to buy it. Songda smiled and looked at the red panda's happy face. He gave an idea. There are only 10 in total. They will be full after eating for a while. The tourists take so many biscuits. If each of them buys a biscuit, the tourists will feel that it's not fun if the red panda doesn't eat it. Li refused. Feeding animals was the zoo's business. They could collect tickets, but they couldn't let the tourists buy things to feed them. If the tourists found out that the animals didn't eat, they would be unhappy and think that they were cheated. At that time, the zoo would reduce the animals' food. When it was time to eat, they wouldn't give them food. They would wait for the tourists to come and feed them. The animals were malnourished and easy to get sick. If the tourists didn't feed them enough, they would become thin and weak. Many zoos at that time had done such things. When the tourists announced it, they found all kinds of reasons to deny it. The one that did well was the one that raised the Amur tigers in the northeast. One by one, the Amur tigers were eaten into balls just like Garfield. When the tourists announced it, everyone just laughed. Not many scolded the zoo. The zoo also explained that it was winter and they had to store some fat for the winter. Moreover, their fur was long and looked like balls. After a while they would be fine. Some zoos explained that they didn't abuse them. They gave them food and they would get fat. Some zoos explained that they didn't give much. It was the animals' own business and they would lose weight. Li didn't want to expect the tourists to spend money. He raised the 10 red pandas himself. That way their fur would look smoother. The red pandas didn't know that others were worried about them. They took the biscuits and took small bites with a smile. They were more dexterous than the giant panda. The giant panda gave a biscuit and guaranteed that a lot of crumbs would drop. Then it would slowly search for the biscuit and lick it into its mouth. The red pandas ate the biscuits without dropping any crumbs. They still held the biscuits with one paw. Dongzhu, you should raise more red pandas. Red pandas eat less and are not picky about food. They are easier to raise than giant pandas. Songda also found the advantages of red pandas. They saved money and were willing to eat grass. In addition, red pandas were clean and chose a fixed place to go to the toilet. Giant pandas were more casual. Look at the harvest of the hunters who went up the mountain before the new year. There are fewer red pandas in places where there is not enough food. I found that Hu Feng and the others are always lucky. They can always meet the animals I want. Li said as he got up. He wanted to take a closer look at the red pandas and see if they ate the pancakes. Chapter 751. Li came in front of a red panda. It had just finished a biscuit and wasn't full. It looked around, hoping that someone would come and feed it. When it saw Li, it stared at Li's hand. Li was holding a crepe in his hand. Li took a bite. The red panda tried its best to stand taller and raise its head. Li pinched a bit of the fruit inside and placed it in his palm. He bent down and handed it over. The red panda reached out its claws and picked up a small piece of fried dough stick from Li's palm. It couldn't wait to stuff it into its mouth. In an instant the red panda paused. Its mouth moved again. It opened its mouth, closed its eyes and slowly sat down. Its body swayed slightly. After a while, it took another bite of the fried dough stick in its hand and continued to repeat its previous expression and actions. There was a lot of chili sauce on the fried dough stick. It was beef chili sauce. The red panda was obviously spicy, but it wasn't afraid. Instead it enjoyed it. Have you eaten spicy food before? Li said to the red panda who was addicted to eating chili. The red panda ignored him and continued to eat. Looking at its expression, it was hard to tell if it was uncomfortable or enjoying it. A red panda came over from the side. It looked at its companion, sniffed with its nose and reached out to share. This one turned to the side, obviously unwilling to share such a small piece of fried dough stick. Come, you have some too. Do you think pandas eat chili? Li bit off a piece of fried dough stick, spat it out and handed it over. He couldn't use that hand to pinch the fried dough stick again. It touched the red panda's hand just now. The second red panda that came over didn't mind. It grabbed it and ate it. In an instant its eyes widened. Soon its expression became the same as its companions. Its expression was so complicated. Li took a bite of the crepe and said in a muffled voice, "Does it feel good? Haven't you eaten garlic in the wild? That thing is also quite spicy." As he spoke, he turned to leave. The first one had just finished eating and caught up. It stood up and grabbed Li's pants, looking up. "Are you addicted to eating it? Be careful not to get heaty." This time, Li bit off the remaining part of the youtiao and put it in his hand. The red panda grabbed onto it and staggered with its two hind legs to find a spot. It lay down on a stick and went to the platform above. It leaned its body against the stick and started eating. The tourists' eyes lit up as they watched. They were mesmerized by the red panda's cuteness. Red pandas are better than giant pandas. Who said so? Pandas can do somersaults in their sleep. They're so cute. Red pandas also have colors around their eyes and furry tails. Red pandas are not round enough. Giant pandas are round enough. Little panda, eat more. If you get fat, you'll become round. Stop arguing. I like red pandas. Pandas can't be touched. They're bears and will hurt people. Red pandas can be touched. They even know how to stand up when they're given something. The tourists discussed among themselves, each with their own opinions. Pandas are interesting, but you can't get close to them. Red pandas don't hurt people, they just need to be fed. Dongzhu, red pandas don't bite people? Songda looked envious. He also wanted to get close to them. Whether it bites or not depends on whether it feels threatened or not. After eating and drinking, you can touch it. It's more docile than giant pandas. Li Yi wasn't worried about the red panda biting people. If a tourist was really bitten, it could only mean that the tourist had done something extreme. It was a matter of the environment. In Zhuangzi, no one would take the initiative to hurt these animals. Li Yi believed that he could release the red pandas in a few days. If he put them outside, they wouldn't leave if they were given food. It was difficult to find food in winter now, so the red pandas didn't run very fast. Dongzhu, you're still the kind-hearted one, Songda praised. Then I'll eat meat too. Give me a sheep, I can eat it with a knife. The same goes for cows and horses. Li Yi didn't feel that he was so kind that he didn't eat meat or kill animals. He didn't eat Sanjing meat. If he wanted to eat it, he would do it himself. He used to have a friend who was licensed and had a doctorate. With a license, he could go to some Buddhist places for free, including free vegetarian meals. His friends never bought meat or seafood for him. When they ate together, it was always someone else who bought it. When he bought it and cooked it, his friend would eat it. If he couldn't buy it himself, wouldn't he be promoting killing if he bought it himself? If this friend hadn't taken the initiative to buy fruit at the party, everyone wouldn't have wanted this friend. The most interesting thing was that this licensed friend liked to tell fortunes and was told by others. Dongzhu, nine-out wolves are so fun. Why don't others keep them? Songda thought of a question. One can't be kept. It needs a partner. When it's in heat, it will become irritable without a partner. And hunters just like their fur, just like foxes and weasels. When you see red pandas in the wild, you won't find them so interesting. It's like seeing a giant panda. Who can think that a giant panda is charmingly naive? Li Yi said as he walked back. He wanted to wash his hands. The hand that he used to feed the red panda was still hanging by his side. In the past, when he came across money, he would find a place to wash his hands. He couldn't wipe it clean with a wet towel unless he used alcohol-based hand sanitizer. There's a basin of warm water next to you. Wash your hands before touching the red panda. Wash your hands after touching it, Li Yi reminded. Not long after Li Yi left, Yao Chong and the other four arrived in a group. Li Yi even knows how to raise nine-knot wolves. Let's see what's so good about them. Yao Chong walked in front. He was used to being domineering. Well, at least he's free now. I hope he can do it again after the new year. Lu Huaishan, who was familiar with Li Yi, was worried about the current prime ministers. Li Riji said, I heard that His Majesty has been very happy since he came 2 days ago. I don't know what Li Yi did this time. The most uncomfortable one is Song Jing. We don't have to worry about him. Lu Yochio looked like he was gloating. Yin Xizhen was the youngest official. The four of them had all been prime ministers. He had never been one, only 2 ministers. After he was rehired, he was very serious about his work. He was supposed to die this year at 77 years old. But now, his face was glowing and he was full of energy when he spoke. He saw a group of red pandas. After eating, the red pandas were lazy and looking for a place to sleep. Some saw that their companions had chosen a good spot and ran over to sleep with them. Its large tail swayed back and forth and soon, it covered itself and its companions. Are they wolves? Yin Xizhen looked carefully and couldn't see any wolves at all. Pandas used to be called iron-eating beasts. Li Yi gave them new names, giant panda and red panda. No wonder he always calls the small pandas little panda. It turns out that the name he prepared for the nine-knot wolves is red panda. Lu Huaishan smiled. It was really fun. Red pandas were not worse than giant pandas. They were just as cute. Yao Chang's face was no longer so serious. Looking at the sleeping red pandas, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. This old man guesses that Li Yi is waiting for something. If he doesn't say, no one can ask. His Majesty probably knows the situation. Song Jing is in trouble. Yao Chong didn't believe that Li Yi would put his thoughts on animals. If so, it meant that his plans were related to animals. Chapter 752. As Yao Chong spoke, he looked away from the red panda and sized up Zhuangzi. Tourists and ordinary people saw Li family Zhuangzi as prosperous, relaxed, and interesting. In Yao Chong's eyes, that was not the case. What he saw was fog and darkness. He once dreamed of Li family Zhuangzi at night. When he woke up in fright, Zhuangzi seemed to be a big mouth that wanted to swallow people. There were too many secrets in Zhuangzi. It felt unreal and like a dream. Yao Chong admitted that he could not reach the realm of Rushi view. Everyone, do you think Li family Zhuangzi is floating? Is the capital office like a bubble in the past 2 years? Yao Chong suddenly asked. Lu Huaishan shook his head. Yunji, the people think simply. They will believe whoever gives them a good life. The temples, monasteries and temples in Chang, and have less offerings. Ordinary people will take incense and go home to give it to Her Majesty and Li Yi. Instead of believing in Buddhism, immortals and ghosts, it is better to believe in Li Yi. If Li Yi had not pushed Her Majesty to the front, the consequences would have been. The others listened and did not continue. The matter involved was too big. They had already discovered that the people were no longer willing to pray to Buddhism, immortals and ghosts. The people of the capital office were more willing to read newspapers. There were stories, general knowledge and advertisements in them. Now the capital office issued more than 100,000 copies of newspapers every day. Li family Zhuangzi had to print 400,000 copies and give away 300,000 copies. Even so, there were still people who could not buy newspapers and ran to read them with others. There were many neighbors who visited each other. There was a calendar in the newspaper, and it also talked about the solar terms and what kind of land was suitable for planting. 3 coins could buy a few newspapers and write on the back. Otherwise, why would Yao Chong think Li family Zhuangzi was floating? It was unreal. Of course, they didn't know that Li Yi was using this to increase his lifespan, otherwise they would feel that it was too realistic. It turns out that it's so interesting to catch a few more red pandas and raise them together. Lu Youqiu changed the topic. He didn't want to study the Li family Zhuangzi. His Majesty and the Empress would always come over. They had been in contact with Li Yi for a long time, so they definitely knew more than they did. Even His Majesty didn't care, so why should he bother? Let's go and take a look at the parrots. Li Yi calls the 16 parrots big red-breasted parrots. I heard that they can imitate words. Li Riji saw that the little pandas were resting and not active, so he went to see the parrots. The parrot is in Zhuangzi. We can't go in. Oh, it's this old man who can't go in with you. Yao Chong was depressed. When he first came to the Li family Zhuangzi, he used a fake name and identity. There was also another person who said that he had a fake name. Now he was in trouble. Of course, His Majesty, the Empress, King Song, the retired emperor, and noble consort Lu were all fake. However, fake people were different from fake people. Yuanji, let's go in. Trust me. If there's a problem, this old man will pay with his life. Lu Huaishan had a different idea. Yao Chong hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'll walk behind with my head down. The 5 of them were about to enter the Li family Zhuangzi. Then, when Lu Huaishan said that they were the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, they went in. No one questioned them and no one came up to greet them warmly. The villagers were still doing what they were supposed to do. The winged knights came over to take a look, smiled and turned away. They went in unimpeded and soon saw the 16 big red-breasted parrots. Hello. I'm Dongzhu. Welcome. The group of big parrots was not orderly at all. Judging from their voices, they all sounded like little girls. The parrots imitated the voice of whoever they learned. If the range was too wide and there were too many low notes, the parrots would not be able to speak. The range and timbre of little girls were the most suitable for parrots to imitate, so it was easy for them to teach the parrots. The 16 parrots can all imitate, but Li Yi doesn't need to show off. Song Jing thought that he would lose his mind because of the parrots. Yao Chong listened to the parrot and repeated the 3 phrases. He shook his head. Lu Huaishan said with a smile, if these parrots can say longer sentences, they won't be wrong and they can fly far away and come back, then Li Yi will be tempted. He was talking about carrier pigeons. Unfortunately, carrier pigeons could not speak. The parrots could speak, but they could only imitate the sound. If they did not understand the meaning, they would not be able to say a long sentence. Come on everyone. The big red-breasted parrots are in front. Li Lang hasn't come to us for a long time. The 5 of them looked at the parrots and a woman's voice came from behind. Li Lang is a heartless person. We don't have any new songs, but he didn't give us any. We have to come here ourselves. Li Lang is busy. Everyone in the government can live in a house. You're praising Li Lang like this, could it be that you want to get on his bed? No, I want him to sleep with me. You are too shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Hey, who are those people in front of us? Don't joke. They offended Li Lang's distinguished guests. How can he write songs for us? Along with the voices, a group of women came over. The 5 people in the group knew the identity of the other party at a glance. They were the masters of Nankou and Pyongkong Square. They knew many of the people in the group, so Yao Chong was nervous. The group of women walked over and looked at the 5 of them. They nodded politely and started looking at the parrots as if they were ordinary passers-by. The 5 of them sighed in relief and gave a thumbs up to the masters. Too awesome, pretending not to know them. No, they really didn't know them. Dongzhu Xinyan's masters are here. We agreed yesterday to let them in directly. The patrol team is here too. Songda reported to Li Yi, who was copying the medical books. Bring them to the music courtyard. Don't worry about the patrol team. I will be there in half an hour. Li Yi continued copying without raising his head. Songda left and found Xinyan and the rest. He led them to the music hall. The courtyard was large and the rooms were connected together. There were piano, marriage proposal, kongho, and other musical instruments. The kongho was similar to the harp. The only difference was that the kongho had 2 strings, while the harp had a single string. When playing, the kongho could play polyphony but the harp couldn't. This was why the kongho in China was so powerful. To put it simply, it was a song from Li Yi's TV series. For example, Iron Blood Loyal Heart. Chasing the Grass, The Boundless Desert. Cold Wind Blowing, The Blue Sky. The tune was different, and when it was sung there was a harmonic effect. Unfortunately, after that era there were no more classical works. The kongho could play such an effect and one person could do it. Of course, the piano was the same as playing polyphony. The piano had a wide range and one could play it with both hands. Li Yi's classical polyphony piano was a song from China. The Shepherd Boys' piccolo was also a polyphony, and it was very pleasant to listen to. Xinyan and the rest had already learned it. They were professionals, and when they encountered an instrument that they needed to learn, they could just learn it. In other words, don't compare your hobby with other people's profession. Unless you are Old Zhong. Yes, Old Zhong was like a panda. He was clearly a bear, but he had to rely on acting cute for a living. Old Zhong was clearly a medical academician, but he had once won the 400-meter hurdles championship. For a long time no one had broken the record. When meeting such people there was no way to play happily. There is a song here. Sisters, quickly take a look. There are also lyrics. Let me see, the ink has entered the water, crossing a pool of blue and white flowers. 10 miles of peach blossoms waiting to be married. If the mountains and rivers in my heart can be seen in your eyes, I will pray for a lotus flower with every step. Chapter 753. How would I know that the floating grass, the passing of time makes me grow old, the wind, the moon, flowers and birds, a smile of mortal fate? Xan Yin sang the lyrics and finished the song. In the end she sighed. It's so nice. Go and ask the scholars outside who composed this song. A girl next to her said with a smile as she prepared to sing again. I'm afraid no one would dare. They would be killed and buried. What if Li Lang really copies someone else's poem? Don't worry, the person who is copied will not make a sound. The instruments are ready, let's sing again. The people of Nanchu talked and laughed as they repeated the song. Those without instruments began to dance at the side. Although they danced differently, the style they displayed was the same. After half an hour, Li Yi finally finished copying the medical book and asked someone to send it to the palace. He then went to the music hall. Seeing everyone singing and dancing, he waited for a while before the song ended. Li Lang is here. Li Lang, how can you be so cruel? You only cared about other people and forgot about us sisters. A girl walked over and looked at Li Yi with a sad expression. Li Yi revealed a distressed expression. I also miss you, but there are too many things in the mortal world and it is hard to find the time. Why don't you enter the Buddhist gate with us, Mr. Li? Another woman stepped forward, looking very serious. The Buddhism has not been empty since ancient times. It is in the mortal world. Li Yi shook his head. Who cares about the Buddhism? Li Lang promised us that he would find a way to help us find something to do. Right now many people have come out to perform. If we go out, our status will be low. If we don't go out, we won't be able to eat. The girls began to talk again. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He felt that the current situation was not bad. According to his previous plan, each performance team would accept a job. Those who were originally difficult to invite could now be invited. However, there would be people in the middle to help pull strings. Otherwise, the teams would have to find their own jobs. Which team would get more jobs would depend on how clean their organization was. Anyone who did not cooperate with the imperial court would be banned. As a result, the underground industry of Chang and became peaceful and less dirty. People who abducted and sold children and forced women into prostitution could no longer be seen in Chang. If someone dared to do such a thing, someone would report it. No matter how powerful the people in the underground industry were, could they be more powerful than the Winged Knights? If he wanted to wipe them out, he could do it all at once. The 16th Guard had also been involved in some shady things in the underground, including being a Yamen runner. Now, they were also participating, but they were not helping to cause trouble. Instead, they were helping to find jobs. For example, if someone committed a crime and the government wanted to arrest them, they would contact the people who walked in the dark and ask them to come forward. There was also the matter of keeping an eye on the foreign countries, so they were perfect for it. With a large number of performances, the people's entertainment life was enriched, and the income of those involved in the arts increased. This included the other scholars. They wrote poems for him, and some of them could even compose good tunes. However, most of them were works about love, just like Li Yi's work. The people of Nankou were usually unable to invite them. They still needed to bathe first before entering. After a long time, Xianyan and the rest felt bored. They were used to it in the past, but ever since they met Li Yi, they would be annoyed if there was nothing new to do. They wrote a letter to Li Yi and told him that he would come over today to help them think of a solution. Look, the people you are in contact with now have two characteristics or one characteristic. They are rich. Li Yi smiled and said, if they wanted to go to Nankou, they had to be rich and talented. The girls smiled. There was no choice, their status was there, and if they let others take advantage of them, they would not go. We need to be like the commoners and interact with more commoners. We need to compose some patriotic and loyal songs. The commoners do not need to know how to play. They just need to sing. Hence, the difficulty of singing must be low. The main thing is to promote positive energy. Positive energy is righteousness, righteousness. Xianyan interrupted. Something like that. Li Yi nodded. For example? Xianyan asked. The others laughed. Seeing that Xianyan was making things difficult for Li Yi, he immediately asked, come on, let's improvise. For example, those who have lost their loved ones or those who are suffering, we can sing for them. Gently holding your face, wiping away your tears. My heart will always belong to you, telling me that I am no longer lonely. Li Yi directly copied it. There was no difficulty. Let the world be filled with love, positive energy. Everyone's mouths were slightly open as they watched Li Yi sing. Li Yi sang as he walked to the piano and sat down. The accompaniment started playing. After singing 2 times, Li Yi asked, can I? We don't have to be in love all day long. There are fewer frontier songs now, and we need more people to write frontier poems. For example, Wang Han's Wine, what is he doing now? He is in Chang'an. I saw him a few days ago. He is a pervert, but he has some talent and money. A girl laughed. That's right. Li Lang, you should learn from Wang Ziyu and visit us often. There is no need for you to bathe first. You can go after bathing at home. Do you think that if Li Lang knew Wang Ziyu, he wouldn't have to stay in Zhuangzi all day long? No, why should Wang Ziyu date Li Lang? Does he have the ability to govern the world? Can he create something that benefits the people? Can he compose a song anytime? That's right. No, Li Lang, sing another song. The girls chattered. Their final goal was to make things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi sat in front of the piano and didn't get up. He continued to play and sing. Gently awaken your sleeping soul, slowly open your eyes. Li Yi copied another song with positive energy. Tomorrow will be better. Everyone, I can't make things difficult for Li Lang. If it was someone else of his age, they would be running to Pyongkong Square all day long. Li Lang, you haven't been to Pyongkong Square, right? Do you know how to design a house? Come to our place and design something for us. Li Lang, the clothes that you design don't fit me very well. Come to my place and I will wear them for you to see where the problem lies. Don't always make things difficult for Li Lang. Li Lang and the others are not good. Look at me, I'm willing to chat with you. Just now you said it was positive, and then you said it was simple and easy to sing. Don't be bound by the rules of the songs now. Li Yi quickly changed the topic. He definitely wouldn't go to Nankou. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back. I know. Just like the song that you wrote, copied, it sounds very good. The people are willing to sing it. Even now, I can still hear Songhai's laughter. Xinyan also knew that it was enough to make a joke. Li Yi helped to come up with ideas. Let's talk about serious matters first. Add the poems from the frontier. Write some songs that praise Her Majesty. You all are actually representing the government. Li Yi wanted to create an official song and dance troupe from the Pear Garden. When needed, they could serve the government. How they wanted to play during normal times was their own business. What happens after the people know how to sing? Xinyan nodded. Chapter 754. The others quietened down and waited for Li Yi to talk about their new development plan. They wanted to participate in more activities, but they also needed to ensure that their status did not change. If they were to perform for ordinary people, how much money would they need? Other people with lower status would go out to do work, and the commoners would start to accept them. This involved the problem of reputation. If other people's reputation grew, what would they do? Next, we will hold a singing competition. You all will be the judges and let the commoners sing. Li Yi said. He knew that Xinyan and the rest were making things difficult for them. Other people had low status and low status. As long as there was work, they would accept it. If there were more performances, people would only know those people and not the big shots of Nanku. This would make them depressed. If the grassroots came up, what would they do with the orthodox ones? Judge? Others will sing? Xinyan rolled her eyes. Of course. Let your maids be the judges first. Zhuangzi will advertise in the newspapers. If the commoners are willing to show off their singing voice, they can sign up for free. After that, there will be a preliminary selection to choose those who are good at singing. After that, let these people be divided into groups to compete. The better ones will be chosen. Continue the selection until the end. The best few people will be chosen. In order to let the commoners participate actively, as long as they pass the preliminary selection, they will be given money as a reward. Li Yi brought out a set of methods from his past. It was the entertainment method of the Western countries. There was no innovation in the entertainment circle in his past. They were all copying other people. When they saw a foreign program that was popular, they would copy it. Be it the Western countries, the Koreans, or the Japanese. Whatever they could copy, they would copy. Some even had to buy the copyrights of others. Otherwise, they would sue them. The key was that copying was very useful. For example, now, it was much simpler. They did not need to lower their status to perform. They could still show their faces and interact with the commoners. Xinyan and the rest did not know about the matters in the other spacetime. When they heard Li Yi's method, their eyes lit up. It is equivalent to choosing a courtesan. Choosing a courtesan is interesting. The courtesan selection is held in Pyongkong Square. Commoners cannot participate. Now the commoners can participate. It is good, but who will pay for the rewards? Of course it will be us. Now our reputation will be even greater. Only then will people be willing to go to our place. What will happen to the chosen people in the end? If you want to join us, then join us. If you don't, then go home. According to Li Yi's words, the women began to think about what to do next. Xian Yan looked at Li Yi. Li Lang, is this how you operate it? How much is it? Li Yi shook his head slowly. How can you spend your own money? We're doing this to earn money. How do we earn it? Many people asked. Advertise and get sponsors for you. Ask the businessmen who sell things, especially those who have big shops in Chang, and to pay for it. Let them pay for everything, including the decorations, meals, rewards, salaries, and our profits. Let them pay for everything. It's like this. Li Yi began to explain to everyone how to do it in detail. This was the first time that everyone had heard of such a method of operation. Oh my God, it was indeed Li Lang who could make money anytime, anywhere. They don't know the situation. Why don't Li Lang introduce us to them when you advertise in the newspapers? A woman was worried that others would not pay for it. I will pay for the first batch of advertisements. Let others see the effects of this type of program. I want to see it too. Li Yi refused to ask others to pay for it for the first time. What if it doesn't work? If he doesn't make money, he will be ruining his reputation. Li family Zhuangzi still needs to advertise. If Li Lang is willing to pay for it, I guarantee many people will join us. Everyone laughed. Li Yi waved his hand. No, we don't need to use the name of Li family Zhuangzi. We don't need to let others know about Li family Zhuangzi. I will build a few rooms outside Mingde Men. We will produce and sell things there. We will use the name of that shop to advertise. If the effect of the advertisement is good, the sales of the products there will be reflected. If the effect is not good, we will think of other ways. Li Yi had his own plans. He doesn't need to use the name of Li family Zhuangzi. Okay, Li Lang. Let's sing and dance. Two women came over from the side, one on the left and one on the right, not letting Li Yi leave. According to Li Yi's usual style, he will leave after the discussion. It was rare to see him, so he must sing and dance for him. Don't dance the decadent music. Li Yi said since he couldn't leave. Something is going to happen again. Yao Chong, who was watching the parrot outside, thought that there must be something wrong with the group of people from Nanchu. They haven't come out yet. Nanchu's everyone going out was a big event. So many people were watching. If everyone went to Li family Zhuangzi, the whole city of Chang, and would be concerned. What were they going to do? What big event was going to happen? It is probably a performance. The real big event is not something Nanchu can participate in. Oh, the performance outside the imperial city is not counted. Lu Huaishan was not very worried. It was impossible for them to go to the imperial city to perform for the people in the palace. They are probably going to take out a new song or something and spread it outside from Nanchu. Li Riji thought for a while. Maybe they are preparing for the new year. There will be a program for the new year. No, definitely not. Yao Chong said firmly. The new year is simple. Xinyan and the others will go to Li family Zhuangzi for the new year. A few days in advance is enough. It should not involve the imperial court. Lu Youqiu thought that the imperial court was far away from Nanchu. They watched for a while and felt better. They went home and didn't go back to the office. When it was almost dark, the people from Nanchu left. They didn't have dinner, but they took a lot of things with them. They had to go back and think about some details. As soon as they returned home, many sisters from Nanchu came to find them. They took out half-veil songs and at the same time, they took out 2 positive songs sung by Li Yi. The people from Nanchu admitted that half-kettle muslin was good, but that's it? Nothing else? Are 3 songs worth your trip there? Can't you let Li Yi write it down and send someone to deliver it? Song Jing and the others who were working in the political affairs hall soon got the news. Xinyan and the others went to Li family Zhuangzi to get the 3 songs. Nothing else happened. Everything was stable. It's good that nothing happened. I thought there was going to be a big battle. Song Jing was relieved. When he knew that the people from Nanchu went to Li family Zhuangzi, his heart was in his mouth. He felt that something was wrong. In the end they wrote songs. Very good. Sui lowered his voice. Is it Li Yi looking for them to relieve his loneliness? Impossible. Xiao Yi has beautiful women in Zhuangzi. Even if he is looking for someone, he can't find so many people. Bai Gu didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Li Yi was looking for women. He also didn't believe that the people from Nanchu went there just for 3 songs. But he couldn't guess the details. He could only wait and hope to have a peaceful new year. There was still more than a month. Chapter 755. The people who moved into their new homes were familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, including their neighbors and the location of their homes. Some people even wondered if they could raise chickens. After all, it was cheaper to lay eggs than to buy them. Since the price of grain was low, they could also feed the chickens with bran. Today they saw a lot of people coming out of nowhere and building a shed in the area next to them. After asking around, they found out that they came from Huazhou and were hired by a company called Chang Kuai Vermicelli. As for who opened Chang Kuai Vermicelli, they didn't know. They temporarily rented a place away from Zhuangzi and were buying bamboo in large quantities. The people looked around and found nothing interesting, so they continued to care about their own lives. The people who were hired from Huazhou didn't know who was behind them. Anyway, they were paid well and went home before the new year. Everyone knew about Chang Kuai Vermicelli, but few people ate it in Chang'an. The people didn't have the time to know about Chang Kuai Vermicelli, but it was impossible for Li Qingqi to not know. Li Qingqi asked but didn't get an answer. He couldn't find the boss either. He went to Li family Zhuangzi and found Li Yi. Brother Yi, Chang Kuai Vermicelli, it's mine. I want to try if I can do something without the name of Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi directly admitted that it was his. He wanted to sell Chang Kuai Vermicelli. Why do you want to do this? Li Qingqi was puzzled. Why did he have to make Chang Kuai Vermicelli? The yield of new rice will increase. Now there is old rice in Chang'an. Old rice doesn't taste good. But to make Chang Kuai Vermicelli, old rice is the best. I can turn it into something delicious without wasting food. When the quantity of indica rice increases and the warehouse can't hold it anymore, I can make it into Chang Kuai Vermicelli and send it to the soldiers at the border. It's more convenient to eat. Of course, I also need to send jerky and meat floss. Otherwise, Chang Kuai Vermicelli won't have enough nutrition. Li Yi talked about the situation of dealing with old rice. Old rice wasn't delicious and new rice was more fragrant. Now that the standard of living of the people in the capital office had improved, they all wanted to eat new rice and grind wheat into Chang Kuai Vermicelli. The land road from Luoyang to Chang and had been repaired, and there were always cars going back and forth. Even the snow couldn't stop them. They just had to pull snow removal tools and clean the roads. Are you selling rice noodles wholesale? Li Qingqi nodded. Yes, he didn't eat rice noodles. We don't sell individual rice vermicelli in bulk. You can buy them in bamboo tubes. If the price is high, you can also buy them in bulk. Or after buying a bamboo tube, he would buy some in bulk and put them in the bamboo tube when he was eating. There were small beans soaked in vinegar, dried and fried. At the same time, there were also salt and pepper noodles as well as dried green onions. When he ate, he poured hot water on it just like instant noodles. If you don't use the bamboo tube, wrap it in straw paper. Li said as he gestured. He didn't have a plastic bag, so the vinegar couldn't be stored properly. It was just like making vinegar cloth. Tofu was fried into bean bubbles and soaked in vinegar. When it dried, there would be a vinegar smell. The rest of the food was wrapped in a small paper bag and poured into it when eating. Li Qingqi swallowed his saliva. You can put a salted egg or dried meat in a bamboo tube. The price will be higher. Good idea. Li gave him a thumbs up. He wanted to use this thing to advertise during the selection of singers in Nankou. He wanted to see the effect of the advertisement. Of course, the venue would provide rice noodles for the participants, judges, and staff to eat for free. The audience would enjoy the discounted price and help with the promotion after eating. Unfortunately, there was no television or internet. The singer's voice wouldn't spread far. He couldn't use the equipment in Zhuangzi. It wouldn't be popularized and popular. Shouting with his voice to let more people hear him was like singing in a local opera. Li Qingqi was thinking about eating rice noodles when he suddenly had an idea. Brother Yi, I know how to pretend to be jealous. How? Li was curious. Wax paper. Put a layer of wax on the paper. If it's poisonous, you can use beeswax. Li Qingqi had an "I'm very capable" look on his face. Li Yi, brother, it's already very expensive to package it with raw paper. If you replace it with beeswax, the cost of a packet of rice noodles will be too high. Ordinary people can't afford it. Li didn't want to sell rice noodles as a luxury item. He wanted rice noodles to be the same as instant noodles. If people wanted to eat it, they just had to spend a little more money than making noodles themselves. You can make two types, one for ordinary people and the other for rich people. Li Qingqi suggested. He actually wanted to eat the type of rice noodles for rich people. Li was in a daze for a while. If you say so, I can make it even better. Li remembered the instant noodles and rice noodles in the past. There were oil packets, seasoning packets, and vegetable packets inside. A packet of rice noodles was wrapped in wax paper. A packet of rice noodles cost 2 renminbi, a set of seasoning cost 3 renminbi, and a bamboo container cost 1 renminbi. A packet of rice noodles cost 6 renminbi, no, 10 renminbi. Rich people wouldn't like it if it was too cheap. Brother, I think. Li said his idea. Li Qingqi continued to swallow. Okay, 10 renminbi is not expensive. A bucket of rice now costs 20 to 30 renminbi. Li, a bucket of rice was cheaper. It was no longer a few hundred RMB. The problem was that a bucket of rice weighed more than 10 caddies. Old rice was even cheaper. Dongzhu, there's someone outside. He said his name is Hao Lingquan and he wants to see you. Songda ran over like a ghost. What is he doing here? Li Qingqi was puzzled. He had seen Hao Lingquan before. Hao Lingquan was the envoy of the Bagu tribe. He was a small official and a general in the Dao army. The Dao army was in the Shuo province. He was sent to a small tribe in Tubo. When Mazip's head was chopped off, Hao Lingquan came back with the people of the Bagu tribe. Mazip's head was hung on the Vermilion Bird Avenue for people to see, mainly for the foreigners of the Honglu Temple. Why did this person want to see Li? Did he know Li? Brother, I'll go and see him. Li heard the name and got up. He had to see this person and guess why he came. Brother Yi, be careful. Li Qingqi nodded. Li crossed the bridge under the protection of the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards. He saw a person. The person was walking in circles at the place where free soup was served. He looked very anxious. As soon as Li Yi's team appeared, the person walked quickly towards Li Yi. When he was more than 10 steps away, he was stopped by the guards. The guards wanted to search him. Hao Lingquan opened his arms and waited. No need. Let's find a place to sit down. Li shook his head and went to the noodle stall. He sat down and glanced at the side. Everyone, I have something important to do. Thank you. The people eating noodles immediately took their bowls and went to other places to make things convenient for Li Yi. General Hao, please take a seat. Li Yi stood up and invited again. I'm just a general. Hao Lingquan rubbed his hands and looked very uneasy. The one who took the initiative to contact the later Turkic Baku tribe to instigate a rebellion and even help to kill Mazip is the general. Li Yi invited again. Dr. Li Yu. Hao Lingquan heard Li Yi's words and his eyes suddenly turned red. He stood there speechless. Please. Li Yi invited for the third time. Chapter 756. How Lingquan sat down. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Li Yi smiled. General Hao, did you hear that I impeached the Hua provincial governor and others? Did you come because you felt that I could speak up for you? Hao Lingquan nodded vigorously. Yes, Dr. Li, you've done a great service. You risked your life to send an envoy to Ba Yegu, which caused Ba Yegu to rebel against Mazip. When Mazip went to fight Ba Yegu, it was already a great victory. In the end, you organized the scattered soldiers to attack Mazip. His Majesty said that anyone who kills Mazip can be made a great general, but you haven't been made a great general yet. Li Yi explained the situation. How Lingquan had risked his life to go to the enemy's subsidiary tribe to cause trouble. What was more amazing was that he succeeded and ran back with Mazip's head. He was happy that he was going to be a high official. According to the records, Hao Lingquan didn't become a great general, and he wasn't made a great general this year. Next year he would be made a 5th-rank general. A great general was a 3rd-rank standard. The difference was too big. Then Hao Lingquan cried to death. He felt wronged. Why should he be a great general? The merit wasn't fake. This matter was done by Song Jing. Song Jing said that if Hao Lingquan was made a great general, he would tell the generals at the border to take the initiative to attack. Then this year he ignored Hao Lingquan and treated him coldly. After the new year he would be casually given a small official. Dr. Li. Hao Lingquan's tears fell. He wiped them with his sleeve, but he still couldn't speak. Indeed, as Li Yi said, he was anxious. Why didn't he give him an official position? He knew that the current Prime Minister, Song Jing, didn't give it. What could he do? It seemed that it was useless to find anyone. He thought of Li Yi. Li Yi was righteous and might be able to help. When he came over he was nervous. Li Yi was just a civil official. Did he dare to offend Song Jing? Was he important enough? In the end he cried when he heard Li Yi's words. Li Yi actually understood the situation. General Hao, to be honest, since you didn't kill him with your own hands and you directly became a general, it's very likely that you're not familiar with the situation. A general is a primary 3rd-rank official. Do you think a secondary 3rd-rank general will do? After all, we're targeting Song Jing. If we directly help you get the great general, it'll be embarrassing for Song Jing. Li Yi didn't need Hao Lingquan to say it. He said it himself, Song Jing. Hao Lingquan was dumbfounded. She felt that something was amiss. From Li Yi's words, it seemed that he could get himself a great general, but he would have to be demoted to a general. What did he come here for? That's right. Let Li Yi speak on his behalf. How could it be decided so quickly? How could a secondary class rank 2 official be so powerful? General Hao, is a general of secondary class 3 acceptable? Li Yi asked. Hao Lingquan was in a daze. Dongzhu is asking you a question, Tao Hong said from the side. Okay, a general is fine. Hao Lingquan reacted and figured it out at the same time. The palace maids and eunuchs were with the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi's official was different from other officials. Which official had palace maids and eunuchs with them? Congratulations, General Hao. Pen and paper. Li Yi congratulated Hao Lingquan first. Qing Song opened the box and took out the paper and pencil. Li Yi put them on the table and wrote, Your Majesty, if you don't reward Hao Lingquan today, who will risk their lives tomorrow? I think it's good to give him a general instead of a great general. After he finished writing, he folded the paper and handed it to the winged knights next to him. The winged knights didn't say a word. They took the paper and ran to Chang, and with a few brothers and thousands of ox guards. Hao Lingquan. He looked at what Li Yi wrote. What kind of paper was that? A pencil? What was written? Was this what the officials in the imperial court wrote? He was a lowly official and didn't know much. General Hao, eat a bowl of noodles here. Uncle Tang, according to the number of people, 1 bowl of noodles per person. Li Yi invited Hao Lingquan to eat noodles. Everyone had one. Eating next to the Li family Zhuangzi was safe and clean. Guyan ran back to Zhuangzi. When he came back later he carried 4 bundles of garlic. Li Yi picked a few heads of garlic and gave the rest to the stall owner. He knew that the stall owner wouldn't ask for money, so he used the garlic. The stall owner took the garlic embarrassedly. He made a profit. Hao Lingquan kept looking at Li Yi, the guards, and the palace maids and eunuchs. He felt a sense of security. The normal noodles were clear broth noodle soup. The noodles were black and couldn't even be counted as 90% powder. No soup, a customer waiting next to the stall owner said to him. He couldn't cook the noodles for Li Yi and the others until he finished cooking the noodles for them. Okay. The stall owner answered. The noodles were cooked and put in the bowl. The customer took the bowl to the place where the soup was free. He scooped the soup into the bowl with a spoon. The clear broth noodle soup became noodles with bone and vegetable soup. Hao Lingquan looked at him. Dr. Li, free soup tastes better than clear broth. Today's soup is pork bone soup. Sometimes it's chicken soup. Some of the vegetables in the greenhouse have bad leaves, so they are put in the soup. Add some salt. Drink a bowl in winter and you will feel comfortable. Li was talking about the preparation of the soup. The vegetables grown in the greenhouse, such as spinach and rape, were thrown into the free soup. Dr. Li, I mean when they eat here they get free soup? This was what Hao Lingquan meant. They didn't let the stall owner put in the free soup. There were so many people eating here. How much coal did they use every day? Li nodded. Now, the rich people in the village will put rice soup and pickled vegetables at the entrance of the village. Otherwise they will be cursed for being heartless. Li was telling the truth. Rice soup was thin porridge and most of it was water. People wouldn't starve to death if they drank it. It was especially for people who came to the village. People in the village didn't drink it. Who would drink rice soup when they had a good life? Generally it was a 2-foot pottery pot. When it was cooked it was covered. When it was cold it was heated again. The rich people in the village did it for a good reputation. The Li family Zhuangzi was even more so. A bowl of noodles was brought over. Li pushed it to Hao Lingquan. There was no soup in the noodles. Hao Lingquan understood and scooped it himself. He was indeed hungry. He was a general. When the general commanded the battle, the general listened to the drums, looked at the flags and commanded the team he was in charge of. The general was literate, knew tactics and knew how to command. That was why he was sent out to perform a task. If he was unlucky he would be caught by Begu's people and sent to Mazip. He would lose his life. He risked his life to instigate the rebellion of others. He even killed Mazip and brought his head back. If he didn't give it to a high-ranking official, he would feel wronged. Hao Lingquan ate. Li peeled garlic for him. He peeled a piece and handed it to Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan didn't refuse. If he could become a general of the 3rd rank, Li's kindness would be great. A few pieces of garlic wouldn't make much difference. Soon the bowl of noodles was finished. He wasn't full. It was far from being full. He blushed slightly and looked up at others. They looked at him with normal eyes. There was no disdain or contempt. Wasn't it good to be able to eat? On the other side of Xingqing Palace, Li Longji left 3 prime ministers to ask about politics. He asked about the arrangements for the tribes that would come to surrender. Should they be sent to plant terraced fields like the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi's memorial arrived. Li Longji opened it and looked at it. His eyes fell on Song Jing. Chapter 757. In the past, when tribes came to surrender to the Tang dynasty would not allow them to move in. Similarly, they did not expect them to help defend the border. They were all appointed officials and sent back. One reason was because the Tang dynasty was arrogant and did not need their help to fight. The other reason was that they could not settle in the mainland. How could a large group of people live in the mainland? Language barrier. Now there was a way. The Li family Zhuangzi made an example. He asked people to plant terraced fields, rent things but did not give weapons. He also sent people to teach the Tang dynasty language. Should they learn it? The imperial court would operate in the same way. Song Jing and the others were thinking about this kind of thing and analyzing the pros and cons. Before Song Jing could say much, the winged knight sent a letter. Then why was the emperor staring at him? Minister Song Jing, Hao Lingquan, the general of the Dao army, returned silently. You should be rewarded with the position of general, Li Longji said to Song Jing. Your Majesty, I have said that if Hao Lingquan is rewarded with the position of general, the soldiers at the border will send troops without permission. Song Jing still insisted on his idea. He wanted peace and did not take the initiative to attack. Li Yi said that if you don't reward him today, no one will risk their lives to kill the enemy. If you don't want to give him the position of general, he will give him the position of general. What do you think? Li Longji said to Li Yi and gave Song Jing a way out. He listened to him and did not give him the position of general. Song Jing, the difference between general and general was just a little bit. Wouldn't it still give him a high reward if he was at grade 3 or grade 3? No, he had to stop it. Your Majesty, you can't give him the position of general. Why don't you give him the position of general? Song Jing objected. He paused and said, Your Majesty, Li Yi is too young and not familiar with the matters at the border. The Tang dynasty frequently sends troops. Other tribes will see the Tang dynasty as an enemy. Li Yi is familiar with military affairs and knows what the soldiers need, Baigu said. He supported Li Yi. Since Li Yi had specially written a note and sent it over, it meant that this matter was of great importance. Ever since she knew about Li Yi had never made a mistake. If she didn't listen to him, he would do bad things. In the end, she still had to follow his decision. Su Yi, who was also a prime minister, looked left and right, momentarily unable to decide who to help. Everyone became prime ministers together, and the first struggle had come. Minister Bai's words are reasonable. In that case, let's make Hao Lingquan a general. Li Longji was unwilling to waste any more time on this matter. It's not wrong to listen to Brother Yi. Brother Yi is wholeheartedly serving the Tang dynasty. As for the soldiers at the border who are willing to fight other countries, let them fight. How could he make himself poor? If he didn't have money, he could ask Brother Yi to come up with a way to make a lot of money. Soon he would have money. Yes, Your Majesty, Baigu answered. Next, it was time for Ziwei to issue orders and produce books. Go now. A foreign country has come to join us. We should act according to the Li family Zhuangzi's wishes. Li Longji didn't even discuss the tribal matters. He followed Li Yi's instructions. The three of them returned to the office of Xingqing Palace. Song Jing's face was gloomy. He finally felt Yao Chang's previous distress. The first prime minister of the Tang dynasty. His analysis was not as effective as Li Yi's passing of a note. How could it be like this? He had already said that Hao Lingquan would not be promoted to a high official and would be treated coldly for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, the imperial court gave Hao Lingquan a general of secondary class 3. Would he still have dignity as the prime minister? Can we use the excuse of investigating Hao Lingquan's false claims to merit to delay some time? Sui had the same idea as Song Jing. The prime minister's words had to be effective. No. Baigu objected. Li Yi will be very angry when he knows. What else can he do to me? Sui was not convinced. He can cancel your membership card. Baigu pointed in the direction of Heavenly World. Membership card. Sui was just about to say that it was okay to not go to Heavenly World, but he suddenly stopped. He thought of something. The 6 ministers or the prime minister all had membership cards of Heavenly World. The people all knew that giving benefits to the officials was to prevent them from interfering. If a prime minister's membership card was cancelled, what would the people think? Damn, that prime minister must have done something he shouldn't have. There was something wrong with him. Sui thought of this and was shocked. For the first time, he found that the membership card of Heavenly World had an additional function. The prime minister was high and mighty. The people were not familiar with him. The Li family Zhuangzi was close to the people. The people understood. Didn't that mean that the people would think that whoever Li Yi said was a bad official was not good? Song Jing obviously understood the problem like Su Yi. He sped up, went back to the office, wrote a note, and sent it to the Ministry of Family Affairs. The Ministry of Family Affairs used the fastest speed to decide on Hao Lingquan's promotion. After writing it, they immediately sent someone to send it. Hao Lingquan did not have a house in Chang'an. He lived in an inn in Daojing Square. Daojing Square and Xingqing Palace were separated by a road. Hao Lingquan lived here and waited for his promotion. He looked forward to it every day, but it never came. In history, he endured with such emotions until the next year. When he got the position of Langjiang, he collapsed. When he was sent to the Turks, it was so dangerous. He carried out the mission well. In the end, he died of grief and indignation in Chang, and of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing's way of handling this matter was disgusting. He insisted on waiting for Hao Lingquan to be promoted. He also waited for things to calm down and people no longer paid attention to it. Then he casually gave him a small position. Otherwise, if he directly gave it to Langjiang, what would people think when Mozi's head was still hanging? In history, there were people who praised Song Jing as having legs. It meant that wherever he went, people there would feel the warmth of the spring breeze. Hao Lingquan didn't feel it. Perhaps the spring breeze that Song Jing placed on him was the spring breeze written by Su Shi, the chilly spring breeze that blew the drunkenness away. A group of officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs entered Daojing Square Inn. They did not find him. After asking around, they said that he went to the Li family Zhuangzi. The officials then went out of Chunming Gate to the Li family Zhuangzi. They finished the matter today. Hao Lingquan was drinking. He ate 2 bowls of noodles. Li did not eat. He gave his bowl to Hao Lingquan. 2 bowls of noodles were enough to fill the stomach. Li drank with him. The wine was inferior, and the dishes were from the messy Bridgehead market. Everything was given by the people. Each person was given a little. Hao Lingquan's eyes were still red. There were people squatting and standing next to him, listening to him talk about the Dao army. Li Yi helped to spread the news, saying that Hao Lingquan had made great contributions. When the people heard about it, they gave him gifts. Hao Lingquan looked at the various kinds of food sent by the stalls and was very moved. When Mozi was still alive, we had to be on guard against the Tujua. We did not fight with the Tujua tribes. Sometimes their people would exchange things with us. They did not have copper coins. When we exchanged things, we could not get a bargain. Everyone knew the price. However, the price of sheep was low. 2 tea cakes could be exchanged for 1 sheep. Everyone liked to listen, so Hao Lingquan told them. He suddenly realized that it was fine even if he did not get promoted. At least the people knew about him and were willing to give him things. It was worth it. The people each had a bowl of free hot soup. They drank as they listened. As they were talking and listening, a group of officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs arrived. "Greetings, Dr. Li." The officials greeted Li Yi. Li Yi returned the greeting with cupped fists. He looked at Hao Lingquan. "General Hao, congratulations. You can receive your appointment." The officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs turned to Hao Lingquan. Chapter 758. Hao Lingquan listened to the people from Minxia province in a daze. He was still in a daze when the book was finally produced. The people from Minxia province left with a basket each containing soap, glycerin, chili powder, and vegetables. "General Hao, come on, let's drink and celebrate." "Congratulations on becoming a general," Li Yi said with a smile. He changed another person's fate. Hao Lingquan wouldn't cry to death. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were more willing to risk their lives to kill the enemy. The imperial court kept its word and brought the head back to the general. It was a little worse than a general. It could be said that Hao Lingquan didn't kill it himself. Hao Lingquan sat down in a daze and stared at the book in a daze. "You got it? General, secondary class, grade 3. General Hao, I'd like to propose a toast to you for risking your life for the Tang dynasty. I hope you can continue to protect the peace of the people of the Tang dynasty in the future." Li Yi stood up, holding the bowl with both hands, and said solemnly, Thank you, Dr. Li. I'll drink. I can still kill the enemy. I'm not afraid of death." Hao Lingquan shivered and also stood up, holding the bowl with both hands, and promised. The two of them raised their heads and drank the wine together. Good job, General Hao. Congratulations." The people around cheered. After listening to Li Yi's introduction, they admired Hao Lingquan. Only such a person could win the battle for the Tang dynasty when he became a general. After drinking a bowl of inferior wine, Hao Lingquan let out a long breath and looked at the book again. He wanted to laugh and cry. Then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Li Yi. Only then did he remember that it was Li Yi who had arranged for him to become a general. Song Jing had not been able to stop him. Oh my God, how could it be like this? How could a secondary class, grade 2 official decide the position of a general, grade 3? The Prime Minister said no and Li Yi said yes, so it was okay. Who can tell me what's the secret behind all of this? General Hao, sit down and eat. The food is the goodwill of the people. The taste may not be very good. Good, it's good. I've never eaten such delicious food or drunk such good wine in my life. Hao Lingquan sat down and ate 2 big mouthfuls of food, chewing vigorously. Dr. Li, if it wasn't for your help, it's His Majesty. After His Majesty found out about what happened to you, he felt that he couldn't disappoint the soldiers. He had to fulfill his promise. Li Yi interrupted Hao Lingquan. The credit belonged to Her Majesty, and no one should snatch it from her. Hao Lingquan nodded, indicating that she understood. For him to be able to go on a diplomatic mission, his IQ and EQ were both high enough. However, he showed a worried look. Dr. Li, did you offend Prime Minister Song? No, I win people over with my virtue and magnanimity. I treat people gently, I have a mellow nature, I'm handsome, I'm unrestrained, I'm cultured and refined. Li Yi praised himself and the people around him nodded. Yes, Li Dongzhu was such a person. Ha ha. Hao Lingquan stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Dr. Li is indeed humorous. As for Prime Minister Song, Hao Lingquan was still worried and wanted to personally explain to Song Jing. Don't worry about him. I'll send him a small jar of beef chili sauce later. There's nothing a jar of beef chili sauce can't solve. If there is, I'll give him 2 jars. Li Yi waved his hand, not allowing Hao Lingquan to go to Song Jing to persuade him. Why should the soldiers who were fighting outside bow down to the Prime Minister because he was unjust? Not to mention Song Jing, all the Prime Ministers including the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hao Lingquan was stunned again. Could it be like this? Just give him chili sauce? Yes, General Hao, don't worry about Song Jing. Tao Hong added. She and the other palace maids and eunuchs in the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care about the Prime Minister at all. The Prime Minister couldn't control them. Their families were arranged to form a small village, and there were people assigned to guard them. When they returned to the palace in shifts, they were only responsible for the empress's palace. They could speak ill of the officials. Hao Lingquan looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The 8 of them nodded to him, meaning that Song Jing couldn't do anything to Dongzhu. Hao Lingquan smiled and was completely relieved. Yes, Li Yi had palace maids and eunuchs to serve him, and he was also protected by the winged knights. General Hao, are you staying at an inn? Li Yi refilled their cups and asked casually. In Daojing Square, the cheapest house. Hao Lingquan nodded. He didn't have much money. When he came over, it was the Dao army who gave him the money and asked him to go to Chang'an. His brothers were waiting for him to become a high-ranking official, and then they would look after each other. If he didn't become a high-ranking official, General Hao, if you don't mind, there's a small courtyard in Zhuangzi. You can stay there temporarily. You're a general now, but there's no place for you to stay. You have to wait. The chief of the winged knights, Guizi, has been studying the art of war and other knowledge used in marching and fighting. You two can discuss and learn from each other. As for me, if I have any ideas, I can also ask for advice. Li Yi invited Hao Lingquan to stay in Zhuangzi mainly to learn. Being a general was different from being a general in the past. In addition, it was to tell others that Hao Lingquan was under Li Yi's protection. If you think that Song Jing didn't want to promote Hao Lingquan, then you're offending me. Think carefully, don't wait until I make a move on you and think you're innocent. You may curry favor with Song Jing, but you may not be able to get Song Jing's favor. If you provoke me, I will never let you have a good time. Hao Lingquan didn't say anything and drank the wine. Okay, I'll stay in Zhuangzi and disturb Li Dongzhu. He changed the way he addressed Li Dongzhu. If he stayed in Zhuangzi, he had to call him Dongzhu. In fact, it was another kind of surrender. For example, if Li Yi wanted to catch an animal in the future, the army he was in could use the excuse of training to catch it. Does the inn have anything to bring over? Zhuangzi will send someone to get it. General Hao, you don't have to tire yourself. Li Yi decided to keep Hao Lingquan here. Otherwise, Hao Lingquan would have to deal with the people in the inn. Hao Lingquan also considered this problem. He took out the key. I'll write a letter to the inn's manager. No need. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi has the key to open the door, no one will think that it's stealing. Li Yi waved his hand. Hao Lingquan was speechless. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't steal other people's things. The person in Zhuangzi took the key and left. The two of them continued to drink outside. Hao Lingquan could eat and drink. He didn't look full. Xiaoyi, I'm here. Baigu appeared with a voice. He sat directly next to the table and reached out to pick up a skewer. The army is here. They're going to Mount Taibai for training. As he spoke, he nodded to Hao Lingquan. They had met before. Hao Lingquan stood up. Bai Zaifu. Sit down. It's tiring to stand and talk. Xiaoyi, what's the arrangement for the first batch of 5,000 people? Baigu raised his hand and gestured for Hao Lingquan to sit down. He then told Li Yi about the number of people. Send them directly to the foot of Mount Taibai. I'll provide canvas tents. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for them. Li Yi took a bowl and poured wine for Baigu. You make so much money selling chili noodles. Donate it. Baigu didn't want to go through the Ministry of Revenue's account. The Ministry of Revenue takes 50% of the tax. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for it. Li Yi shook his head. Hao Lingquan was speechless. Chapter 759. As a general, Hao Lingquan naturally knew what was going on in the army. He didn't care about the mobilization of the army. There were some who said that Prime Minister Bai wanted Li Yi to fork out money to support the merger. Li Yi refused, saying that the Ministry of Revenue collected too much tax. Are you too sure you are talking about the army of the Tang dynasty? Can military matters be handled like this? You pay for their meals and the Ministry of Revenue will buy Zhuangzi's tent. Baigu changed his condition. What meals? Do I have to send someone to cook for them when they go to Tubo in the future? Let them cook for themselves. Li Yi's attitude was firm. Soldiers must learn how to survive. You prepare some medicinal herbs for Zhuangzi when they are injured during training. Anyway, your medicinal herbs are free. Baigu changed his condition again. Old Bai, why do you keep staring at me? I'm just a civil official. It's not easy to survive in front of Zhuangzi. Li Yi didn't say whether he agreed or not, which meant that he agreed. Zhuangzi's medicinal herbs were indeed free. They were exchanged with medical books. I spoke up for you today. I didn't hesitate to offend Guangping. Baigu mentioned his contribution. So, Old Song still opposes? Li Yi caught the hint in Baigu's words. Guangping can't take care of military matters. Baigu provided another piece of information. He wants to be the Minister of War? He's still the Minister of Justice now. Li was a little confused. According to history, Song Jing should be the minister of appointments. However, Cui Riyong wasn't punished and was still doing well. Song Jing's power was still small. The Ministry of Justice was only a ministry. It didn't care about many things. Senior officials couldn't do anything. Hao Lingquan lowered his head and ate obediently, pretending that he didn't hear anything. He was scared. God, a prime minister and a civil official were talking about another prime minister. I think he wants you to be an official. Bai Gu took a sip of the wine and frowned. It's not up to him to decide whether I'm an official or not. Does that mean that I've seized his power? I'll give him a set of wine cups worth 1 coin when I get back. Li didn't care at all and still wanted to give him something. He will run to Zhuangzi and fight you to the death, he. Bai Gu laughed. Li meant to say that Song Jing was a petty person. The people who came to Mount Taibai were recruited soldiers. His Majesty recruited 30,000 people. Hurry them up and don't wait until the weather warms up. Zhuangzi has already prepared the tents and other things. I'll give you the capital and give you 10 extra hot air balloons. Li was anxious. It was the best time to climb a mountain when the weather was cold. Tubo was cold and windy. Which cost? The labor cost of your village? Bai Gu now had some understanding of the cost. The labor cost of the Li family Zhuangzi was higher than other places, so he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the labor cost was actually profit. Li couldn't give the village a piece-by-piece fee. Li picked up a green onion and soaked it in soy sauce. Zhuangzi doesn't have time to make tents. The Workers' Alliance and the E-Alliance are working together. The E-Alliance is in charge of the canvas and the Workers' Alliance is in charge of the frames. I'll give you the hot air balloons. I'm not the Minister of War. Don't talk about giving me a gift. Besides, are you going to sell the hot air balloons? I remember now. The hot air balloons balls and baskets are made by the Ministry of Works. You just have to provide one thing. Bai Gu didn't admit that the hot air balloons were given by Li Yi. Can you blow the hot air balloons into the sky? I also provide gasoline. Giving a balloon is giving gasoline. Li emphasized the fuel. Bai Gu also picked up a green onion and threw it into his mouth. You use oil to make gasoline. Did you spend money on oil? I give you oil and you make gasoline. Isn't the cost of the technology a part of the cost? Li Yi retorted. I've learned another thing. Not bad. Bai Gu noted down the cost of technology. The road from Chang and to Shudi needs to be repaired. The money I gave you is gone. The Ministry of Revenue can find the cement factory in Lantian County and transport the cement to a warm place. Hurry up. Li Yi changed the topic to the road repair. With the money he gave, the road was repaired well. Because it was far away and the roads were narrow, they could be widened with cement. Bai Gu ate another green onion. Fine Jigo. He's the Minister of Works. I only care about money. You're the Prime Minister. Li Yi mentioned Bai Gu's other identity. Fine Guangping. His words are more effective. Bai Gu pushed again. You don't want to be the Prime Minister anymore? Li Yi asked softly. Who said so? Xiao Yi, you can't play any tricks. I don't want to join the League of Ministers for the time being. Bai Gu was shocked. There's a lot of vegetables in the greenhouses this year. Apart from the capital, the surrounding prefectures and even Luoyang can be sent. The cucumbers can be kept for several days. Li Yi changed the topic and talked about the greenhouses. The capital government had made money from the greenhouses last year. This year there were more people planting the vegetables. Those who had less money would find people to work with to raise the money to build the greenhouses. In one winter they would earn back their capital. The price of the greenhouses in the capital government's greenhouses was 5 times that of the summer and autumn season. It was cheaper than last year. There were merchants who collected the vegetables and transported them to other places. They could sell the vegetables for 10 times the price and profit from it. The Ministry of Revenue kept a close watch. When merchants collected vegetables, they would first collect taxes from the people who planted the greenhouses before collecting taxes from the merchants. As long as they bought a large amount, they would collect taxes. The merchants would say that they couldn't eat the vegetables themselves. Unless they were running a hotel, they would collect taxes from the hotel. When Li Yi mentioned the greenhouses, the smile on Bai Gu's face increased. Yes, repair the road. Good roads can transport goods faster and have a lot of taxes. Old Bai, I heard that you ate a lot of meat sauce when you treated people to a meal. I'll bring you a jar. Li Yi glanced at the eunuchs. Ziyu ran away and shouted, Let's prepare something else for Bai Zaifu. You want to drive me away? Lingquan, don't live in the Daojing Square anymore. Find another place. Bai Gu muttered and said to Hao Lingquan, Li Dongzhu, send someone to help me move things. I'm living in the Li family Zhuangzi. Hao Lingquan, who had heard a lot of things that she shouldn't have heard today, respectfully responded to Bai Gu. Bai Gu glanced at Li Yi. It's good to live in Zhuangzi. After I arrange a place for you, you'll probably take office after the new year. This year we need to see the situation of the new leader of the Turks and the news of Tubo and adjust according to their changes. Yes. Hao Lingquan sat upright. She didn't have to worry about the arrangement of seats now. She had discovered that Li Yi had a great influence on the court. There was an uncertain feeling that she didn't dare to say, and that was that Li Yi could decide the candidate for the prime minister. What was going on? Was she too surprised today and began to let her imagination run wild? It didn't take long for Ziyu to return with a big basket on the cart. Bai Gu's followers cooperated to carry the basket on the cart, and Ziyu reported. There's chili sauce, fermented bean curd, shrimp oil side dishes, soy sauce, sweet garlic, salted garlic, pepper, leek sauce, braised shrimp sauce, soap, skincare cream, and the rest are vegetables from the greenhouse. Okay, old Bai, I won't see you off. Goodbye. Li Yi turned his head and waved at Bai Gu. Remember to send the gasoline over. When the hot air balloon rises, check the situation. There's snow on the mountain, and it's easy to have an avalanche. Shout a few times first. Bai Gu put his hands behind his back and strolled to the place where his car was parked. Hao Lingquan stood up and watched Bai Gu leave. When Bai Gu got in the car and left, he exhaled a long breath and felt much less pressure. He was afraid that Bai Gu would tell Li Yi more about the court. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please return to Qidian to subscribe. Thank you. In addition, please vote for me. Chapter 760. General Hao, sit down and take a rest. When your things arrive, we'll celebrate with you in Zhuangzi tonight. Don't eat now. Li Yi, who succeeded in getting Bai Gu to pay for him, was in a good mood. He found that Bai Gu was like a squirrel always bringing food home. Compared to squirrels who would forget where they hid their food, Bai Gu would never forget where he put his money. Bai Zaifu is very easygoing. Hao Lingquan sat down and thought for a while before saying. He's easygoing if you don't talk about money with him. Li Yi smiled. Li Dongzhu, I saw the winged knights in Zhuangzi using hot air balloons outside Zhuangzi. I wonder if you can send 2 to the Dao army? Hao Lingquan was promoted and might not return to the Dao army in the future. He was still thinking about the Dao army. General Hao, you can learn in Zhuangzi. You can arrange for the brothers who came with you from the Dao army to learn together. After the new year, you'll be familiar with the situation in your original place. If you want to go back, I'll arrange it for you. At that time, you can take a few hot air balloons and more gasoline to be on guard. Li Yi began to consider sending Hao Lingquan back. Hao Lingquan was familiar with the Dao army, but he was not used to Tubo. Hao Lingquan nodded repeatedly. He understood that Li Yi could arrange for the general to go there. But he didn't understand why. Was it because the Li family Zhuangzi was too rich? Using money to buy connections? Who did he buy it from? Her Majesty? Tomorrow, I'll go to the barracks to see how many people can live in the courtyard. We have 30 people. Hao Lingquan wanted to arrange for the people he brought from the Dao army. There were more than 1,000 people when they came. After sending the people and the heads, the others went back with many rewards from the imperial court and things given by the Li family Zhuangzi. There were exchange coupons among the things given by the Li family Zhuangzi, which could be circulated in the Dao army. All the merchants who had been to Chang, and knew that there were exchange coupons everywhere they went. Those who had come into contact with the merchants had seen them before. Merchants would take out their exchange coupons for others to see, and it was obvious that the coupons were difficult to imitate. The merchant's goal was to let the locals accept the exchange coupons so that it would be easier to do business in the future. The remaining 30 people were low-ranking officers. They were receiving training and learning in the barracks. 1-2-1-2. Orderly shouts and footsteps could be heard. Hao Lingquan looked over. He was familiar enough to know that the 16th Guard had changed shifts. There were winged knights in Zhuangzi, and there were 16 guards outside. It was said that there were a lot of military secrets. Now it seemed like that wasn't the case. There were things even more mysterious than military secrets. The person who changed shifts took over with the original person. After the handover, they drank soup together. The person who was replaced left after drinking a bowl of soup, and the new person took his place after drinking the soup. It was just a free soup, but they actually made it feel like a ritual. At this time, the things that Hao Lingquan had left in the inn were brought back. There was a set of armor, a crossbow, a bow, and a saber. There were cloth and copper coins in the package, which were used as money. The price of cloth in Chang was low, so it wasn't worth it for outsiders to use cloth. If not for the imperial court's rigid rules, no one in the capital would be willing to use cloth as money, and the shops wouldn't accept cloth to buy goods. Everyone entered Zhuangzi together, and someone led Hao Lingquan to the courtyard that had been arranged for him. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. The small courtyard wasn't very big, with the front yard being around 50 square meters and the backyard being around 30 square meters. There was furniture and bedding in the room. The heater was turned on, and the room slowly began to heat up. Hao Lingquan didn't have anything to pack, so he put down his things. The servant measured his measurements and told him that the new clothes would be placed in the resting room of the bath when he bathed. Hao Lingquan still wasn't completely used to it. He stood at the door and muttered as he looked at the situation in the room, "So I'm a lower class rank 3 general now." "That's right. Congratulations, General Hao." A voice suddenly came from behind him, giving him a fright. "You really jumped." He jumped forward while lowering his head, bending his waist, turning around, pulling back his fists and bending his legs slightly. "Good, you're vigilant enough. Your response is reasonable." A figure appeared at the door. "Why are you? King Song?" Hao Lingquan was just about to ask why he didn't inform him in advance when he recognized this person. He had brought ahead to Chang, and to meet Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi put his index finger in front of his mouth and shushed him. "My name is Li Da, from the 6th Li village in the west of the city. I'm a relative of the emperor." "Hello, General Hao." Li Qingqi walked up to Hao Lingquan and introduced himself. "Hello, Song Li Da. What's going on?" Hao Lingquan realized that he had encountered many supernatural incidents today. "Brother Yi asked my 3rd brother for the position of general for you. You should do your best. If there's anything you're lacking in, take this opportunity to learn. You live in Zhuangzi, so if you see my 3rd brother, don't be surprised. His name is Li San." Li Qingqi told him about the matter first so that he wouldn't expose himself. "3rd brother? Ah, Your Majesty? How should I address you?" Hao Lingquan's eyes widened. "We have titles. County Duke is lower class rank 2. Actually, as long as you don't say it out loud like an idiot, you don't have to worry about anything else. I'm the County Duke of Huayan, and my 3rd brother is the County Duke of Fangchu. You can call me that when you need to." Li Qingqi casually arranged an identity for himself and Li Longji. "Okay, Your Majesty will come to Zhuangzi?" Hao Lingquan swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. "Brother Yi is in Zhuangzi, so of course my 3rd brother will come. Brother Yi is my 3rd brother's brother. If there's any trouble in the imperial court, my 3rd brother will come to ask Brother Yi." Li Qingqi said to Hao Lingquan as if it was natural. Hao Lingquan felt numb all over. In an instant he understood many things. He understood that some things couldn't be said, let alone asked. Just treat it as the truth. "Oh my god, there's actually such a person in the Tang dynasty." "I know." Hao Lingquan's face turned pale. Obviously it was caused by insufficient blood supply. "If there's nothing else, just focus on being a general. Don't worry too much about Song Jing." Li Qingqi said again and turned to leave. Hao Lingquan sat on the chair and took deep breaths. After a while he felt that he could control his body again. He picked up the thermos, poured himself half a glass of water and drank it down. After a short rest he was ready to take a bath and soak in it. He left the yard and didn't lock the door. He walked toward the bathing pool in Zhuangzi. As he was walking he heard a woman's voice. Don't be in a hurry. Don't fall. Wait a minute." He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a child running with his 2 little legs. Then he saw a woman he had seen once. There was a man behind the woman. He had seen this man before. He stood still and didn't dare to move. His head was lowered. The little fellow ran to him and looked up curiously at this person who felt different from the others in Zhuangzi. Quick, hold his hand." Empress Wang caught up and reached out. The little fellow raised his hand and let her hold it. Empress Wang glanced at Hao Lingquan and took the child away. Li Longji came from behind. When he saw Hao Lingquan he thought for a moment and reached out to pat Hao Lingquan on the shoulder. "Don't worry. The people of the Tang dynasty count on you to protect them." After that Li Longji also left. Hao Lingquan's face turned pale again. His calf seemed to be cramping. Chapter 761. It was comfortable for a tired body to soak in the hot water pool, but Hao Lingquan could only sit there and take a shower. The farmer in charge of the pool didn't allow him to get into the pool, saying that his physical and mental state were not good and he was afraid that he would fall into the pool. After adjusting the hot and cold water, Hao Lingquan took a shower with no expression on his face and his eyes fixed. At this moment he figured it out, but he was still in a state of shock and disbelief. Li Yi, King Song and His Majesty called each other brothers, and Empress Wang brought the child to play. It was said that in the Empress Palace of Xingqing Palace, The future crown prince was always surrounded by dozens of people, and it was impossible for the child to run around alone. However, in Li family Zhuangzi, His Majesty Empress Wang, and the little fellow strolled around as a family of 3, and the little fellow could run around as much as he wanted. It meant that His Majesty felt that Zhuangzi was safer than the palace. God. He was worried that Song Jing would take revenge, but it turned out that he thought too much. No wonder Bai Zaifu treated Li Yi like that. Yes, it's not wrong to ask Li Dongzhu to pay for the army. With his position, it's normal to spend money to support the army. Why should he care about public and private matters? Hao Lingquan, who had been worried that Song Jing would take action, was completely relieved now. He was not afraid. No, I shouldn't ask Li Dongzhu to pay for the army. The imperial court is rich, and Li Dongzhu's money should be spent privately, such as training powerful soldiers and winged knights. Hao Lingquan overturned his idea again. He wanted to know how Li Yi should spend his money, and he was very worried. He stood up, moved the stool aside, turned off the water, used soap, and washed his hair. Song Jing is not in a good mood. He just doesn't want to promote Hao Lingquan. Li Longji was talking to Li Yi. The little fellow was sitting on a high stool beside him, eating diced fruits with a spoon. He looked at whoever spoke, looking very serious. Song Jing has certain limitations when it comes to considering problems, but he's willing to analyze what happened after the incident. He has his own political intentions. He's more tolerant towards scholars, but he's more cautious towards martial artists. Li Yi analyzed the situation based on the information and his contact with Song Jing. Li Yi discovered that the prime ministers all liked to monopolize power. Zhang Shua, Yao Chong, Song Jing, and a few others later on. The advantage of having absolute power was that if things were done right, the Tang dynasty would be in the limelight. If the strategy was wrong, the Tang dynasty would be in trouble. What about Hao Lingquan? Li Longji changed the topic to Hao Lingquan. He is brave and resourceful. He needs to learn. He has a sense of honor as a martial artist and is willing to risk his life for recognition. When facing outsiders, he had a strong psychological quality. But when facing the people of the Tang dynasty, he had a weak heart. Such a person, no matter how much power he has, will not betray the Tang dynasty. He's afraid of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi gave another evaluation of Hao Lingquan. Li Longji nodded. First, he'll go to school in Zhuangzi. When he's done, where's the right place to put him? Go back to the Dao army? He's familiar with the geography and environment of the Dao army. The Turks rule a large area with a small population and a bad environment. Many people don't work in agriculture. As long as the Dao army is strong enough, it can push forward from the position of the Dao army. The Turks can't resist. When the Yellow River opens in spring, we can put all kinds of things there. The army will play a great role in the position of several. As Li Yi spoke, he took the map and unfolded it on the table. The little fellow looked at his position and stretched out his small hand to move the plate out. Then the plate fell to the ground and broke. The little fellow was stunned. His eyes were wide open, as if he didn't understand how he became so strong. He had to go down. The food was on the ground. He had to pick it up to eat. The palace maid hurriedly went to fetch a new plate. The eunuch moved a new table and placed it on the plate. The little fellow ignored the plate on the ground and continued to eat the fruit with the spoon. The baby doesn't know how to control his strength now. It seems that he plays a lot and grows quickly. Li Yi reached out and pinched the little fellow's arm. The little fellow turned to look at him and chuckled. 7 fruits, 7. Okay, you can eat. Li Yi smiled. Li Longji stood up and pointed at the position of the Northern Protectorate headquarters. Here. Yes. Due to strategic suppression and the influence of the supply transportation, the Northern Protectorate headquarters moved to the surrendered city in the west. The supplies couldn't keep up, so they had to move to the surrendered city in the middle. The supplies usually go up the east side of the Yellow River to the Protectorate headquarters. There are several deserts. The problem of the deserts can be solved by raising camels. We don't have the manpower to manage the deserts now. We can wait for the future. Li Yi pointed to 2 large deserts, the Maowasa Desert and the Kabuki Desert. The large desert, especially the Kabuki Desert, spanned from the west to the east, blocking the Yellow River. There were more small deserts along the way. Even if they weren't deserts, they were still grasslands with little grass. One of the places was called the Dongxing District back when Li Yi was still alive. The primary industry of the Dongxing District was agriculture and animal husbandry. The value of the industry accounted for 1/1000th of the total industry. The industry was more impressive. It was more than 500 times that of agriculture and animal husbandry. Tourism was also more than 200 times that of the industry. Li Yi was helpless to develop such a place. If he had the money, he could invest it in other areas and earn more. The Northern Protectorate headquarters was located close to Baotou. It was more advantageous to develop there than the surrendered city in the west. The surrendered city in the west was closer to Wuyuan County. The development of Wuyuan County couldn't be compared to the Dongxing district. The only good thing was that the agriculture there was much better than the Dongxing district. Brother Yi knows how to manage the desert? Li Longji was more interested in this matter. We need manpower, a lot of manpower. It's tiring. We also need to plant grass and fight against shag. Usually we use straw. If we have the money and manpower, we might as well raise camels. In the future, when we fight against others, we can use the camels. Li Yi nodded and then shook his head. He said that he wanted to fight against the Abbasid Caliphate in India. From there he could reach the sea directly. Otherwise he would take a detour. The Suez Canal had not been opened yet. Africa and Eurasia were connected. Africa had good soil. Just by throwing some seeds in, he would be able to reap great benefits. How many years do we need to fight our way through? Li Longji wanted to fight and expand the territory of the Tang dynasty. After fighting the Turks in Tubo, we will have complete control over the Bohai Sea. Only then can we continue to expand to the north, northeast, northwest, and southwest. Li Yi wasn't in a hurry to conquer. The war wasn't over yet. The lives of the people in the Tang dynasty's capital office were better, but the other places were still the same. When it came to fighting the Tubo and Turks, if you don't fight them, they will fight you. It was impossible to reconcile. As long as the other party didn't start a war with the Bohai Sea, there was no need to fight. They could slowly take over the Bohai Sea. The population of the Bohai Sea was small, and it still occupied the 3 provinces in the northeast. It still lacked a unified government. During the exchange, the people of the Tang dynasty would slowly become like Li Yi's era. There were several ethnic groups living together in harmony. There were people who opposed the Manchus in other places, but there was no such thing in the northeast. They even respected the Manchus' habits and didn't invite them to eat dog meat. The most interesting thing was that there were also Koreans there. Korean dog meat was delicious. With the addition of Muslim meat, there was no problem. Chapter 762. Li Longji rolled up the map again. He didn't need to look at it anymore. The importance of the Northern Protectorate manor lay in the fact that as long as the baggage of the army followed, the Turks wouldn't dare to attack the Great Wu army. If the Turks ran to the Great Wu army, the Northern Protectorate manor would send troops to cut off the Turks' path of retreat. In the past, they focused on defense and built a city. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to supply the baggage. The local population was small and resources were scarce. Farming was barely enough for them to survive. If it wasn't for the war, the imperial court wouldn't send supplies to the Northern Protectorate manor. The soldiers of the Northern Protectorate manor could deal with the Turks on their own. Similarly, the Turks didn't have enough supplies and a single attack would deplete a lot of their national strength. Li Longji couldn't wait to go to the Yellow River and open the river. He had witnessed the power of capital from Li Yi. With money one could do anything. Wasn't it just logistics? Send it over, spend a huge sum of money, and after sending it over, Brother Yi, do you have a rough estimate of the cost of transporting military supplies to the Northern Protectorate manor? Li Longji wasn't sure how much money it would cost. Li Yi shook his head. I haven't sent it before. Third brother, we don't need to send a boat full of things. We can send half a boat full of military supplies and half a boat full of other things. Sell the remaining half of the boat? Unload half of it at the Northwestern Protectorate manor, load it with local specialties and continue upstream. When we reach a place upstream, we can carry whatever the locals lack on the boat. Buy it from the locals and continue upstream? Li Longji wasn't a fool anymore. He immediately understood Li Yi's motive. As long as there were enough boats, the Yellow River could be transported to the sea. What the upstream lacked or had, they would know by making a trip there. Not only would the commoners along the way not reduce their wealth by buying things, they would even increase their income by selling things that weren't valuable locally. That's right. Li Yi nodded his head. This was what he was thinking as well. What the Yellow River needed was the government's investment. Preparedness meant success. Thinking about it this way, I feel delighted. The inspection at Hoku Waterfall has already been completed. We can travel on the tracks and on land. Li Longji clenched his fists. He liked Zhuangzi and the Li family. Whenever they encountered a problem, Li Yi would give them a practical solution. It gave people hope and something to look forward to. As long as they followed it, they would definitely succeed. Empress Wang suddenly said, "It's a pity that traveling in the desert is too tiring." Even with camels, people will die in special weather. Li Yi laughed. Sister-in-law, as long as you're willing to spend money, it's easy to cross the desert. You don't have to cross the Wuxia desert directly. If you want to cross the desert by force, you have to dig a well and build a pond with cement. You have to pour the well water into the pond and cover it. In the area where the Chatua clan was located, there were underground canals and wells, and there were open canals outside. The area between the Wuxia desert and the Kabuki desert is similar to the soil. It can be dug out to store water for a long period of time. Empress Wang thought for a moment. Dig a well for each section of the road? Plant trees around the area and send people to guard the area. Then the team would travel through the same route. Won't they go astray and not be able to find the place? Li Longji continued, use cement to build pillars, bury a section in the sand and watch the pillars as they walk. Later we'll find elder brother and ask the workers' union to fix it. Li Longji arranged work for Li Qingqi's workers' union, regardless of whether it was the new year or not. They would work as if it was the new year and get 5 times the pay. Third brother, we can hire the locals even if it's just to help push the windmill. Give them more benefits. Li Yi mentioned the matter of hiring local workers. Yes, that should be the case. Li Longji reacted. The locals were familiar with the situation and gave them benefits. Only then would they do their best to help. When the wells were dug, they would pave the way. The locals would use the path and naturally maintain it. Perhaps the locals would move to a place with a lot of well water, saving the manpower needed to look after the place. That way we can build a city next to the wells. Empress Wang added, there are many wild beasts, especially wolves. Selling newspapers, the workers' union is recruiting workers. From today onwards, you'll get 3 times the pay for digging wells in the desert. If you don't come back after the new year, you'll get 5 times the pay. Selling newspapers, well, digging workers in the workers' union will have 4 meals a day. There will be meat for each meal and 1 tail of wine at night. The next morning the paper boys began to shout. They would get 3 times the pay before the new year. The new year would usually start from the little new year and continue until the 10th day of the first lunar month. The imperial court's annual leave was 10 days. Those who worked would get 7 days more. The young and strong people, such as those who worked at the docks when the Yellow River was still passable, were more attentive. They had the strength and knew how to dig wells. They just had to push them around. They didn't need to worry about their skills. After 3 months of work, the Yellow River's Huku waterfall would be completely open. Then they would return to the docks and earn at least 10 more months' pay. In the political affairs hall of Xingqing Palace, Song Jing flipped through the newspaper and shook his head when he saw the description of crossing the desert to build water points. It's a waste of manpower and money. There's already a way to cross the Huku waterway of the Yellow River. Why do we still need to go by land? If we take the land route to the east bank of the Yellow River and repair the road there, wouldn't it be easier than crossing the desert? Song Jing found the root of the problem. He didn't submit a memorial and went straight to look for Li Longji. Li Longji went through the memorials. The main reason was that the local government wanted to build irrigation works, appease the people living at the border, and request to strengthen the defense at the border. When Song Jing arrived, Li Longji finished another one. He put down his pen and said, "Official Song, you've worked hard. Take a seat." Song Jing sat down and stood up before saying, "Your Majesty, I heard that you want to open up the desert road to the Protectorate of the Northwest?" "I'll pay for it," Li Longji replied. He directly talked about the matter of the money. If they didn't go through the Ministry of Revenue, it had nothing to do with them. Song Jing gulped and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I feel that it's better to build a road by the Yellow River than to build a desert road. We've already gone to the east bank of the Yellow River. The Protectorate of the North is on the other bank of the Yellow River." He wanted Li Longji to use his own money to build the roads according to his ideas. "Build it. The roads on the east and west banks of the Yellow River will be rebuilt. The roads that aren't in good condition will be repaired using new technology." Li Longji nodded his head. "You're right. Build it. I have the money." Song Jing. He thought for a while. "Your Majesty, since that's the case, why build a bridge? The Pujin Bridge is too troublesome to transport troops." "Official Song, don't you know that the Pujin Bridge is being repaired? It can be repaired before the Yellow River reopens next year. Who knows, it might even be completed after the new year." Li Longji was astonished. "You, the Prime Minister, don't know about the actions of the Imperial Court? The new bridge would be a floating bridge made of metal cables. It could be opened and a boat could be placed across. Then the 2 sides of the bridge would be filled with large cement blocks to secure the cables. When more iron was added, more iron could be used to make a huge iron bull. The concrete would be damaged easily after a long time. Your Majesty, with the money, why don't you build the roads above the capital? Song Jing asked. The money came from the Li family Zhuangzi. The men in the family are strong and fit, and are suitable to help in the construction of the floating bridge in winter. Official Bai will be in charge of the roads above the capital in spring. He's already discussed it with Official Wei. Li Longji patiently explained to Song Jing. Song Jing took a deep breath. I understand. Chapter 763. Song Jing returned to the political affairs hall expressionlessly. He did not enter his office but sat down in the hall outside. He found some tea leaves and placed them in a pot. He then poured some water from a thermos bottle. He pulled out a drawer with pine nuts, pliers and a plate of pine nuts. He then pinched the pine nuts. Guangping, what are you doing? Bai Gu heard the commotion and came out to see Song Jing. Su Yi also came out with a curious look on his face. The pontoon bridge at Pujin Bridge has started construction, but we did not know about it. Song Jing said softly. Guangping, you did not know? Bai Gu was surprised and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi replied, it's been repaired. The people are saying that it will be more convenient for people to cross the bridge next year. It's dangerous for people to cross the bridge. Song Jing was stunned. Both of you knew about it? Even the people knew about it? Only I don't know about it? How did you know? Song Jing was even more depressed. It was written in the newspapers. Bai Gu and Su Yi replied together. Song Jing finally understood why Li Longji had such an expression. It was in the newspapers. Guangping, don't always think that the stories in the newspapers are fabricated. You have to read the newspapers from the beginning. Read it carefully. Read it twice. Bai Gu patiently told Song Jing that one should not read 10 lines at a glance. I did not see it. I read the newspapers very carefully. Song Jing felt that he was wronged. He did not like reading stories, but he was willing to study the daily life facts. He was more interested in reading about the Li family Zhuangzi. For example, chili noodles, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, tea leaves, glycerin, including the supply of vegetables in the greenhouse during winter. As the Prime Minister, he placed great importance on the newspapers. There was no mention of the pontoon bridge. Bai Gu turned around and went into his house. After a while, he took out a set of newspapers and said, Guangping, look. It's on this page. This one here. Song Jing looked at the place where Bai Gu was pointing. Indeed, there was one. It even brought a simple map of what it would look like after construction. He got up and went into his room. After a while, he returned with 4 papers in his hand. Who can take out one of my newspapers? Song Jing gritted his teeth and said, Guangping, next time you have to look at the pages. Now there are 5 newspapers. They say it's after the new year. Su Yi said to Song Jing while holding back his laughter. This old man knows that after the new year, it might be expanded to 10 copies each and it's still 3 coins. 3 of the copies have the contents of dictionaries printed on them. Cut it yourself, cut it according to the dotted lines, drill the holes with an awl and thread it through. When you have enough, you can make a dictionary. Then there are 3 double-sided prints. Song Jing was still angry. He felt that Her Majesty was dissatisfied with him and did not even read the newspaper. That's right. Princess Jingxian only printed 10,000 copies in the first batch. She gave them to the temple, monastery, and aristocratic families. Xiao Yi only thought of printing them herself. Bai Gu's words faintly expressed his dissatisfaction with Princess Jingxian. She should have given them to the people of the capital government first. Ordinary people with children in school should have given them first. Their children could learn by themselves. Su Yi spoke up for Princess Jingxian. The temple, monastery, and aristocratic families gave Princess Jingxian the money for printing. The money for the paper and the ink was given by Li Yi. Right now, Her Majesty and Li Yi do things freely. They can do whatever they want. Song Jing did not care about the printing of dictionaries. He mentioned that the political affairs hall's power had decreased. Bai Gu laughed. Guangping, it's Her Majesty's own money. Xiao Yi will also take out the money to build infrastructure. Has the Ministry of Works started to build roads? Song Jing mentioned the situation of the roads in the capital government. This could not be Her Majesty and Li Yi's money, right? The Ministry of Revenue has money. Xiao Yi sells chili powder. She sells chili powder and pays 700 yuan per caddy. While the people of the capital government do not have much work in the winter, they will build the roads that are easy to repair. The difficult ones can be repaired after the winter thaws. Bai Gu explained. After all, Song Jing was the Prime Minister, but he could not control the money. If the Minister of Revenue was not the Prime Minister, He would need to tell the prime minister when he needed money. Since he was the prime minister, he could do it. Drink tea. Song Jing did not want to say any more. He could not say anything. Bai Gu was 13 years older than him. Li family Zhuangzi and Hao Lingquan were also drinking tea. They drank tea and asked Guizi for advice. Guizi was young, but he knew a lot. He was very sensitive to military matters. Guizi was a 6th-rank official and was in charge of 30,000 winged knights. Hao Lingquan was a 3rd-rank general and was in charge of 30 people. The 30 people came out of the barracks and were arranged by Hao Lingquan to live in a house in front of the settlement. If you want to win a battle, you have to train strong soldiers first. You can't be afraid when you are outnumbered. Li Dongzhu said that the strongest soldiers can fight to the last man. I don't know if the winged knights can do it. I believe that the 3,000 winged knights can do it. They were personally trained by Li Dongzhu. Guizi slowly explained to Hao Lingquan. Li Yi told him about the Mandarin Duck Formation. The Mandarin Duck Formation could be formed randomly, which meant that they were trained well. When Guizi trained the winged knights, he divided them into many steps and positions. Every soldier had to adapt to all positions. How can you make everyone not afraid of death? Hao Lingquan himself was not afraid of death. He thought that there were very few people who were not. Power, money, and faith. It is an honor for General Hao to be a general. When the Tang dynasty won too many battles, it was impossible for everyone to be made an official. Like the former Qin, there were no titles and no rewards, so you had to give money. Guizi had learned the method from Li Yi, which was to pay. When soldiers killed enemies in battle, they had to be given merit points. Merit points represented land. What if there was not enough land? Use money to exchange for it. General Hao, look at the winged knights after training and you will know. We fight for His Majesty and the people of the Tang dynasty. We are the strongest soldiers. The moment we move out is the moment the war ends. His Majesty is watching us. The people of the Tang dynasty are counting on us. Our families are honored because of us. As Guizi spoke, he sat up straight with a serious face. Hao Lingquan nodded his head vigorously. His blood was boiling after hearing those words. He admitted that the winged knights were strong, but he didn't expect the winged knights to learn like this. It was a good idea. When he had an army in the future, he would do the same. General Hao, be prepared. In the future, the government soldiers will be disbanded and turned into recruits. His Majesty and the imperial court will pay for it. Guizi revealed to Hao Lingquan. I understand after listening to Bai Zaifu and Li Dongzhu. Hao Lingquan expressed that he understood. He also knew the disadvantages and advantages of the recruitment system. The disadvantage was money. As long as there was no money, the recruitment system would be useless. The advantage was that the people who wanted to be recruited must be strong or have their own specialties. When the overall level of the army improved, the combat effectiveness would also rise. Other people who couldn't fight could be farmers. I heard from Li Dongzhu that when the Iron Chain Pontoon Bridge is built, the road from there to the Dao army will be built and then sent to you. Guizi mentioned another thing. He told Hao Lingquan the importance of the Dao army. Why don't you give the money to the south? The south needs to be connected. Hao Lingquan was happy and puzzled. It's being built. According to Li Dongzhu, the Dao army will be of great use in the future, Guizi guessed. Chapter 764. In the blink of an eye, it was the 12th lunar month. Nothing major happened in the 11th month. The commoners were all busy. The greenhouses increased the price of the imperial government's cloth. Fresh vegetables were delivered to the east and west every day. It was impossible to sell them at such a high price like last year. Normally, the price was maintained at 4 to 5 times the normal harvest season. Vegetables with slightly worse quality were sold at 4 times the normal price. Vegetables with good quality were sold at 5 times the normal price. There were also specially selected vegetables that were sold at 8 times the normal price. The Li family Zhuangzi's vegetables were not sold. They were all handled internally, including gifts. Li Longji was rich. The gold mine and salt mines provided him with a large amount of money. He looked energetic all day. Li also had nothing to do. He only lectured. He lectured to 220 students. After the new year, 220 students went to the village to find work. They replaced the students who did not pass the imperial examinations and became village officials. Bai Gu directed the Ministry of Revenue to investigate who was evading taxes. Yao Chong and the others were collecting evidence. They were preparing to take down the 6 provincial governors in one go. Song Jing was the busiest. He had just received the position of Minister of Personnel and Minister of Justice. Li Longji saw that he had too little power and gave him this position. Once something happened, Li Yi's words were the most effective. Who wouldn't feel sad to be the prime minister? Cui Ryong was sent to Hunan Prefecture. He cooperated with Zhang Shua to deal with the land clearing and road construction. Song Jing proposed that although the college entrance examination was deep, those who were not talented should not be promoted. It was not based on seniority. Whoever wanted to be promoted needed to be talented. This conflicted with Baigu's suggestion to limit the promotion of exiled officials. Baigu said that exiled officials should not be promoted casually. They had to work for a certain period of time. Song Jing was in charge of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel, so he was in a difficult position. He found out what kind of official was good. The Li family Zhuangzi had 42 students. 41 of them were officials in the various counties. The remaining one was in charge of collecting and handling the overall affairs. They were all talented people. But, should he really promote all of them? They were branded with the Li family Zhuangzi's brand. In addition, the students who went to the village also learned some skills. What he didn't know in the past, after learning and adapting to his identity as a village official, he helped to coordinate and come up with ideas. These students were not bad, but they were not officials who had passed the imperial examinations. Should he promote them? In addition, the officials in the 22 counties of the capital were not bad. Even though they were afraid, the officials of Lantian County would still report to the county every once in a while. Seeing how the officials looked like they had nothing to live for but did not dare to die, one could imagine how the officials felt. The performance of Chang'an County and Wanyan County was particularly outstanding. These two counties were in charge of the entire city of Chang'an, right under the emperor's nose. Li Longji tried his best to give them benefits by offering them a high salary. The bailiffs took the initiative to work overtime all day long. Those who wanted to do bad things had all gone to work in a proper business to earn money. Song Jing realized that there were too many people he could use, and the space was limited. He took the information and looked at it personally, one by one. Su Yi helped him with some small matters, such as evaluating which official was better. The emperor gave more money and things, and the officials are indeed grateful. Su Yi flipped through the evaluation records and sighed sincerely. They are not working hard because of the things given. They are afraid that if they don't work hard enough, they will be punished. Song Jing had his own understanding of this. The officials who lived outside the city had new houses, coal, and money. They worked hard in order to continue to have such treatment. The officials who lived in the city were afraid of being squeezed out and worked hard as well. If they took the money and continued to be greedy and take bribes, they would die. If it really doesn't work, send them out and find a place near the capital. Sui suggested. If the officials worked hard and handled things well, it was time for them to be promoted. Send them further away like exile and find a state capital nearby. For example, a county captain was sent to a county deputy or a registrar, or directly promoted to a county magistrate. The registrar, county deputy, and county magistrate were sent to the state capital to join the army. The hardest to arrange are the students who did not pass the imperial examinations. Let me ask the emperor. Song Jing had the hardest time for a large group of students. If he didn't arrange them, others were already doing very well. There were no positions for those who passed the imperial examinations. Although he said that he would not accept those who were not talented in the imperial examinations, he had dug a hole for himself. There are still 220 students from the Li family Zhuangzi who are preparing to replace the current students after the new year. It will be more troublesome then. Sui was distressed for Song Jing. 220 students were now officials, and all of them were first in the imperial examinations. They were directly at the 9th rank. When they had experience in the local areas, they would be promoted. The salary was a small matter, but the position was a big matter. Song Jing didn't want to mention the people who came out of the Li family Zhuangzi. There were many of them and they were learning from Li Yi. If he asked them to write books, they would definitely not do it. They wanted to be officials with real power. Li Yi was not worried at all about the things that Song Jing was worried about. He continued to give a lecture to the 220 students today. He connected the speakers and set up a water screen. He used the equipment in the hospital to make a slideshow of the resting villagers, the winged knights, Hao Lingxuan's team, Yang Huanjin, Huang Xianrong, and the rest. Of course, Zhang Xiao from the Zhang family village and Wang Xing from the imperial plantation also came. It is actually very simple to be a village official in the village. How many people are there in a village? He went from house to house to house, asking questions and memorizing them. What do they have? What do they need? Just these 2 points. Solve them well and the people will have a good life. What do they have, including labor, skills, and family background? There are 5 people in a family, 3 children and 2 adults, and they only have 500 yuan in savings. At this time, It is not realistic to want to build a two-mu greenhouse. Planting cucumbers, eggplants, cowpeas, cabbage and rape. It is not easy to manage too many varieties. They only have 500 yuan. Who can invest more money? Li went straight to the point and gave an example. Everyone sat upright and thought together. What should they do? 2 adults and 3 children, and they only have 500 yuan. They want to plant a greenhouse. If I am a village official, I will look at the local situation. I will take the initiative to look for the rich people who do not have land. I will help the people. Plant 1 mu of land and let the rich people invest money to build a greenhouse. I will use the people's land. I will provide the technology and my technology will be given to the people for free. I will teach you the specific planting methods for the greenhouse. You will also know how to plant different vegetables. I will teach you more in the future. Let's discuss how to distribute the money earned. Even if the people only get 20% of the profits next year, you can get more investment. You can invest the money you earned. Don't expect the people to become rich within a year, unless you can provide technology that others do not have. Li Yi continued to talk about how to deal with the situation. Dongzhu. A student raised his hand. Please speak. Li looked at him. There is only one person in the village and she is a widow. What should we do? The student asked. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Then you will be in trouble. You need to organize more widows. You cannot interact with them alone. This is a matter of principle. Don't tell me that you all went to the village to create trouble. Protect your position and don't give any political opponents a chance. Li did not laugh. Instead, he was very serious. Chapter 765. When everyone heard this, they stopped talking. During this process, Wang Xing did not laugh, the Shu Salt gang did not laugh, Guizi did not laugh, and the villagers did not laugh. The villagers saw how Dongzhu dealt with the issue of men and women in Zhuangzi. This was not funny. Wang Xing had experienced countless struggles in the palace, so he could not laugh. The Shu Salt gang knew too well what was going on. Some officials were tricked by people using the excuse of personal morality. Guizi thought that it was not easy for a widow to live alone, and as a man he should take care of her. You know what you are learning and so do others. Your bodies are branded with a brand that can never be removed. Many people do not want the Li family Zhuangzi to exist, but they have no choice. They can't deal with the Li family Zhuangzi, but can't they deal with you? Li was still serious and explained the situation to the students. Don't be silly and think that everything is fine after passing the exam. Life is long. When you reach the place first, you are not allowed to drink. No matter what reason or excuse the other party uses, you are not allowed to drink. You would rather refuse someone's invitation and offend them. Second, you are not allowed to look for women outside. Even if you say that you are not allowed to drink, you are not allowed to go to a party. If you go, you will not be able to explain yourself. After a year or so, there might be a woman with a newborn child who will come to you. Third, when you reach the place, if someone kneels in front of you and cries for justice, do not listen to one side of the story. However, you must arrange for the person to cry for justice. Write a letter to Zhuangzi and I will send someone to deal with it. Li Yi began to talk about the various things that the 220 students would encounter in the future. Every matter could be a trap for the students. Of course, it was not a big deal to be tricked. They just had to pay a price. Later on, they would be tricked again. The students took out their small notebooks and began to write. It was so dangerous. It turned out that becoming an official was scarier than going to the battlefield. Come back, let's talk about the widows. When you reach the village, remember to meet the village chief first and then the elders. Ask a few old women in the village to stay by your side and then contact the women in the village, especially the widows. You are not allowed to meet any woman alone. It is the same for the old women. You have to invite more than 3 at a time. Organize the women to work, and if the widow is shrewish, that is even better, let her be in charge. As for accommodation, you must stay at the village chief's house. If there is a problem at the village chief's house, I will look for the village chief. Li Yi hated that he couldn't impart all of his life struggles to the students. The losses he had suffered were more than the salt the students had eaten. The students' fear increased. They realized that they weren't going to a village but a tiger's den. Now I'll tell you how to deal with things in the village. After you survive in the village, I'll tell you how to deal with things in the county. It's much different from the village. Next, I'll talk about how to promote the welfare of the elderly in the village, how to distribute the poultry in the village, and how to coordinate the management. Li Yi changed the topic again and talked about the specific situation and the measures the village had taken to deal with it. Alright, that's all for today. We have a medical class in the afternoon. After a long class, it was almost noon. Li Yi put down his things and turned to leave. Others helped to clean up. The speakers were too far away and the water curtain equipment was put away. There were 90 people in the afternoon class, so they didn't need these things. The salt merchants of Shu smiled, not surprised at all. This was Li Dongzhu's ability. He obviously didn't have a real official position, but he supported almost half of the people in the capital. Hundreds of thousands of people followed him to eat. His every move was related to the people's livelihood. Wang Xing smiled and took people back. He decided to find a village above the emperor and see if he could help the other party make more money. What he pursued was not to return to the palace for power, but to realize his self-worth in life. Zhang Xiao, the village chief of Zhang family village, was very helpless. It was as if he didn't hear it. Zhang family village had been arranged by Li Dongzhu, and his village was just, how Lingquan pulled Guizi. Li Dongzhu knows everything? If he goes to the Dao army, the people there will be blessed. How can Li Dongzhu go out? If he goes out, where can the imperial court find him for important matters? Guizi despised Hao Lingquan. You only think about your Dao army. You don't know who will ask about politics? Your general position, other than Li Dongzhu, who can stop Song Jing from getting it for you? Yes, Li Dongzhu must stay on Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu has worked hard. Hao Lingquan realized that His Majesty and Li Dongzhu would come here. He didn't know what His Majesty and His Majesty were talking about. In the past 10 days His Majesty came here 4 times. And King Song, who came and went like a ghost, what was he busy with every day? A large group of people. Is it time for class? A vigorous old man's voice sounded. Hao Lingquan was startled, but he didn't jump out this time. He turned his head and saw 2 people coming. He hurriedly bowed and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. I'm Mu Qingxi and this is my wife, Lady Mu. Li Dan introduced himself. He had also met Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan brought the enemy's head here and everyone wanted to see it. Old Mr. Mu, Lady Mu. Hao Lingquan's voice trembled. Yes. Li Dan and noble consort Lu answered together. Hao Lingquan, you have to learn more. Jumping from a general to a general, you'll be in charge of more soldiers. If you don't command well, you'll get the soldiers killed. Li Dan carefully looked at Hao Lingquan, who had almost been stripped of his benefits, and said earnestly. Hao Lingquan responded as fast as he could. Yes, I'm learning from Officer Gua. Old Mr. Mu, come here. My son knows. This is not something you should think about. It's cold. Check your body and stay for a few days. It's comfortable to live in Zhuangzi. Li Dan seemed to be very easy to talk to. He even explained to Hao Lingquan. Others thought that his movements were restricted, but in fact they weren't. Check my body? Hao Lingquan didn't understand and asked casually. Ask a doctor to see if I'm sick. Don't you know that Xiao Yi's medical skills are unparalleled? I'm old. I didn't care about life and death before. Now I want to live for a few more years and see the Tang dynasty. With Xiao Yi, the Tang dynasty will definitely become strong soon. I don't have to worry about getting sick. Li Dan said what was in his heart. He didn't care, and he knew that Hao Lingquan was clear about the situation. Noble consort Lu said, Xiao Yi is really reassuring. You should learn more from him while you're living in Zhuangzi. Let's go and find Xiao Yi. Li Dan reached out and took noble consort Lu's hand to leave. Hao Lingquan quickly lowered his head. He didn't see anything and didn't know anything. The retired emperor and noble consort Lu kept calling her Xiao Yi. The retired emperor even took noble consort Lu's hand. If Song Zaifu makes things difficult for me, will he be finished? Hao Lingquan muttered inexplicably. When the sound came out, he quickly covered his mouth. Guizi heard it and nodded. Yes, General Hao, you're right. If all the civil and military officials leave, we can find another group of people to replace them. If the Li family Zhuangzi is gone, you won't be able to find the same place again. It's fate that you can think of asking Li Dongzhu for help. What about you? How did you meet Li Dongzhu? Hao Lingquan also felt that he was lucky. Me? I'm taking the martial arts exam and then... Guizi told Hao Lingquan about how Li Yi singled him out. Chapter 766. Hao Lingquan was disappointed. He thought that Guizi had followed the winged knights here under Her Majesty's arrangement. However, that was not the case. Li Dongzhu had to leave to deal with the locust plague when the students in Zhuangzi were taking the imperial examinations. Before he left, he specifically asked about Guizi's situation. He said that he had taken a liking to him, but they had not met before settling down. Guizi was also impressive. No wonder he was Li Dongzhu's key person. How could he be different in the imperial examinations? Are you respectful to Li Dongzhu because he recognized your worth? Hao Lingquan felt that he had found the reason. Guizi shook his head. There's no such thing. I'm just afraid of Li Dongzhu. Afraid of what? Does he know how to fight? Hao Lingquan wanted to know more. Yes, he knows how to train soldiers, give commands, calculate, teach drawing, and even research weapons. However, he likes to be in charge of logistics. He knows what the soldiers need. He says he's afraid of death and won't charge. When Guizi talked about Li Yi, his face was full of admiration. Afraid of death? If the winged knights were not afraid of death, why would they listen to him? Hao Lingquan thought that was impossible. Soldiers admired those who dared to fight. Because they were afraid of him playing with them. That would be worse than death. Guizi shook his head. He had received one-on-one training with Li Yi for 3 days. His physique was good, so the training content increased accordingly. He did not sleep at all during the 32 hours of high-intensity training. Li Yi, on the other hand, slept. He could sleep and wake up at any time. He did not know how he trained. What about the specifics? Hao Lingquan wanted to know more. Guizi shook his head. The past is unbearable, but it's nothing. Li Dongzhu said that there was a team that could complete 32 hours of training in the desert. They threw people into the desert. They had a mission target and were only allowed to bring a wet towel and a tactical military knife. 32 hours to complete a series of missions and survive. I'll try it when I have the chance. If others can do it, I can do it too. Guizi was proud. He wanted to try the 72 hours of desert survival training. Hao Lingquan kept blinking her eyes, wondering how they could survive in the desert for 3 days. He thought it was impossible. A knife and a wet towel. What a joke. Officer Gua, I can't. There's no water. Hao Lingquan shook her head. Yes, isn't there a tactical military knife? Li Dongzhu knows how to use a military knife to fetch water and how to bury himself. If he's lucky, he can find insects and grass to eat. Guizi was confident that it would work. Hao Lingquan still didn't understand how to get water with a knife. He smiled and said, Li Dongzhu is a talented commander. He can't fight with his life on the line, but he can command and teach, right? Guizi kept looking at Hao Lingquan with that kind of gaze. Hao Lingquan was almost scared out of her wits. Only then did she say with a smile, on the battlefield, you and your 30 subordinates were enemies with Li Dongzhu. I advise you to take your men and run. Run as fast as you can and run as far as you can. No, they had to split up and not run together. It depended on luck and Li Dongzhu's mood. If he really wants to kill all of you, there's no point in running. If you're lucky and Li Dongzhu doesn't want to chase you all over the place, some of you might be able to survive. Guizi thought about the scene of Li Yi flying back and forth on his flying device and that sniper rifle. He had used it before. It was hundreds of steps away and he could kill anyone he wanted. He had killed so many people in Songzhou and captured so many people. The sniper was the most important contribution. If it weren't for the fact that many of the winged knights had never seen life and death, and that Tubo's soldiers were too tenacious, dozens of his brothers wouldn't have died. It wouldn't happen again. His brothers knew how to fight and the sniper rifle was even more effective. Hao Lingquan didn't know about the flying device and the sniper rifle. He wasn't convinced. Officer Gua, you're saying that I can't beat Li Dongzhu alone with 30 people? You brought 3,000 people. He can kill you all if he wants. Otherwise, why do you think His Majesty, the Empress, and Little Ro didn't bring their personal guards? Guizi didn't want to talk about the specifics. If Hao Lingquan didn't know, then so be it. Hao Lingquan suddenly found that he couldn't refute. That's right. His Majesty's family of 3 came. As long as Li Dongzhu was with them, they didn't need any guards. Officer Gua, who's more powerful, you or Li Dongzhu? Fight. Hao Lingquan wanted to compare. At close range, we'll see who makes the first move. If I make the first move and shoot flying daggers, I win. If Li Dongzhu makes the first move, I'll die. At long range, I'll die. There's no chance. Guizi was very honest. His bow couldn't reach the sniper rifle. Hao Lingquan had fought Guizi before, but only once. That time they had fought 20 rounds and he had lost 20 rounds in a row. He was about to kneel down to Guizi. As expected of a martial arts expert, he was unreasonably strong. Such an existence had to make the first move when facing Li Dongzhu at close range? And it had to be flying daggers? Officer Gua, when you fought with me you were 5 steps away. In the blink of an eye you were in front of me. Why do you need to use flying daggers? Because Li Dongzhu's reaction speed is fast. He also trains frequently. Look at him, he looks like a scholar. He has a lot of meat on his body. He knows how to train. Can I beat him in a fight? In a spar he might not be able to beat you. In a life and death battle you'll definitely die. The two of them chatted. Guizi was speaking the truth, but Hao Lingquan felt that it was more and more a myth. Shaoyi, I have a relative. She's a direct descendant and also has the surname Mu. She wants to marry a young man she thinks is good, but the other party also has the surname Mu. They can't get married because they have the same surname. What can you do? Li Dan found Li Yi. She was being checked while chatting with Li Yi. Actually, there's no problem beyond the 5 generations. Why do you have to emphasize this law? Simple, just change it. If you have the ability to change the law, change the law. If you don't, change the surname. Li Yi answered casually. Even the constitution could be changed. What was the point of the law? The law was always changing. How could there be a law that didn't change? Good idea. Is my body okay? Li Dan realized that things were so simple. It was just a change. Yes, it's about the same as last time. Mrs. Mu, you have to exercise properly. In winter, many people want to stay indoors. No. Li Yi checked the data and said to the two with a smile. Xiao Yi, she's been feeling dizzy in the morning recently, noble consort Lu said. It's snowing heavily. The air pressure is low and there's a lot of moisture in the air. When someone turns on the stove, the smoke will settle. Stay in Jianghu for a few days. If smoke wafts over, breathe in oxygen and close the doors and windows. Actually, there's no problem in Jianghu. The smoke from Chang and city has mostly dissipated. Jianghu has its own stove with a tall chimney. Li Yi's tone was gentle. This was his attitude towards people who came for checkups. It was a habit to not provoke people, otherwise it would worsen the conflict. A doctor's heart was like that of a parent. A doctor should not lecture a patient like a child. Xiao Yi, it's snowing? Noble consort Lu looked at Li Yi and liked him. This child was good. I don't know. The old people in Zhuangzi said that they know how to look at the sky. It's not a problem in the capital. The houses of the people in the village have been specially built. If there's trouble outside, I'll let the winged knights run around more. The winged knights are His Majesty's soldiers and are close to the people. As long as people don't die, it's easy to solve the problem of houses collapsing due to heavy snow. They can help build new ones. Li Yi took down the inspection equipment and said that there were people in Zhuangzi who knew how to look at the weather. Chapter 767. The heavy snow covered the country, and the carriages and boats were anchored in several places. The winged cavalry galloped through the fertile fields, stirring the hearts of the commoners. The dense fog enshrouds the ice, the thick soup muddied the wine. Today's love is like an illusion, floating and intoxicating in the Tang Empire. Having an elder at home was like having a treasure. The old men and women in Zhuangzi said that it was going to snow heavily, and the snow really did fall. It was clearly daytime, but snowflakes were drifting in the air. The sky was so gloomy that it was no different from evening. Li Yi taught the nurses a lesson in the afternoon. The wind started to blow outside and snow flew everywhere. Li Yi remained unmoved and continued his lecture. He allowed the snow to stick to the glass and a few kerosene lamps to hang in the classroom. That's all for today's class. Go back and think about it. If you don't understand, talk to each other. If you still don't understand, come and ask me. In the middle of the night, Li Yi finished a big class. The sky outside was completely dark. It was about 16 o'clock now. Winter days were short and the sky was already dark at this time. With the dark clouds and heavy snow, it was just like night time. The kerosene lamps of the Li family Zhuangzi were hung one by one with 2 ropes tied to the bottom. When the wind blew, they still swayed. Li Dan and noble consort Lu didn't leave. They would stay for a few days and then go to the hot springs in Mount Li in the east. Mount Li was now in Wang Xing's hands and was under his jurisdiction. Hao Lingquan, who had learned a lot from Guizi in the afternoon, was worried. The snow is so heavy, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon. How many places are going to be affected? The capital's office should be fine. The bad houses in the village have been repaired, but the vegetable greenhouse has suffered. Guizi looked through the window of the cafeteria and saw the small area of snow illuminated by the kerosene lamp outside. Hao Lingquan was also watching. The kerosene lamp was swaying from side to side from the wind. Fortunately, there was a rope tied to the bottom. Otherwise it would have flipped over. Huala huala, quang quang quang, quang quang quang, the sound of cooking in the kitchen of the cafeteria kept ringing out. The dishes seemed to be enough. Why are you still cooking? After listening for a while, Hao Lingquan finally reacted. The background music had been playing for too long. Something's going to happen. I'm not drinking anymore. Guizi moved the unfinished wine to the side and lowered his head to eat. Hurry up and eat. Don't eat too much. After you're done, hurry up and get to work. A group of villagers who were supposed to be resting rushed into the canteen, picked up their plates and began to serve the food. Previously, when the villagers ate, they would chew slowly. Now they were wolfing down their food. Guizi put down his chopsticks and ran out. "Assemble, winged knights!" he shouted, and the winged knights, regardless of what they were doing, quickly gathered together. Hao Lingquan followed him out in a daze, not understanding what was going on. What he saw were farmers running around and more kerosene lamps being hung up. Half an hour later, a yellow door arrived at Zhuangzi. "His Majesty has ordered the winged knights to dispatch 20,000 men to Fengzhou, Qizhou, Shang, Puzhou, Huazhou, Tangzhou and Fangzhou. There are fewer men in Huazhou and Tangzhou. When you reach the place, you will be in charge of saving the people. Officer Guo will stay behind. The Li family Zhuangzi will immediately provide the necessary supplies without delay." Along with the order, the Li family Zhuangzi prepared packages and sleighs. The freshly cooked dishes were placed in large barrels and sealed tightly. The alcohol burners were loaded onto the carts, and buckets of alcohol and kerosene lamps were brought out. The carts were harnessed and each sleigh had 2 horses. Another 2 horses followed beside it. The sleighs were sent out of Zhuangzi. The winged knights outside brought their things onto the sleighs and split into different directions. They picked up the kerosene lamps and rushed into the wind and snow. In Chang and city, the 16 guards worked hard to clear the snow under the illumination of the ice lanterns. The commoners in Fangzhou got up to help. The snow was too heavy. If they didn't clear it out quickly, the doors wouldn't be able to open the next night. The winged knights who didn't go to other provinces split into 2,000 men. Each man rode 2 horses and 2 men rode a sleigh. They carried their things and kerosene lamps to the capital's 20 counties. An hour later, the chaos from before disappeared. The villagers were still busy, and the kitchen staff continued to prepare food. The workshops were working overtime, and the people in the settlement hurried over to help clear the snow in Zhuangzi. The villagers didn't have time. Li Longji's family of 3 arrived soon after. A large number of soldiers had been sent out. The snow clearing in the city was a mess, and the defense was clearly insufficient. The 3 of them were safer in Zhuangzi than anywhere else. Hao Lingquan stood there, unable to help. This was the first time he had experienced something like this, and he felt busier than fighting a war. "General Hao, let's go back and eat." Guizi was left behind and called Hao Lingquan back to the dining hall. "Officer Guo, if only we could go to war with this speed." Hao Lingquan sat there, unable to eat for a while. "If the Turks attacked the Great Wu army, shouldn't the Great Wu army be faster?" Guizi said. The winged knights weren't fast today, and they had wasted time preparing the sleighs. Otherwise, they would have gathered in a few dozen breaths, brought their tactical backpacks and mounted their horses in batches, charging out in batches. In half an hour, at least 3,000 cavalry would be ready to charge. If they needed to be faster, they wouldn't need to mount and would be used as infantry. Hao Lingquan nodded, then shook his head. "I said bring the supplies and mobilize the troops, not rush to fight in the face of a sudden surprise attack." "It's the same." Guizi took back the wine and took a sip. "It's not the same. If the Li family Zhuangzi were to be transferred to the Great Wu army and provide the current logistics, the soldiers of the Great Wu army would be overjoyed." Hao Lingquan was still thinking about what had just happened. The Li family Zhuangzi was moving too fast. The sleighs carried all kinds of supplies, and in half an hour, the 20,000 winged knights and countless people had everything ready. Don't think about it. The Li family Zhuangzi exists to provide logistical support for the winged knights. The Zhuangzi also has a complete set of weapons. In the vicinity of the capital, the winged knights are invincible. No matter how they fight, no matter how many enemies come. Guizi revealed a smile. The winged knights' greatest reliance was the Li family Zhuangzi. In the middle of the night, the people of Xinfeng County were called out and ran to the greenhouse. The snow was almost up to their calves. The people planting the greenhouse were working hard to clear the snow, and each of them looked like snowmen. The people who rushed over replaced these people and helped to sweep the snow. The officials of the county were no longer sleeping. They were called out to spread out and go to places that might be dangerous. The bailiffs opened the doors of the people and checked whether the stoves in the houses were pouring out smoke. If snow fell into the chimney, it might block the vent. If there was still fire in the stoves, the people in the houses would be poisoned by the soot. The people who were awakened by the knocking on their doors were not angry. Instead, they thanked the bailiffs, even if there was nothing wrong in their houses and the stoves were extinguished. They came out to pick up lanterns, look at the snow on the houses, look for tools to sweep and push the snow at the door. County Magistrate Ban Zhao wiped the snow on his face and stood in front of the county yamen, waiting for the people to come back and report. He was most worried about the villages in the county. The county had good facilities, but what if the houses in the villages were not sturdy enough? Or if the pigsty or chicken coop was crushed by the snow, and the pigs and chickens froze to death, How would the people celebrate the new year? Right now, the 20 counties outside the capital were competing with each other. They were competing in everything. If the people's livestock and poultry died, they would not be able to compete with the other counties. How would they be promoted? Just as he was worrying, a patch of light faintly appeared in the snow, accompanied by rustling sounds and creaking sounds. Soon the light neared. It was a kerosene lamp, a horse, and the carriage behind it was the kind of board used for carriage wheels. Chapter 768. Winged Knights. Ban Zhao shouted. Shoo! The sleigh team stopped and a sleigh stopped in front of Ban Zhao. There was only one servant beside Ban Zhao, the others had all gone out. The servant looked curiously at the sleigh that didn't even need wheels installed. The entire team consisted of 100 people, 200 horses and 50 sleighs. Midway they changed the horses that pulled the sleigh. The horses were in good condition now. It was better to be cold than hot, as the horses' body temperature dropped quickly. The horses snorted and breathed out hot air, lowering their heads to lick the snow. You are here to help? Ban Zhao patted the snow off his body to make his official uniform more conspicuous and to show his identity. I am Wang Tingli, the commander of a battalion of winged knights. You are the county magistrate Ban Zhao? The leader of the winged knights came down from a sleigh. That's me. Ban Zhao didn't dare to speak in an official tone. How's the situation in the county? Wang Tingli asked. There's nothing wrong in the county for now. There are bailiffs who went to the villages to investigate. The greenhouses in the county might be in trouble. The latest news is that the people went to help. Ban Zhao told the truth. This was all he knew. He was in charge of the yamen. 13 villages send 3 sleighs each. Let's go. Wang Tingli turned and shouted. 39 sleighs adjusted their direction and disappeared into the darkness. They were familiar with the situation and would ride their horses if there was nothing to do. I will stay. The other sleighs will go around the county to provide food for the people. Wang Tingli ordered. 10 sleighs spread out and went around the county. The sleighs carried meatball soup and deep-fried dough cakes. The dough cakes didn't need to be made and could be baked directly. Xinfeng County belonged to the imperial government. The people didn't need tents. They probably didn't have time to cook when they were working. Eating something would make them feel less cold. Wang Tingli opened the quilt wrapped around a large wooden bucket and peeled off the sealed oil paper. He took a bamboo bowl from the side and scooped out 4 bowls of meatball soup. He handed it to Ban Zhao and the servant. His own brother helped him hold it and he sealed the bucket again. He then took out 4 deep-fried dough cakes. It's warm. There are pickles in the deep-fried dough cakes. The conditions are tough, so make do with it. Commander Wang, is this food from the Li family Zhuangzi? Ban Zhao held a bowl in one hand and a cake in the other. He first asked where the food came from. That's right. Otherwise, who would have the ability to provide so many things at night? Wang Tingli circled the horse and looked at its condition. This was a military horse used to pull a sleigh. Fragrant. As expected of the dishes of the Li family Zhuangzi. Ban Zhao hurriedly drank a mouthful of the soup and praised loudly despite the fact that it was hot. The waiter nodded vigorously to express his agreement. He took a sip and found that it was indeed very comfortable. After he swallowed the soup, the manservant looked as if he was floating and asked, "Why is it so delicious?" It's because you've been standing outside for a long time. You'll feel better after drinking some hot soup. Wang Tingli knew the situation. No matter how good the Li family Zhuangzi's meatball soup was, it still depended on the situation. The biscuits are also delicious. The manservant took another bite of the biscuit and praised while chewing. Wang Tingli and the winged knights who stayed behind with her quickly finished their food. They opened a box and took out a folded feed trough. Then he took out a mixture of cooked bean powder, oats, semi-dried alfalfa, and green fodder to make horse feed. He put the feed into the trough and placed it on the ground to unload the sleigh. The 4 horses squeezed together to eat. They had already eaten a meal at night and were now considered a midnight snack. After running so far, they were hungry. The winged knights are here. There's meatball soup. Everyone come and eat. At the same time, the people in the county also ate the hot meatball soup and biscuits while working. In the heavy snow at night, the winged knight's sleigh and the lights on it were like Santa Claus' sleigh. Put bells on the horses. The shopkeeper of a shop in the county that specialized in horse gear drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and took out a pile of bells. Military horses never wore bells. After putting on the bells, the horses continuously shook their necks and listened to the sound of the bells. They seemed to find it very interesting. The winged knights who came to Xinfeng County didn't bring many things and didn't have many people. However, for the people, the number of people didn't matter. As long as the winged knights were here, they would feel at ease. The food seller quickly started a fire and put the meatball soup that the winged knights brought into a big pot. He also added some dried vegetables, water, and salt. This way more people could drink it. The sky gradually brightened and the heavy snow turned into light snow. Everyone come to my shop to eat. It's free. Drink some warm wine. It's free. Those who help to sweep the snow at night, let's eat together. It's my treat. The county suddenly came to life. The people who sold snacks and wine all shouted that it was free. The people who grew vegetables in the greenhouse and those who didn't invite help, more people got up to clear the snow on the road. That night the snow was almost 2 feet deep. The younger children went in and disappeared. In the past, when there was such heavy snow, many houses would have collapsed and some people would have to beg for food. As for the people who froze to death after the heavy snow, there were even more. Especially after the heavy snow and when the snow started to melt, some people didn't wake up the next morning. This time not a single house collapsed. Everyone burned their Kong beds and didn't care if the weather was cold or not. Everyone was clearing the snow and chatting about the heavy snow. The people in the prefectures and counties around the capital also didn't sleep well last night. In the middle of the night, they gathered people to check the situation in the prefectures and counties. Ever since Hua Prefecture was impeached by Li Yi, a group of people went down. The other prefectures were afraid. One by one, the counties and villages were assigned to specific people in charge. Before the heavy snow collapsed the houses, the people were evacuated first. I don't know how many families were affected. The winged knights didn't have enough time to go there. During breakfast, Li Longji left by himself. Empress Wang and the children stayed. Li Dan looked at the falling snow and thought of the heavy snow yesterday. His face was full of worry. When he was the emperor, he never considered the damage that heavy rain and snow would cause to the people. It was a natural disaster and the emperor thought that no one could resist it. Only when there was a flood in a place did the imperial court have to take care of it. Usually they would reduce the rent. That was all the imperial court could do. As for disaster relief, the local prefectures were responsible. If the situation was too serious, they would have to liquidate their positions. But now it was different. They couldn't take care of distant places. When the people in the capital were in trouble, the winged knights could take action. This time, the Feather Forest Flying Cavalry also went to the state capital nearby. Li Dan still felt that it was too late. The winged knights were still on their way to other prefectures. The main problem is the funding. The local government needs to have a special fund and a special team. When the other prefectures start collecting taxes, the money left by the local government can be used in this area. Li knew the reason. Chang and city had a special firefighting team. The prefectures and counties also had their own departments. But those were only part-time jobs for the yamen runners. There were not many yamen runners. If they wanted to organize manpower, they needed money. At that time he had a special department. The personnel were not specialized, but they could be put together with the firefighting team. Chapter 769. I hope the other prefectures are fine. It doesn't matter if the houses are damaged as long as no one dies. Empress Wang looked at the little fellow eating the wonton slowly with a calm expression. She was different from before. She had money and a stable position. When the houses of the people in other prefectures were damaged, she was prepared to personally send money to repair them. The empress sent money to the people and the people got practical benefits and the empress got reputation. As for the other concubines, if they wanted money, one was given by the palace, one was given extra by the emperor, and one was helped by someone outside to do business. Empress Wang's money was given a dividend by Li Yi. If one business was not profitable, she would change to another business. She didn't need her money to raise soldiers, so she saved it all up. Now she was ready to spend it. She didn't need money. She had food and necessities in the palace, and she took good things from the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dan glanced at Empress Wang and nodded. It's right to help the people, but where do the local people come from? Zhichongfu. In the future, the Zhichongfu will be abolished. The strong people inside will be recruited. They will be responsible for fighting fires, house collapses, floods, snowstorms, and droughts. They will get a fixed salary. They need special training and training to adapt to all kinds of situations. They have good tools. Li talked about the firemen in his time. Firemen could do anything. If the door couldn't be opened, the fireman would help to unlock it. If the person was trapped somewhere and couldn't get out, the fireman would rescue him. If the child's hand was stuck somewhere, the fireman would break it. If the bicycle was lost, the fireman wouldn't care. Go to the police. Of course, it was useless to go to the police unless you were a foreigner. However, the Tang dynasty was different. If the people of the Tang dynasty lost something and reported it to the officials, the county magistrate would take care of it. So, the increase is the number of yamen runners? But those people are not responsible for arresting people? Li Dan was very tempted even if he was no longer the emperor. Li swallowed the wonton in his mouth. Yes, their roles are different. If the people need something they can go to them, including repairing houses. Shall we? Noble consort Lu said, if the county has special funds to manage the repairs of the houses, wouldn't they be able to use the repair of the houses as an excuse to spend the money? What imperial concubine Dolu was thinking about was corruption. When the county had money and needed to spend extra money, they would only do it in name only. You can be greedy in any way you want unless you have no money. Even if the people in the county were greedy for money, they still had to do what they should do for the people. Who was the person who built the house, how much was spent, what materials were used, and the people's fingerprints. The county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and registrar are supposed to keep each other in check. Unless they are all greedy and their subordinates can also benefit from it, otherwise they will definitely be able to find out. Li couldn't do anything about this. There were many ways to earn money in the local area. It was the same for him at that time. When he wrote invoices, shovels, raincoats, and assault boats, it was one price to buy them individually, and another price to buy them in bulk. Buying in winter is one price, selling in summer is another price. When he wrote the invoices he wrote the retail price, but in reality he paid the wholesale price and kept the money. If he bought an assault boat in summer, he would not be able to buy it after the bill was paid. When the price was reduced in winter, the merchant would pay him according to the winter price. There were also cases where his relatives bought cars. For example, the Tang dynasty built houses for the people, which was part of the civil affairs. If wood was needed to build houses, the county could set up a lumber factory, but it would not use the county's name. When the wood was needed, they could buy it from the lumber factory and transfer the bill. This kind of thing could never be stopped. The key was whether the people's houses were repaired or not, and whether the county special department would help them when they encountered difficulties. The purpose was not to prevent corruption, but to improve the quality of life of the people. Noble consort Lu smiled. Shaoyi, this tax is good. Leaving a portion of the money for the local area is just right. Take from the people and use for the people. Li nodded. Bai Gu and Wei Zhigu had the same idea as Li Yi. Wei Zhigu was not dead and was in charge of the Ministry of Works. He wanted to set up a department. Bai Gu felt that the Tang dynasty needed a special fund for disaster relief. They could not just reduce the rent of a place that suffered a disaster. During today's court meeting, the two of them did not communicate with each other, but they both said it out loud. Your Majesty, I want to set up a local Ministry of Works in the name of the Ministry of Works. The Tang dynasty's local Ministry of Works will be directly in charge. Wei Zhigu wanted to be directly in charge. Anything that involved the Ministry of Works would fall from the imperial court to the county. The other officials looked at Wei Zhigu in surprise. Your Ministry of Works wants power? Bai Gu stood up. Your Majesty, please use the Ministry of Revenue's local funds to do things that benefit the people. Just give me the Ministry of Works. Wei Zhigu did not agree with Bai Gu's idea. Local matters are not related to the Ministry of Works. It's a matter of money. Bai Gu retorted. The Ministry of Works is just a department. Do you want to be in charge of everything? Your Majesty, please use the Palace Secretary and the Ministry of Appointments to do things that benefit the people. Song Jing saw that both of them wanted to have such a good thing in their hands, so he also stood up. This matter was different from the previous ones, and it was even more different from Changping Song. It directly involved the people. When the imperial court had money, a portion of the taxes collected by the local governments would be left behind. It would be possible to build houses for the people, and the people's gratitude would naturally depend on who was responsible. When it came to leaving one's name, who would be in charge? The people would get a good deal and it would be recorded in the history books. Li Longji looked at this and that and did not say anything. He also realized that when there was money in the future, the local government would do things for the people. Then, everyone, let's talk about the heavy snow first. Li Longji did not think clearly for a while, so he changed the topic. When the court meeting ended, he threw the memorial to Gao Lisher and ran off to the Li family Zhuangzi. Father. When the little boy saw his father, he opened his arms and shouted. Li Longji picked up his son. Are you cold? No. The little boy twisted his body, looking very happy. He can't eat lunch. After eating wontons in the morning, his mouth has not been idle. He eats dried fruits and fruits one after another. He is not big, but his appetite is not small. Empress Wang spoke to Li Longji like an ordinary woman. After the little boy finished his breakfast, he played for a while and ate snacks. The key was that Li Yi supported him and let the child eat. The little boy was growing fast now and he needed a lot of protein and vitamins. Moreover, he was not fat. As long as he did not get sick of it, it meant that he had a need for dried fruits and fruits. Usually he would not lack food and would not eat everything he saw. "Where is Brother Yi?" Li Longji kissed his son and looked for Li Yi in the midst of the little boy's laughter. In class, he talked to 220 students about the way of being an official. He talked about some things that an official needs to slowly ponder, including the relationship with colleagues and superiors, the reasons for doing things and making mistakes, and the correction and justification after administrative mistakes. How to persuade others to believe in his administrative policies and pull more people to the war chariot. Empress Wang talked about Li Yi's matters. Li Yi taught more and more and brought out all the things in the officialdom. He used to sell medical equipment. What was the most corrupt part? He knew too much. Chapter 770. Brother Yi is the one who truly understands the way of an official. Li Longji sighed with emotion as he held his son. In the past 2 years of contact, he found that Li Yi was flexible in doing things. Except for the bottom line of serving the people, he accepted everything else. Officials were a little greedy and took bribes, but in Li Yi's eyes, it was not a problem. The premise was that the matter was done well. There was nothing wrong with the job, so the money was a small matter. Even if he personally bribed the officials, there was no official in the capital who did not receive benefits from the Li family Zhuangzi. However, the purpose of bribery was different. The Li family Zhuangzi bribed the officials to give extra subsidies and help in life. They did not ask the officials to give any benefits to the Li family Zhuangzi. Even if you can be an official, you can't let uncle be an official, right, baby? Empress Wang opened her arms and said to the little boy. The little boy looked at his mother, turned his head and continued to stay in his father's arms. Seeing that it was noon, Li Yi finished his class and came back to eat. He continued to teach in the afternoon and copied books in the evening. Brother Yi, today in the Imperial Court, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the province of Ziwei all want to establish a new department for the welfare of the people. Li Longji ate a mouthful of fried mutton giblets and said that he came back specially for the matters in the Imperial Court. The little boy was eating red braised pork. He ate so many dried fruits, but he could still eat and loved to eat. Jianghu needs to increase the amount of exercise recently and run more. He doesn't need to wear such thick clothes. He has a good physique and is growing. Not excessive exercise is good for bone development. Li Yi observed the little boy and watched him eat red braised pork. He started to talk about the child's growth needs. Exercise would not increase fat. Now that he could eat, it meant that the child's body had needs. It belonged to the first growth stage. The second growth stage was between 6 and 7 years old. The third growth stage was around 12 years old. If each stage was controlled well, the child's bone development would be good. Generally, the average height of people who practiced martial arts from a young age was short, which was the result of excessive training. Li Longji turned to look at his son and picked up a napkin to help wipe his mouth. Stay in Zhuangzi for the next few days. You can arrange it. The newly established department will be directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. It's related to reputation and honor. The more training they receive, the more skills they will have. In the future, he could become the military's baggage logistics staff, including equipment maintenance and material transportation. I'm going to let them learn some first aid medical skills. They are all-round soldiers, and they will promote His Majesty and contribute to the stability of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi did not want to give any benefits to any department. This was different from the armed police at that time. At that time, the military was very powerful. The armed police were second in command, and then the fire department was separated. Change was only possible when society needed it. Now, the House of Subjugation was going to disband and recruit soldiers. The new recruits were a type of recruitment. They would focus on nurturing them, and normally they would be responsible for handling miscellaneous matters. If there was a need, they would be responsible for baggage during a war. Clearly, they were more powerful than ordinary civilians. Under the direct jurisdiction of Her Majesty? Li Longji's interest was piqued. That's right, I'll be in charge. Let the eunuchs handle it. Send it to the provincial government and let the provincial government issue the order. Li drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and pushed the eunuchs out. Eunuchs were also human. Most of the time, eunuchs were more meticulous than ordinary officials. It was not that eunuchs were bad in historical records. Those were historical records written by literati. No matter how bad eunuchs were, when was the fall of a country because of eunuchs? In the Ming dynasty, how many eunuchs had harmed the people in the east and west workshops? They had always been there to balance the officialdom and punish the officials. Eunuchs had a principle. No matter what the process was, they had to do it well for Her Majesty. Li Longji thought for a while. How do the eunuchs go to the provincial government to coordinate the county's affairs? The local taxes are given to the eunuchs according to the ratio. The first inspection team of the Tang dynasty will supervise. As long as the eunuchs are transferred diligently, the people in the inspection team will not have any problems. Li did not care if the eunuchs were greedy or not. The right thing to do was to get things done and the people get benefits. Li Longji thought differently. Won't the people in the inspection team receive benefits when they go there? They are sent out once every half a month. Many people who are taking the imperial examination are waiting to be assigned an official position. Let them go there in batches. Receive benefits? The local government can't even afford to give benefits. Li had a way. Send more people. He could send out a team whenever he wanted. If any greedy people wanted to bribe them, he would have to spend money again and again. The money spent would be more than the greedy people. If he gave them less money, they would not accept it. In fact, there was no such thing as corruption that could not be cured. It was just that it could not be cured completely. Corruption was too serious. If it was cleaned up from top to bottom, the government's operations would be interrupted. Good idea. Li Longji did not need Li Yi to say more. He had thought of the key point. Send more people. Send more people. How can the corruption of officials be stopped? Li Longji asked another unrealistic question. Stop corruption? Third brother, why don't you ask me how to get rid of Tubo quickly? I have a way. I can even personally kill all of their politicians. Li Yi shook his head. Stop joking. Which country could stop corruption? In his time, the country with the most honest government in the world still had officials who were being punished. With benefits in front of them, who would supervise? Who would supervise the people who were supervising? Everything depended on people to deal with it. People had desires. Generally, places with a small population, high social welfare, and high-level education would naturally have less corruption. There was no need for corruption. They could get whatever they wanted. If it was a big country, the standard of living was low, the gap between the rich and the poor was huge, and the officials were not corrupt. How can corruption be alleviated? Li Longji changed his question. Of course, it is to give them money. The income of the officials must be higher than others. The lower the rank of the officials, the more money they need. They need to feed their families and have to entertain their clients. When they see other businessmen earning a lot, it is hard for them to even eat meat. If someone gives them money, their will become weak. Another thing is punishment. Our Tang dynasty's requirement for the military is to kill them if they lose a battle and humiliate the imperial court. Officials are rarely killed. Usually they are exiled. If they should be killed, they will be killed. If they are released outside, they will continue to be officials. The cost of committing crimes is too low. Li Yi thought of Zhang Jiyun in history. Normally he would be dead by now. But he was still alive and living a good life. The surrenders were settled in Huazhou and Tangzhou. Naturally they would not rebel. Zhang Jiyun asked the surrenders to hand over their weapons and live a normal life. Imperial censor Jianghu went. The surrenders complained to him that they did not have weapons and that they could not kill wolves. Jianghu was awesome. On behalf of the imperial court, he returned the weapons to the surrenders. Then the surrenders rebelled. They captured Zhang Jiyun and wanted to send him to the Turks. Zhang Jiyun was rescued. The imperial court felt that he had humiliated the country and killed him. They were so strict with martial artists. On the contrary, the civil officials were demoted. The cost of committing crimes was low. Of course they dared to take action. What about the report? Li Longji still did not want to kill the civil officials. A few are enough. Kill the rest. Li Yi waved his hand. The cost of committing crimes was low. Chapter 771. Kill? Li Longji was still hesitant, especially when it came to the ministers in the imperial court. He always met them and he felt that he could not kill them. Usually, through frequent transfers and torment, the other party would not be able to withstand it and die. In this way he felt that it was the other party's problem. If they transferred you, you would die. It had nothing to do with him. Kill. If we don't kill, we won't be able to quell the anger of the people. Li insisted. He knew the problems of the officials too well. He had bribed and helped the officials deal with their political opponents. Those methods could be said to be unscrupulous. There were more suicides in the medical system than in other systems. For example, when someone jumped off a building, he said, "I don't want to, but I don't dare not." There were people who analyzed this. In fact, the other party said, "I don't want to, but I don't dare not to." Why did people say, "I want to" and not jump? It was just killing people. Li was used to it. According to the law, he was shot 3 to 5 times in the past. It was not wrong at all. In this life he decided to be a good person. Then the problem of whether to kill the officials or not was simple. He did not have any psychological burden when killing people. He could do it himself. After all, local officials are not easy to kill. They can be recruited. Li Longji talked about another problem. Local officials should report to the imperial court for recruitment. Then the imperial court will provide money to support them. The local officials should not support them with their own identity. Li Yi talked about the local officials of the Tang dynasty, especially in the border areas. There were provincial governors, jidushi, and military governors. They found people to work for them. As for the money, it was paid by the local government. The people who were recruited only cared about the good of the officials and did not put the imperial court first. In history, Du Fu was recruited to help deal with things. When Du Fu worked, he hoped that the environment would cooperate with him and not that he had to adapt and change the environment. People formed cliques and factions. If he did not join, he was ostracized. After some time, he did not want to work anymore and wanted to resign. In the end, they had no choice but to let him go home. However, they still gave him benefits. When that person died, no one appreciated Du Fu. His life was bitter. It gave people the feeling that Du Fu's life was a bitter life. The imperial examination did not go well. Li Linfu cancelled all the results of that imperial examination. After that, Ganya didn't go well either. He spent all day in Chang, and without any connections. His child died at home. It was impossible to say that he died of starvation. He died of illness. No matter how hungry they were, they could still survive by drinking rice soup. Adults had a mouthful of rice to eat, but children couldn't? There were many people like Du Fu. They couldn't pass the imperial examinations, so they worked for other officials. Then he would be appointed as a foreign official. There were no major ones, as all the major ones were appointed by the imperial court. It was equivalent to some local people not being organized by the country. Auxiliary police, sanitation, and so on could be recruited by the local government. But it's not right that the secretaries of the municipal government and the municipal party committee are not authorized. Who are they working for? Li emphasized on this matter. The officials had to work for whom they ate and who they worked for. Now that the imperial court had money, they could not allow local officials to privately recruit directors. Li Longji lowered his head and ate, calculating in his heart. After a while, he said, "If you're not in charge, will the imperial court's Ministry of Personnel be included in the assessment?" The state government is in charge. The Ministry of Personnel doesn't have the energy to deal with local officials. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't agree with the Ministry of Personnel's decision. The state government was usually in charge of departments such as public security, taxation, statistics, and so on. Li Longji nodded his head to show that he understood. That's how it should be done. Listening to Brother Yi was right. After dinner, Li Longji went to look for Li Dan. This year's winter is better than last year. Xiao Yi, that child, has put in a lot of effort. Noble consort Lu praised Li Yi whenever she talked about him. She personally felt how good the Li family's Zhuangzi's operation was. He was able to lead the entire government to work together. Next year will be even better. With the implementation of taxation and the establishment of specialized teams, the people won't have to be afraid of disasters. Li Longji was ambitious. He was not worried at all. Li Yi would take his time to push for something. He would not do it immediately. He was much more capable than the ministers in the imperial court. The moment the ministers opened their mouths, they would get what they wanted. Uncle's Zhuangzi should be bigger. The land at the front is planted to help the people in the settlement. The land at the back is planted with beans. If you want to raise land, continue to buy land to the east. Empress Wang hugged her sleeping son and said that the Li family's Zhuangzi area was small. Now the Li family's Zhuangzi area was very big. It added up to 5 square kilometers, which was 2 kilometers by 2.5 kilometers. It would take 2 hours to circle around Zhuangzi and the Zhang family's village. There was also the imperial plantation above, so they had to continue circling. The area was not small. If they continued to head east, it would be other people's land. Further east was Mount Li, the imperial family's land. In the future, we can start from the capital government. We can promote it in Hunan province. We can build cement roads and nail paws for livestock. Li Dan was thinking about transportation. He realized that the speed of the sleigh in winter was very fast. As long as there was snow, the horses pulling the sleigh felt more relaxed than the wheels of a carriage. However, the horses were hot. Once they started running, they would not be able to expel the heat in time. In winter, the horses were like dogs. When they ran on the snow, they were very happy. Li Dan had been the emperor several times. He had some understanding of the world's affairs. He hoped that the roads would be more normal. Building cement roads. When it rained or snowed, it would not be muddy. What it took was iron hooves, but what it gained was time. Cows also needed to be hammered. Otherwise they would be worn out. Moreover, their hooves would need to be repaired. Cows were the most interesting animals. When you wanted to kill them, they would know and cry. When they were being hammered, they would feel at ease when they saw other cows hammered. If they always went to a hammered shop, the cows and horses would not need to be tied up with ropes. They knew the people who hammered the nails and knew what they were used for. The workers could lift the hooves of the cows and horses with a lift of their hands. They could remove the worn-out nails, repair the hooves, and nail the new nails by simply hanging a rope. Let's talk about it next year. Li Longji was not sure what to do for the time being. He needed to see what the officials thought. More importantly, he needed to ask Li Yi. Another day passed. The winged knights arrived at the various provinces. When they arrived, they first found the villages and people affected by the disaster and then gave them food. Tents were set up. Inside the tents there was a stove burning honeycomb coal. They placed the people whose houses had collapsed inside the tents. The winged knights and the Li family Zhuangzi had been in contact for a long time. Their way of thinking had changed. They used to think that houses were important. Now they knew that people were the most important. If houses collapsed, then so be it. Money could solve the problem. When people died, nothing could save them. Everyone, don't worry. It's just a matter of houses. If your houses were crushed, it means that your houses were not good. We will build new houses for you. You can live in tents during the winter. We will build new houses after the ground melts. The winged knights shouted to the people living in tents. They were not sure who would repair the houses, but they knew that someone would take care of it. The people who lost their houses would need many years to recover. If they built new houses for them, their energy would not be focused on the houses. People were the most important. Even if a person was a farmer, they would still have a lot of food. Chapter 772. The people who were affected by the disaster were very sad before, but when they saw the winged knights, they all smiled. After eating the food provided by the Li family Zhuangzi, they were not afraid at all. The people were not stupid. They knew that if they met the winged knights, the Li family Zhuangzi would take action. Once the Li family Zhuangzi took action, more help would come soon. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi's Li Dongzhu had been doing business with Her Majesty. Not only could his Zhuangzi make money, but he also helped Her Majesty make money. The houses in the capital government were all repaired by the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue did not care about the houses in the prefectures. Presumably, Li Dongzhu would pay for it. Li Dongzhu was a good person and wanted to live a long life. Therefore there was nothing else in the tent. The people first placed the memorial tablets for Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Those who had incense offered it, and those who did not kneeled down and kowtowed. In the long run, the people will believe in the Li family Zhuangzi and not the court. Song Jing got up early in the morning to go to work. On the way, he saw that the ground was cleaned and there was only a circle of snow around the ice lantern. He felt that Li Yi was raising the prestige and making a move in terms of money, giving benefits to the people and gaining their support. But what he did not understand was that Li Yi did not want to be an official and did not care about the position. He usually did not interfere with the court. It seemed that there were only 3 times. One was in Lantian County, one was in Huazhou, and the last time was Hao Lingquan's matter. Like the heavy snow now, it did not count. The Li family Zhuangzi sent things and the winged knights went out. It was far away from the court. When they arrived at Xingqing Palace and the court meeting started, Song Jing stood up. Your Majesty, the Li family Zhuangzi has won the people's hearts. We must guard against him. For the sake of the country and the people. Song Jing requested that the Li family Zhuangzi be restricted. He could not let the Li family Zhuangzi be in the limelight anymore. This subject agrees. Bai Gu said. This subject agrees. Su Yi stood up as well. This subject agrees. The other ministers said in unison, including Wei Zhigu. They all knew about the Li family Zhuangzi's situation. They had too much influence, so they had to put some restrictions on him. Li Longji's expression turned ugly. He admitted that the officials were doing this for the sake of the Tang dynasty, but how could he restrict the Li family Zhuangzi? Not allowing Brother Yi to sell his things? Brother Yi is not allowed to spend money on the military? Brother Yi is not allowed to provide help to the victims? You have good intentions, but do you understand my Brother Yi? Brother Yi didn't want to be the emperor, so he stayed in Zhuangzi and raised animals. It snowed heavily the day before yesterday and yesterday. Everyone, please find out more about the situation and see where you need help. I have the money. Li Longji did not reply. There was nothing to say about Li Yi. It was impossible to restrict him. Whenever Brother Yi did something, he would first mention His Majesty. The Li family Zhuangzi's free soup always said that His Majesty cherished the people and ordered the Li family Zhuangzi to give him free soup. The winged knights who went to the disaster relief this time represented His Majesty's authority. Song Jing's expression turned regretful, but it disappeared in a flash. He returned to his normal state and began to talk about the snow. In fact, there was not much to talk about. The news that could be sent back was from the 20 counties outside the capital. There were no problems in the counties. Not a single house was damaged. The people even ran out to help sweep the snow. There were no cases of soot poisoning either. The newspapers repeatedly said that soot poisoning was the result of soot poisoning. The people were obedient and followed the instructions. They would rather it be colder in the latter half of the night than press the stove. The advantage of pressing the stove was that it was convenient to wake up the next morning. The stove would catch fire as soon as it was lit. There was no need to put in soft firewood, hard firewood, or coal. If the weather conditions were good, the people who pressed the stove would wake up in the morning and the stove would be lit up in a few breaths. The house would immediately be warm. When it was snowing heavily, one could not press the stove. It would cause suffocation, and soot poisoning. When he said to put a basin of water on the stove, he did not mean to use the water to absorb the carbon monoxide. After the water was put in, the water vapor would circulate and carry the carbon monoxide out. The house was not dry, so the carbon monoxide absorption was relatively low. Song Jing had nothing to say about the capital's matters. They had already done it. Each and every county listened to the Li family Zhuangzi's arrangements. 41 students were in the county. This subject requests to check the freezing of the water net and the situation of the livestock. Song Jing casually found a matter to talk about. The water net had turned into an ice net. There was snow on it so the sledges could be used. The livestock were well palmed so that they would not slip on the snow and ice. Moreover, the ice was flat and relatively undulating. Livestock were most willing to walk on this path just like humans. Song Jing's intention was to check how many livestock the Li family Zhuangzi had and whether they needed to pay taxes. So when he spoke, he looked at Baigu. Baigu instantly lowered his head. Don't look at me. I can't have any ideas about Xiao Yi's livestock. He sells chili noodles because they grow well. Xiao Yi will definitely be angry if I look for trouble with his livestock. This is because the livestock are subsidized for the commoners in the summer. There were also terraced fields. They looked like they were plowed this year and planted next year. There were some things that could be done to bully Xiao Yi, but there were some things that could not be done. One of his teeth was loose. He did not know what the problem was. He would ask Xiao Yi tomorrow to see if it could be plucked out and fixed or if it could be cured directly. This subject agrees. Su Yi expressed his support for Song Jing. The other officials were silent. They were not prime ministers. Their families lacked food. One was a reward from the emperor when he remembered, and the other was a reward from the Li family Zhuangzi. Different ranks would receive different things. There were also differences in the number of items. If he targeted Li Yi, would the Li family Zhuangzi give him anything? That was despicable. Everyone had officials of the same rank. Only one person did not receive anything because he targeted Li Yi. Was he honored? When facing others, it was strength of character. The strength of character of an official would be recorded in the annals of history. When facing the Li family Zhuangzi, the commoners would not admit that he had strength of character. The commoners would think that he had done something wrong. That was why the Li Dongzhu did not give him anything. Official Baigu, how do we investigate the livestock? Li Longji asked Baigu. Baigu, I didn't say anything. What does Song Jing say have anything to do with me? Do I need to investigate? I can just ask Xiao Yi directly. Baigu was full of resentment. This subject will go to the Li family Zhuangzi in the afternoon to ask. However, this subject does not think that taxes can be collected. The taxes on chili noodles are already quite high. Baigu directly said it. It was just a small matter. How big of a fuss was it? Can't I go once? Is there anything else? Li Longji did not care about the Li family Zhuangzi's question at all. He believed that if anyone crossed the line, Brother Yi would take action. He did not need to do anything. No one was perfect. Wasn't it easy to find trouble with others? After the court meeting, Baigu did not even return to the political affairs hall. He just strolled alone. Walking out of Xingqing Palace, there were barracks all along the way. He walked along the barracks and arrived at the Ba River Bridge. By Zaifu, you didn't take a carriage? Someone from the Chenyo guards who stayed at the bridge all year round asked with a smile. He did not want to check. Baigu was the prime minister. It would be humiliating if he continued to check. Even if he met the emperor, no one would check. I walked a few more steps. It was noon when I arrived. I can eat more food. What are you having for lunch? Baigu put his hands behind his back and looked around. Chapter 773. You're running again. There's no snow now. It'll hurt if you fall. Baigu had just crossed the bridge when he met Empress Wang and Shang'er. Shang'er was so happy all day. Ever since he could walk on his own, he wanted to run. His legs were not tired. He was not like many children at Li Yi's time who insisted on being carried by adults after walking a few steps. The little guy was not like that. He was willing to find fun things by himself. There were many fun things in Li family Zhuangzi. Even the trash cans were cartoon characters. Minister Bai. Empress Wang, who was taking care of the children, greeted Baigu when she saw him. I'm looking for Xiao Yi to ask about something. They want to collect the livestock rental fee first. Isn't the water network frozen now? I'll see what Xiao Yi has to say. I don't agree with collecting money. Baigu did not hide anything from Empress Wang. He told her the reason was about money. He disliked others who wanted to take money from Li family Zhuangzi. He had to see the situation when he wanted to take money. When he asked Xiao Yi for money, he asked Xiao Yi if she would give him money. If Xiao Yi was willing to give him money, then that was the best. If Xiao Yi was not willing to give him money, then she had a special purpose. The special purpose of the money did not conflict with the imperial court. It was guaranteed that the money would be thrown out and not kept. It's almost noon. There's less than half an hour before the class starts. Empress Wang held her son's hand. I'll go take a look. Baigu nodded and went to find Li Yi. Li Yi turned on the water curtain again and spoke with the sound system. What are the rules of the officialdom? Be with the light and dust. Officials hide from each other. This is actually the way of survival. For other officials it's right. But I'm telling you, you're from Li family Zhuangzi. Don't play this game with me. If an official's actions hurt the people, write back and I'll deal with it. We're standing at different heights. You have to learn more. As long as you're capable, I'll promote you. If any of you get mixed up with the local officials and get involved in something you shouldn't do, don't let me know. The so-called shallow rules were the result of you not having the ability to resist. We are not. We don't need to follow other people's rules. We are the rules. Li Yi was instilling ideas into the students. He didn't want the students to listen to others after leaving Zhuangzi. It was just like Hangzhou, which collected salt taxes during the Qing dynasty. Every time an official was sent, another official would be removed. Even if some officials managed to survive this ordeal, what about that official? It was over. What's the use of tidying up once? The local style was still the same and repeated. It was just like Shaanxi at that time. There were no good cases from the province to the localities. The first time he checked, it was the same. After taking care of a group of people, when he turned around, he found that it was still the same. Because the Jin merchants were too awesome and rich. It was similar to Kaiyin Zenan. The Jin merchants used money while Kaiyin Zenan used its people to cause trouble. Li Yi knew that the Northeast was the least xenophobic place. The Northeast accepted everything, including food habits and outsiders. Many people from other places would think of fighting when they talked about the Northeast. Actually, the Northeasterners were quite honest in the Northeast. Of course, other people were just as honest in the Northeast. For example, the people who sold cupcakes had to buy them. There were also people who sold mutton skewers and naans. In the Northeast, they were all honest and didn't cause trouble. The Northeast was very peaceful. If anyone dared to cause trouble, they would definitely destroy them. Therefore, many schools in the border region were placed in the Northeast. The students went there to study, mainly to learn skills. When they went out, they didn't have any problems. They talked and laughed. However, no one dared to use their identity as an ethnic group to take out a knife. Because the country dared to place schools there, it proved that the local people were not afraid of outsiders. What the local people needed was law. As long as others made the first move, there was no problem. Do it. Baigu came. He listened to Li Yi's lecture and felt helpless. There were many things that could only be understood and not explained in words, but Li Yi actually said all of them. Many of the knowledge were secret manuals of officialdom. In the Li family Zhuangzi, it was common knowledge. When Li Yi saw Baigu, he nodded and continued, rules are set by people. Why do you add the word hidden to the so-called shallow rules? Because they are not presentable. When you come to the place, you don't have to follow anyone's rules. You are only responsible for Her Majesty. Today I am honored that Bai Zaifu of the current dynasty is here. Please say a few words to Bai Zaifu. Then we will go eat. In the afternoon I will teach the doctors. Li Yi cupped his fist at Baigu. Come on, old Baigu, say a few words. Baigu regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have come and taught. The problem was that they were used to Li Yi's merciless analysis of officialdom. Would they care about what he said? Bai Gu went on stage with a stomach full of dissatisfaction and resentment. He began his lecture mainly talking about fairness and fairness. The other 220 people were actually officials who passed the imperial examinations. When dealing with them, he couldn't deal with them according to the methods of the other students. The difference was too big. He went up and talked a lot, but there was nothing practical. Then he looked at Li Yi with resentment. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Okay, no problem. What Bai Gu said was not important. What was important was that Bai Gu was the prime minister. When he came over to give a lecture to the students felt something different. Did you see that? Zhuangzi had casually found a minister or prime minister to teach him. Wasn't that awesome? The students were actually used to it. If someone of a lower rank came over, they would feel that there was a problem. Xiaoyi, don't torture me like this in the future. I came here to discuss something with you. Look at what you've done. The class ended. Bai Gu was very unhappy. I'm the prime minister, and I came here to teach you a lesson? Why is your class so valuable? Old Bai, I'm just letting you show your face. You have to know that the positions of these people in the future are 220 people. Think about it carefully. Li Yi said with a smile. The students were learning from him now, and these people would be specially arranged to be in special positions in the future. They were different from other people. The knowledge they learned was very complex. In the future, the Tang dynasty would be moved because of them. They would also teach other people. This was a power, a huge power. When the time came, even if the Li family Zhuangzi was not there, they would still gather together. The Confucian ideology would be broken, and it would become a debate of 100 schools of thought again. This was Li Yi's idea. At the same time, it was also something he pushed forward. Bai Gu took a deep breath. Xiaoyi, it's a good idea for you to stay in Zhuangzi. You can't go out. You've offended too many people. No, old Bai, you're wrong. It doesn't matter who I offend. What's important is that no one dares to show up. If they do, I'll take care of them. I'm not going out because I'm thinking about them. If anyone dares to assassinate me, their family will be uprooted by me. Li Yi still looked indifferent. Xiaoyi, they're now saying that they want to take away your power. What do you think? Bai Gu finally told her about what happened in the imperial court. Who's taking it? Give it to him and let you be responsible. Li Yi was still smiling.